and just make a little... Let's see if I've been verified in Discord on the other account. I'm still not seeing anything. Am I verified? I'll have to go into the room once I'm verified. Okay, so I don't need to... I could give myself a smidge more gain on my preamp. I'm making it through the gate easier. Do I want a heavier gate? I've got the fan on, and it's not picking it up. Yeah, the gate still works. And even if I talk quietly, I'm just slightly lower than the green, which is what you want. Let's check clipping. Girls, I'm going to be talking loudly. Girls? Yes. Just be prepared, I'm going to be shouting just to test my compression. I say, shut up, Neil. Shut up, Neil! Did that distort in Discord?
I wouldn't say so. It was clear that you were shouting, and it was clear that your mouth was away from the microphone, but I wouldn't say it distorted.
Perfect. Yeah, it's hitting the compressors. It's not. It shouldn't be distorted. I mean, I can force it into distortion, obviously, like I did with my EQ a minute ago, but I mean, that is ideal. That is to say, you can tell I'm louder, but it's not necessarily crackling or distorting. Okay, it didn't distort in OBS. It hit the limiters in Banana. Obviously, it's already got through the gate. Awesome. Am I verified yet in this so I can screen record it for myself later? I'll just have to do that another day. I think that's it. I think I'm hopefully. What's happening is, like I say, there's an incentive to interrupt me at the moment in Discord. Like I don't want to be I don't want to neutralise the opponent to the point where when they talk they go, I can't fucking talk, all I can hear is you feeding back on me, and that's all the conversation will ever be. Oh, whenever you're in here we can just hear feedback all the time. That's what I'll get. But at the moment I've heavily gated it and controlled the noise and suppressed the echo and suppressed everything, cancelled all the background noise to the point where it just shuts me off if somebody starts talking. You're like, okay, well, if you don't like what I've got to say in Discord, which is highly likely that a baller's going to they can't bear to hear it, so they can't help themselves and they start waffling through the top of me. Well, for Discord, they just stop hearing me. Well, obviously, if you want a decent conversation to continue, you still need the people of Discord to hear the point that's being made. And at the moment, to my opponent's advantage, they can just literally it is like they've got a mute button for me in Discord, and it did kind of feel like that way. It felt like, well, why is it the case that the second someone else starts talking, they're no longer picking up on a single thing I say from that point forth? Now I know. And like I say, it was thanks to some random YouTuber that was recording me. So suddenly you go, okay, so the second I get interrupted, that's it, I might as well have been muted because I can't be heard anymore. And then if I do the same in reverse, so let's say somebody's talking and I do the same to them, so I just start talking while they're talking, you can hear this very faint murmur of me in the background, but you can't actually make out what I'm saying. Like their voice will dominate in Discord.
No, I totally agree with you there. I noticed that the other day when you were on one of the servers. I was listening to the Discord, and obviously when everybody was jumping in, you got faded out. I could hear you talking in the background, but the other voices were all over the top of you. But when I switched to the YouTube stream, I could balance both. It was difficult to listen to, but I was like, oh, wow, they're really just piling on, with enthusiasm. What do you call it? Spurging.
Yeah. So when they have a little I can't cope with what's being said moment, therefore compelled to talk, for them, it does actually satisfy the pain relief that they're seeking. Well, I don't want that. I don't want to necessarily offer myself some unfair advantage. I don't need it. I can deal with them 20 at a time, so it's not like I need any advantage here. But obviously, to have a good show, you do need the opponent to actually hear what you're saying, because otherwise when you say, well, you're going to be needing and the moment I say you're going to be needing, they know what's coming next. It's probably going to be an R value that's measured flat or an altitude from sea level. But if those words never make it to Discord, then they never make it to Discord. I mean, they make it to my audience, but I'm not interacting with my audience. I am, but in the most literal sense, I'm interacting with the person I'm speaking to, obviously. And if they can't hear that reply because they can't bear to hear it, they know what's coming, they can effectively mute it, then they do not hear it, and therefore do not need to react to it. Now, like I say, while I don't want there to be audio chaos and 2 people, 3 people talking at once, but like I say, because that guy recorded, I could hear that not only is one person spurging out because they don't like what I've got to say and can't bear to hear it, when the person next to them does the same thing, you can hear both of them quite clearly spurging out together. Now, don't get me wrong, like you say, it's difficult to listen to, but you can hear both of what both of them are saying at the same time. It's clear enough that 2 people are spurging out, right up to about the point where you've got 3 or more. So if there's 3 people speaking simultaneously, all spurging out, you can basically distinguish between all 3 people. You can hear what all 3 are saying if you focus on one of them. Beyond that, when you get to 4 or more, you can't, because it's just too much audio chaos. But that means that you go, well, surely then, within the mix of up to a couple of people spurging out through me, I should still be able to be heard, even if there's 2 people at once trying to spurg through me. Now, when it reaches the point where there's more than 4 people talking, everybody in the Discord server gets annoyed, and they all go like Gem Panda and want to just say something about it and say, hang on, look, you're all talking at once, nobody can hear anything anymore. But when there's 2 people talking at once in a discussion that I listen on Shorts or TikTok, you go, okay, often in a debate people talk through each other, but you can still easily make out what's being said by both parties, even if they're talking through each other. But not with me in Discord currently. Like I say, the minute somebody takes aversion to what I've got to say, they can cut my line to basically nothing, and we only hear the interruption. Which, as much as I'm, not looking for extra advantages, it is to my disadvantage, and I don't want that. Mainly because I do want them to react to what I've got to say, even if it means more people pile into Spurg, as opposed to, well, they just didn't hear the devastating bit of the discussion, therefore we can move on and I have to try and repeat it in completely clear air. In other words, my point won't get made to Discord unless nobody is speaking. That's the only time the point gets clearly conveyed to a room full of people. Now, you don't want that, because otherwise you end up going round in circles and it becomes tedious for the actual people who matter, which is the real audience, not Discord. They're there for the interaction, but I want the audience to hear the reaction to what I've said. And if they don't hear it, then there is no reaction to that. So, I don't know, we'll try it with this for now. You're saying I'm nice at a good volume. I am slightly elevated over what I possibly would set it if I was just looking to do good audio engineering. I am increasing my volume into Discord so that I am effectively that little bit louder. And the reason I've done that is because, again, listening back to it, everybody else, and why wouldn't they, right? They're not audio engineers. They've just whacked their volume up to the maximum. Therefore, they're a dominant sound because they've got their input as loud as they can have it, to the point where they are on the verge of distorting. You go, well, yeah, because you want to be heard when you're in Discord. Fair enough, right? You're not trying to balance it for nice audio. You just want to be heard. So I'm competing with that. So from that perspective, I have to try and strike a balance and get it up loud enough so that I can compete with that guy that's on top of a microphone. I'm not. I've got a shotgun mic that's quite some distance away. But when somebody's like on top of their microphone and have turned themselves way up, I still need to actually compete with that and still be heard. But I don't know. I think, thanks to you and Forthright Zark, I think I'm at the point now where when I go into some random server today, there's a good chance that, you will actually hear in the server what I've said, and therefore the reaction that the audience gets from that person who's then heard it will be slightly altered, because they've then got to actually deal with the overcome, with the rebuttal. And at the moment, they're not having to deal with the rebuttal because they just talk and they don't have to hear it, because they don't hear it. Sweet.
Yes, I get that. You've got to tweak because everybody else is I found that out years ago playing online computer games, where the minute settings, they make such a difference as at certain levels. So yeah, if you can get an interruption to have a slight distortion at the start, everybody will hear that distortion, and it'll put a little key marker in the mind about that's something happened then, and it'll be you'll be able to drag it back, or it just gets noticed a lot more.
Yeah, I think you're right. Without any processing, without any echo cancellation, which is what I've effectively now turned off in favour of whatever it was called, pure direct audio or whatever it was called, it means that, yes, there will be that time where I've just come to the closer end of a sentence. I'm nearing the end of a sentence. Somebody wants to get in because they want to be the next person to talk, so they cut off the very last couple of words. But in so doing, they hear a little bit of echo, and then they get a clear line, and it'll just make them hesitate just for a second because their interruption has some consequence. Yeah, so it's working the other way around. Instead of it being, oh, right, I've interrupted, now I can't hear him. Wonderful, perfect. I'll do that again next time he says something very frustrating that I don't want to hear. Before we get to the bit that I anticipate will come in the next breath, I can just start talking and nobody will hear it. I effectively censor it from the ears of everybody in the server. Therefore, the devastating conclusion doesn't come. Therefore, my repetition of the question, my suggestion that you just don't understand, whatever it is, your normal standard run-of-the-mill response that comes through the top of a devastating conclusion, will come on now from this point forth with the conclusion being heard. Unless four or more spurg all simultaneously. But it's usually just the person you're talking to, or a cuck on their behalf, that can feel that the next sentence is going to destroy the person you're talking to, so they spurg. But then, like you say, if there's 2 or 3 max talking, maybe 4, if one of them's got a weaker mic for the sake of argument, then you can hear them. Like I say, with me muttering in the background, I could generally hear up to 3 people talking clearly, even though, like you said, it's still difficult to hear when 2 or 3 people are talking at once. But you can still, so long as you can actually hear the words mixed in with the other words, rather than me just being a mumble in the background. Suddenly I'm reduced to some mumble because, oh no, spurg. Well, therefore, conclusions destroyed for the Discord server. Plus, I do actually want, like I said at the beginning, I do want the people who are pirating my stuff effectively going, all right, Nathan's putting in the hours, I'll record it too and just publish it. You're like, okay, I mean, fair enough if that's what you want to do, you're just robbing me and my hard work. But by the same token, it's like, as much as I could moan about it, I'd rather just lean into it and go, okay, if you're going to record me, I'm going to make my sound as good as possible so that, I'm reasonably represented in a recording that some rando's got from a Discord server. And, when it's hundreds of views that they're acquiring, you just think, who gives a shit? I'm not going to go around copyright striking people. It makes no sense when they're not suddenly generating 20 or 30 or 40,000 views off my work. They're generating a few hundred. So who gives a shit? But I still do want the person who goes to that video, regardless of it not generating me any ad revenue or any revenue at all, I still want them to have a good representation of me. Therefore, I've got to concern myself a little bit more with our Discord sounds. To this point, I've gone, who gives a fuck? It's just the open door to the peanut gallery. So, the general public gets to go in there. Half the time, they've got very little to offer. But now I'm proactively going into servers where they're, staunch ballers in their little echo chambers, and I'm there disturbing the apple cart. It's better that I am actually, heard if somebody in there goes, well, I'll record this then. Like, well, fair enough. At least I sound good now. Or hopefully will after a few more tweaks, or maybe that'll be it. Maybe this'll be enough. I'll try tomorrow. You'll probably see me doing the exact same thing once the other account I've made is verified in the flip side, and then I can do some proper testing.
Oh yeah, I think it'll take a little while for you to perfect it, because with any new change might come something else along the line. But once you get it sorted, you'll be like, oh, this is good.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's great that anybody is lifting your material and using it now. I know what you're going to say. That's your material. But once they spread it, it's like the PR attitude, which is public relations, which is there's no bad advertising. Just get the name out, get the name out, get the name out. And that's, and that's what these people will do for you, when they start taking little clips. I mean, basically, they're running around saying Nathan Oakley, Nathan Oakley, Nathan Oakley, which is all good for you in the end.
Yeah, exactly. And it would only be the case that I'd be annoyed about it if it suddenly was the case that I'm getting 1,000 views for a live show and somebody else is publishing it and getting 50,000. You're like, well, that's a substantial amount of money.
Yeah. Yeah, that seems illogical, but we are in a strange world.
Yeah. But at the moment, it's just people. I mean, I see Spin is one. He keeps recording. Whenever he's there, he's recording. And he'll literally record 6 hours of me batting off ballers left and right. And you're like, okay, I mean, that seems pretty sad that you've got such a limited personality that you can't do that yourself. You just need to record 6 hours of me doing it and then, title it with some derogatory title. But fair enough, you're like, that's what people are. That's beaters. That's what beta. In his most recent one, on his thumbnail, he's put beta as the thumbnail. And you're like, you're recording me for 6 straight hours. You couldn't be more beta. You sat there.
Own it! I'm not beta.
Yeah, well, he's projecting it onto me and suggesting that while I do a 6, 7, 8, 9 hour session in some random Discord server dealing with 20 ballers, that's me being a beta. You're like, really? You don't recognise the projection?
Oh dear. I mean, the same thing I get. Like the last few sessions that you've had on those servers, I just sat back and gone, it's just bizarre. It's just bizarre behaviour. It baffles me. It does. It baffles me. But it is funny at times. If I could just say, I was crying with laughter when McToon turned up and he said, Globe Earth measurements. And you asked him what they were and he repeated it 3 times. He had nothing. Oh, I was crying with laughter. It was great. So thank you for that. Honestly, it's great to listen to when I'm out and about.
Well, you're thanking me, but the thanks shouldn't go in my direction, right? The thanks should actually go in Toons. Now, you might think, well, what? Well, he is terrified. And as a consequence, he's compelled to come in and talk to me. Now, it might be different. I might stand corrected and someone goes in, no, he's being pressured to come in. Lots of people are saying, you need to do this, you need to confront this person. In which case, that's slightly different if it's social pressure. But I doubt it, right? It seems far more likely that you just have your own inclination, your own free will, and I can't suspect for any reason that he would succumb to external pressure any more or less than any other normal person, right? I can only assume he's normal in the sense that he's going to feel the pressure of his own volition and therefore feel compelled to confront it. Now, pulling from my own experience, back in the day when I was far more ignorant in the subject, I'd see people like the rumpus in rooms and have the same desire. Like, you feel compelled to brace against what they're doing. And it's nerve-wracking because you feel, well, this person, in this particular example for me, rumpus, back 12 years ago, was far better educated in the subject than I. So therefore you feel scared, literally, but at the same time compelled to do something about it. So you're driven by these contrasting feelings when you actually make a move and do something. And that results in a lack of focus, a lack of comprehension, a lack of ability to overcome a problem in the moment. So when you say, he kept on saying, well, they're globe Earth measurements, you're like, okay. Now, he didn't know at the time that he was later going to lean into them having no consequence of Earth at all. They've got nothing to do with the surface, end quote, right? He doesn't know he's going to go there next. He just knows that he's got to give an answer. So he just repeats himself. Now, with all the time in the world to reflect on what you're going to do, you come up with a really good answer. It's like when somebody starts insulting you and you've got the best comeback ever 3 days later. You know what I mean? In the moment, you can just stutter out and spurg out a response. And in Toon's case, he stuttered out and spurged out the same response over and over again, which is very telling. But as I say, that's as a consequence of the pressure he feels under when compelled to deal with someone like myself. Now me, I've got the complete opposite approach at the moment. I couldn't give a shit. Nothing we do in these servers has any consequence. And it doesn't need to. It's measured flat anyway, right? Now when the people who like Toon have used those measurements, what they've got to then concern themselves with is how to justify their use of those measurements. But it doesn't matter from a social or a sociological or an internal perspective point of view. Coming up with an overcome for the use of flat Earth measurements. Who cares? They're flat Earth measurements. You justifying your use of them or decrying them as having anything to do with the surface won't change what they are and why they're being used. They're being used because that's how it's measured. So if it's the case that they're just measurements of a flat Earth regardless of who does it, I suddenly don't have to concern myself. There's no pressure on me anymore, is there? Like, if I come across some subjects, like there's, I don't know, some quantum entanglement theory that's brand new on the block that I've never heard of, somebody puts it in front of me, and suddenly I'm in a position of ignorance, right? Other than having to have a little bit of humility and go, well, I don't know anything about this subject, this is all new to me, suddenly putting me in the less superior position of being ignorant, you go, does it matter? Will it change the measurements? Will it change how flat they're all using it every single time? No. It just means I have to have a little bit of humility about some subject I'm not particularly familiar with at the moment, at this particular present time. But as long as there's no pressure about the actual subject, the flat Earth bit, you go, well, this none of this matters anymore, does it? None of it's consequential to anybody.
No, but for McToon, those people, it does seem to be everything. And to be fair, maybe 3-4 years ago, to me, it seemed that if I lost an argument, it would be the end of everything, the whole catastrophe. But I just feel that McToon is such a high sort of profile figure in this context that he would have prepared himself a little bit more. He would have actually considered what is being said to him about measurements. But it just, I just find it bizarre that they just seem to. I don't know if they're ignoring it or they just cannot comprehend it. I just don't know. But anyway, I'd still say to you, if you weren't there speaking to him, he never would have repeated himself like a moron. So it is your sort of pressure or your sort of just your laissez-faire attitude at the moment. They just don't know what to do with you. They don't, honestly. And they're trying everything. They're trying to wind you up. They're trying to silence you. They're trying to mute you. They're trying to accuse you of things. They're trying all these tactics. And you're just like, yeah, whatever. It's still measured flat.
It is.
Very
how do you
good.
prepare
Well
for
done,
that?
Nathan. Well done.
How do you prepare for that? You said, I don't know how they seem unprepared. Okay, fair call. It does seem that way. But how do you prepare for it? It's like if you've built a car with nuts and bolts, and in order to build it, you need a wrench, and your argument is wrenches don't exist. There's no preparation that you can possibly go through to say, I'm going to go into this discussion about wrenches not being real, knowing full well that I've used a wrench. What can I do to overcome the problems that will befall me when I go in and debate about there not being any wrenches? In this analogy, wrenches are flat Earth, and they are using it non-stop. Like, there's no escaping it. It suddenly makes a lot more sense to me why it was necessary to cycle a discrediting of flat Earth as something that isn't flat Earth measurements, has nothing to do with Earth and its measurements, is only the anti-globe, fart-sniffing, conspiratard, 9/11 was an inside job person that can easily be braced against. to keep it separate from the fact that we all use a wrench on the nuts and bolts. Like, if you need to prepare, as you put it, for debating that you don't use wrenches, you need to take the whole debate somewhere else. You need to take it away from the car and take it to the garage, to the shop, and talk about how the shop functions. Because then you can ignore wrenches altogether and just talk about how the shop works, how the people in the shop interact with each other, how the bills are paid for the shop, what the weather's like in the shop, whether the heating's good in the shop. Then nobody's focused on what the debate is, whether or not we use wrenches, whether or not we measure Earth. When we measure Earth, it's flat for everyone, so the discussion needs to be somewhere else. Like I say, there's no preparation. And when you're faced with, well, it's just measured flat, here's your measurements of it, where can you go? You go to, you beat your kids. You're a criminal, you're a scammer, you're a con man and a grifter, you're an e-beggar. That's where they go to. You're unemployed. You're like, okay, all of these are ad homs. And they're glaring if anybody's watching that. Like, similar to just repeating the same thing 3 times. You go, this is glaring. To an onlooker, they go, they recoil when that happens. Like you did.
Well, yes, yeah. I mean, I just thought that McToon's opening line of the globe Earth measurements, he was sort of relating to sort of nominalism. But then when you challenged him back and said it's called an elevation, it's refusing that. So it's okay to call it something, and it is for him. When you look at this thing called elevation angle, he's like, no. And I was like, oh, God, he's just not. With no prudence. That's maybe what I'm trying to get at. I just feel it's entertaining. Unfortunately, Nathan, I know what you've said for the past year and a half, but I'm a blood sports kind of guy. I do like it. I like Andrew Wilson. I like those things, and I can't get away from it. So when you went back into those servers, I was just like, "Oh, this is wonderful. Thank you." It's really sad, I know, and childish, but there you go. It's like entertainment through the week. 100 years ago, I'd have been working down the pit looking for that punch up on a Friday night. Now it's more civilized.
But like I say, there was an inconsistency at one point. I recognised that there's no debate. So it seems hypocritical to go into a room, a server, and go, there's no debate anymore. It's like, well, why are you here? If you believed that, you wouldn't be here. And what would I say to that? Yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah, I shouldn't be here because it's inconsequential. Like, the wrenches are still going to... If we engineer a debate that's about the air conditioning in the shop and the taxes that the shop pays and whether or not the boss is a good boss and whether or not the employees work together, because we're going to avoid wrenches, because we're arguing for wrenches not being real. Once that all goes by the wayside, when everyone leaves the Discord server, when everyone leaves the YouTube Shorts video, when they actually go back to work, what's the first thing they do? They pick up a fucking wrench. So you go, why would I go into the discussion about the air conditioning in the shop when I know damn well they're just going to go and pick up a wrench afterwards? So it seems silly. But then you go, well, if I flip that on its head, I go, well, I can use that to my advantage. Suddenly the pressure's completely off me then. Like, I can say that. Well, you're all just going to go and pick up a wrench after I've gone, Sue. What difference does it make if I convince you that wrenches are real at the end of this discussion? If I convince you that Earth is actually measured flat, will it change that they go out and they go, well, Earth's a ball because flat distance with a drop at a squared function rate? You go, so flat distance then. So we've got the measurements. It's already been done. Nothing's going to change them. You're using them. So why would I be here? But then you go, well, that's the audience I've built. Most of my audience are like you. They like watching me annihilate ballers, watching McToon stutter and repeat himself with his globe Earth measurements that have got nothing to do with the surface. You're like, okay. Is it because they're flat Earth measurements? Well, yeah, they were, will be today, will be tomorrow. They're never going to change. So why not take the other approach and go, I can come here without actually caring what the outcome is. If you suddenly make the audience believe that I'm a bad guy, so what? You'll go back to using that wrench you've said doesn't exist tomorrow. You'll still do it. Had I never interacted with Simon Dan, would he still have gone out and measured flat Earth with elevation angles to the sun? Yeah. If I hadn't have interacted with anybody, would they've still gone in a south flat direction, in a parallel eye level, surface level measured for flight level to a particular point with coordinates that are measured flat? They'd have done all of it flat anyway, wouldn't they? They'd have told themselves that they did it for a ball, but that's how religion works, right? It's only for the religion. We're only doing this for the religion of ball. What, you're measuring Earth flat for the ball? That's correct. I'm measuring it flat so that it's a ball. You're like, okay. Well, let's just take the piss out of you then.
No, totally. But at the same point, Nathan, on that same issue, there'd be a young mechanic who's in the garage and he's been trained up and he's handed the wrench and they say, you go and use that wrench, but it's not a wrench, okay? And that poor kid will be looking around going, what the fuck is going on around here? But then, if there's somebody like you who's out there, high profile, these kids who have ideas and questions, they're not going to get sucked into what you call the feast of nonsense. If there's somebody like you here. Now, whether you call it a debate or an argument or just like a teaching exercise, but I think it's important. I think it's important because, there are people out there who are stood in the middle of a crowd of McToons and they get berated for years. And you think, nah, give them this outlet. And if you're there, like a sort of like not a figurehead, but as a way for people to conceptualize what's going on around them, I think it's a great thing. And I think you should continue. And if that means chewing up a few ballers on your way, so be it. Oh dear, what a shame.
Yeah, I completely
super
agree.
chats all come flowing.
My desire is initially just to keep myself sharp. I was like, I'll keep going in just while the book's still in the hands of the publisher. Because 4 weeks ago, I sent back what I would consider final revision with all the edits done, spelling errors checked, grammar checked, punctuation checked. And I'm sure there'll still be some minor issues. But as far as I'm concerned, when he makes those alterations to the ebook, it's ready for publication. But I've now lost touch with him for about 4 weeks. I assume he's had a holiday and other things on, because it would often take him a week or 10 days to get back to me at the best of times. But now I would assume he's in holiday mode and he's retired, so it's not like he's got a high priority to get my book out. He happens to have a publication site for books, and he's doing quite well with it, so it's obviously advantageous for me to use that facility to get my book out. But what my idea was, while I'm waiting, while there's an interim period, rather than bugging him, I'll just do what I do best. Go back into these servers, annihilate a few ballers. I'll get, like I'm getting from you now, a few praiseful cheers from the audience that just enjoy blood sport, as you put it. And that'll mean that when I do eventually go out and start inviting people to have me on their show to talk about my book, they're just going to want to talk about Flat Earth. I might get an opportunity to plug the book at some point, but they're only going to have me there because they want to do what everyone else has normally done with Flat Earthers. Tell me I'm wrong, demonstrate to their audience that Flat Earthers are stupid, and affirm their bull-believing bias, hopefully if they can win a debate point or two. Well, from that perspective, you go, well, I need to be quite sharp then, in case I do come across some situation like David Weiss came across with Jesse Lee Peterson. Do you know for sure and without a doubt Earth is flat? Because he hasn't got the confidence to just say yes and have an answer to back it up. It's measured flat. And then an example, miles, they're linear, horizontal, etc. Then you end up with the same question being put to you 15 times in front of a fairly substantial audience. And it just makes the actual reality seem weak, and you as somebody who's trying to, in my case, punt a book, also seem weak. Well, I don't want to be in that position, and the people who are out there in these servers in their little echo chambers saying how ball-shaped it is now, flat earthers are stupid, can sharpen my blade. You know, they don't realise that's the only useful purpose for me being there. Obviously, it's good that I'm entertaining people, but my numbers have reached an all-time low. I've had to do another, let's say, 30% more to keep the numbers at the same growth rate. Like, I've had to put out an extra video a day. Yeah, so I normally put out a couple, now I'm putting out 3. So you're like, okay, so I've had to do 33 or 30%, let's just say, more work to achieve the same numbers and the slight growth that I'm always experiencing. But then you look at the live numbers and go, well, they've dropped, you know, by a fair amount. You go, yeah, that's why I'm having to compensate. So therefore it means it's less consequential to doing a good job in the live streams debating people, because they aren't now, at least, the bulk of my views. They come from short form and shorts, like 8-minute videos and 3-minute videos, as opposed to what it used to be, which was all live stream views that kept me at that growth rate. So you go, okay, so that makes the purpose of being there from a YouTube standpoint less critical. So why would I put huge amounts of energy into it? And you're like, well, just to keep me frosty, because I know that any day now the book's going to get published. Any day my publisher's going to go, here's the final copy, can I put it on the website? And I'll be like, yes, you can. And that'll be it. I'll be only focused on going out to people's shows and trying to get on whoever, like Jesse Lee Peterson or any equivalent. That'll be my only priority. A bit like Dave Weiss does when he's going out promoting his app. So again, from that point of view, there'll be less times that I will have the inclination to go into some random scummy server echo chamber for the ball and start saying, well, you all use flat earth measurements, because it doesn't serve me. It's not going to sell any copies of the book. It's not going to reach a wider audience. It does appease my current audience who, like you, just want to see blood. And at the moment, they're seeing plenty of blood, right? But that's an interim. It's a filler until the book comes out. Like, literally, that's all it is. It's lasted a bit longer than I anticipated, because I've been out of touch with my publisher for a month. But beyond that, you're like, well, eventually it will come to an end. You know, I might occasionally go in, like it might be a once a week or once a month or even once a year event that I go into some random bull echo chamber just to lob a few heads off and show the audience a bit of blood.
Managed to get your sounds on it?
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
I did. I don't know if you know, but you know, there's different audio quality in each of these Discord servers. It all depends on the boosts. The server's boosted or not, you get a different audio quality. This server has no boosts. It's got the lowest audio quality.
Perfect. That's the one I want to be trialing this in then. Good. That's fine.
Go over some of the other servers. They've got top quality, you know.
But that's resolution.
I mean, we're only 96 kilobits per second.
Yeah, exactly. That's the bandwidth that they can occupy the sound with. You don't actually need a high amount of bandwidth for voice. It's not that, you know, it's easy with a low bandwidth to get a reasonable quality. But that wasn't the problem. I mean, yes, it's obviously better if there's a higher bandwidth. The quality of the person speaking will be clearer on my recording if the resolution of the transmission is of a higher quality. But that isn't really the problem. I think at the moment, even if this is at the lowest quality, the sound from you is perfectly adequate.
Okay, yeah, as long as it suits you. Some of the other servers will be like 384 kilobits per second, which is quite a lot more.
Yeah, if it's an MP3, high, decent, uncompressed sound comes out at the end, after compression, obviously. But again, like I say, it's not necessarily needed, you know, to have a higher resolution. I'm sure it is a little bit better quality. And I do notice when I go into somewhere like politics that people are a little bit crisper. But that's all for nothing if the settings are such that when somebody interrupts, I suddenly go to a little mumble or murmur just because of the way the gates are set up in Discord. Hopefully that's not the case anymore. We'll see. Like I was saying with Zark earlier, I'll keep tweaking these settings over the course of this week and hopefully get it to the point where it's good.
As long as you get what you require.
Yeah, I think at the moment I'm even getting used to it now as just the three of us talk, because it does seem like it has as a knock-on effect that you can cut through this. The clarity of you while I'm talking is better, which is good.
Well, good. Well, it just means that this server is not really supported by its members very well, because they haven't boosted the server.
Maybe. I mean, this is my home from home. It means that I can do things like this, right? I can do an audio check, and I can have this is my version of what I'm criticising other people for having. When they say this is an echo chamber, you're like, well, because it's my home from home. While it's not my server, it's one I can frequent and do things like this in it. And there's very little limitations to what I can do in the server, even though it's not mine.
Yeah, it's a heavily policed server, this one.
Is that right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, people can't join. There's people in the background who, they filter the people who can come here to the server. So you don't get people coming here to talk to you unless somebody here lets them come. They don't let them come.
I see. So they've got it, what, because of the verification process?
Oh, no, they just don't like them.
Oh,
if you're a flat earther and you're known, then you'll be allowed in the server. But if you're not, nobody gets in here. No Globers come in here because they get kicked out before they even start. You don't even get a chance to talk to them.
I mean, I trust Divergent Droid's doing a good job of moderating his own server, and half the people that I speak to, I wouldn't, if I ran this server, I wouldn't allow them in. So you're like, if somebody says, oh, well, most of the ballers don't even make it in, I'm like, yeah, because most of them are complete scum. Most of the people who are, known are just scum.
Well, I see it's not Divergent Droid who's running it. It's other people here in the server who run it.
Okay. I mean, maybe it needs a conversation, but I mean, I don't have an issue. Like, if the server is strict in terms of who they have, for the most part, most of the people I interact with in Discord generally are pretty scummy. From the opposing side, they will always sink to that depth that you anticipate they'll sink to. And very few people in any of these servers ever surprise me and turn out not to be scummy. So you go, well, given that's the case, by experience, it makes sense that most people would have a tough time getting into a server where people go, I just don't want to tolerate this. This person's a prick. Why would I want them in my server? You're like, yeah, I don't blame you. But that means that it's a nice, as they like to call it, safe space that can be, you can have this relaxed conversation that we're having now without suddenly having some wanker come in and go, oh, well, you're all just a bunch of wanker idiots though, aren't you? And that's what I would expect from the people that probably aren't making an easy inroad into this particular server. But it's easy enough to go into their servers.
Yeah, okay, I get you. Yeah. Okay, as long as you got yourself sorted here, I mean, I got to get back to work, and I'll catch you later when you're live. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll start setting up now. It's almost time. It's a couple of hours early, or 2.5 hours early.
You have a good day. You have a good day.
Yeah, good talking to you.
Thank you.
Millimeter, it be accurately measured. It's measured flat, direction up and down. Flat level we at, flight over ground. Descending from that breeze, heading in degrees. Horizontal, flat, EST. Now you know it's flat below ground. Measured flat.
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate, Uncut and After Show. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere. There's also a coffee, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patreon, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Sven P, Curved Fart, Pablo de la Cruz, Level Plain Poem, Vitali Z, Colton James, Survive the Spin, Thomas van der Zander, Measured Flats, Tiers Morgan, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name's Burley, J Mel's 24, Yu Lamento, Iron 26, Retro Bill, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Bob Barker, Mobile Mac 777, Rob W, Dal West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Texas Mike, Chow Yun Cat, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Links to Patreon, as I say, are below this video. But with that, I will hand across to whoever is in Discord and Google, so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show. What I will actually do is go into a different server and see if these new settings work well. I've done an official intro. Let's see where else there's people.
I don't see why she shouldn't.
I mean, I've got a different opinion. I'll just keep it to myself.
Well, why do you think she shouldn't be?
Like years ago, I mean, she was in charge of a hospital in Yorkshire, and that hospital came to a walk-in centre these days.
Right, so what?
Yeah.
Why is that right?
I get what you mean.
You what?
I get what you mean, but yeah. Did you say Southampton? Did you say Southampton?
Yeah, some Spygate thing. Were they spying on training or something? They sent scouts or something to spy on training. They were kicked out of the championship playoffs in May after admitting they spied on 3 clubs during the campaign.
Oh no, so basically what happened with the spy saga, somebody was caught and then they worked for Southampton and then they ran away and changed their disguise and they was caught at somebody's training.
Yeah, they sent people to spy. See. And you wonder how useful it is, really. I mean, I don't know anything about coaching for. Doesn't seem like it would be that useful. Modelling scout linked to Epstein found dead in Paris suburbs.
What's this? The daily news show, is it?
Right, Elder Bear.
Oh, good
Yeah,
morning.
just
What are
trying
you
to
doing?
find something to talk about, you know.
I thought maybe you're looking for content for your Sunday roast.
Well, I don't find that on the news. I don't find that on the BBC.
I know
Do you include in any of the recent streams you've had on here? I mean, you've got some fresh. I mean, you're streaming live, like when Nathan's in here, you're streaming live to YouTube, which so everybody does get the real content of what's going on. That's pretty good. I mean, was there any clips in there you'll get in your Sunday roast? Must have been some gems
I don't
there,
know.
surely.
I have got it. I'll have a look at it. I haven't really listened back to it yet. I thought it'd be interesting to do a comparison, you know, take a couple of minutes of it and compare it with the same
the two outputs
that he output, see what the differences are.
Brilliant. Yeah, I think that'd be good. Yeah, because there is a terrible, I say. There is a big difference, isn't there? You know,
I'm not sure if I can access his yet, though, because doesn't it take a while before he releases them?
Well, no, the live is there, but are you a member? If you're a member, you can get the members stream.
Of course, I'm not a fucking member.
Well, somebody will be, won't they? It'll be like the book. You'll be able, you know, somebody will get the book on PDF or whatever it is, digital copy, and then everybody will have it, won't they? You know, they'll share it. Yeah, no, that'd be interesting because it's markedly different. That'd be, you've got to get a couple of those clips. But there's enough on the live probably that you could get clips from, isn't there? Even if you're not a member.
I don't know if I can get his live. I don't know when.
Yeah, it's out every day, isn't it?
Do you want to have a look?
MC Squared. MC Squared, he gets them from there.
What's it called?
But
is it on YouTube?
Nathan Oakley 1980, but yeah, I mean, McToon gets them, or you know, he's got people who are members. They give him, you know, give him content from there. Wants clips. It's ready, available. Cheap, $1.99 a month, really.
Oh, fuck that then. I'm not a member. I didn't know if it was free. If it was free, I'd have a look.
Yeah, you cheapskate. Well, even Neil never pays, so and he's like top guy. He doesn't even contribute.
Oh yeah, it is on there.
$1.99 even.
7 hours long. Oh no, it's members only. Yeah, members only.
Wait, who's Neil?
Yeah, Neil is, you know, he's the lapdog. He sort of yaps in the background, heels for Nathan. He's got his last chance hotel. He's got nowhere else to go now. If he falls out with Nathan, then he's got nothing. He's lost his other crew. The QE and Adam and Brian and all those, he doesn't have anything to do with them. So that community's gone. He's just got one deck.
I am
Refracted, Nathan. That was it, really.
Memberships to 80. Now, this will ensure that trolls amidst.
No, it's members only.
Yeah, but the live show's there. You go on live on the
the live show is members only.
No, it's not. No, not all the live. What the one here is just the members.
Yeah.
A live show goes out every day on the live tab on the View channel.
Let me see if it's on his other one. You got another channel.
We don't have a members only jacket.
I never can figure out quite how he does this. So his system.
Nathan Oakley, 1980, View channel live, and then you'll see all the ones that have gone out live. I mean, don't you have it on yours? You must know how it works. You've got a YouTube channel, haven't you?
We're an open source.
Yeah, I mean, that's
there is one. Can I get this?
Same with worldwide debates. I mean, they're live streaming, aren't they? So that goes out live. You can get the real unfiltered live content from there. Yeah.
I'd live on YouTube now.
Yeah, it's live on YouTube. Hello, YouTube. Hello, world. Broadcasting from God's country.
Right. I haven't got any Coca-Cola to fix that issue.
Gee, are you a bit addicted to Coke then? You know, the liquid variety? Are you? That's not good for you, Jem.
I am
not good for your liver.
I am thinking about not getting any.
Well, how many years have you been knocking it back? Quite a few, I think. It's a bit late now. You might as well carry on.
Many years.
Do you smoke?
I smoke weed.
Right. Well, no tobacco?
A little bit, but not.
All right. Yeah, it's probably you just keep going now and be happy and, you know, till your toes curl up. No point changing now, is it?
I don't know.
Well, they say if you added 10 years to your life, it's a shit end, isn't it? You know, it's the bit where you can't walk very well and speak very well and see very well. Don't know women to chase anymore or boys or whatever. You know, the thing is, you know, life to lead. I remember hearing Ricky Gervais. You know, he had that opinion. You know, he wants the 10 extra years when he's 20 or 30, not when he's sort of 70 or 80.
Right. Oh, God. Well, we're filling up nicely anyway.
Yeah. Does your cash register go ka-ching when a few more come in?
If only I got paid people being here. It would be brilliant. Well, it probably wouldn't.
Doesn't Discord make any money? Is there a revenue stream from Discord?
They were talking a while back about some sort of system where that they were trialing that allowed people to, I don't know, charge for certain things. I'm not entirely sure. I haven't heard anything.
Yeah, I mean, you know, there's guys on 24/7 a while back who were, you know, obviously trying to kind of push the media angle of it, really. You know, and then they've got a franchise, so they've got rooms in different servers because there's no footfall in their home server. You can't get anybody to go to the 24/7 home server. If you hang about around politics or English Hub, which is just a server for foreign people to learn English, basically, and then they fall into 24/7 room thinking they're going to go and learn some English, and then they get pulled apart because they think the world, you know, the earth is round and what have you. You know, some poor Asian guy suddenly gets ripped apart, you know, by Democ or somebody, you know, in there.
Yeah.
And,
there's probably more useful subjects to learn English from.
Yeah, but that's all they're in there for, is because, you know, it's football. But
I have a friend who teaches conversational English online. I don't think he ever touches on the earth being.
But Miggy, you know Miggy?
Yeah, I know Miggy, yeah.
Yeah, he became Alpha Veritas. Well, he's left. He's not really, maybe he'll come back, but he's a big on TikTok now.
What does he
all
do
sorts
on
of
TikTok?
stuff.
Does he do like the live?
Not
there's a few of them.
Flat Earth stuff. No, because there's money. You know, he can make money there, and that's what, you know. I think he's trying to develop 24/7 into that kind of medium, but that didn't work.
Do you know what his channel's called?
Yeah. Somebody did send it me a while back. Because they did have another channel called.
You
Didn't
what?
Spurs go to TikTok at the very beginning of it?
Yeah, he's maybe not at the beginning, but he's a lot sooner than a lot of people did.
Yeah, I mean, he never came back to YouTube or Discord or anything, did he? He just made them.
I ring him sometimes. I ring him sometimes and ask him to come back, and I can't get him to come back.
Is he still on TikTok?
And I'm not. All I say is just pop in for an hour, and he's like, oh. And he doesn't.
They get loads more views and stuff, don't they? You know, like the channels are loads bigger.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, big. Yeah, they make more money, you know. But...
I don't know how to make it on TikTok. Too old.
Jesse did send me the details. Did Jesse come in here?
Jesse?
Yeah, Jesse Path of Light or whatever he calls himself now. He keeps changing the end bit.
No, I don't think so.
No, he sent me the link, but it might not have been DM, but a different server. I might have the image somewhere.
I tried Alpha Veritas, but that didn't get me anything.
Yeah, it's not that. I mean, they did have another. They had another server called Frontline Unfiltered for a while, but that didn't do much.
Right.
But then they have got another one called Pickled Minds, which is a server, which is kind of where the top 24/7 flat earthers hang out. I think they say it's a resource channel, but it's. I think that's connected to DJ, who has a YouTube channel called Pickled Minds. So I think it's DJ, 24/7 guy. He owns that server, and now he's kind of. I guess since now Indio was kind of. I guess he's one of the top guys in the home 24/7 home server. So I don't know who's going to fill his boots in those positions really, or be the man, the voice. Jedi has not been around. I don't know where he's disappeared to.
It's so boring. Flat Earth is just so.
Yeah, I think it's quite amusing, I mean, Oakley's got the Colander Flat Earth model.
But there's nothing new in it, is there? It's just the same time.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, well, I keep finding things that nobody seems to have found. Nobody seems to be sticking posing questions that for the big holes in the colander that I see.
Servers called Debate Flat Earth and more, Gem. Like, are you not drawing new people in? Is it not? Is it not bringing in the debate?
No. Flat Earthers don't like to debate, do they? They never have.
Well, your server's it's literally called Debate Flat Earth and more. Like it's the main selling point, not debate more and Flat Earth. Flat Earth is first.
I know people keep telling me I should change it now. But
I mean, you've been doing it a long time, haven't you?
Yeah. It's all just a bad habit now.
It'd be like the coke and the weed, tobacco.
It used to, when I did my show on a Sunday, I used to be able to go through and find all what I thought were cool bits of flat earth footage, that I could use. But now I just go and find some flat earth footage.
What about check out Roger?
Whatever I can get, rather than taking the best from what there is.
Getting thinner
Do you check out Roger Ledwell?
Ledwell, that rings a bell. Who's he?
Oh, look for YouTube Perspective Rules. So right now, I mean, he's really. I mean, the other day after hearing Nathan, they were like their football team had won the. Just a local team had won the World Cup.
Oh,
they were ecstatic, and he's now fashioned himself up to Nathan, using the same words and everything. But you'll get some wonderful clips there because he hasn't got a fucking clue. Yeah. He said to somebody, "Have you heard of the 3-4-6 rule?" This was on Sov's channel. I said, 3-4-6, what are you talking about? Yeah. If you get a 3-4-6 triangle, you put it in the middle of the room, it tells you that the floor is flat. He's talking about a Pythagorean triangle of 3-4-6.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, very amusing. Nobody picked him up on it. Or said, what? What are you talking about?
Not
There's
many
only we
people
ribbed him a
find
bit,
that
but he
sort
had
of
to
bit
change
funny.
it. Yeah. So we ribbed him about it, and he had to kind of say, oh, well, I made a mistake. Like they all do. Oh, I made a mistake. 3, 4, 5 triangle. Yeah, he calls it a 3, 4, 6. He's in a bit of a hole at the moment because he's got this big GoFundMe. He had this big GoFundMe to go to Antarctica, and he got like nearly $5,000, $4,600, and yeah. So he said he only got transferred to him from GoFundMe $3,300, and people are saying, well, where's the rest of it, Roger? You know, they don't charge those amount of fees, and he's been waving his bank statements around. He says he's got it in his savings, so he's moved it to his savings, but he can't add up in his own head. Well, he's had so many GoFundMes, he can't really keep a track of them all. And they've divvied out some money between him and PJ and Fatsoid, you know, passed out. So they've been doing some GoFundMes and giving each other $1,000 here and there. And it's all got a bit murky and dodgy, right? And Deplorable Ilk. There's a guy called Deplorable Ilk. Have you heard of him?
Yes, I have heard of him.
Yeah. Well, he's covering a lot of it. So he's got some good stuff, you know. But Roger said he's put this money into his savings account. He did say he got 10 grand saved for his retirement. But now it seems he hasn't got any money left in that account. He's now having to take out a loan against his truck for 5 grand. Just so he's got the GoFundMe money. So you know, he can't. He needs. What does he need? Like 32 or 40 grand to go to Antarctica. He's got 4.7, but he doesn't have 4.7 because he spent it. And you know, and now it's kind of run dry. Nobody's really giving any money anymore.
So he thinks that he's going to visit Antarctica using sort of the same approach that the final experiment did.
He wants to go to the 90 though. He says he's going to the 90. He's going to prove there's no 24-hour sun, do a 24-hour stream from there. I mean, he can hardly tie his fucking shoelaces up. So but anyway, that's what he planned. Well, yeah. Well, if he can get the money, he's, you know.
So where did he says all on his channel, does he?
Yeah. So he said he's spoken to the ALE, the guy who owns ALE. And the guy at ALE said, well, we are not keen on having any more flat earthers down there. And if you're coming, we're going to charge you 75 grand. And he said, and Roger, this is from Roger, he's intimated that there was some kind of sexual assault on one of the ALE employees by one of the flat earthers. Well, there's only 2, although there was supposed to be 4. There was Elizabeth, Morandi, the documentary maker, who's doubtful whether he is a flat earther, Whitsitt and Gerron. And now they've narrowed it down to Gerron. They've even made some pretty heavy allegations about Gerron, you know, in passing. And that's the reason why Roger's going to be charged 75 grand to go there. But
this all sounds a bit unlikely, doesn't it?
Well, you know, yeah. I mean, but that's the kind of content you're missing if you want some, you know.
I mean, well,
he's streaming bits from here. He's been streaming bits from here, you know, clips from here, from, you know, when Oakley's in here, you know, and luckily he had a bit of me in it, which is quite good. Yeah. But they don't hear it. They don't hear what's being said. They're so indoctrinated.
Hello, guys. Have a great day.
They're more indoctrinated by the flat earth.
I'm laying in my bed naked thinking about you.
Yeah. Was it you, Gakushi, moved Nathan into that Coliseum yesterday? That was naughty, wasn't it?
What's that?
You chucked Nathan into the Coliseum yesterday. Was that you?
Yeah, Riggs told me to do it.
Oh, right. Did they blame me before? I never said anything about it. I didn't kick him. Neil was going, oh, Elder Bear got him kicked into the Coliseum. I didn't. Nothing to do with me. I've got no power there. But you did. Oh, that's all right.
Yeah. No, I don't know who's blaming you.
Well, no, the time before Neil said it was me, but Neil's totally paranoid. He thinks, you know, You know, I've heard there's at least 20 people. They said that's Elder Bear. That voice, that's Elder Bear. Must be 20 people now in the arena who are supposedly Elder Bear. Any voice, or at flip side, any voice that comes along could be Elder Bear. Anybody who comes in the server, they think is Elder Bear, and they kick them out. They mute them. I mean, it's only Harp and Viking. They run the place over there anyway. Divergent Droid just does what they tell him.
Is your name an Owen Benjamin?
Is it an Owen Benjamin? Well, no, it isn't. But I mean, Nathan Oakley gave me the name, by mistake. But I thought, well, that's a good baptism to the arena, because he was the first person I spoke to on any YouTube.
You are one of the biggest fans of Nathan Oakley, though. Let's be honest.
Back in April, he's a fascinating person for researching flat Earth, and that's what I came here for.
You're a big fan.
So,
bro.
Back in April 2024, when I first spoke to him, it's the same subject I spoke to him about yesterday. This bloody sextant, and him saying the observer's standing on a horizontal, when refracted curvature has made it clear that the sextant doesn't establish a horizontal, doesn't have a horizontal baseline. Neither of the straight lines are horizontal, and it doesn't measure an elevation angle. So that means that it is possible to get an angle from any surface, because that's possible there. Nathan seems to think, oh yeah, but you've got to correct it. Yeah. But before you correct it, you've got the angle. It has nothing to do with the surface.
This is the
From
thing.
the eye.
So I know in about an hour or so, when Nathan goes live, it's going to become a shit fest. But it's good to see everybody in the same channel. That's what.
Are you running the place, Kikuchi, again? Is that?
Oh, yeah. This place, Jim.
You're like a little manager. You're like a little manager.
Charge. I'm going to work.
Oh shit! You want to work?
Don't leave him in charge. Don't give him your. Yeah. So we know that. We know that it is possible.
That's not a good sign for the Globers, man, because Nathan's about to fucking smack some of you if GM's not here.
No, yeah, he won't. He's just going to mute his channel on his end, make it sound like he's winning to his audience. But, tune into, the Gem Pandas live stream, then you'll hear the real stuff, unfiltered. But we do know that the sextant will measure an angle from any surface. That is clear. So you could get an angle from a curve, like they say you can't, but you can. And
would you be able to let him talk to somebody else for half an hour and then get in?
Well, he's not talking, is he? You're trying to butt in on me, aren't you?
He's not on right now.
Well, I thought that's what it was, free platform for people to speak and things, but you seem to want to direct it. It is,
but if he's here every day and then you talk to him 2 hours every day, 50% of his show, then other people can't get in.
Yeah, but you did say you would mute all the regulars, so which ones do you approve then, Kikuchi, to speak to him? Buster, he gets hours. Rob Noxious gets hours. Icy Spin gets hours, because it makes shorts content, fills Nathan's little coffers, because that's all he's got now, shorts, to make some money. He's got no book. He's got no numbers for his live show. He's only got shorts, because it makes a bit more money, because people have got a short attention span. So it gets a lot more views, brings a little bit more shekels in. And that's all it's about. And so I don't know whether Nathan's briefed you on who should be allowed to speak to best serve him. Well, it sounds like it to me. Sounds like you're kind of a bias.
I would say Buck is not gonna be around the community for a while because of the tactical error he made with McToon.
Well,
he's gonna have to recover from that one.
Were you told to keep playing that little recording of that? Are you saying?
Well, yeah. Nathan asked him a question, and Buck said yes, and McToon said no. Someone's got to be lying here, because two Globers cannot have different answers. We were here, we witnessed it.
Well,
technical error from the Globers' part.
What about refracted curvature and Nathan Oakley? They have different positions on this sextant position, don't they? And not both of them can't be true. One's got to be true, and the other hasn't. Refracted curvature said Elder Bear's correct. So who's wrong, Oakley or refracted? It's the same. Everybody does these things. You seem to think
where is
the only one doing it.
Where is
I
he?
don't know where he's. Yeah. Oh, he's here. He's in the room. I don't know. Cat's got his tongue probably, or his.
You should.
We know he's.
You should give Nathan the Q-op Discord so he gets a chance to go over there.
Why?
Yeah.
That guy's irrelevant.
He's looking for servers to go to.
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah.
That guy. Like, I don't know if you know, but he'll say stuff when there's like he teamed up with 6 Globers to talk shit to Witsit, but he'll never 1v1 somebody who could punch.
Well, I think Oakley should speak to Witsit because, you know, Witsit's the only person yet who said he's measured the Earth flat. He told us he's measured the Earth flat.
Yeah, I'm cool with getting Witsit in here, but
yeah, I mean, somebody's got to be top dog. He's been around the last couple of days, hasn't he, Witsit? He's been in EA, talking about the speed of light and a bit of biblical stuff, and can't remember what the other thing he was talking about. But, you know, he commands the place. Everybody sits in silence and, you know.
Yeah, Nathan could just be setting it up for Witsit, right?
What, to take over? I mean, or
the problem.
If Witsit comes along with actual measurements, then he's going to one-up Nathan, isn't he? You know, like Nathan could just be leading up to promoting Witsit.
The problem is that Nathan is in England and his timeline doesn't match Witsit. Witsit usually gets on at night, and I'm talking about late night.
Yeah, but if the American wing of the Flat Earth has actually got measurements, I mean, you don't know what Witsit's doing. He might have, you know, some sort of tests like Jaren had. He could have all that lined up, couldn't he?
Yeah, but Witsit commands an audience, doesn't he? I mean, look at the views he gets when he runs a stream, live stream. Hundreds. You know, he commands more of attention than Nathan Oakley does. He's got a more pull. You know, he can do what, 8-10 hours in EA in command. He doesn't have to mute people. Some people do get muted when they, you know, because they've got a little thing over there about people over talking. But you know,
you'd go laser waving with Witsit, wouldn't you, Kakushi? You know, like if you were doing like across America, laser waving at each other, like you get involved in that, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I'm cool with Witsit. I'm cool with everybody, man.
Yeah, he does answer questions. I mean, it took me nearly 3 years to get to actually have a conversation with him where people didn't mute me. It's been a hard slog to get here, to speak to Witsit and ask him some questions without somebody muting me and saying, "Oh, Elder Bear's always over talking," some kind of shit, you know. Just to sit in front of him, and say, "Can I ask you a question? When you went to Antarctica and you was looking south, facing south, looking at the sun in the south, what would you think the GP of the sun was?" Because in the north, you're also facing south, looking at the sun. But the sun in the north is going from left to right. And in the south, the sun is going from right to left as you look south. Now, all the southern flat earthers know that when they look south in the wintertime, they see the sun going from right to left. But nobody seems to have spoken about that in flat earth. They're all trapped in the north. They're all prisoners of the north. They all relate to the north. They don't have anything for the south. And they're all facing the sun, same direction as the people in the north, not turning round and looking at the racetrack on the other side of the track or any of the old bull. They're facing south, looking at the sun in the south, in the sky. And for there, it was 24 hours. But in the opposite direction to the same people who are in the north, looking south at the sun going from left to right, same time. That was interesting. So he was the one who went there. And I thought, wow, I've got to get that guy and speak to him, you know. I've spoke to Jaren about it. Was totally astounded how he could switch geometry from one day to the next, from the flat earth geometry to the globe geometry and not skip a beat. That fascinates me. Now somebody can do that, but You know, I had bought the land, the land on the opposite side of the road to Jerem where he built his Home Depots. I own that land, and I'm going to build on there some Walmarts. I'm going to go in the opposite direction to Jerem, see which way the Walmarts slope. If it's the same way as on the other side of the street. His slopes from left to right. I'm going to see if mine slopes from left to right as well when I build them. So yeah, so there we go. Got to speak to Whitsit. He will, you know, can actually get to speak to him eventually. Some people have better access than others. You know, the golden people who can talk to him, or a Geo or somebody who could, you know. But you know, then they've got the dual pole, haven't they? I mean, Nathan knows there's 2 points of rotation in the sky. He said that. He's argued with some people, and they got angry with him and pissed off. He knows there's 2 points of rotation in the sky. There's one in the north of Polaris and one in Cygnus Octantis. The one in the north is the one where he's imprisoned, which is the angles to Polaris from the biggest circle of the equator, he says, to the GP of Polaris. Now, if there's another center somewhere else, Sigma Octantis, then there must be a protractor there as well that works in a similar way, because, you know, it's 0 at the equator. It's going the other way beyond the equator. It's going back up to 90 again. And flat earthers should have it at 0 at Polaris, just going outwards from there, 180, 360, whatever.
Did Panda leave already?
Who?
Jen Panda?
Jenpan's gone to work. He left you in charge.
I know. I wish he was still here, though.
Why? He's got bad liver and lungs. He smokes a lot and drinks Coke. Yeah, so those questions fascinate me. I know, you know, it doesn't seem as though people have asked those questions. I certainly haven't heard them in my journey here to get here. They aren't the ones that I heard, but they are the ones that have occurred to me. And you know, I've asked myself. You know, it's not like, you know, I've asked myself these questions first. And you know, if you were to become the best flat earther you could be, you'd need to have answers to these questions. Well, I would. Otherwise, I'd feel like I was just false. You know,
Whatever's made an argument.
We're in the
Nathan. I think that's for Nathan.
Can I ask you one favor though, Elderbear?
I think so.
No. You'll impose it. You've got the mod powers, so you impose what you want, don't you? You know, favors on.
Well, yeah. I mean, I could just mute you, but I don't want to do that. I'm asking a favor. I'm saying, can you just let when his show starts, can you just let some of the few members of Gen Panda ask their questions, and then you could get in?
Who do you think is going to talk to him today? Do you think?
Chucky and all these other guys.
All right. Okay. Well, they've got the opportunity. I don't. You know, they always can speak, don't they?
I would love to get Truebill and NASA Shill in here too.
Truebill won't speak to him, will he? I know Truebill speak to him. I think there's a lot of people who won't speak to him. What's this argument you were talking about, Bev? Is it in the chat?
Live chat. Yeah.
What does it say?
I'm just getting a screenshot of it.
Debate chat box.
He's asking whether he minded his P's and Q's. If a set of all points in a plane is equidistant from a given point, P, then it meets the definition of a circle. You have to know what the definition of a circle is, right? From Euclid, I take it.
Argument. I like that.
The equator is a set of all points in a plane equidistant from a given point, specifically the point where the polar axis intersects that plane, P. Therefore, the equator meets the definition of a circle, Q. I think that's for Nathan, but, you know, it's no good asking me. I say the equator's a straight line.
Has to be.
I think he knows that. So I would say that the equator isn't a set of points equidistant from another point. Because that would be a circle, and then you'd have a problem having a circle being a straight line. But that's an argument. I mean, I'm not too sure whether people want arguments anymore. I think there is no argument, is the latest thing. Is whatever in here? I thought he said he'd left. Whatever.
Well, yeah, you'd have thought. I mean, that's why when I came across the idea of arguments, I thought, well, there must be a flat Earth argument somewhere. I haven't found one yet. Well, if the Earth is flat, we measure it flat. We measure it flat, the Earth is flat. That's the closest I've seen the affirming the consequent formal logical.
Yeah, it's close, isn't it? It's close. It's nearly.
Close. Nearly. Right. That's the best I've seen so far, and that's from the subject matter expert himself. So, who am I to argue with that? Geez, I mean, an expert against just a normal, everyday guy just doesn't cut it, does it? Not going to get anywhere there, are we?
Yeah, I don't know whether whatever's done that to wind Nathan up or not, because
he doesn't look at the chat, so you need to talk it. You have to speak it out, didn't you?
That's why I think whatever wanted to send it to me. He was asking me. He minded his P's and Q's.
Okay, good. Well, yeah, that's good. Anyway, Kikuchi, just because he's in the room doesn't mean he's listening to us, because he's probably making coffee or, taking the kids out or something. Or doing a little homeschool.
It's true, man. He goes live at 9 a.m. usually, so an hour and a bit.
He might be doing a little maths class or geometry class with the kids. Sorry to mention the kids, but I know he homeschooled, so he might be doing that. He might be occupied. Or making coffee with his fancy coffee machine. Or adjusting the acoustic paneling or something. Playing with his soundboard or his desk or cameras, projectors, that kind of thing. Fixing the car. He seems to know a lot about, well, he thinks he knows a lot about clutches. He brings that up a lot. The gearboxes. I don't know if he actually knows anything about a gearbox or anything like that. And if you call homeschooling, if that would come under the sort of classification of private education or can't be paid public education, government, cheap government school education, must be paying for it, a bit of private tutoring, but not quite unschooling. I mean, there is homeschooling, there's unschooling. I don't think he's unschooling, although maybe the level of education of his children would prove that, whether they're in school.
Just stop talking about his kids, bro. Come on. Who cares? That's
just about education.
That's his business, man. What's up?
Kikuchi, a while ago you asked, or you claimed that Bev was a Glober because he said "tis globe." Do you understand the truth now?
Yeah, I mean, I always understood the truth. Why don't you ask
that
him,
he's
dude?
confused about. Do you understand that he's confused and he doesn't really mean it's the globe the same as we mean it's the globe?
Well, I always knew that. He doesn't say it's a sphere. However, you're telling me he's a flat earther, and he says he's not a flat earther. That's
no, he's
definitely not flat.
He's the original Bev turn.
He's not a flat earther, though, is he? I've got an argument that falsifies flat Earth.
I've got an argument
that
falsifies flat Earth.
Yes, but you still don't know.
I made my argument first.
You did, yeah. I've got one as well. McToon verified it as falsifying flat Earth, so I would say I'm not a flat earther from that. Otherwise, why would I be have an argument?
My problem with these two is come up with, like, if they say something else, I agree, I'll accept that. But when you say it's a globe, you don't think it's a sphere, so I don't know why you say it.
Yeah, well,
everybody knows it's not a sphere, right?
Is it a sphere within 3 or 4%?
It's either a sphere or not a sphere, and I say it's not a sphere.
Is it close to a sphere, though? Is it a slightly irregular
Not. It's not a sphere.
I'm aware of that. That means anything but a perfect sphere.
So, I mean,
is
that
it
was something
close
like
to a sphere?
We call it a globe.
If you wanted
right?
to
Call it globe.
If you want to carve
because it's not a sphere.
piece of wood,
if it was a sphere, we'd call it a sphere, but it's not a sphere. So
if you wanted to carve I'm aware of this. If you wanted to carve a piece of wood in the shape of the earth and you want to do it as easily as possible, what shape would you start with if you were given the choice?
If I was making out of wood, probably like a tree trunk or something.
You would ask for just a tree.
Well, if I was making something out of wood.
Yes, but I'll give you any
Trees
shape
are
of
the
wood
best
you want.
places
What
to
shape
get
do you
that.
want to start with?
What for?
Carving
Does it have
the
a
earth.
shape? Has a tree got a shape?
I don't need to carve it. It's already there. The earth is dirt.
No, I'm going to pay you $1,000 to carve the earth. And I'll give you any shape of wood to start that you want.
I'd ask you, what shape would you require it to be?
Earth shape.
You're paying for it.
I want it to be earth shaped.
You want it? Would you want it to be like all the other globes?
No, I want it to be an accurate representation of the earth. What shape would you ask for? See how dishonest they are, Gakushi? Can't answer a simple
Well, if
question.
you ask him the shape, he'll say it's a what's the term again?
Non-Euclidean shape, because he's an
non-Euclidean
idiot.
shape, yeah.
But he won't. If you ask somebody what something is and they tell you what it isn't, that's dishonest. Bev can't answer honestly, probably because of the brain damage.
I don't think you could know what it is.
Globe. I'm the one that makes.
I know
the
he doesn't know what
statement
it
of
is.
certainty, right?
What shape is the Earth most closely resemble? Does the Earth most closely resemble?
Globe.
Which is a sphere?
Globe. Not a sphere.
Yes. Well, every definition of globe is almost a sphere. I don't know a definition that isn't. What definition do you use? The definition of globe is not a sphere. Is not a sphere, sorry. What definition of globe do you use, Bev?
Globe. I just use globe. Everybody knows it is globe.
Define globe.
Why do you need to define globe? Do you not know what globe is?
I know what globe is. You don't know what
but
globe
you want to make it a sphere, and it's not a sphere. We
Every
know that.
definition of globe is either a sphere or roughly spherical.
Yeah. I use the one that's not a sphere.
What definition is that?
Globe. Tis globe.
Tis globe. Why do you say tis globe?
Because it is globe. The shape.
It is a globe?
Globe.
But a globe in English means spherical or roughly spherical.
Yeah.
So you mean
Yeah,
Earth is roughly spherical?
If he said that, though, then he'd have no one to bicker with.
We prove it. Don't worry. You all can prove globe, right? Can't we?
Yes.
Well, there you go then. What are you worried about?
Well, we can provide strong evidence for it.
I'm a globe gnostic.
So you know that the Earth is roughly spherical?
Globe. Yes, I know it is globe. Yes.
Okay, it is globe. Isn't proper English.
Tis
it
globe.
is globular.
But if he was clear as distinct, you'd have nothing to bicker with him about, and he'd be bored.
So, Bev, you said the horizon or the equator is a straight line. Is a geodesic a straight line?
Yeah, that's its definition, isn't it?
No, it isn't the definition.
Go on, what's the definition?
A geodesic is the shortest path between 2 points on a surface.
Yeah. And in Euclidean space, that would be a straight line. And in non-Euclidean space, that would be a straight line.
Okay, I'll ask you again. Are you saying a geodesic on a sphere is a straight line?
It's a straight line. A geodesic is a straight line.
A geodesic is the shortest along the surface of a curve. It has nothing to do with the plane. Check it.
I mean, I could go with that, but I still think, yeah, that's fine. But it's still not a straight line. I mean, it's the straightest. It's the equivalent of a straight line on a curved surface. But it's still not a straight line.
Exactly. Of course, the curve.
Bev doesn't know.
The follow the
Bev doesn't know nuance.
Is there a straighter line then?
No, not on a curved surface. There isn't. But you still don't say a geodesic is a straight line. You say it's a geodesic. If you want to be precise.
Straighter line. There is a straighter line, though, isn't there? From A to B.
Okay, what's a straighter line than a geodesic on a curve?
Shortest distance between 2 points.
That is a geodesic.
No, that's going to be a chord. You got to go through the surface, below the surface, to connect them with that line. This is stupid.
Yeah, a chord is a straight line.
Yes.
There you go.
But it's not a geodesic, and it's not on the
surface. That's the shortest distance between those 2 points.
So
but not on a surface, is it?
Along the surface. Cheap word games. This is why I don't like to play. This is stupid.
How many dimensions does a geodesic have, Bev? It's a curved line. It has a length.
Geodesic has one dimension. It's just a straight line.
Oh, good.
Like I said.
No, a geodesic is curved over a surface. How many dimensions does a circumference
So
have?
how many dimensions does a geodesic have then?
1.
There you go. See, that's what I said.
And how many dimensions does the circumference of a circle have? It's an easy question.
A circle has 2 dimensions.
The circumference of a circle.
Yeah, that's.
Do you only remember one word of the question? I'm aware that a circle can be considered 2-dimensional because it has area. How many dimensions does the perimeter of a circle have? Elder Bear, do you want to help out your boy? No? If he doesn't tell you the answer, you don't know the answer, do you, Elder Bear?
Wait, you guys can't be checkmated by Chucky, man. Come on.
Yeah, clearly it's not on his crib sheet.
They've been checkmated by me since 2019.
This is not on his little A4 bullet pointed sheet, so it grinds to a halt.
Oh, I thought I recognised that voice. That's Chunky, right?
No.
Chunky, yeah, that's his name, Chunky.
Hey, how's your boy, what's his face doing? Triple penetration. Triple double, I mean.
Who the fuck is that guy?
Triple double penetration? 3DP?
Oh, he died.
Yeah, he's the one that Bev and he had a fight over Emma's affections.
Fucking incels everything.
So how many dimensions does the circumference have, Bev? Did you look it up yet?
Yeah, a circle has 2, right? It's a 2D shape.
A circumference, Bev.
It's a 2-dimensional Euclidean shape.
And a circumference has how many dimensions?
A circle has a circumference.
Did I ask you? Yes. Do you see how lost he is? Do you see how lost you are, Bev? No?
This is like
How old is your dog? He's a Labrador Retriever.
This is like having a back and forth with Nathan, isn't it? Utterly vacuous.
Yeah. What does your dog like to eat? He plays fetch. How long have you had him? His name is Max.
Bev, your best option now is to call him a cuck and then repeatedly tell him that you're committing homosexual acts on him. This seems to work online for making money.
Yeah, or you can say if you met me in real life, you'd climb up a step stool and punch me in the nose.
You could even go on video waving your arms around, showing everybody your flaccid bingo wings. You're bold, Bev. Maybe there's a link between being bold and being this obtuse. What do you reckon, Nathan?
So are you talking to me?
So I said Bev.
Yeah, did you become more obtuse when you got bolder? Is there a correlation, do you think?
Is that a question directed at me?
Yeah, you're the only one here who's got bolder and more obtuse over time. Well, I take it by the demeanour that you're not live streaming at the moment, just being the normal person that you are. And I use normal in the most loosest sense.
He's always recording.
Bro, let him go
he's not
live.
answering.
Let him
Remember what
warm
question I
up.
asked yesterday?
You guys don't need to go this hard at him already. It's not even.
What was my
have a
question I
circle.
answered yesterday, Nathan, that you couldn't answer? Do you remember?
You're asking me if there was a question I couldn't answer yesterday that I can remember.
No. I didn't ask you if there was a question. There certainly was a question. I'm asking you what was the question. I'm trying to remember.
Can you remember for me?
Well, no, that's why I asked you to help me. What question was it that you dodged from me?
Is there any way I can help you help me?
Was it the flat Earth radius or the flat Earth circle?
Yes,
Perhaps?
you can remember the question that you couldn't answer yesterday. Is it flat Earth? No, I don't think it's radius.
What's the question I just said to you at once when the actual question came? Do you want to try again?
Yeah, you asked if there's any way you could help me help you. And yes, by remembering the question I asked you yesterday and answering it.
Okay, how are you going to help me do that? Remind me.
I'm not helping. No, you're going to remember the question, and that will help you learn something.
Okay.
Either learn that I'm able to answer something.
I'll have a quick word with my brain. Remember, goddamn you, remember! I've had a word, and it's not worked.
What?
Did you see whatever's argument about the equator being a circle?
I heard you say it was a circle earlier. You said it was a plane.
No, that was whatever's argument. Did you see it?
Like I just,
Can you see in the live chat here or
Can I
not?
repeat myself? I'll say it again. I heard you say it a little while ago. About 30 minutes ago, you specifically said it. You described the equator as a plane. You did. You did. Definitely came out of your mouth.
Yes, it's in an argument wrote by whatever. It's in the live chat right now.
Very
interesting. Want me to send you a message?
No, I'm all right, thanks. I'm good.
Okay.
It was for you, Dave. It's just for you, but we know you don't look at the chat.
No,
so you're reading it out.
I know, I'm very in demand at the moment. But that's very kind of you.
When did you realise?
Not really. No, hang on. We are in demand because you need us to make your short money. So you're not in demand. You have to come here to make money off of the people speaking here. That's the truth of what's happening here. That's all.
What's wrong with that?
Well, I was going to ask Nathan.
Hold on. One second. What's wrong with that?
No, hang on. No. And you shut up. Hang on a minute. I just asked Nathan, when did you realise that what you were talking points are fallacious? And when did it just, at that point, did it just become a hapless PayPaling fantasy online?
I don't understand your question. Do you want to reformat your question in a coherent
country
way?
of freedom, no?
I didn't understand your question. It wasn't very coherent. I'm really sorry. Something about PayPal.
When did you realise? When did you realise you're just bullshitting and just get on with this thing? And you just basically shout at people online. When did that happen? You must have thought this was true to start with. You're clueless enough.
You not heard him say? Explain how he
commenting
why.
me and insulting me, and now I'm hearing someone else. Should I get a coffee while you figure out who's going to talk to me?
Oh, someone is. Yeah, go and get a coffee then. Fuck off.
Wait,
I will.
Is it an insult to say somebody shouts at people online for money?
No, he's explained why he did that.
I'm describing his revenue stream distinctly, and he's saying I'm insulting you. That says a million things about you, Nathan, doesn't it? And none of them good.
He's been doing it for
There's nothing wrong.
He did explain. He did explain.
And working on the internet and making money. There's nothing wrong with that.
He did explain.
I mean, I'm selling porn for a living, and it's an honest job.
He said for the first 10 years, he was so lacking in confidence in what he was saying that he used his aggression as a mask to cover his lack of confidence. Then in 2024, he picked up the earth is measured flat. And now he's getting angry because I believe he's not confident about that either. So it's just a mask.
Thank you.
He gave up all belief. Right? He didn't need belief anymore in 2024.
So Nathan, if Earth is measured flat, why do all if Earth is measured flat, why do all the geodesic surveyors, whose job it is to measure Earth, say it's not flat?
Geodesic surveying's non-local, and you can't measure non-locally. There's no such thing. If you're surveying,
well, then how do they do?
I'll let you speak. You answer for yourself. I'll go and make my coffee.
Pardon, you cut out.
Geodesic survey is not real.
You interrupted him, and now he's going for his coffee.
Yeah, let him go for his coffee then. Who cares? Do you think he cares who's listening when he's on his live stream, Kikuchi?
He's still recording it, right? He's still going to get his uncut and after show stuff material.
Oh, well, yeah, but
whether he's here or not.
Don't forget, we are in demand. We are the currency.
No,
without us, he doesn't have any clips. As disingenuous as they are.
You're not the currency. The currency is the money. The currency is the money he gets on PayPal. You are a mechanism.
Yeah, but he needs. This is the material.
Yes, exactly.
He can't get this material at Divergent Droid's server. He has to come out to get it.
Apart from Earth Awakenings, it just happens to be here.
Yes,
he goes.
Same thing. So we are the commodity. He's not the commodity. He's not in demand.
Yeah.
He needs us to make his revenue, to pay his mortgage.
He's
so ungrateful with us.
He does.
He's in demand. You're not in demand. He's in demand.
Yeah.
No, he's not. Do you demand
him?
He is. He comes here because he needs the money.
Lots of people join.
Listen, he comes here because he needs the money, or somebody like Len has given him £100 to come here. He's just a dancing monkey. Somebody tucks some notes into his G-string, and he dances for them.
So in other words, they're the currency, and you're not the currency.
We're helping him. We're helping him get material for his uncut and after show. He might even make clips out of this stuff.
Yeah.
What you're saying right now, he might be talking over it on his bit and laughing and putting
he'll be doing that. He'll be going on about that's helping us. If you can use that himself, he wants to.
He'll be saying we're spurging out or something, like
let me just win. I'll help him. I can use that too if he wants to.
Don't be fooled that he's a commodity.
That's mainly why I wasn't talking to Chunky, because I don't think Nathan's audience should have any of that sort of stuff. You should do it directly with Nathan rather than, giving him second hand.
What? But that was a discussion. They're clearly not interested in that. His audience are a ragtag band of poorly educated ne'er-do-wells who are looking for some sort of superiority over the intelligence.
You're spazzing out right now.
It's you. You are you.
Yeah,
That's
you are
You're his audience.
Yeah.
I'm not his audience.
You
I'm
are
not
today.
his audience.
You are today
No,
as long as he records you and he clips you and makes money out of it.
I'm
That's
not
the point.
the audience, though, am I? I'm not watching his content.
Well, you're one of the actors then. Performing.
Well, then change your definition. At least admit your definition where I'm the audience. It's wrong.
Well, I think you are the audience because you're here listening, hoping he's going to speak so you can get an opportunity to say something.
I come here all the time anyway. That's like saying the clouds
I
are
heard
the
you on
audience.
Sunday Roast. You have a regular position on Sunday Roast. It's kind of like a predictable position you have on Sunday Roast with your, what you have to do there and skip in with your little whiny kind of response.
Have you been watching Elder Bear?
Yeah, I do watch it. I do watch it occasionally. I'm the audience because he has some fascinating little flat Earth clips in that I think are very funny. Sometimes they're quite funny. All the right-wing flag shaggers that you have on. Yeah.
Are you telling me how you go somewhere that bed isn't? How does that work?
Sorry?
Are you telling me that you go somewhere that bed doesn't go? How does that work?
Is that? Did you generate that illusion, or are you just copying somebody else?
Oh no! Everyone knows you follow bed like a little puppy.
Is that originated with you though, or are you just copying? Like people copy Nathan Oakley or people like that. You're just doing that.
Oh, so
obviously, you've now shown that we don't follow each other. That I go and listen to Sunday Roast and Bev doesn't. So.
Oh no, you being an audience or something is not the same as you participate in something. Wherever Bev goes, you go like a little puppy dog. The puppy dog, don't you? Every single time, gap in the background, like a pimple on an arse.
Yeah, well, is it a pimple on your ass? Does it bother you? Why does it bother you that I would come here and challenge Nathan Oakley to saying that you want to challenge?
You don't. You're only ever here.
Are you following us or are we
following
you? Which way round is this going to be?
No. How can I be following you when I'm a resident here? And
you know that I follow Bev. You're getting triggered. They always seem to get triggered. Wherever I go.
No, I don't. I get triggered everywhere I go. I spend hours on the place.
Well, when you're talking to us, like it's like we're in the same place.
As usual. Yeah, but as usual, Bev, what you're saying, 'tis bollocks.
No, you're talking bollocks because you've either followed
you guys. He's countering you guys. He's saying 'tis bollocks.
Yeah, well done, because she's picking up on that.
What do you have to say to that, Elder Bear? He's countering you hard right now.
That Pazza follows Jem Panda around. I mean, it's like that.
No, I don't.
I always hear you on Sunday Roast. I hear you on Sunday Roast. Yeah, but I'm in places on my own too. You don't know that though, do you?
Where? Where'd you go?
I can go in EA on my own. I can go in Worldwide Debates. I can come in here on my own without Bev.
You don't go anywhere without your nose stuck up Bev's arse.
Well, I do.
We all know it.
That's not true.
You are literally a leech on the frog. I agree.
I'd heard. Was it your term or you copied it from someone else? Which one was it? Hey, which one was it? Which one was it then?
I'm saying the same things as Bev all the time. What's Bev fucking punty about? Like joining in.
Because this is exactly how you sound. You're a bit like Jem Panda. You've got this little personality. It's just one-dimensional, like Oakley. He sort of went to an acting school.
If only you were as,
they kicked him out and said, paint the sets.
If only you were as
shit.
engaging and humorous. If only you were as engaging or as witty as you are bland and stupid.
Nathan's recording. You are the content now. Well done.
Sure.
Go on.
Let him record it.
See if you can get see if you can get any commission. He's struggling. Tell you, he's desperate for these shorts. Otherwise, he's going to have to go out and get a job.
So how am I going to get commission from him then, you idiot?
Well, I don't know. He's hardly earning any money himself, but
yeah. So how am I going to get commission out of him?
Neil's here. Good to hear you, Neil.
Edit Bear, get a life and stop following Nathan around like a little puppy dog.
Like you, Neil. Neil. Neil.
No, I'm part of a panel of a show called Flat Earth Debate, and I've been on a panel for years. You're just a dweeb that wants to be part of it, but you got kicked to the curb. Now you so want to be relevant with your destructive dichotomy that you became an asshole.
It's an argument, Neil. Have you looked at it? It's not my fault you fell out with QE and
it's not an argument. We ended all arguments when we recognize shut your mouth when I'm talking. I've been working on it, can't get involved. I'm not working at the moment. Shut up.
Neil.
When we realized that there was no freaking argument, that it was a measurement, it's over. And that's what everybody is realizing.
My argument.
That's why you're all spurting out.
My argument addresses 10th Man and Nathan Oakley specifically.
That's nice. We discussed how Earth is measured flat. You keep having arguments because you want to beat somebody.
And you, Neil? No, not at all. No, beat somebody, maybe.
Oh yeah.
What are the characteristics of it being over, Neil? When you say it's over,
when it's a measurement, it's a knowledge of what Earth is. That's it.
What signs are there that it's over?
You could talk about your geodesics, your geodetics. It's all surveying, and it's surveyed flat.
You got no numbers.
You mean it's over for you, don't you? You don't mean it's over. You mean you're convinced, basically.
He's disappeared. Sorry.
Oh, poor old Neil.
No, it's over for you, Jem. You freaking flipped out the other day. Go back and listen to yourself. Why don't you all listen to yourselves and maybe you should come to realization that Earth is flat.
Listen to yourself. Listen to yourself, Neil. You're flipping out.
And that's an indication that it's over.
Bro, that's the result of it. This is what happens.
You're in the same.
All your guys, your religion got taken away. It's got shown to be just a religion. You have no evidence of anything, and we have evidence of measurements. And so do you. You use them all the time. Nobody talks about Alberoni no more. Nobody talks about Eratosthenes anymore. Nobody talks about English per mile squared anymore. Because you know.
The fact that you aren't in the same position I'm saying is probably another indication, isn't it, that it isn't actually over.
Yeah, Neil's in the same position with Oakley as he is in life. You know, he's got last chance hotel.
It hasn't moved on at all in 10 years. It's a group of people saying, you people who think you have an understanding of reality are completely wrong about almost everything. But we're right.
Neil.
We're right about it.
Neil, listen to him.
Particularly things in the field of physics. And yet, that being the case, the people who are completely wrong about everything have produced every single thing that is on our planet, every piece of technology. And you guys who have got the better understanding of it all,
we just know it's measured.
I'm still talking and understand reality correctly. You haven't produced a single thing, not anything that's useful to humanity. Why do you think that is?
Produce measurements. What are you talking about? Earth's measured flat. All of your fantasy that you just spoke about, appeal to consensus or appeal to authority, that's a joke. They know better than we do, so let's adhere to them. Yeah, real good, Jem. Now give me proof of Earth curve.
I did not do that at all. I didn't do that even slightly. The fact
Yes,
that
you did.
said that,
You
shows how
appealed to
little you
authority.
understand. Tell me about my appeal to consensus.
Neil, what he asked
words
you-
did I say? What words did I say that were an appeal to consensus?
He asked you, Neil, what your contribution to society was. That's what his actual question was, from what I gathered. Correct me if
Not
I'm wrong.
his personally. What the flat earthers with the greater understanding of physics and reality, what they've contributed.
And he didn't say that we know better than all the others that
The
know
answer is
physics.
nothing, Neil. Nothing at all.
I
Not
did
a
hear him say
single
that.
thing.
Hold on.
He did pretend to be Jewish so he could get better food in prison. He did do that.
Measurements, all of them.
Hold on, I want Jem's question addressed, right? God, it's really frustrating. Just one sec. Just one sec. It's frustrating. She's got a good question, Jem. You had good questions last time. You were one of the few. He's saying, what's your contribution? Your answer was measurements, Neil. So if you've got measurements that you've made, because he's asking you directly, what are those measurements you say you've made? Because that was your answer to him.
Like I say, I'm not asking him directly. Well, I mean, it can be him directly.
No, he's asking Nathan. He's asking Neil to come up with the measurements now.
No,
Neil said it. Neil said it.
I deal with. I work every day, and I measure shit every day. I'll be measuring shit today.
Nate, go on. Go on then. What are they?
What's your measurements?
Nathan asked you to produce the measurements. That's what Nathan said. Produce the measurements you got.
I'm asking.
You produce them for me.
If this is a greater understanding of physics and reality, why hasn't it produced something? Because the lesser understanding of physics and reality has produced everything.
Tell me what is produced. Tell me what the globe has produced, Jem.
Well, absolutely.
Your measurements. They're looking for your measurements, Nathan. Neil. Your measurements, Neil.
Just for clarity, sorry. What are you putting to him, Neil? Are you saying the antithesis of what he put to you? That's what of you, the ballers, specifically you, the individual Jem?
What have they done for humanity? Let me know.
I think he's putting the question
Neil
back
said
to you,
there was
Jem.
measurements. That's what he said.
Exists on the base because it was produced by people who had the understanding, the lesser understanding of physics and reality, right?
You tell me how a
Neil
globe
brought forward
is
measurements.
physically real, Jem. Go ahead.
What?
When all your observations have been on a flat plane, you know it, I know it.
Stop. He's just saying, how do you prove your globe's real? That's all he's asking, Jem. Please let him reply, Neil.
How do I prove that the globe's real?
I think that's what he's asking. Is that what you're asking, Neil?
Yeah. He said it's physical reality.
You were asking him.
So give it to me.
You were asking Neil to produce his measurements a minute ago, Nathan.
Yeah,
Can you give it a rest?
Okay,
dude?
That's where we got
He
to.
lost that point. Hold on, let's just
Can you just
stop.
allow another conversation to take place that isn't you asking for fucking measurements? Just for a couple of minutes.
Well,
For fuck's sake.
I thought it's what you asked for.
Well, Ed the Bear's right.
I specifically said I didn't ask for measurements. I said that repeatedly.
Bloody
I
hell.
never once said the word measurements. Not
Yeah,
once
but I am.
did I ask for measurements. Not once did I imply I wanted measurements. I didn't say
Neil's
any
offering
words,
it,
I
Jem.
didn't say any words that could be misunderstood to think that I meant measurements. What's wrong with you people?
Okay, we understand. You're scared of the measurements. No problem.
Oh my! But this is just ridiculous. But anyway, I mean, I think that's irrelevant, Neil. How I know the Earth is a globe. How does
You
that
said,
affect?
Jem.
He's talking.
Jem, let me understand you correctly.
He's still talking. Can you not hear him talking?
All right, go ahead.
No, I don't
Go
hear
ahead.
him talking. So
Yeah, you
I'm going to
do.
check out.
Don't check out. Just chill out. Both of you. Jem's about to have a bleeding heart attack.
I
You're
have to
talking
go
through
to
him.
work.
Just chill out. Been perfectly cordial up until now.
Go
I mean,
ahead.
other than when I've spoke, that set everybody off immediately, but that's expected.
Every time I speak to Jem, it's cordial until these two jerk-offs are involved named Bev and Edibear that have no fucking life.
Ed the Bear actually pointed out that you lost a point on that one. He asked you what measurements, and your response was, you give me the measurements. Well, that's a bit of a losing
No.
point.
He didn't ask me shit, Nathan.
He did.
When did he ask me what measurements?
Look,
I
just-
work with measurements every
I
day.
never asked
I know how
for
measurements are accomplished. That's what I said. You want to talk about measurements of Earth? You got distance. You got freaking height. You get so many different measurements I can go to. I can go to your measurements. Eratosthenes and Alberuni. There you go. End of story.
Okay, we got it.
Let me
Thank
give
you.
you. let me give you an example of the sort of things I'm talking about. I'm not talking about these specific things. These are just examples to get us on the right track. Satellite television, for instance, right? Accurate maps, for instance.
Can you not do that? Just let him finish.
It's funny,
That's
though.
it. There's a couple of examples of the sort of things I'm on about. Probably avoid the maps because that's going to take us very quickly.
Yeah, you better avoid the maps.
All right, talk about maps then.
They're all flat maps.
Okay, but can you tell me
the
name of a person who produced one of these flat maps, who at the time of producing it believed that the Earth was flat?
It's not a belief, Jim. It's a measurement, and I don't have to produce a name.
Right. Can you tell me about someone who made one of these flat maps, who at the time of making the flat map measured the Earth to be flat and said at the time, I have measured the Earth to be flat? Else,
you don't have to say it.
Else, it's just somebody measuring the Earth to be a globe, and you just saying.
How could you measure the Earth to be a globe, Jim? Listen to yourself.
Hold on.
Right,
No.
All right,
Deal with this question
just
first.
You saying he measured the Earth to be flat.
Hold on.
But thank you for not answering my question.
Yeah, I'm going to get him to. I'll get him to.
Brilliant.
He put a question to you, Neil. He said, as at any time, the people who measured Earth flat with linear distances on the flat maps ever also said this flat measurement of linear distance is a flat Earth measurement of linear distance, while simultaneously not having a globe belief? That was his question. If you don't know somebody's name, say, I don't know. Somebody that measured
I
Earth
couldn't
flat.
tell you who measured it flat and said it was a globe. I couldn't care
That's not
less.
what he asked. He said, and that's not what he asked. He said, do you know somebody who measures the flat maps for the linear distances and said it is flat after measuring it flat? He added that there's a good chance that all those people who made the flat maps with the flat measurements of the flat distances believed in a globe.
Okay, so?
And you're
so do you know anybody? So do you know
measurement.
anybody or not? That's what he's asking you. Name somebody.
I said no from the beginning. You just don't listen.
Fine.
I said no, I don't, and I don't care. I know how measurements work.
Okay, relax.
Right. So we did maps. Can you think of any? Is there any other thing that flat Earth, as an ideology, as a way of seeing the world, as an understanding of reality, a different understanding of reality, what has it produced? What are the fruits of this superior thinking?
This is a malformed question because that is reality? What are you talking about? The reality is that you're on a flat Earth, not a globe.
Well, you can just insist that's true, but we're discussing that idea at the moment.
No, that's a fact. You tell me one observation you made from the top of a sphere or any part of a sphere, Jim.
I don't want to get into my.
You don't want to get into something that you can't stand for because nobody has made any observation other than it being flat.
Thousands and thousands of photographs of the Earth from space. Thousands of them. I can just
that's
look
a violation of natural law.
I don't need to measure anything. I don't need to understand anything. I can just see a sphere. It's as simple as that.
Okay, so you've seen a picture and you're satisfied. No problem, Jim. I'm done.
Yes.
I'm glad we sorted that out.
Not a picture, thousands of pictures.
Thousands of pictures from space. Thank you very much. Case closed. You got your pictures and I got measurements. Game over.
Okay, but you don't have anything, do you? You don't have a single thing. You keep telling us you guys don't get it. We understand reality better than you, and yet your understanding,
Stop, let him get it out.
Has produced nothing. I am repeating.
You are kind of misrepresenting what he's put to you, Jen. I'll just point out, he loses a point because he doesn't know who was a glober that was measuring the maps flat for the flat scales. But he has put flat maps and flat Earth measurements for flat distances on flat maps that you're scared of to you. That is something he's put to you. You've said the pictures from space without any measurements, because you don't want to look at any of the measurements for the pictures from space. You made that explicitly clear.
This isn't an argument about why I think the Earth's the globe. That's irrelevant. And his measurements, as I just established, it's just him insisting they're flat Earth measurements. They aren't. They're globe Earth
height over
measurements.
distance.
They're made by
flight,
people who believe the Earth was a globe, and what they measure comports with a globe.
Oh,
So
it
there's
doesn't.
nothing about them that makes them flat Earth measurements, apart from you two insisting that's what they are. But
Nathan, I have to go to work.
Stop.
Nathan.
He hasn't finished yet. Just let him finish.
What can you point to? What can you point to in the characteristics of these measurements or the people who took them that makes them flat Earth measurement? Apart from your insistence from the start that the Earth is flat.
I know you've asked him a question, and we'll get to that. But you've made a statement that it comports to a globe. Can you just clarify what you mean by that before we get him to answer your question?
Those people didn't make their measurements and go, "Oh my God, the Earth's flat," did they?
Can you name somebody that didn't do that, please?
No.
So they all did that then?
Why
so we can safely assume that they all did that?
I think because I think we would remember the person who did do that. Right?
Okay, can you name one that didn't?
No.
Okay, so we can safely assume that when they measured it flat, they just measured it flat and that didn't necessarily... So they might have been mute, for all we know. You said it comports...
So they were able to create a map and communicate the measurements within the map, but not communicate that those measurements did not comport with the Earth being spherical.
When you say they
just... I can't talk anymore. I've run out.
Okay. Comports. Now you're saying it does not comport. I'm really confused.
Why? I'm speaking English.
Well, does it comport? You said it comports with, and now you're saying does not comport with.
Right, because they would go, "Oh my God, the Earth's flat. It does not comport with a globe. My measurements do not comport with the Earth being spherical." They would announce that, surely. Surely one of them.
Why?
One map maker in all of the map makers in history would have mentioned this at some point.
Well, they do. They mention it on the scale very specifically.
Who does?
The map makers. They show their measurements with a scale.
Which map maker does that?
My bad. My question isn't about this. You said it comports to the measurements comport to a ball. If they do, can you talk us through that, please? It comporting the measurements, what they are, how it comports.
No, not in any way. This isn't about why I believe the Earth is spherical. It's about the fact that you guys claim to have a superior understanding of physics.
That's not true, Nathan.
Let him go through this. Chill.
I'm still talking, and yet your superior understanding has produced nothing. My understanding of why the Earth is spherical is entirely irrelevant to that point.
Yeah, you're right.
Completely irrelevant, and you know it is.
Yeah, you're right.
This is a distraction.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, you are correct as well in terms of me having no influence or output regards to the flat Earth measurements, but it does speak for itself. They've measured Earth, and the distance is linear and horizontal as per the scale.
I'm not talking about you not making any measurements. This is not about measurements.
Yes, it is.
It's about technology. It's about you have a superior understanding of physics, which hasn't made a plane fly faster, which hasn't given us a better satellite TV signal, which hasn't done anything at all. And it should have. If we don't understand physics and you do, that should produce something.
No, you've got to have measurements, though. I mean, you're just scared of them.
Keep droning on about measurements like a stuck record.
As an example, satellite TV, if you've got satellite TV, you have to
Can you
align...
respond to my question or not? Are you just going to keep droning on about measurements?
Well, you said about it comporting.
At all, even once.
It's because the measurements aren't globe-shaped, they're all flat, and you're just scared of them. I can't help that.
How am I scared of them?
Because you said you don't want to talk about them. I'm trying to talk about satellite TV.
I told you. I look at pictures from space. I don't need any measurements.
Okay,
They're
you do.
Not what I rely on.
Okay, I disagree, but you don't want to hear it. That's fine. You're scared of the measurements. You spurg out about the measurements being scary.
My position on measurements has nothing at all to do with my question. You know it doesn't. You're just trying to wind me up. I get it. You can't answer the question because you know you've produced nothing. So that should tell you that you don't have a superior understanding of anything. Because if you did, it could produce something, and it hasn't. That just shows you're talking bollocks.
Yeah, you're right. You win. Good win.
Now go ahead and drone on about measurements.
Hold on one second. Nathan, I got to go to work. I just want to ask Jem one thing. Jim, you still think that this is a scientific endeavor, correct?
He'd say you've got to go to work. And that he was scared of the measurements.
And I'll give you 2 more minutes. What's a scientific endeavor?
The nature of our reality, what we live on.
I don't know what you're asking me.
He's saying, is it science?
Can you prove the globe scientifically?
I'm not trying to prove the globe. This has nothing to do with proving the globe. I don't need to do that.
So we're
We know
just
the
supposed
Earth's
to accept it?
You need to prove it's flat. The entire world almost believes that the Earth is spherical. If anybody needs to do some work proving things, it's you idiots.
Measurements prove it's flat. Very simple.
He's slightly
brilliant.
He's
Okay, but how
incorrect.
does that answer my question? It doesn't, does it?
You don't have to do that, Neil.
You produce nothing. Your belief system is useless. It doesn't produce anything.
To do that, Nathan. I don't have a belief system.
You claim to have a better understanding of things, but that better understanding doesn't give you anything. It's useless.
Now you can go, Neil.
I never claimed to have a better understanding on anything. I just know how things are measured. And I know that height over distance tells me that it's flat. I don't need anything else said.
Yeah, it's not about proving it. There's no belief, and we are inconsequential in that regard. But this whole discussion is a folly from that point of view. Like Jem said, he is correct. His belief in a ball is irrelevant. And him suggesting we've got a belief in flat Earth when it's measured that way in all circumstances. For instance, with satellite TV, to have the pictures you think come from space that are transmitted from a TV station to a dish, you need to align the dish with measurements. Now, if you just say, well, I just accept that the technology is basically magic because I don't want to look at the measurements because they might scare me and be flat Earth, then fair enough, you can just believe that satellite TV just arrives by magic. But you do have to measure stuff when you set up satellite TV, like the dish. It's got an angle. With respect to a flat Earth, the angle is off a plane when you align the dish. So like everything, all roads always lead to flat Earth measurements. And if we're going to talk about satellite TV, you've got to level the plane when you measure for the dish's alignment. So we measure a flat Earth for the angle of the dish. Earth's measured flat for satellite TV. You couldn't receive it unless you measured Earth as a plane.
He's gone to work.
No, it's not. I gotta go to work soon, but I got like 5-10 minutes.
A fantastic rebuttal. It doesn't need to be refuted. Like, if you have an engineer out putting a dish on, he will get an angle for your dish. Now, you can say you're wrong, but it's a fact.
When's the last time you seen a satellite dish, Nathan Oakley?
There's one outside my window. I watched the guy install it because in this particular apartment block, it took about 3 years to convince them to have satellite TV installed, which I eventually managed to get. And they installed it right outside my window, and they aligned the dish.
Where are the satellites?
It got an angle with respect to a plane. That angle is a flat Earth measurement from a plane.
Okay. Where are the satellites, and how far are they up? You know the distance to the satellite.
Dish points towards the horizon.
Yeah, what's the distance to a satellite?
Flat. It's a flat Earth distance. Distance is linear, like on a map.
What's the measure? Yeah, but what's the measurement? I didn't ask you if it was flat, round, square, triangle.
I don't know. You've got me. I don't know the distance, but if it's an altitude distance, then it's perpendicular to sea level. Altitude's from a plane, and if it's a horizontal distance, that's out towards the horizon, like the dish points, then that's the distance on a map. That's also planar, level, straight, linear. That's what miles are. Doesn't matter if they're vertical or horizontal. They're still perpendicular to a plane or horizontal with respect to a plane, like the angle of the dish. All of these measurements, the terrifying, scary measurements, are all flat Earth measurements, and they always will be. They always were. Hence, Jem's right. You know, your belief, my belief, they're all irrelevant. When anybody does any actual work measuring stuff, it's flat. Earth is flat when it gets measured for distance, for altitude, for angle of satellite dish, in this instance.
Then why, when you add them all up, do they make a sphere?
They don't. That's, I mean,
hold on. The distance between Australia and South America is only possible on
South America, that's a distance that you're talking about with respect to what's on screen for my audience, which is azimuth and altitude. So the distance is in a direction that's azimuthal from north. It's a direction in the horizontal from north. I would quote somebody if only anybody had said it a couple of times. But it's a horizontal direction you're asking me about. So to answer this question, I must accept implicitly that we've got a horizontal direction to talk about.
You keep saying that, but I'm telling you, when they take all the flat Earth measurements and they put them all together like a puzzle, and it creates a globe. The distances between points on.
No, don't laugh at him. He's correct. Why are you laughing at him? He's right. Stop. Hold on a second. I want to tell Neil off. Neil, what he's saying is actually correct, and you're laughing at him. He's saying you take all the flat Earth measurements and you turn them into a ball. Well, that statement that he's just made is absolutely factually correct, and you're laughing at him.
No kidding. I'm only on the show fucking 12 years. No shit. But that's funny in itself. Think about what he said. They take all these flat Earth measurements and they put them on a ball.
That's correct.
Yeah.
So they take
exactly. That's why I'm laughing.
And you guys don't argue with each other? They only work on an oblate sphere. I'm saying there's the distances between certain flight paths can only be recreated on a sphere. You can't create any flight paths that show us a flat distance anyway.
The distances is always flat and linear, or you couldn't calculate.
Show us then.
Oh my bad. Do you tell me when you finish spurging through the top of the reply? Spurg.
Go ahead, Parker.
Shall I go and get coffee, let you tuck yourself out, or do you want to reply? Flight, you talked about only working on a bell. I heard you. There you go. I've repeated back what I've had put to me. Do you need me to leave you to it for a couple of minutes to gather your thoughts, or should I just reply?
I'm ready to reply.
Okay. Flight levels and distances are flat. When you fly parallel to sea level at an altitude perpendicular, like I mentioned earlier with altitudes, that's flat. Flat distances can only be used when you calculate descent paths. Perpendicular altitudes can only be used when you're flying level with the ground to avoid obstacles. You have parallel flight levels. So when you say the distance, that's flat. When you say the altitude, that's flat. When you describe how the plane flies, it's degree above the horizontal. Yeah? That's flat. These are also like the satellite dish. Its angle is with respect to a plane. How many degrees above horizontal? Planar. How high above sea level? Planar. How high parallel flight level? Planar. How far when you calculate distance and altitude? Planar and perpendicular to planar. Everything about flights is flat. Now you say it only works on a globe because, like you said earlier, your previous statement was true. Every single flat Earth measurement can be converted into a spherical system. You can use Haversine and create ball points from within a centre point with subpoints that mark the map. Yes, you can. But does that mean that we're on the map painted onto the protractor view from a North Pole-centric system derived from flat measurements? No. At best, we can be in that ball, not on that ball, if you understand how it works. But all the measurements are planar.
You really know so much.
I do. I'm a subject matter expert. I've been doing it 12 years.
That's cool. So I'm the reply now. Again, all that sounded good. It sounded really like really know what you're doing. But I only asked for one thing. I asked for you to show me the flight path from Santiago, Chile to Sydney, Australia.
Why? Are you planning on making that journey?
We don't need to. We already had someone do it on our side.
So
he recorded it.
Okay, great.
And he showed us the path. How come he can show us the path and we can't?
The path will be planar. The flight level will be planar.
Okay, I'm not saying that. You show me the path. I don't want to know what it is or what it could be. I just want to see the path. Can you show us the path, the flight path?
Okay, if I show you plotted on a ball, will it make you think that you live on a ball?
It'll be very easily understood. I can show you on a ball real quick. You can't show me on a flat Earth. It's like pulling crocodile teeth. Just show me the flight path from Santiago.
Chill. No. If I produce it, if I convert it myself from the flat measurements of the flat distances and the flat flight levels in the flat azimuthal direction, if I take all of those flat measurements and create Nathan's ball and put it on Nathan Oakley's global
I don't
system.
want you to show me on a globe. I don't want to see it on a globe. I want to see it on a flat Earth. Why? What's so hard about this question? Show me the flight path from Santiago to Sydney on a flat Earth. That's it. There's nothing more, nothing less. It's that simple.
No, I'm not going to do that. I don't. That's not my job. I wouldn't do a good job of that. I'm afraid. Sorry.
Okay. Well, thank you. I mean,
No
I
worries.
just keep beating you up every day, bro. I could do this forever, man.
So I'm not a flight planner. I don't work in flight control. I just understand that flight level.
You don't work
surface
anything.
level,
I work more than you, and I barely work.
I'll nip off and have a little break. You have a Spurg session. Go.
Well, let me spurg a little bit. That's what I do. Yeah, like you said, I work more than you, bro, and I barely work, dude. So the fact that you say you've been doing this for 12 years, you're some kind of front runner in the flat Earth mantras and experts. I mean, 1 minute you're an expert, and 1 minute, hey, I'm just a YouTuber. But let's just meet in the middle and say you know a little bit of something. And I'm just saying, show me the flight path. I don't want to know how they did it or where the measurements are or anything flat. It's real simple. Just say plane takeoff here, lands here. Here's the way it takes. If you're saying that you can't explain how things get places on Earth, then you're just being exposed as a liar. Because we know how things move around
Let me
Earth.
get
It's
this
very
straight,
easy to
Rob.
track
Rob,
them.
let me get this straight. You just flight paths for you and pictures from space from Jem. I got it.
Yeah, we're simple men, and we just require simple truths. You know what I'm saying? We don't have to try to create a fake reality to cope with our ideology that we have a hard time understanding.
So it doesn't matter that the plane leveled off at 30,000 feet and went over 300 miles, right? That don't matter.
Yeah, the ISS.
It's just
you can go to the ISS live right now and see the Earth live from the actual space station. So space is real. Space is a real place.
I get it. 12-year-old boy shit.
Yeah. Satellites are in space. He can't tell us where satellites at. He can't measure the ones, so he doesn't know where they're at. So he can't say for sure that satellites aren't in space because he said himself.
Outer space. Hold on, Rob. The vacuum of space is a violation of natural law. So forget that.
There's no such thing as natural law. It's not written down anywhere. You just saying that. Show me where it says natural law somewhere. It's not written down. It's not a thing. Just make it up.
Gas fill space.
Why are you having this argument? Let him have it. If he wants to believe in space, then let him have it. Who cares?
Look, there's no beliefs. Everything we know because we tested it over and over and over again.
What? Jem said it's a belief.
Conclusion.
How was space for you?
I like space. It's a pretty nice place. No one can hear you scream.
All right. How high did you go?
I've been 263,000 miles from Earth.
Oh, that's a flat Earth measurement from sea level. Earth's measured flat for that.
I know, it's crazy. But there's no sea in space.
Dear.
What am I measuring to? We can get silly too. If you guys can lie, why can't I lie? I've been to space. I've been to the moon. I've been to Jupiter. There's no one stupider than Rob on Jupiter.
Again, like I say, if you want to believe this stuff, you can.
There's no beliefs, dude. None of this is beliefs. This is based on empirical evidence.
No,
like I said, as soon as you show me that, show me the flight path right now.
Hold on,
Neil, stop.
I'll be a flurf right now. I'll be a flat earther right now if you can show me that flight path.
I don't want you to be. I don't care. It's inconsequential to the measurements. For instance, if you offer an altitude, shut up in G+, please. Don't cause audio chaos.
I do have 137 IQ, Nathan. I don't know if you know that. You're aware of that.
That's really interesting. Anyway. Regardless, it does at some point. Okay, I'll let you spurg out again. I thought I'd give you a couple of minutes. No? Gonna cope? Try again. Every single time someone goes to a measurement beyond their belief or lies, like, on the one hand, someone can say, yes, I've been to space, lie, and say they've been to Jupiter, lie, and say that they've been at an altitude that they made up. They can just lie to themselves and then demand that I take away their fantasy that they're lying to themselves about. But I don't feel the inclination. If you want to believe that,
you can disprove
again, it's just you spurging out because you can't cope with this, and that's fine. I'd rather just give you your belief than you demand that I disprove your belief you're lying to yourself about. You are lying to yourself about having experienced this firsthand. You haven't. Now, if you want to believe that there's men in space, then fine. But me, I know how the mechanics of orbital motion and derivations of a space work from inside a ball.
There you go. You said it again. You know how, but
yes,
you don't know how. And so when we press you on it, you'll say, well, I'm just a YouTuber. So one moment you know how.
Yes, I do.
So you know how when the conversation starts, but when the conversation gets to the part where you have to prove shit, you're just a YouTuber. Come on, man.
Can Nathan explain his argument? Can you explain your argument, Nathan?
I haven't got one. I'm telling Rob Noxious that if he wants to believe in space based on him lying to himself that he's experienced it, then he can lie to himself about experiencing this place he said he'd gone to when he lied to me about 30 seconds ago. That, though, you can lie to yourself, feel free. But it is a belief based on you seeing stuff on TV and stuff, and you can have it. Doesn't make any difference to me if you believe it. The minute you go to anything that's not a scary measurement, like height, I'll just point out that that's an altitude perpendicular to sea level, which it is. Now, again, you can spurg out and go, no, well, you're just saying that this measurement that I've given you isn't perpendicular to sea level. And I can say, okay, fine, lie to yourself. You be my guest. But that's not me making an argument. It's me telling Rob Noxious, believe this stuff if you wish. I don't care.
Well, what is it based on? Why do you say that space cannot exist?
I'm not. I'm saying believe it if you want to. Are you deaf?
Well, you must have a reason.
To say believe this if you want to. No, believe it if you want to. Yeah. If you want to believe in space, feel free. I see it as very boring and dweeby and like an overgrown 12-year-old boy. But that's up to me to believe what I want to believe and you to believe whatever you want to believe. If you want to believe in space and sky vacuums and orbital motion, and feel free. It's up to you. Now, I was trying to explain to Rob Noxious a second ago that I understand how the derivation of these motions in this place that I know isn't real work mathematically by way of understanding the church's rhetoric that they created heliocentrism with and the measurements they based that on. So understanding that means I can't reify it successfully into my belief structure. But that doesn't mean I'm going to take it away from you. If you want to retain an ever youthful 12-year-old boy believing in sky vacuums and men flying, then you can believe that if you want to.
Well,
is their belief not true?
It's as true as you want to make it in your mind. It's a belief, though.
Oh, if I know something, then I believe it's true, right?
You can do whatever you like. Did you enjoy your time in space, outer space? How high did you go?
Oh, I've never been to space.
But it's a belief then. So it's just a belief, like beyond the wardrobe, there's definitely a Narnia. I haven't personally been, but I believe that if we walk through the right wardrobe, we'll find our way to a magical land called Narnia. I can believe that, and you can tell me how you disprove my belief in that. We can do that stupid shit if we want.
Well, hold on, Nathan. Do you have a live stream from Narnia? Because we have a live stream from space. You have a live stream from Narnia?
Yeah, several films have been made from Narnia. Several films. Narnia somewhere? Yeah, several films. I saw The White Witch hand a little kid some Turkish delight on film.
A live stream.
Spurg out through my answer. Spurg out through my answer. Spurg it out. Yep, you are. Yeah, trying to give you an answer. You asked me. Yeah, if I put film. Yeah, spurg out through the top of me. Maybe the answer will never come if you keep talking. What? Yeah, I've got one that's claimed to be live. Yeah, there was one that was claimed to be live from Narnia. Did you not see that one? The one that was claimed to be live.
Knowing it's just a
Narnia correspondent.
Sorry, we are joined live by our Narnia correspondent. Are you definitely live from Narnia right now, Narnia correspondent?
Yeah, okay.
Absolutely. The lion, the witch, and the wardrobe are all here.
Show it to me, please.
In particular.
Excellent.
I want to see anything. I want to see Aslan. I want to see the back of the war. Anything you can prove. Show me a live stream from Narnia now.
Like you saw space. Like you saw space, right? Like you saw space with your own eyes, right? Same standard.
Yep. Yeah.
You haven't seen space with your own eyes. It's not the same standard. You're just dumb and don't understand the comparison.
That's a genetic fallacy.
You win. Brenda's right. Genetic fallacy. You win. Your belief in a place you've never been is real. Done. Good job. Well done.
I don't have to see the Eiffel Tower to know that the Eiffel Tower is real.
Okay. Good for you.
Yeah, I can know that space is real without seeing space.
That's lovely. Bless.
Yes, that's how.
Could you tell me? Could you tell me specifically?
Elder Bear, please, just 1 second. You get plenty of time.
He doesn't actually. That's not true.
Well, it's true, but knowledge is just a kind of belief, right? Belief is something that you think is true. Knowledge is something that actually is true.
Oh,
so
wow,
knowledge
you're such a philosopher.
is a subset. Knowledge, yes, I am. Knowledge is a type of belief.
Okay.
Right? So if I know something, I believe it.
Okay, I understand that.
Yeah, knowledge is like when you're born with a penis, you're a male, and then belief is you thinking you're not, right?
Why are you attacking it? Why take the low
why are you going
Stop.
there?
Don't take the low blow with her. There's just fucking no need for it. Why attack that?
Yes,
That's like me. People attack my kids and it pisses me off. What do you think she feels when you do that? There's no fucking need
Elder
for
Bear.
it.
Do you remember? She's Elder Bear.
No need for it.
I actually do not think that people should be that Nathan spanking his child once on live stream constitutes some kind of action.
You got proof of that, Brenda?
I'm saying that it was not sufficient. It's not good reason to attack him. Every parent has spanked a child once. That's not good reason, right?
That's not true.
CP on him.
No, that's not correct. I've never spanked my child ever, either of them.
Brenda, can you and me go to see the Eiffel Tower?
I was.
Could I ask you?
I was actually defending.
Just a second, Tony.
Well done,
Brenda,
whoever
can
that
you
was.
see the-
Gugushi, well done. Well done.
I
So
was
now we're into
actually
talking about
defending-
this. We were talking about space.
Yeah.
Now we're talking about transgender Brenda
Okay.
and whether or not I beat my kids. Well done for lowering the tone.
Could I
Tony.
ask?
Let's get
could I
back to
ask you-
space. You've
could I
never
ask
been
you
there,
what it
Brenda.
is specifically.
I asked Brenda before.
Not this guy. He's just an embarrassment as well. This guy.
You notice
Did I
how
ask
Elder
Brenda
Bear piped
before-
right up, Nathan,
Did I
as
ask
soon as that
Brenda
was brought up.
Okay, everyone stop.
Did I ask
Stop.
Brenda?
Everyone stop. Number one, I heard Elder Bear's pleas earlier. Now, to be fair, he betrays himself because he overtalks people when he's in a discussion, and therefore he gets his nose pushed out, possibly more than justifiable. And he does deserve his time to talk. The chances are he'll stay to type and just chat skank through every reply he gets, and it'll end up being the same cycle that he'll end up moaning about. But that's how some people are. But to be fair, when I actually rack my brain, how much time does Elder Bear actually get on mic? Very little. Because he gets snubbed by both sides. Snub him out immediately because he talks through people when he's engaging with them. Now, that doesn't mean you're going to alter how he wants to interact with people, but he does get less time than most. He was right when he moaned about that earlier.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, notice when he pipes up.
That's what he does. People talk through each other. That's what people do when they feel utterly compelled to. I did earlier.
Yeah,
I started
as soon as
talking
it was
through
brought up
Gugushi
about
as the
your
mod.
kids, he piped
You're
right
doing
up.
it now.
Well, I wondered if you could tell me specifically within the NTSB data, what is it specifically that tells you that the plane is flying over a flat surface?
Nah, I'm all right.
So you don't have any proof for that claim of the NTSB data is a proof of flat Earth?
No, I barely ever use it anymore. I just understand what flight level and distances and altitudes are, so I don't really need it. So.
What about Neil? Does he have a understanding of it?
The NTSB data.
Ask him.
Hang on, Brenda.
Go ahead, ask Neil.
Nathan.
Shows that Nathan doesn't know how to read a graph.
Ask Neil. If you want to talk about it, fine. He might bite. Sorry. I've gone. I know what distances are. They're flat Earth linear measurements that we surveyed. I know what altitudes are, perpendicular to sea level. So I don't need the NTSB data. But if you want to have a stab at Neil, you're welcome to.
No, but you present the data. You just presented it earlier as a proof of flat Earth.
Pitch data.
You said the NTSB data shows that the plane is flying over a flat surface. But what is it specifically in the data that tells you that?
Oh, pitch.
But that's what planes do. Planes pitch up 2 degrees. They have to, 2 to 3 degrees to fly. That's got no relation to the surface, the pitch of an aeroplane.
Yeah, 2 degrees with respect to the surface.
No, with respect to the plane. Respect to the plane. The plane's not on the surface. The plane's in the air.
Yeah, parallel with the surface in a flight level that ground control told it to be at.
where is the specific evidence that substantiates your claim of that?
Ground control to Wolfie Clown Show. Please ascend to 40,000 feet to avoid the mountain measured from sea level.
Yeah, but that's 0, isn't it?
What, sea level?
Yes.
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth.
In both models, that would be represented as 0, right?
No, if you described a curve in a globe model, you'd have a horizontal to describe the deviation in the vertical for the curve that you measured. So no, a globe definitely doesn't have 0 as a flat baseline at sea level. It would be curving. No. It would be sea curve, and you'd measure the curve at a rate.
Be not 0.
Yeah, it'd be not 0.
It'd be an arc.
Yeah, it'd be an arc. Exactly, it'd be an arc.
For the globe, hang on. For the globe, that is represented as 0. The same 0 that you represent on flat Earth. It's the same on a graph.
0.
It will be a straight line.
Curve.
That's 0.
A curve is not 0.
Doesn't understand what a curve is.
No, we're not talking about the curve.
Yeah, you are. You're saying on a globe, that would be on a curved surface. If it was on a curved surface, you'd have a deviation from 0. Not 0. You'd have the deviation of a curve or an arc with respect to the 0. That's how you describe curve.
No, that's the curve is the elevation change.
Yeah, so you wouldn't have 0. You'd have elevation change, you dumbass.
But that's where you want to find...
Oh, is that where I want it? No, it's where you're suggesting that a flat Earth description's the same as a ball description, and you're just wrong. If it's a ball description, it's got arc or curve measured from 0. But then you'd show it deviating in the horizontal from 0.
It's the same with elevation profiles. On the flat Earth,
okay, you win.
Represent
you win.
Hang on.
You win. Repeating it 3 times in defiance of the rebuttal means you win. Well done, you win.
Yes, I know of one.
Yes, repeating something that's been overcome 3 times means you win. Well done, you win.
You haven't overcome it.
Yeah, I have. If you're going to have a globe, it's got a deviation from the 0 in the vertical, so it can't be 0, a flat straight line. You said it was the same, represented on both models with a 0 line. Well, you're wrong. If it's curving, it's deviating from 0, so they're not the same. You are just a retard. Now, I've explained it 4 times. Maybe if you repeat it again, it'll mean that actually your repetition of the thing that's wrong is in defiance of the overcome you've ignored. No, but I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you, so you shut up. You win. You win. A flat line is the same as a ball. Or to put it in the words of Sloth, the globe is level.
So how much time did I get to speak while you're talking?
The globe is level. You win. It's 0. Globe is level.
We're talking about a graph, an XY axis.
Well, then you can't describe curve if it's only got 1 dimension to it. It's obviously not curving then.
On the x-axis, on the globe, 0 will be represented as a straight line.
So the globe is level. No, curves aren't straight. You're fundamentally retarded if you think a straight line is the same as a curved line. You're wrong.
We're not talking about whether it's... Hang on.
We're not talking about what? Whether or not it's curved? Yeah, if it's curved, it's curved. You're saying both models have a straight line. And I'm going, wrong.
We're talking about how it's represented on the NTSB data and any graph.
Oh, it's flat on the NTSB data, isn't it? And you want it to be globe-shaped, and it just isn't. But therefore, they're the same. No, one would be curving. If it was curving, you'd see it curving.
Yeah. Luckily, I don't have a mute button here on my end.
Well, you're now blaming a mute button for you not being able to overcome the fact that curve and straight are 2 different things.
I'm talking about the representation on a graph.
On the NTSB data, yeah, I've heard you say it. There's no mute button being employed. I can hear you.
What's the baseline on the NTSB data? What's the one at the bottom?
Time.
What line is that? What does that represent?
Time.
So that's not the ground or any baseline, is it?
No, the pitch data. You asked me this earlier. You said what represents it with respect to a flat plane, and I said the pitch. with respect to the plane it's parallel to? And you said it's got nothing to do with the ground. That's what you said. Oh, have you got your little mute button? You got your mute button. Is this you winning with a mute button? Is this Edda Bear winning with his mute? Yes. Did you say you haven't got a mute button? Or is it just you talking straight through me? Yeah, that's Edda Bear's mute button that he projected onto me a moment ago as he talks through me. Yeah, the pitch. The pitch would be with respect to a plane to describe the degree. And you confirmed, yeah, with respect to the plane. That's right.
No, the aeroplane, not the plane.
The pitch of the aeroplane. That's correct. Obviously, we're talking about the aeroplane. It's the pitch of it.
Where is it represented on the graph? It's not...
The pitch. Pitch. Degree with respect to horizontal.
Well, that's pitch. That's not...
Yeah, pitch. That's right. With respect to horizontal. You can't describe a degree to be up from unless you've got a plane of reference to be 2 or 3 degrees up from. So you've got a plane of reference then for pitch.
Okay, so where is that?
Okay. Yeah, it is okay. It's a flat Earth measurement. It's not curving, or you couldn't be 2 degrees above it, could you? Oh, is he muting me again? Is this him using his mute button on me? Is this his mute button? Is this his mute button? Is this his mute button? Is this his mute button he's using? Generate some audio chaos with his mute button. Is this his mute button that he's using again? Yeah, you're using your mute button, Edda Bear. You're just using your mute button when you lose. This is you using your mute button on me that you said I use. No, you're using it. No, you can't be 2 degrees above a curve. It references horizontal. Or you couldn't be 2 degrees with respect to it.
The horizontal reference.
Sorry, got a little cuck there. Transgender Brenda bucking and cucking for Edda Bear when he loses. He's saying it's the same. The graph for a curve would be 0 and straight. No, it's straight so that we can describe the pitch with respect to it. Planar. Degrees above the horizontal. Cannot be curved. That's why it's flat. Edda Bear.
The pitch is...
Transgender Brenda cucking for Edda Bear again.
No, I'm not.
No, well, I don't seem to hear Edda Bear. He moaned about not having enough time. Now you're giving him a bit of time to think.
The pitch is relative to...
Pitch, Edda Bear. Don't want to hear transgender Brenda while we're talking about pitch with respect to horizontal. If it curves, as you suggest, they're both the same, then you couldn't describe 2 degrees or 3 degrees up with respect to this plane, could you?
And on a globe...
Can someone shut Brenda up? Can someone shut Brenda up?
Vertical change.
Can someone shut Brenda up while I annihilate Elderbev? You couldn't be 2 degrees above a plane of reference to be degrees with respect to unless it's flat.
Where on the NTSB data is your surface?
We're now going around in circles. I'm done. Graph. He's lost. He's now just repeating himself. I'm done. I'm done. Go ahead, Brenda. Go ahead, Brenda. I'm done.
Just shut up.
No, I gave him pitch. He's now asking me again, even though we've just gone through it and how the specific data on the graph describes the degrees with respect to the horizontal. So he's asked me in repetition where on the graph. Okay. Number 1, I already told him. I haven't got it in front of me. I barely use it at all anymore. I don't need to. We've got parallel flight level, perpendicular altitude from sea level itself being measured, the distance, the descent path, all that require horizontal measurements of Earth's flat surface. I don't need pitch data. But if you're asking me specifically, well, where does it show a flat Earth in this NTSB data that we used about 2 years ago, that Buck provided, then no worries. Pitch. It describes the degree of the aeroplane with respect to the horizontal plane that matches the linear distance and the parallel altitude flight level called out from ground control. It cannot curve, as is suggested, that a flat line that you'd show on the graph with respect to time would actually have a curve in it. Well, no, if it had a curve, that's a drop. That's a surveyed drop over distance. We'd still need horizontal flat Earth distance measurements for this suggestion that a straight line is the same as a curved one. That's just wrong. He's ignored that too. He's been annihilated. What's his response? Where's it on the graph? We've covered that, so I'm done with him.
Do you have a plane without... Can you have a plane of reference without a plane to reference?
No, you must have a plane of reference to describe the degrees of the plane when we describe its pitch with respect to a horizontal plane of reference to be 2 or 3 degrees above. Above itself means with respect to a plane. Everything about the description, flight level, surface level, distance, azimuth, everything is flat only. That's how planes, aeroplanes, work with respect to a flat Earth. Simple. Every measurement confirms it.
No time.
Yo, what's up?
Yo, yo.
The sky, when you describe something being up, that's perpendicular to a plane of reference. Up is a flat Earth description. Same as left and right, azimuth, directionality, distance, they're all flat Earth measurements. Making us here now utterly inconsequential to the subject in this debate forum. There is no debate. Everybody uses flat Earth measurements.
I don't want to hear about measurements anymore.
For those of you joining us live in the pre-show, if you're a member and you happen to be watching, you'll know. But if you're not and you're just watching live, Jem Panda, the owner of this server, was a little bit upset that we were suggesting we should talk about measurements. He did not want to talk about measurements, only wanted to lean into satellite TV and pictures from space without any measurements attached. So you know.
That's correct. And Rob Noxious has flight paths.
Say again, John? Okay, good talk. Well, as I say, we're in the debate Flat Earth and More server, so hopefully one of my mods will grab a link to that particular Discord server. If you did want to join us today, that's where you'll be joining us. And yeah, obviously join as a member of that server and fun can be had for you as it has been for me.
Can refracted curvature point out this NTSB data where the 0 is represented at sea level, please?
There you go, refracted.
On the graph, can you point it
What
out
do I
where
need
sea
to
level
do?
is?
The graph, which has a plane of reference to be a graph, needs me to point out where the plane of reference exists.
I want you to point out where sea level is represented on the NTSB data, please.
Just say, oh, no, you did. Bottom of the graph where it says 0.
And what would 0 be in any coordinate system be represented on an XY graph?
So what would
0 is the plane of reference.
0 is the straight x-axis.
Making it the plane of reference.
No, just making it the 0.
Incorrect.
Doesn't make it flat. It doesn't make it curved. It makes it the 0. It represents the 0,
Incorrect.
the baseline of measurement.
It represents the plane.
And on a globe, the 0 would be represented exactly the same as a straight line. So you have no exclusivity to flat Earth with your 0 there.
Can you let him respond, please, Edabear? Go ahead, John.
I couldn't hear him coming through at all.
It's not on a globe. It's on a plane of reference. You keep saying on a globe, but it's on a plane. It's not curving. You can look with your own eyes and see that.
Can you prove that your 0 baseline represents a flat Earth?
Well, it's necessitated by the existence of elevation, distance. Pretty much every concept of measurement we have requires Earth to be flat.
No, it's not. I mean, the globe gives that baseline of 0 too, right? And that would be represented on an XY axis as a straight line, exactly the same as that. So how can you, hang on, how can you claim exclusivity for that 0 baseline?
Well, no, you got to let him spurge or he'll just keep spurging. No, that's incorrect. 0 is a plane of reference. There is no planes on a globe.
0 represents, the straight line represents 0. Doesn't say whether it's curved or it's flat.
It's a straight line.
0, the baseline.
Yeah, it's a straight line. You said the straight line represents 0. That's right, it's a straight line.
On an XY.
Stuttery, so it's not curving, it's a straight line.
We're not talking about what it represents in reality.
Yeah, we are. They use this to investigate death. Absolutely. It's NTSB black box pitch data that you're asking about. It's definitely representative of reality.
The NTSB data is not from the black box. It's not the data from the black box.
What you're saying is they've transferred the data from the black box to a different computer so we can print it out on a sheet of paper. Is that what you're saying?
No, it doesn't
AI overlord.
It doesn't include the information from the black box that is relevant to your claim.
It's got pitch data in it.
Yeah, well, the 0 is represented as a straight line.
Yeah.
On any model that has a 0 baseline.
Correct.
Yes, that's right.
Incorrect.
Okay. Can you prove
wrong.
exclusivity that your 0 is flat
A
Earth?
plane of reference necessitates a plane, not a curve.
An XY coordinate representation does not.
Well, then it hasn't got curve. It's just not curved then. Or you'd need an extra dimension to describe the curving.
Representation, doesn't it?
There's your Spurgin through the top of the answers.
If you talk to any of the Globers here, they'll tell you that sea level is 0 on their model.
Level. That's right, level.
It would be represented on an XY axis as a straight line.
So level and represented as a straight line. Yeah, Earth's measured flat with sea level. It's level. It's represented as a straight line. Yeah, welcome to flat Earth.
No, 0 is represented as a straight line. You don't have sea level. You don't have the surface on your data. You have a 0 baseline that represents the 0 baseline in your coordinate system that you're claiming.
Pardon me, you just admitted 0 is a straight line, and then you were trying to argue that it's curved.
Don't play your games, Refracted. It's 0 on an XY axis. It's a straight line on an XY axis.
I ain't playing the games. I'm just pointing out your absurdity.
I thought you were an engineer.
So before the ad hom start, what necessitated is that when we've got flat Earth measurements with flat linear distances, reference to a plane at 0 as a straight line, it would be the same if it was curved. That's the argument currently, just so we're all clear.
All right. So on the y-axis, what does 1 represent?
Don't know. You tell her.
1 on the
talking to you, computer boy.
would be representative of whatever measure you're going to use.
Not you.
Yeah, it's just Spurgin straight through the top of you. In the pre-show, Ed De Bear was suggesting that I'd got some sort of mute button. This is Ed De Bear's mute button that he's currently using, just so we're all clear what's happening.
What does 1 represent on the y-axis?
It would depend on your unit of measure, but it would be correlated to that.
All right, give it a unit of measurement then.
Like elevation from the plane of reference?
From the 0 baseline.
The plane of reference, not
let's call it 1 millibar.
You don't measure from a graph, son.
Or 10 millibars. Let's call it 10 millibars.
You don't measure from a graph. You understand that?
That's what you do. That's how you analyze the data from the XY axis coordinate system. That's how you analyze it. Yes, it is. If you're an engineer, you know that you analyze what the graph tells you.
From the plane of reference.
No, it's representation of what 0 is on that graph.
You absolutely measure from the plane of reference.
Well, the Earth isn't flat, so there's no plane there.
You say that the Earth is flat, so there's no plane there?
He said the Earth isn't flat, so there is no plane there.
So there is no plane. What plane?
If there is no plane of reference, you have no measurement.
Yeah, what are you going to reference?
Yeah.
If there's no plane of reference to reference, what are you referencing exactly? So when we reference the plane of reference, what are we referencing?
No, the data just shows a 0 baseline. You haven't proved any exclusivity for it to belong to any coordinate system at all.
Yeah, I got that.
None.
That's your claim. My answer, my question in response. Don't spurg through me. I'm trying to respond. Don't spurg. I'll just have to review you. You're just going to have to keep spurging to win. If there's a plane of reference,
I'm proving a point.
If there's a plane of reference, what do we reference?
Let him respond. Come on.
What's the reference? If we're going to have a plane of, he's not allowing me, Gagushi. I'm really sorry. I can't really cope with him.
I muted him. Go ahead.
Well, he's not listening. If he's muted, he's probably not going to be listening. So it's just the end of the time with loser Ed De Bear because he can't cope. Has to spurg through every response because he's lost. If there's a plane of reference, that's 0. What do we reference if it's not referenced? Because that's what he's saying. No, we don't reference the plane of reference. Yeah, we do. It's part of the measurement. That's what we're measuring. That's John's reply. So we're at the point where John says, yes, it's a plane of reference, and that's what we measure. That's where the word reference comes into it, because we're referencing it. But he's saying no. Well, what do we reference when we reference the plane of reference is my question.
We reference a distance.
Distance in the altitude term or in the distance in the horizontal term? Along the ground or altitude, Brenda?
In the case of the globe Earth, distance from the surface.
Oh, that's flat measurements then. They're linear.
No, the surface is curved.
Okay, can you tell me how much it curves and give me the rate of curve and how that's calculated, please? Or measured would be better, but it isn't.
If you graph the distance above a curving line and set that to 0, you get a straight line on a graph.
Okay.
You don't know how to read a graph.
Okay, and how's that measured with respect to Earth's surface, please?
Was that a yeah? Did you agree?
No, I asked how is that measured for Earth's surface? I was saying it slower, second time.
I heard a yeah. That sounds to me like you agree that if we reference the distance above a surface and the surface is curving, but we set it to 0 in the graph, you get a straight line in the graph.
No, that would not work. That'd be a distortion. You're talking about making a distortion, which would not give you comparable data.
It's not distortion. It's a constant height above the curving surface.
Okay. Well, how much does the curved surface curve and how was that measured? That's the third time I've asked.
So you agree. So you need to agree before we move on.
I agree that we've got a curving surface.
Correct.
Well, no. We need to establish whether or not that's the case with measurements. So I'm asking, if we're going to assume by way of this graphing process that we've got curved surfaces, we need to verify that by way of measurement. I think this is the third, maybe fourth time I've asked. If that is the case, where is that measured? What is the measurement, please?
Yeah, that's not reliant on what I'm saying. We already know that the surface is curved.
That's begging the question.
No, that's not what begging the question is.
If you haven't got a measurement, you're just assuming it.
You're begging the question saying it's flat, aren't you? It's the same begging the question. But you're saying it's flat.
Ed Cook comes back the minute
they both
Bev.
represented by 0.
Ed Bev comes back in. So you've got a mute button being used on us, it seems. So no, that's begging the question. Just going to obfuscate the lose.
I'm asking
you're going to obfuscate the loss, are you? I'm going to obfuscate this loss.
You're doing the same
Sorry,
thing.
Kagushi, I don't know what to do, my friend. I was in the middle of talking to Brenda. He'd already been defeated and gone silent. That's why Brenda piped up. Now we're addressing her, and he's now piping up on her behalf when she loses. If you assume that it's curved, that's to say you don't offer a measurement to prove that fact, then you are begging the question. You're assuming your outcome. Your outcome is globe. So you're saying, well, if I assume globe, I already know it's curved. That's begging the question, circular reasoning. It's globe because I've already assumed it's curving. I don't need to measure it. I know already. Yeah, circular reasoning. Begging the question.
Incorrect. I know it's curved.
How'd you know? What did you measure?
Oh, we observed it.
And what did you measure when you observed it?
We used observations.
And what did they measure?
Distance.
Distance? Yeah, that's linear, horizontal linear distance. Yeah, we measure those. We surveyed the Earth with them.
Vertical.
Yes, I'm responding to her. We've got a measurement. Distance. Yes, as per all surveys of Earth ever that derive any accuracy to the topographical changes, that's curve, we measure Earth flat with linear distance to describe vertical drop with respect to that flat, measured, linear, horizontal distance. Earth is measured flat for distance. Brenda?
I said it was an observation, and the distance is a vertical distance.
A vertical would be with respect to the perpendicular horizontal. So if you're describing verticality, that would be the ups and downs of the land, like curve. Then you describe that deviation in the vertical from the measured linear flat Earth horizontal distance measurements. They are axiomatically tied at the hip. If we're going to describe verticality and their deviations, we need the horizontal distance to derive it from. Earth's measured flat with horizontal linear distances. That's how Earth has been surveyed.
No, I was describing an observation. You didn't understand.
Oh, okay, you win.
That's how I established.
Your observation trumps the measurements and surveys. Your observation that suggests you know it's a ball definitely trumps the measuring Earth flat with horizontal linear distances as per map scales and all topographical deviations in the vertical measured from those surveyed linear horizontal distances measured on a flat Earth. Your observation trumps those measurements. Well done, you win.
Yes, it does. From a sufficient distance, we can see that the Earth is a globe from a sufficient distance.
Distance is flat, though. The sufficient distance would be the measurement. That's flat and horizontal.
No, it's vertical, not horizontal.
No, distances on maps aren't vertical. You've obviously never used a map and don't appreciate that a distance that you're observing something from would be a distance in the horizontal as per any map scale. And any idiot who's ever used a map ever understands implicitly that the azimuth of the direction you're looking is horizontal, and the distance on the map scale for how far you see something is unequivocally a surveyed, flat, linear, horizontal, not vertical distance. The drop would be in the vertical. That's to say, if you're at the top of the hill, how far away the bottom of the hill is would be represented by surveying the difference in the vertical that you're suggesting distance is with respect to the horizontal surveyed distance that's measured. Earth's measured flat for linear horizontal distance. Topographical deviations are with respect to that horizontal distance in the vertical. Earth's measured flat for distance.
No, I'm not talking about maps. I'm talking about a real physical observation from a sufficient distance from the Earth to see that it is in fact curved.
Oh, I see. So you're saying that you go up to, say, a spaceship or satellite altitude from sea level?
You just achieve a sufficient distance from the Earth.
From sea level.
That you can directly observe with your eyeballs that the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, so you're saying when you altitude, you're using altitude, right?
That's distance from the surface, yes.
Yes, measured from sea level, perpendicular to a plane of reference. Altitude is perpendicular to a flat Earth.
That's false. That's the question.
Oh, sorry. Can you give me an altitude measurement that's not from sea level? Go.
Altitude is from the surface of the Earth.
It's from sea level.
Yeah, and level is curved.
Yeah. Did I hear you go? Yeah. So Earth is measured flat from sea level for perpendicular altitude. So you're suggesting that the observation... When did you make this observation from outer space? Did we not establish earlier that this is just a belief you hold? I think we did.
Level doesn't mean flat.
Sorry, do you want to answer my question, or should we move on to someone else? My question. Have you, subsequent to the 30 minutes ago, making clear that you have not been to this place you're now measuring from a flat Earth at sea level perpendicular, have you been to this place since you last confirmed it was just your belief? Have you been there since, is my question.
That's the genetic fallacy. I don't have to be there to know it's true. Truth is independent of the person, right? Persons don't make things true. States of affairs make things true.
I see. So the state of when we measure it perpendicular to sea level would be the truth of it, because that's the measurement you're appealing to. The only measurement, distance in the vertical. You don't have to spurg through me while I point out how flat Earth is measured perpendicular to sea level in the vertical. Vertical itself, when you use that word vertical, is axiomatically tied to a flat Earth only. That's what vertical means. It's perpendicular to horizontal. So to have a vertical, you'd need the horizontal. In this case, sea level. What was that? You said it's just nothing to... Yeah, you said yeah when we confirmed a minute ago that we're measuring Earth flat from sea level perpendicular to it. So the only measurement for a place you've never been that we're going to trust is going to give us some imagery that you've not seen and can't provide is a measurement from sea level. That's a flat Earth measurement, though. So we've got a flat Earth measurement in the vertical. Vertical is axiomatically tied to a flat Earth also. So we're clear.
There are no axioms in science. That's math, not science.
Yes, that's right. We're doing math. We're measuring our height from sea level.
No, we're doing science. I'm making an observation. I'm not doing math. I'm doing science.
From a flat Earth measurement height, yes. Okay, you're doing science in a place you've never been.
The question.
Yes, okay. I'll just establish what you've told me. According to you, based on what I understand, in a place you have never been, we're doing science, hypothetically, because you know it's to be accepted as real, even though you're not there, but you will be doing science there. But the value we've got for where there is from a flat Earth perpendicular to sea level, with a measurement, with a number attached to it, that is axiomatically perpendicular in maths that we measure when we get the height that you're appealing to in a place you've not gone, that you're doing science in. Okay, clear. Gotcha.
That wasn't clear at all. That was very confused.
Well, I'm glad we got that conclusion. Glad it's squared away. Squared being perpendicular.
What does square mean?
It means perpendicular. Perpendicular. Means at 90 degrees.
Orthogonal.
Yeah, like when you draw a little box. So if you were going to make an altitude measurement, for example, you draw a little line along the sea level and a little line going up to the height of the item, and then you could draw a little box at that angle and write 90 degrees on it, and it would be a square. That's an axiom, perpendicularity.
It's perpendicular to the tangent of the curve.
So you're going to beg the question that when we measure perpendicularity, that's at 90 degrees to a plane at sea level, that actually we've got a ball dangling below the sea level. That's begging the question, circular reasoning. The measurement here is perpendicular, Spurg. The measurement is perpendicular to a plane. That's the measurement. It's a measurement in the vertical, which means that the description specifically calls for axiomatic perpendicularity and has absolutely no requirement of a ball. But we can, if we're a baller, only accept the flat Earth measurement perpendicular if we assume, by way of begging the question, that there's a ball that's definitely not anything to do with 90 degrees dangling below a point that we're measuring a plane of Earth's surface at sea level with. So if we assume there's a ball dangling below this measurement of a plane with vertical altitude, then we're all cushy with measuring a plane for the perpendicularity afforded us when we measure vertical altitude. That's just circular reasoning. You're just assuming that this plane with 90 to sea level actually has a ball dangling below it that we're not measuring. No, it's circular reasoning. That's your outcome that you're trying to prove in violation of an axiom of perpendicularity when we measure our height from sea level. That's the sea being level, not some ball tangential, or it would be called sea tangent or sea point. If it only had one point tangential to a ball that we're not measuring, they wouldn't use the term level, and it wouldn't be axiomatically perpendicular in the, quote, vertical. Vertical requires planar descriptions, not tangential. They're inconsequential to your begging the question of a ball dangling below a plane that we are actually measuring.
Perpendicular is not an axiom. Axioms are not in science. The plane is perpendicular to the curve.
It can't be perpendicular to a curve. It means at 90 degrees.
Yes, it's at 90 degrees. That's what a tangent is.
A tangent isn't perpendicular. You can have a perpendicular plane tangential to a ball that you assume isn't measured from sea level when you describe vertical. The ball you're now assuming is just circular reasoning. That's begging the question of a tangential plane. So it is a definite plane that we're measuring for sea level, and you're happy to accept that plane, but only if you assume a ball we're not measuring in any way is dangling beneath it. No, the axiomatic perpendicularity of sea level does not rely on a ball that you assume dangling below it. That's nonsense.
Right. The plane is perpendicular to the surface normal of the curve.
Okay, repeating it means you win. Yeah, okay, we measure a plane from sea level perpendicular for vertical altitude, and because Brenda's assumed there's a ball dangling below this plane we measure, that means there's a ball there because you've just assumed it. Therefore, Earth's a ball. I mean, you could call that circular reasoning, or we could just hand the win to Brenda. Yeah, your fallacious reasoning means you win. You've begged the question successfully. Well done.
Oh, thank you. I win? Did I win?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Earth is a globe.
Can I ask a question,
Nathan
please?
agrees. Thank you.
Can I ask a question? What did you win?
Yes, you may.
What did you win?
The argument.
And what did you get for it?
The satisfaction.
Oh, how much can you sell that for?
I'm not like you. I don't sell satisfaction.
All right. So it's just the satisfaction. How long does it last?
Forever.
Forever? So we'll never see you again?
Yeah.
I would suggest it lasts about
no.
30 minutes before you pipe up again, because the satisfaction will wear off quickly of you taking your fallacious reasoning as a win. I think that satisfaction will wear off fairly quickly, actually.
Oh, there are so many ways to get satisfaction, though.
I'm sure there are.
You're aware of that.
Yeah. Satisfaction, or I would call it contentment, it's slightly different to satisfaction, came for me when I understood implicitly how the begging the question fallacy that's formed by Brenda tangential to a plane that we're measuring came into existence by way of the Roman Catholic derivation of flat earth measurements also. Once I understood that, I received contentment. The contentment that what I did in this arena was utterly inconsequential to how earth was always being measured flat anyway, and always will be, even if you've got a ball belief. That is to say, in this instance, to have a ball belief, if we accept the begging the question fallacy of tangential planes with balls dangling below them is true, still requires that Earth be measured as a plane. It's just now been relabelled tangent plane to offer satisfaction to transgender Brenda here. Or somebody in the audience. They might find cope in saying, well, no, the plane we measure has a ball dangling below it. Therefore, ball. If that offers you cope, good for you.
I will say that I appreciate you defending me against Gashuki when his transphobia was being expressed. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Not being transphobia. You said something. You said something that you said some people have a belief and some people have a knowledge. And what I pointed out was that.
Yeah, we're not going to get into that.
Yeah, let's just.
We're not going to get into that.
I mean, I'm not afraid of getting into it. It's just not going to end well for you. So just let it go.
It's just not on topic.
We'll have a different conversation at a different time.
If it was a religious forum or some other forum, it would have some relevance. Brenda and me are inconsequential to the Earth measurements. In this instance, a tangential, in quotes, begging the question, plane. Well, we still need a plane. Earth's going to be measured as a plane. So if they want to take the win as, well, I assume there's a ball below this plane. Okay. If that's what you need, have it. What's that? You take that as a win? Good for you. Okay. I still know how that ball came to fruition. The ball that's dangling below the plane that's now been assumed also came into fruition through measurements of Earth's flat surface. Now I know that, which means that I can say, okay, have your win if you want to take it that way. If that means for another day the world is a ball to you because of this assumption of a tangential plane, number one, we're still measuring a plane. It's just been relabeled tangential now, so that you can assume for cope that a ball dangles below it. Good for you, have it. That's not how it works, though. This diagram on screen defies that. The equatorial plane is not a tangent plane. That's not how the ball actually works. And again, with my advanced understanding of heliocentrism and how flat Earth was measured for it, I understand that tangential planes are not how orbital mechanics function. To suggest this at some point... Oh, triggering. At some point, that plane will be triggering. At some point, the plane that's been assumed, third triggering in a row, the plane that's been assumed will be transposed inside the ball, as diagrammatically exampled above me on my live stream. We can't work from a plane if we're going to describe orbital motion for space to exist. That's from within the ball. That's how that works. So to have space, we need to describe the mathematics from the centre point of a ball on an equatorial plane, because that's how Earth has to be back engineered to work with the measurements from Earth's flat surface. That's why the plane that's now been assumed to justify the plane we're measuring at sea level has to be transposed inside the ball. Now, when Thunderfoot did it, his excuse was, well, you just make up some excuse for why you're now moving inside the ball. That was how he justified it. Now, I don't care how you or anybody else justifies this assumption moving inside a ball so that it can work with a plane that we get angles from. I couldn't care less. But if that's what you want and need to believe this bullshit, up to you. That's your bag. Take it as a win. Good for you.
Well, the equatorial plane is definitely not a tangent plane. That's for sure.
Yeah, I know. Right. But that's how the ball functions. In orbital mechanics, we're not on a tangent plane. Right, so Brenda's just scuppered her own model. Yeah, right, if you suggest we're taking surface measurements and they're tangential planar measurements, oh, well, that doesn't work with orbital mechanics. Yeah, that's right. It doesn't. So, great win until you need to actually put it into orbital motion, and then it doesn't work. You need to move it inside the ball. So you're going to move a flat plane measurement inside a ball to another flat plane. Yeah, I know. I know exactly how this all works with respect to a flat plane.
So where's the equatorial plane on a flat Earth?
It's not. It's a ball concept. Are you dumb? It's not mine either. You're going to call yourself Bev in a minute. You're going to now claim that my exemplary understanding of your bullshit makes it mine.
So you can't take measurements from the equatorial plane then on a flat Earth, can you?
It is a flat Earth. The plane is flat. You do take measurements from Earth's surface, but when you suggest those Earth surface flat angle measurements are actually in a ball, then the bit that you're suggesting, the inside a ball bit, is bollocks. Nobody's inside any balls.
Right, so you're taking measurements from the flat Earth, right? Not the equatorial plane.
Welcome to flat Earth. Yeah, when we measure Earth for flat measurements of flat angles that can work in a ball on the equatorial plane, they're just flat Earth measurements off a flat plane that can work in a ball that you imagine you are in. You can't actually be in a ball on the equatorial plane. You're just measuring Earth flat for angles. That's it. It's really simple.
Yeah, but then you can't use those measurements to claim that the Earth is flat because you've already assumed that the Earth is flat.
But you've measured it. When you measure the angle...
You've already assumed it.
Well, when you measure an angle that will coincide with the planar descriptions of the equatorial plane, you've measured an angle from Earth's surface to make it work inside a ball on the equatorial plane. Now you're saying, well, because we've measured Earth's flat surface for flat angles that work in a ball, you can't claim that's flat Earth proof. No, I mean, I don't need anything. I just need the angle we measured off a flat Earth that will later work inside the ball on the flat equatorial plane that we're not in. But we still had to acquire a flat measurement to use. For example, everybody who went that way, I'm pointing horizontally southward, to a place that is suggested to have the acquisition of flat Earth elevation angles and directionality in azimuth. That's what you'll measure. So the measurements are flat. And what you do with them, oh, well, I suggest we're inside a bleeding turtle. I don't care what you do with these flat measurements. We've already got them. And they're measurements. And they're flat. I don't need to do anything else. When somebody says that we've got a curve, I go, well, how do you make your curve? Well, with distance. What, from sea level? Well, that's flat, perpendicular. Oh, no, distance to something over there in an azimuthal flat direction. Well, your direction's flat. Well, no, but 30 miles away. 30 miles away is measured flat. So I don't need to do anything. I can just watch you idiots, frankly, at this point, with me making it really simple for the lowest common denominator. My language is as base as it can be, so the stupidest person in the audience can understand it. Now, if you reject it, brace against it, you're bracing against stuff that creates a ball. Now, you say, I can't use it as a flat Earth measurement or a flat Earth proof. I don't care. That's how it's measured, not by me. The ball came to existence by measuring Earth flat. I just didn't do it. You telling me you can't use that as flat Earth proof? Okay, I won't. Does it change how flat we measure Earth for angles? No.
So you can't use your measurements from the flat Earth to prove that the Earth is flat. You have to start with something else. You can't start with your ending. You have to start at the beginning.
So I can't use the flat Earth measurements to show Earth's flat.
Correct. That would be begging the question.
Well, you told me.
I did.
Yeah, I will. I'll use the flat Earth measurements without anything being stated afterwards. I don't have to use the flat Earth measurements to go on to do something. We've got flat Earth measurements. It's the end of the discussion. That's why I say there is no debate. Because what I do with the flat Earth measurements would infer that there's some logical consistency to have after measuring Earth flat. No, we just measure it flat. It's really basic. There's no consistency or logic to be put into it. I don't have to apply it to any model. I don't have to prove you're wrong about space. I can. I just wait for you to use any measurements like altitude. Shout out to Len. He says, take your win, give yourself a little star, and stick it on your jumper. I think he's talking to you, Brenda.
Yeah.
Thanks for the super chat.
You presuppose that the Earth is flat to prove that it's flat.
No, it's measurements. Measurements, Brenda. They're measuring it.
Yeah. No, you presuppose that they're flat.
Okay. You can call measurements of horizontal distance when they survey to the millimetre accuracy of Earth. You can call those assumptions. We've done this before, though, Brenda. Again, take it as a win. If you want to say that surveying of horizontal distance as per the scales on all maps, as per every survey ever made of Earth's flat surface, which it has to be, because you're going to derive verticality, like altitude and hills and valleys drop over distance, needs the distance to be horizontal. And that's how we survey. So this is us having this argument, you telling me I can't use it as flat Earth proof. It doesn't need proving. It's measured that way. It's measured horizontal. Distance is measured. So I don't care if you reject this. It makes no difference to how it's measured. Flat.
But I can take it as a win.
Taking the globefaction away.
Hold on, one deck. Sorry, Brenda. Go ahead.
I can take that as a win, though, right?
Yes, you can take it as a win. That flat Earth measurements being measured. What was the win again?
That's 2. That's the second one. Thank you.
Sorry. Okay, just so we can confirm what you've won. What did you win again?
The argument.
Oh, you must have a real sense of pride. So how did you win this second time? I'm a bit confused. So we've got flat Earth measurements that have been surveyed, but you say that that's assuming flat Earth when they measure it flat for horizontal distance. That's just an assumption, even though they've been paid significant amounts of money to survey the terrain and the drop over the distance that can only be horizontal. That doesn't mean it's a horizontal distance because according to you, that's just an assumption. Okay, gotcha. Good win.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate
my pleasure.
Everything. I'm going to let somebody else go. You have a good day, Nathan.
Well, thank you very much, Brenda. It was a pleasure.
You got her all excited.
Excellent. Props to both of you. Nice to hear.
You
felt genuine.
It's amazing what a bit of globefaction does.
But you're all entitled to your belief. Like, if you want to take the flat Earth measurements and turn them into a ball, or take the flat Earth measurements and assume a ball's dangling below them, you can. You know, that's how the globe's been created. And more power to you. It's the religion we all were born into. So I totally understand it. You all think, well, we all know it's a ball. So I get it. And you're welcome to it.
Well said, Nathan.
Let me just do a plug for Gem's server, because to his credit, he's allowed us in without any hassle, like literally without a word of grief. I mean, beyond the debate, that's different. Right, as far as me being in someone else's server that they've worked hard to maintain, that's Gem. Props for him just allowing me to be here. No questions asked. Literally, he was even proud to have me here at one point. So, shout out to Gem Panda. Can't believe I'm saying it. I've known him probably as long as any other flat earther in this discussion, by the way. So if you don't know who Gem Panda is, this is his server. It's called Debate Flat Earth and More. Hopefully one of my moderators will drop a link in the live stream chat so you can join this server and participate in the fun. Baller or flat earther. As I say, the name of the server is Debate Flat Earth and More. I'll probably stay for another 20 minutes. If anybody else has got any questions, feel free.
No, I just enjoyed that little conversation there with you and Brenda. And, you know, like you say, you give her the argument. If she wants to win the argument, she got some globefaction out of it. And it was, yeah, enjoyed listening to that, actually.
Jolly good. It's only fun. I mean, sorry, go ahead.
I'm just saying, is there a few people in the Gem server? I can't see. Who else is in there?
Ramba Jamma Ding Dong.
Yeah, sorry, Nathan. I would engage with you, but the moderator, Kikuchi, refuses to, let that be. So we'll have to meet another time, Fred.
I don't mind. You're talking now.
Play victim. Yeah, you were muted for 2 seconds. That's because you wouldn't let him respond, but you could cry victim if you want.
I mean, it is a shame. Edinburgh can't have a reasonable conversation at times, really. No major disrespect to you there, Edinburgh, but I think you know what I'm saying, mate. You know, you need to listen to what's being said and respond in the correct manner. I think you'd do a lot better.
Maybe he'll talk to you. He calls you and Neil my lapdogs. You know that.
Yeah, he's always calling somebody.
You don't have to get all upset, Elderbear. We're all here to engage in a conversation.
I mean, I'm just here to make money with my shorts videos, actually.
Well, Kikuchi, you've already given your pledge to Nathan that you would meet me and Brenda. You know, that's your own personal bias here. So one day, can you tell me how a tool that establishes a horizontal reference can be sentient, please?
He broke.
No, I've not made any claims about that, mate. No.
Did you hear his question? He said, "How does a horizontal reference be sentient?"
No, a tool that establishes a horizontal reference.
Do I understand the meaning of sentient, as in like autonomous with its own thought processes, own mind? Is that what you mean by sentient?
Right. That's correct. Perhaps one deck doesn't understand that. Well done for explaining to him.
I wasn't trying to explain it to one deck. I assume he knows what sentient means too.
Oh, really? Oh, well, perhaps he can explain. Can he explain how a tool that establishes... What? You don't have to. You don't have to do anything, do you?
That's what he said. That was his response. Go ahead, Edinburgh.
Can you explain how a tool that establishes a horizontal reference is exclusive to Flat Earth, please?
No, I don't have to do that. Have you got a claim about that?
Now you're learning. That's all you got, isn't it? Don't make a claim. Don't answer a question. Just answer a question with a question.
Well, have you got a claim about the shape of the Earth?
I'm asking you about your claim.
No, what's your claim about the shape of the Earth? I'd like to hear it.
I don't have a claim about the shape of the Earth. I'm asking you about your claim about the shape of the Earth.
Well, it's measured flat from sea level.
And what tool do you use to do that?
Well, sea level is the tool used for all elevation profiles on Earth. It's called the 0 degree baseline for all measurement.
Sea level's not a tool.
Yeah, it's the Earth. We use the Earth to measure all measurements going forward from a level base called 0 degree baseline. Earth is level. We use the levelness.
How do you measure that? How do you measure that then?
It's from little huts on beaches.
Who told you that?
It's common knowledge.
Can you prove that, please? In the UK, where are these little huts?
There's one in Cornwall.
Okay. And what was the tool used to measure that?
Tide gauges. You never heard of a tide gauge?
I didn't actually know that. If he'd have asked me, he'd have completely scuppered me because I didn't know it was called a tide gauge. Did anybody else know that?
Yeah, it measures.
And how does the tide gauge going up and down say that the Earth is flat?
That's a vertical. That's a vertical measement, though.
Yeah.
It's a vertical measurement. Everyone, there's four people talking. Stop. Just check with Edinburgh if he does want that question answering that his compadre has asked. The question I heard was, how does a tide gauge prove Earth's flat or something like that? But it's Edinburgh who's in charge at the moment. So is that your question, Edinburgh, to one deck?
I said that the datum there is a vertical measurement. It doesn't measure the Earth flat.
That's not really a question.
Well, it is.
Well, if you're saying that a datum,
he says that the sea level that's measured at in Cornwall, he says, is a horizontal measurement, measures the Earth flat. It's a vertical measurement. Doesn't measure the Earth flat.
These tools that measure the average levelness of sea level. It's level. It's got an average level called mean sea level. That is the 0 degree baseline for all measurements going forward. We utilize sea level for all measurements on it.
Hold on, dude. We'll get to you next, I promise. Just for a sec. Did you hear his full answer?
You're wrong.
Did you
I can hear
answer?
him, but I need you, Oakley. I can hear him perfectly. I need to mute you
I was
on
talking to the other guy that was
end.
muting him, actually, not you. I wasn't having a go at you for a change. It was the guy in the background that I was moaning at.
Yeah, how does that translate to being flat?
That is the mean sea level that you're referring to is a point on a vertical datum. It's a measurement, an average, a mean of the rise and fall of the water. It's not a horizontal.
It's not a
reference.
It's level. You don't know. You obviously don't know what level means.
Well, it's just a fucking claim, isn't it?
Hold on, dude. We'll get to you next, I promise.
Sea level.
Just let Edibert go.
Mean sea level is a point. Mean sea level is a point on a vertical datum. It's a vertical measurement. Just one measurement on a vertical datum. An average of measurements.
In charge of when I can speak or not anyway.
No, sea level's not a point, it's level. It's got no point higher or lower than the other. It's got a mean average of level. It is level. It is the 0 degree baseline for all mapping and navigation. It's level. It's not curved, it's level.
How would you establish that from one point?
It's not established from one point, it's established from huts and tide gauges. It's got an average level and it's used all over the earth for all further measurements going forward. It's level. It's not curved, it's level.
So the tide being high at one point and low at another point at different times of the day means it's level. Fucking stupid.
Just chill out, dude.
There are not lots of huts in the UK. There are not lots of huts in the UK, one deck.
Great. Well, we have got sea level, and that's used to measure all elevation profiles on Earth.
Did you mean me?
No, it's not actually.
Hold on, John. Stop. Look, I've now got to summarise. Everyone else, shut up. No, just Edibert and one deck. Just Edibert and one deck. Right, what? I've now got to reiterate one deck's point to Edibert. He's saying all elevation profiles are measured with respect to that datum that's averaged at mean sea level. That was his last response to you, Edibert. Edibert next, not one deck, or anybody else for that matter. Go ahead, Edibert.
No, that's just one point of that measurement.
No, maybe you didn't hear what he said. He said the elevation profiles, that's like more than 1 point. Maybe you didn't hear what he said. He was specifically talking about elevation profiles.
I know. He's only talking about mean sea level, but if he's going to transfer that point, then he needs a tool. What tool is he going to use to establish a horizontal baseline?
So I'm not going to use any tool. It's already been measured. Sorry, Nathan. It's already been measured.
Just want to check with him. Is he conceding it? Is he conceding this point at this point then? He's saying, how do we measure this horizontal reference for the elevation profile? That sounds like you're conceding that there is one, Edibert.
Why do you need to try and clear and make...
So it seems like Edibert's conceded. We've got a horizontal plane of reference that we're going to use for this measurement of an elevation profile. And he's now asking how that is measured. So therefore, if it's going to be measured, it must exist. Right? Or wrong?
I initially asked, what tool would you use to establish a horizontal reference? And one deck said mean sea level, a point on a vertical datum. Now he's moved to saying that that's what you use to measure elevation profiles.
Yes.
But it's only 1 point.
Well, no, if you've got a profile, there's more than 1 point on a profile.
And how would you measure that point? With what tool?
So I'll ask again. So you're conceding that we do have horizontal for the profile then?
I understand there are tools that do that.
Yeah, to measure the Earth flat for the profile?
No.
So you're saying that the profile's not horizontal?
You've added something...
You can't have it both ways. It either is or it isn't. If it is, you've conceded that Earth's measured flat with it. If you're saying it isn't, then say, no, this profile's not horizontal.
We're talking about the tool.
No, we're not. We're talking about whether or not Earth's measured flat from sea level with an elevation profile. That's what's been put to you. Not about whether or not it's measured with a particular tool. That's not what he put to you.
Are you arguing for one deck now?
No, I'm clarifying his position. He's described an elevation profile. If you say, how do we measure this horizontal system, then you've conceded we've got this system horizontal.
You're obviously cucking for one deck and he can't...
No. We've either got this system or we haven't. If you say we haven't, that's contentious. If we have, then it's horizontal. That's the end.
Deck. I thought I was talking to one deck, but he's obviously incapable, a bit disabled. He needs you to fill him in.
No, for the audience's benefit. When having more than 1 point put to Edebear, he suggested it's only 1 point. That's why I've stepped in. If it's not, and it's more than 1 point, and it's horizontal, as put to him by one deck, that's the end of the argument.
Not the end of the argument. You don't have an argument.
Well, your argument is that this horizontal system's got to be measured with a particular tool. You're asking which tool measures this flat Earth system. So we've got a flat Earth system. We're just going to establish which tool measures it.
Hello? Can I talk to one deck, or is he disabled?
Well, we've got the end of the argument. If we've got a horizontal system, as one deck has put to you, and you say in response it's only 1 point, that's incorrect.
Mean sea level is 1 point.
Yeah, not an elevation profile.
All right, when he said...
So now we're going around in circles. So now he's dodging and being slippery. He didn't say sea level. We moved on to the elevation profile. The datum has a single point, 0, so it can work with an elevation profile. That's what one deck's put to you.
Yeah, I asked him what tool he would use to establish that.
So the system is definitely going to be horizontal then?
No.
Oh, so you're saying elevation profiles? Okay.
No,
so,
he hasn't.
Okay, I'll get one deck back in. According to Edebear, the elevation profile's not horizontal, one deck. Go ahead.
No, I didn't say that. I said
so it is horizontal. I was about to step away. So we've got a flat Earth horizontal system for measuring altitudes then?
Why are you cucking for one?
Because he's won. You're just not accepting defeat. So I'm going to rip you a new asshole for a live audience, Edebear, you pathetic man. Either it's horizontal, more than 1 point for elevation profiles, or it's not. Now I said if it's not, and I summarised you saying it's not, then you can continue with the discussion because you can debate this contentious point. If it is, then we're measuring a flat Earth, and that's the end of the discussion. What tool is a red herring?
It's from elevation profile.
So we've got loads of people cooking all at once. Has it descended into audio chaos while all the cooks step in?
Because I was winning.
Winning? We've got a horizontal elevation profile. You're saying it's a single point. That's wrong.
Does it?
What tool do you use to establish that horizontal?
So we've got a horizontal then. Edebear, you've lost. We've got a horizontal for the measurement for the deviation in the elevation profile. If it's horizontal, who cares what tool we use to measure it? It's horizontal.
Just got to talk and talk over me because he's got nothing.
Well, other than a horizontal measurement of Earth in an elevation profile, it's put to you by one deck. You said it was a single point. When we established that it's not, you were wrong. You started asking about a tool. That's a red herring. Once we've established it's a horizontal system, it's a horizontal system. Oh, is he just muting me? Is Discord not hearing it? Is Discord not hearing it? Is Discord not hearing this? Are we having the Spurg mute button? Is this Edebear's mute button that he's using when he loses? We're just hearing Edebear Spurg through me. Discord, I'm appealing to Discord. Can you not hear the responses? Does Edebear just rumpus them? Edebear's just rumpusing this with his mute button then. So that's what's going to happen. Edebear's just muting the responses.
You're causing audio chaos, man. Come on.
No, I'm summarising for the audience where we're at. If you're going to ask how this horizontal system is measured, then we've got a horizontal system of measurement. The tool's irrelevant. It's a red herring. Now put that to him 6 times.
Red herring is,
presumably. Now we've got some other guy spurging through the conclusion. I want Discord to hear the conclusion. The Discord isn't hearing the conclusion. This is their tactic. So rather than Discord hearing the conclusion, another cuck steps in, so that the conclusion's rumpused. It's suggested by Edebear that this is measured only with a single point on a datum, 0. That's the rise and fall of the sea level. It's been put to him by one deck that no, it's not a single point, it's an elevation profile. Now that is a horizontal system that uses sea level as a level for the deviations in the vertical in the profile. That's what it is. Now, if you're asking what tool measures this horizontal system, then you've conceded that there's a horizontal system. Now, if you're saying no, it's not horizontal, then it's still in contention, and you can carry on debating about it. If it's a horizontal system and we both accept that, then that's the end of the debate because we've got a horizontal system being measured. That's exactly why we've got spurging, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. One deck won with a measurement of Earth that's flat.
No, one deck didn't win because a horizontal profile doesn't translate to something being flat, does it, Nathan?
It's a horizontal profile, then!
You can have a horizontal profile on a globe and on a flat Earth, Nathan.
No, horizontal's not globe-shaped. You're obviously moronic. Let's go to, what's his name, the guy from the Goonies?
Distinguish between the two, Nathan.
Yeah, the globe is level!
Profile can be had on a globe.
No, horizontal isn't globe-shaped. You're a moron.
It's not proof of either.
Sorry, we're going to have a lot of spurging going on now, so I'll just summarise for the audience and then let them spurg as long as they like. Horizontal and level are fundamentally incongruent with one another.
On both a globe and a flat Earth.
No, you can't be level on a globe.
Of either.
Exactly.
No, you can't be level on a globe. Level and globe-shaped are fundamentally different.
Yeah, you can't have an elevation profile on a globe.
Yeah, you can't. That's right. That's why one deck's won.
It's dumb
Of course you can.
Nathan.
No, you can't. They're horizontal. As opposed to globe-shaped.
Understand that you can have
Right,
an
okay,
elevation
spurg away.
profile
We're
on
done.
both
We
globe
won.
and a flat
Just for the audience, we won. Now they'll spurg.
profile isn't a distinguishing factor to tell between the two.
Exactly. It's not exclusive to flat Earth, as I said earlier.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, Oakley, one deck said that mean sea level was the horizontal proof of horizontal. Well, on its own, it's not. You're going to need 2 points. And then you're going to need a tool to establish that. There is not a horizontal reference system, because if the Earth was already horizontal, one would not need a tool to establish it. It would already be self-evident. You need a tool. The tool does that. The surface does not do that. The tool does it. That's why I asked about the tool. And if the tool is sentient, that was my original question. Much as you want to save one deck, didn't work. Oh, he's silent now. You know, that means a lose in Nathan Oakley's world.
Spurging on about elevation profiles somehow translating to flatness when they don't.
He brings he brings a colander flat Earth model full of fucking holes, and I can see the holes. And every time I find one, I poke my finger in and say, "Oh, look at this," and they don't like it. He's now talking to his audience. Is that what he's doing?
This is the
talking to his
easiest stuff
YouTube,
in the
making out
world,
he's
man.
won. And Kikuchi's covering for him. Because every time he's talking, I'm not talking over him. Because I'm muted on his YouTube. He's not listening to me. Doesn't want his audience to hear anybody talking in here. There's no audio chaos. Just somebody talking. He can't hear it. His
you're
audience
being
can't hear
heard.
it. They can't hear what's going on now. But Kikuchi's so up Nathan's ass that he's just got a cover for him every time. Really biased modding.
Okay, you can take this as the win, right? What you're saying is horizontal can also be globe-shaped. Good win. Well done.
I'm saying that you need a tool to establish a horizontal reference, not the surface. The surface is not the tool.
Okie dokie. Excellent red herring win. Really good.
Okay, so what tool are you using to establish this horizontal reference? You're going to claim an elevation profile.
Yeah, we've got a horizontal reference. So we'll need Earth to be a horizontal plane of reference to reference. Or we couldn't reference it. So we're referencing it horizontal. But according to you guys, that's also globe-shaped.
No, according to me.
No, what? Is this your mute button? Oh, on my end, you're just hearing me, audience, because Edda Bear's completely content to literally project his own discretion straight onto me. This is him talking straight through me.
Well done.
You can hear him rumpusing the living daylights out of me, right? It's not like this isn't making it to air. We can hear him spurging out over the fact that apparently horizontal's also globe-shaped. So when we talk about the horizontal reference that he needs to ask about tools measuring it, that's actually a globe-shaped horizontal reference. Okay, good win.
Uses to measure this horizontal reference.
So we've got a horizontal reference then?
Horizontal reference system.
Yeah, that's right. Horizontal reference system. That's right.
Horizontal reference system.
Yes, that's right. We've got a horizontal reference system. That's why I stopped the discussion, because at the point that we've got a horizontal reference to reference when we're measuring Earth as a horizontal reference for the system that's horizontal, not 1 point end quote U, then Earth's being measured horizontal with a horizontal reference system.
Can your audience hear me? Where is it?
What, are you asking my audience if they can hear you? Yeah, they can hear you. Asking if they can hear you rumpusing the living daylights out of the conclusion.
Words, and then you'll make it look as though it's you who's got dominance. You're subservient to me
because
today.
of course.
Are you appealing to the format rather than the horizontal reference?
Horizontal reference,
right. Do you want to tell me again how the horizontal reference is actually globe-shaped? Go ahead.
You're intimidated by me.
Yes, I'm very intimidated by your assertion that horizontal is actually globe-shaped. Very intimidated.
Where is the I didn't say that. Where's the horizontal reference system you're referring to?
Oh, it's Earth. We measure it for a 0 with a datum, so that all elevations... I'm pretty sure I'm just repeating what one deck put to you. I mean, maybe you could suggest that I'm cooking for him, or mute me like you're doing now as you talk through the top of it. But he already explained that all of the altitudes as you spurg through the top of me with your mute button are from sea level. Do you want to ask the audience again if they can hear you spurging through the top of this? Go ahead.
Where is the reference?
Stuttery. We're measuring Earth from sea level. We've measured it. It's flat.
With what tool?
With stuttery. Yeah, you stuttery loser. You lost. Once we've got a horizontal reference for Earth and its altitudes, that's an elevation profile. Elevation means altitude. Then Earth's measured flat.
Prove your horizontal reference without the tool.
Well, oh, sorry, it's only a red herring. No, we've got a horizontal reference system. Once we've established that we will be using Earth with a horizontal reference, then we've got Earth as a horizontal reference. Like for distance, like for altitude, like for... Sorry, can you hear him? Do you want to ask my audience again if they can hear you muting me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you muting me. It's a demonstration of your abject failure when it comes to suggesting that horizontals are globe-shaped. Any idiot in the audience, even though you're talking straight through the top of me, so that Discord can't hear, any retard, the lowest common denominator of the audience, knows that horizontal isn't globe-shaped. No amount of retard muting through the top of me while you project that onto me will change that horizontal is fundamentally not globe-shaped.
Retardness claim.
Yeah, this is somebody else spurging. Should we allow him to spurg? Do you want to hear him spurging,
vertical
audience?
Measurement,
Go ahead.
Horizontal reference, folks.
Yeah, horizontal reference, that's correct. Earth's measured flat as a horizontal reference.
Yeah, that's just a claim, an empty claim that can be...
No, it's got backed up by elevation profiles measured by surveyors.
Yeah, an elevation...
Yeah. Elevations perpendicular to sea level also.
Translate into a horizontal reference.
Yeah, it's a horizontal reference, that's correct.
Yeah, that's just really stupid.
No, not really. It's a horizontal reference. We reference it. Not stupid, measured.
That's really...
That's stuttering for you. Can you hear him stuttering, ladies and gentlemen? I can definitely hear this cuck of Edibear's stuttering.
Not once did I stutter, Nate.
We recorded it and it's being live streamed to an audience. In the live stream chat, can you just confirm you heard him stuttering because he's now lying about his stuttery little nature?
You know
as he
very
mutes
well.
Me. This is a spurg mute button being used currently. Spurg mute button. This is we'll relabel this the spurg mute button when they have to spurg through the top of the conclusion. Because in his mind, spurging through the top of it means that the audience can't hear.
Yeah, you're spurging through me, actually, Nathan.
Is that right, you stuttery little tosser? We've got a horizontal reference, mate.
Or address the point that I'm making, how a vertical elevation can't be a horizontal reference.
Well, vertical is directly and axiomatically tied to the horizontal difference in the distance.
Not actually.
Oh, is it not? Never seen rise over run measurements. Cat got your tongue, stuttery?
That's got nothing.
That's not you stuttering. Is that's not you stuttering, right?
No, I'm not stuttering at all.
Yeah, that's definitely you stuttering, mate.
It seems as if you're stuttering now, Nathan. Why are you stuttering?
I'm not. I'm describing you stuttering. It's very amusing. My audience is confirming that they heard you stuttering right now.
Nathan, yeah, you were stuttering.
So are we going to talk about stuttering or the horizontal reference that we use for altitudes? Which one are we going to talk about?
Nathan? Or were you just pretending to stutter?
Sorry, I was imitating you.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean...
Whoa. I'll imitate you stuttering, mate, while you try and figure out what words you're going to use next.
All right, are you going to spurg out about me stuttering now?
Yes, I'll spurg out, take the piss out of you, because you've lost badly, and you've now stepped in for Edibear completely, who's now in the sidelines. It's only you talking now.
Stuttering somehow? Wow, that's a really big positive argument of yours, isn't it, Nathan?
There's no argument here. We reference Earth horizontal.
Stutter. Wow. That proves that Earth's flat. Oh, he stuttered, therefore somehow Earth is flat. Wow.
No, we measure it that way, as a horizontal reference. When we use sea level as a 0 for all of the elevation deviations in the vertical. All of the elevations in the vertical are perpendicular to that sea level that we measured.
To have measurements, but you don't actually have any measurements, do you?
Oh, do we not? Rise over run.
Yes. Yeah, he doesn't.
Yeah,
No, you
yeah.
don't.
Show me your rise over run measurements. Show me them, Nathan.
Yeah, they map the world with them. Every single distance is horizontal and linear to describe the vertical deviation you appealed to a minute ago.
Yeah, can you show me your rise over run measurement?
Yeah, map with the scale and the lines that show the altitude deviation on maps.
Measurement.
Good morning, everybody.
Yeah,
Good morning, everybody.
Which
How's
map has
everybody
the
doing?
rise over run measurement on it?
Yeah,
How's everybody
the
doing?
run is horizontal, the rise is the vertical. It's very simple.
Oh, that's just definitions. Yeah, well.
Yes, the definition of rise over run proves Earth's being measured flat.
Definitions from the dictionary and claim that those somehow are measurements.
No, they use them. It's part of the process called surveying. Excuse me.
Now going to resort to dictionary definitions as a replacement for actual measurements.
It's surveying, like when they survey the world and the rise of the hills and the valleys, when they give you the heights and altitudes of anything ever.
And survey.
Oh my God, it's
somehow
issue
now a
Spurgy,
measurement as
Spurgy
well.
mute button.
Oh, people mentioned
Spurgy mute button through my response, so you can't cope with my response. Okay,
No,
Spurg out.
I mean, survey.
Go ahead, you Spurg out on your own.
A globe,
You Spurg out on your own.
Because survey,
Well,
right?
Show us a survey from the east coast of US all the way to Africa. Show us.
East is a direction in the horizontal, though, isn't it?
No, just show us the survey. We would like to.
Yeah, well, I'm telling you, you've asked me about a direction that's only flat.
Just a direction.
Show us the survey of the world.
What, you mean a map?
And we're going to give you from the east coast of the US to Africa. Go ahead. Show us that
East
survey.
coast is a flat Earth only description in the horizontal. You're describing azimuth.
No, that's not what we ask. You can't answer questions. Show us the survey of the world.
Well, I don't need to. We've already got a flat measurement in your question.
Okay,
so when
so
you can just stutter through the top of my response.
Say I misspoke.
Well, you're just stuttering through the top of my responses at the moment.
Say I misspoke, Nate. It's okay. We are honest people here, right? So just say
wrong. You've got Rob Noxious in your crew. He lies about everything.
The world. No, their survey of small areas, right? But not the world. Just say that, please.
You're making demands of what I say. Come and suck on my bollocks, you dumb rasta.
Okay, I will. I will. Just show me them.
No, you're not going to. You're not going to jump on a fly in parallel flight level with respect to the measured sea level with the distances that are linear and horizontal.
Nathan
in a
likes
direction
to appeal
that's
to
flat.
rise
What we
over
will
run.
get is two
How
people
many
talking
tells
through the
us-
top of my answer. I can definitely hear a different guy to your rasta. He thinks you can't
What's
cope.
the rise of Polaris?
Right, you think just talking top, bit louder, right? That'll mean that you win the battle.
What's the rise?
So maybe if you just talk louder, you'll be able to mute my responses to the rasta.
Right. But Nathan, you haven't surveyed the world. Just be honest. Can you be honest today, please?
I've not surveyed what east is. It's still flat. You used a direction that's flat only.
How do you know it's still flat? What
It's
does that mean?
azimuth. It's on screen now for my audience. You can see the azimuthal flat plane that's used for directionality. East
Okay.
specifically. You could just chat skank through the middle of my answer to your rasta. I mean, it's very disrespectful. Are you just a little boy? Are you just a little boy that needs to talk through the middle of people educating you? Little
Okay,
boy.
no problem. So what's the
I'm
SI
talking little
what's
boy.
the SI unit of-
Little boy.
What's the SI unit?
Little boy.
What's the SI
Yeah, he's a little
the
boy. Just can't stop flapping his gums like.
What's the SI
Do you
unit?
want to stop flapping your gums and listen to the answer, or do you just need to hear your voice continuously?
God's sakes. What's the SI unit of flat, Nathan? You said it's measured flat.
Yeah, east. You said
Go
east.
ahead.
That's a flat direction. It's azimuthal. It's horizontal degrees from north.
Go.
Yeah, it's flat. You've used the flat terminology. When you said east, that's a flat only direction.
Hold on.
My boy's
you
flapping his
flat.
gums. Little boy can't cope with the full response. I'll try again. Fourth time. You've used a flat earth direction. It's called. You just keep
What
flapping
is
your
the
gums,
SI
Rasta.
unit of
Rasta, you talking through me won't change the answer. I'll just keep repeating it until you can stop flapping your gums through the top of me and listen to it once. I'll try again. Fifth time. Try and contain your flapping gums, my Rasta friend. East is an azimuthal, flat earth only direction you are asking about. In order to answer your question, it fundamentally requires we all accept the direction you have asked about is a flat earth only direction. It's called azimuth, a direction in a horizontal degree from north. Flat. Horizontal only. Did he have to be server muted for me to actually make my response be heard in Discord? Is that what's happened?
Yeah. Why, when the angle of elevation to Polaris is 0, what's the rise, Nathan?
Sorry, say again?
When the angle of elevation to Polaris is 0, what's the rise over the run?
So when the angle of elevation to Polaris is 0, well, then you can't see it. You can't be measuring an angle if you can't see it.
No, you can see it.
About?
It's on the horizon. When the angle of elevation to Polaris is 0, what's the rise over the run, Nathan?
That's not a rise over run measurement. It's not a rise over run measurement. You're in a category
angle
error.
of elevations have to have
I'm
a rise
answering
over
you.
run,
Do you think
don't they?
just by keep
Isn't it a
talking that
triangle?
it'll mean you win? Just by spurg muting me, you're going to win? You're in a category error. Rise over run measures distance.
What's fair? What's good for
He's just spurging through me.
The
Moderator is just spurging through the answers because he thinks he'll win that way.
Oh, you just can't answer the question, can you, Nathan?
Pardon me, but he's accepting that the measurement is planar to ask his question. That's unacceptable.
That's correct. That's correct. I've gone and got my definitions of what an elevation angle is, so I can define it. I mean, it'll just spurg mute it, I assume, if I try and read out a definition of what he's asking me about. So in this case, altitude angles. Altitude angles. Sometimes I'm being spurg muted by the raster now. I'll try again. Second time, I'll count them off. He's asked me about altitude angles. The altitude angle, sometimes referred to as solar elevation angle, describes how high the sun appears in the sky. The angle is measured between an imaginary line between the observer and the sun and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on.
What does that have to do with flat Earth?
Yeah, but that's just a complete red herring from the actual question I asked. I didn't ask about that at all, did I? What I asked was when the angle of elevation to Polaris, not the sun, is 0, what's the rise? You have your triangle there, rise over run. What's the rise, Nathan?
Rise over run is used to measure topographical deviations, not solar or stellar altitude. Those are altitude angles. I've just defined altitude and being spurg muted again. Spurg muted.
You're the one that's...
Just for my audience's benefit, you know they've lost when they spurg through the answer.
Right.
You're just spurging through the answer, my friend. I can't talk to you anymore. You just keep interrupting me.
Well, you're the one that said solar, Nathan, so...
So nobody was talking to you, dumb raster. You used a flat Earth direction called azimuth. You used flat Earth measurements, raster. That's why the other guy's talking instead of you.
Okay, I'm looking at a definition of east and it doesn't have flat Earth in it. Do you have a definition of east that has flat Earth in it? Can you show us, please?
That's azimuth. Do you not know what azimuth is?
Okay, I'm looking at the word. I'm looking at the definition of azimuth and it doesn't have flat Earth in it.
Oh, what does it say? What does it say?
It doesn't have flat Earth in it.
Well, can you read it out so we can hear what it does say?
You're the one that introduced it. Can you read it out?
So you're the one who said you'd gone and got a definition of it. Do you want to read out your definition that you went and got, rather than asking me? I'm not psychic. I can't read your definition you went and got for you.
Word, go ahead and tell us, read out your definition of...
I haven't got a definition. You just told me that you went and got one. Do you want to read the one you just mentioned you went and got? I was reading out altitude angle definitions, so you spurged through those.
I will read...
Can we just shut the raster up? Can we just shut him up? Because I was talking about altitude angles. I was defining something else. And he's making me go to some other definition about azimuth that he says he's gone and got but won't read out. And he's demanding I do it in the middle of reading out a definition about altitude angles or elevation angles. For instance, the solar zenith angle is the angle between the sun's rays and the vertical direction. It is closely related to the solar altitude angle, which is the angle between the sun's rays and a horizontal plane. Since these angles are complementary, the cosine of either one of them equals the sine of the other.
Just all red herring stuff, because I actually asked about Polaris, not the sun.
You asked about altitude angle measurements of Polaris.
I asked about Polaris, though, not the sun. Why?
Yeah, you asked about measuring altitude angles of it. You've ignored me. I'm clarifying.
Why are you
specifically
spurging about the sun when I asked about Polaris?
Oh, because they specifically define it. When they define an altitude angle,
the example, don't care.
Spurg him, spurg mute, spurg mute. Yeah, you definitely know they're losing, ladies and gentlemen, when they spurg mute through the response. Why is it being used with the sun? I'm giving an answer, spurg mute through the top of it. You know they've lost, because it's a flat Earth measurement. Altitude angle. It's the same one that Toon, by the way, for ladies and gentlemen watching, said had nothing to do with the Earth. Just so we know.
Yeah, but altitude angle does...
Buck Sodbuster buggered that up completely. It was hilarious.
Okay, so the word east doesn't have flat earth in its definition. The word azimuth does not have flat earth in its definition. And the word elevation angle doesn't have flat earth in the definition. So where are you getting flat earth?
I just defined it. I'll define it again. The angle of elevation is the angle between the horizontal line and the line of sight which is above the horizontal line. It is formed when an observer looks upwards. Suppose you are standing at the terrace of a building looking upwards at the sky or moon. The angle thus formed between your height from the ground level and the line of sight formed is called the angle of elevation. So it's specifically being spurred through the conclusion. So it's specifically tied to the ground level. It's being spurred through. So what's happening for the audience is Discord can't hear the conclusion because every time the conclusion comes, raster spurg happens.
Okay.
So the Discord server doesn't get to hear the conclusion because the raster's decided that they don't need to hear the conclusion. They need to hear him talking again. Yeah. So in conclusion, part of the definition of what an altitude angle specifically requires is directly tied to the surface level as per the definition. That's 3. I've got 17 more.
Okay, good. And so we didn't hear the phrase flat earth. Can you give us a definition that has flat earth in it, please?
Yeah, the first definition I did said specifically the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. Specifically. Stuttery! Yeah, it definitely included the term horizontal plane and it said the observer standing on it. Part of the definition, you stuttery raster.
Earth. Horizontal plane is not the same thing as flat earth. Can you...
So when we're standing on a horizontal plane to measure this angle, that's not earth?
We have tangent lines on a sphere.
Do we now? That's not a part of the definition I'm reading out. I got 20 of them, brethren. You is a bumba-clot. You is hearing the word tangent. Did you hear the word tangent in the definition? There is no tangent in the definition, brethren.
So that's a horizontal line.
Yeah, that's right. It's a horizontal line. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Okay.
Stuttery. We're measuring Earth as a horizontal plane. It's forming part of this angle. I was asked about that by the other guy you're cooking for.
We're going to kill you.
Sorry, did you just threaten to kill me?
Well, it's flat Earth.
Sorry, this guy just threatened to kill me. Can you remove him from the server, please?
No, not kill you physically.
He just told me, quote, you're going to kill me. I'd like you removed from the server, please. I don't want to talk to this man ever again. Please, can somebody remove this man who's threatened me with death threats from the server? Thank you. I'll read another one.
It's amazing what these measurements do.
Yeah, they get you threatened with death. It's not enough to threaten my kids, threaten having them taken away, send the police round. Now I'm getting freaking death threats. Unbelievable. Meanwhile, the altitude angle, by definition, is an angle of elevation, and it is formed between the horizontal line and the line of sight, the line of sight being upwards from the horizontal line. Then the angle formed is an angle of elevation. So you need a horizontal line. It forms part of the angle.
Doesn't translate to a flat Earth, though.
It absolutely does. It's a flat Earth measurement from surface level.
How does it translate? Well, that's just a claim, but there's no actual reasoning behind that, is there? There's no logic leading you from an elevation angle being measured leads to flat. There's no logic there.
I'll give you another definition. Elevation angle is the angle
more definitions
between... Oh, you're going to
from
spurg through it when I prove you wrong?
Yeah, I did. I did spurg through you.
Yeah, I know. That's what you do when you're losing. I'll just read it out to my audience. Angle of elevation is the angle between the horizontal plane and the line of sight measured in the vertical plane.
How does that in any way relate to something being flat?
Because it's elevation. That means from the surface.
You do realise you can have a horizontal plane on a curved surface.
I see. So if we accept that we are measuring a horizontal plane and you assume that there's a dangling globe below the plane that you're now accepting we do definitely measure, because I've got 17 definitions that define it as being a measurement of a horizontal plane, you will accept it if it's tangential to a ball?
Does it dangle like your testicles, Nathan?
What, where they're teabagging people who lose?
But they haven't...
But Sorry, but, do you want to tell me that you're not stuttering?
I'm not stuttering.
But, yeah, you definitely are.
No, I didn't.
But, I think I heard you definitely but stutter.
But surely you must be able to admit, Nathan, that a horizontal plane doesn't translate to a flat surface.
Let's read another one. The solar altitude, AS, measures the angle between the central ray from the sun, beam radiation, and a horizontal plane contacting the observer.
I can have a horizontal plane tangential to a curved surface. Does that make curved
which
surface
definition
flat?
said that?
Nope.
Sorry, are you doing the raster trick where you hear the word tangent where it ain't been said?
Yeah, do you understand?
Yeah, that sounded quite high-pitched. No, none of these definitions include the word tangent. You're just making that shit up.
Look at the...
Spurg mute! So Discord can't hear that you're just making it up.
Let's go and read...
Yeah, shout louder! That'll mean you win. None of the definitions include the word tangent. You're just making that up.
We'll go to a dictionary definition.
I thought you didn't like dictionary definitions. You said you didn't like them a minute ago. Cat got your tongue, stuttery? But...
No, I'm not stuttering once, Nathan.
Oh, well, let's have another one. Target elevation angle between the horizontal plane and the line of sight measured in the vertical plane through the line of sight. Positive angles are measured upwards from the horizontal plane.
Isn't it?
Is that you stuttering?
Nathan can read.
Yeah, I can read out definitions of Earth being measured flat with the angle that you were asking about.
Cute, Nathan, that you can read definitions from.
Yeah, I can read out definitions that implicitly make it clear that an elevation angle comes from a flat plane. It's the horizontal plane contacting the observer. That's from Principles of Naval Ordnance and Gunnery.
More reading stories from Nathan.
From principle... no, these people kill people.
The Earth being flat.
These are gunnery explanations of a flat plane and an elevation angle. These are life and death definitions.
Is measured.
I'm just being spurged through. He's said that they're just words when I'm talking about where they've come from. He's spurging through the top. Discord server can't hear the conclusion. They're not just words. They're gunnery explanations of people who kill people. So no, they're not just words. They're life and death words.
Do that, Nathan. So what?
Yeah, it's from Principles of Naval Ordnance and Gunnery. So in conclusion, we'll need a flat plane to be touching for part of the angle that we measure a flat with when we define it by people like radar tutorial and naval ordnance and gunnery. They're not just words, they're people who define shit that will kill people. Just to be clear.
Yeah, but just to be clear, they don't believe it's a flat Earth, do they?
Sorry, specifically, from Principles of Naval Ordnance and Gunnery. The elevation angle between the horizontal plane and the line of sight measured in the vertical plane.
Yeah, but an horizontal plane doesn't translate to a flat surface.
That's exactly what it does. That's what a horizontal plane is, a flat surface. That's exactly what it... Oh, sorry, I forgot. Earlier, you told us and made it clear, and I did concede. The globe is level!
Horizontal plane.
Globe is level. Yeah, horizontal plane doesn't mean it's a horizontal plane. It doesn't mean it's flat. The globe is level. Well, this was fun. Earth's measured flat with elevation angles.
Yeah,
they've specifically got something to do with the observer and the ground he's standing on. Even if you're a liar caught out by Buck Sodbuster named McToon.
Yeah. Earth's measured a globe.
No, there aren't any globe measurements.
No, there aren't any flat Earth measurements.
What, like elevation angle from the horizontal plane the observer is standing on? I mean, you can just ignore them. Maybe spurg through them. Maybe spurg through them. When they hear you spurging through me contradicting you with evidence, you spurging through me will definitely make the audience believe that you've won. The audience thinks you're winning when you're doing this. This is you winning. The audience knows that talking through your opponent proving you wrong makes you a winner. This is you winning. Well done. Good win. Talking straight through the middle of me is a brilliant win. It just means the Discord server can't hear how wrong you're being proven.
No, it just means that you've probably got me muted on your end and you're spurging through me. It just goes to show that by your own definition, you're a loser.
Well, what, the horizontal plane the observer is standing on?
The one that doesn't translate to flatness, yeah.
horizontal plane is flatness. It's a horizontal plane.
The plane doesn't show that the horizontal plane, what it's touching, doesn't mean that it's flat.
The observer's touching it as per the definition by people who track with radar or shoot people with guns.
Plane of me, which is at a different angle to the horizontal plane of you.
To have an angle, you'd need a plane to have it with respect to.
Are at different angles to each other, Nathan.
Yeah, angles need a plane.
Yeah, how come those horizontal planes...
Sorry, you're going to ask me about this horizontal... Is this like earlier when Edebear lost? And yeah, notwithstanding that we've got a horizontal plane that we're going to be measuring, I've got a question about this, so I can ignore that it's a horizontal plane that you're now conceding to. You didn't need to concede to it, though. It's defined as that.
No, you need to concede to why is my horizontal...
So is he just spurging through me? Is the moderator taking charge of this man who's continually spurging?
Yeah, I'm getting sick of this, man. Cursed with the low IQ, the Jamaican guy, and Elderbear. Stop doing this tactic where you're talking over him deliberately. Have a conversation, man.
They can't. When I point out how wrong they are compelled to demonstrate how big of a loser they are by spurging straight through the top of me. And projecting that. So you've probably got me on mute. You've probably got me on mute while I spurg through the conclusion that shows how wrong I am. And if I spurg through it loud enough, the people of Discord won't hear me, and therefore I'm right.
Engage in the conversation, Nathan. Explain to me why my horizontal is at a different angle than somebody else's horizontal.
So to be at a different angle, you'd have to have a plane of reference to describe the differential of that angle, though, wouldn't you?
Only Nathan can overtalk everyone.
And now we've got another Spurgo. I've been asked how differential angles work. If you've got an angle and it's different to another angle, then you will fundamentally require a plane of reference to describe the difference of those two angles from.
Yeah, that's right. We do.
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth. So you need a plane of reference then?
Why is my horizontal plane of reference at a different angle than your horizontal plane of reference? Why is that, Nathan?
So you'd need to describe the differential of any surface that's curving. We've got hills. If you're saying that you're on a plane of reference that's different to a different plane of reference, then we'd need an overall topographical plane of reference to describe that difference with.
Oh, so if I'm standing on a hill, which plane is horizontal?
Oh, so when we're measuring the hill, we'd measure linear horizontal flat earth distance to describe the drop off that hill with.
So if I'm halfway up a hill, how do we define horizontal from there?
If you're halfway up it, you'd be half altitude, half not being a very accurate description.
Yeah, that's
I'm still talking Spurgo that's muting
congratulations
me. Yeah, Spurgo that's muting me. Maybe the moderators will not tolerate this loss. Yeah, maybe when I get to the win, you need to talk to me. This is you winning.
Really
maybe project that I'm muting you immediately. No, you're just spurging through the top of your defeat. If we're halfway up a hill, second attempt, I'll count them off. We're going to talk about the altitude of this hill. We've had halfway up the hill now. We've got non-stop spurging. Moderator, I can't get my answer out. He won't tolerate losing.
Moderator, cry for the moderator, Nathan.
Yeah, I will, right. Definitely, so because I'm going to give my response, and I'm going to hope that the honest server will let the audience hear the devastating rebuttal when you describe being halfway up a hill. To be he's finally been taken charge of. He's not going to be tolerated by a server that just allows people to be a loser and spurg through the responses. Yes, Spurgo, halfway up a hill is parallel and perpendicular to a plane of reference also. The deviating from the horizontal angle that you describe on that hill would mean that you had to measure how high the hill was to describe a fraction of the hill, that's half, with respect to a plane of reference also. Halfway up the hill is halfway up from sea level. Up itself is perpendicular to a plane. Just the word up requires Earth to be measured flat, because up is a perpendicular direction in the vertical, and verticality is axiomatically tied to horizontality. So to be, quote, halfway up a hill, you'd need a horizontal plane of reference to describe it with. The overall plane of reference we use to describe deviations, that's the angles you said were different when you're on a frickin' hill, would require you to describe those difference in angles from a plane of reference. The overall master reference we describe differential angles from is sea level. All altitudes, that's not very accurate, halfway up a hill, is measured from that master reference called sea level. Every part of your question required Earth be measured flat.
No. How do you define a horizontal when you're halfway up a hill, Nathan? That was my actual question, which you didn't touch at all.
Good afternoon from good morning across the sea, Nathan.
Halfway up a hill, to describe your difference, halfway from what? The top and the base? Yeah, you'd need to know the base as a zero reference and the top in a measured altitude perpendicular to that plane of reference. Ergo, to describe being halfway up a hill, this is the second time I've said it. He spurged that I didn't address it. Yeah, I did. To be halfway up the hill, you'd measure it with respect to sea level, the overall master reference, measured for all altitudes perpendicular to it. Second time I've said it.
Again, you didn't actually answer my real question. My question was, for reference, Nathan, how do you define horizontal when you're halfway up a hill? I didn't ask anything about being halfway up a hill or defining that I'm halfway up a hill or anything. I asked about how you define horizontal when you're halfway up a hill, Nathan.
Yeah, the halfway up a hill bit requires horizontal to describe it as being halfway.
Oh, so you're going to beg the question. Instead of answering how do you define horizontal when you're halfway up a hill, you're going to beg the question and say that you need horizontal to define yourself being halfway up the hill.
You do.
Fucking genius.
You do.
Just answer the question, Nathan.
I did. In order to acquire this description while you get cooked for, last time this guy came on, he described drop over distance. The drop was perpendicular like the height of the hill. Therefore, to have halfway up a hill be described while I get Zealot muted, you need to have a sea level to reference how high it is to be halfway up it. Like your distance curved. It's horizontal.
Notice he can't answer the question.
Yeah, I take your concession, Nathan, and seeing to you didn't answer the question. You concede that you can't answer the question.
You can take it as a win, yeah, definitely. Because we're halfway up with respect to a plane of reference that we've got the altitude to be halfway with respect to from a flat earth measured from sea level, you win because I didn't say, I don't know, plumb bob or, I don't know, bubble sextant or, I don't know, any other referenceable tool that would require a horizontal plane because it isn't necessary. Once you're halfway up a hill, we'd need to measure whether or not we're halfway between the top and the surface level, measured from sea level, while I get Spurg muted. Yeah, the conclusion's definitely going to get Spurg muted. Your prerequisites in your question were flat earth prerequisites, so I didn't need to justify your shitty question. That's a red herring to the fact that we're halfway up a hill, measured from sea level, with an altitude that's going to get spurged through the second time. Is it just me, or is the devastating flat earth facts being spurged through? Is it just me, or is the Discord server not hearing the conclusion?
You're not saying anything.
No, I'm hearing you through the top of the conclusion curved, it would seem. So, yeah, you're telling me that I'm not answering the question through me answering the question. Excellent tactic, to tell me that I'm not answering the question in the middle of me. Can someone server mute curved? Because I'm answering the question, and what he's got to offer is through the top of me telling me I'm not answering the question, through the top of me answering it. Yeah, I'm answering it, and he's telling me I'm not answering it, because that's a way of winning. This now constant audio chaos is obviously a win. This second man I'm not talking to, causing constant audio chaos, could be perceived as a win.
You can't deal with me.
Oh, will I? Yeah, I dealt with you last time. Horizontal distance. Drop over that distance we've got measured curved.
How do you establish horizontal when you're up on the mountain?
Well, when you did it, you just spurged out a distance and said there was a drop with respect to it. You didn't establish the horizontal. I'm getting spurged through the answer again. Every time I converse with curved, he just spurgs through the answers.
See how weak he is, Kikuchi?
And we're just spurging through the answers now when they come.
Come on. Well, there is no answer. You're not answering.
Oh, I see. So when I'm in the middle of answering it, you just say, well, you haven't got an answer. I've spurged through it. Therefore, there's no answer.
I don't know why, if we all agree there's a flat starting point, what else does that matter? I've always supported that you have a flat starting point. I don't know the rest of your argument, Nathan. I'm sorry.
Once we've got a flat starting point from sea level to describe how halfway up we are a hill that we've measured from sea level, then we've got flat earth prerequisites in the question. And I'll take those flat earth prerequisites that are in the question and point out that earth must be measured flat for the question. When you say, well, you haven't told me what tool we'll use, I couldn't give a crap. We've already got a flat Earth by prerequisite. We've also got another flat Earth prerequisite that Curved appealed to last time he was speaking to me. I've started taking the piss out of him. When we beg the question of horizontal distance, I can derive dropping the vertical from it and suggest that's curve, even though I've got to have a horizontal distance to derive it from. Now, I didn't hear any tools mentioned when Curved spurged through me again. I didn't hear a horizontal distance measurement being... No, we just had the horizontal distance that Curved appealed to. Now that he's being humiliated, spurged through the top of the conclusion. When they appeal to their...
Nathan, you could have a discussion rather than just meta describe what you did.
He can't do that, Don.
So I'm going to be told what I'm not doing and what I can't do while I'm in the middle of doing it, right?
See what he's doing?
But see what I'm doing? No, we can't hear it because you're spurging through it. Try again.
Nathan, you're on a rooftop of a tall building. How do you establish horizontal to measure an elevation angle?
Elevation angle, let's just define what that is. So an elevation angle.
No, tell me how you establish horizontal.
Sorry, I've heard your question. Would it be okay if I responded to it?
Yeah, respond to the question.
Let me know when you finished it and I'll respond to it then. Let me know when you're done.
Don't respond to what I did that.
Agreeing the definitions, Nathan. I'm sure you agree on the definition, so you probably don't need to define it. Just answer this question.
Yeah, I'm going to anyway. I mean, unless you're scared of the definitions.
Enlighten.
Go ahead, deflect, red herring.
Sorry, you haven't even heard it yet. You're that scared of the definition I haven't read out that you're going to call it a red herring before it's read out? Wow. Okay. I tell you what, you can just take the loss. Rather than me having you spurg through the definition that proves Earth being measured flat with an elevation angle, just take it as the win. We're up a house. How high is the house? How high is the house?
How do you determine horizontal pussy?
I just need to know how high the house is.
No, you don't.
No, I'm going to use... yeah, I do. I need to make dip correction with a sextant.
No. Why do you need a dip correction? You're
to level
like
to the plane.
Horizontal is the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, to level to the plane of reference, we'll be measuring for an altitude angle. Altitude means from the surface.
It's not that the horizontal is the surface of the Earth.
Yes, correct. The altitude angle, sometimes referred to as the solar elevation angle, describes how high the sun appears in the sky. The angle is measured between an imaginary line between the observer and the sun and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on.
That's a silly definition, that part of it. You're not standing on the Earth. You're not even standing on the horizontal plane you're measuring from.
Yeah, that's why we'd need the height.
Eye level of the instrument.
So the eye level.
So you're looking through a theodolite.
Sorry, did I hear you say eye level?
If you're looking through the theodolite.
Did you say eye level?
Measure the angle of elevation.
Did you say from eye level? I'm just not quite getting confirmation.
I did. How many times do I have to say yes, you retard?
So is it call me a retard when you've got a parallel eye level?
Parallel to what?
To surface level. It's the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. If you're above the surface level, then you need to correct that. It's called the height of eye. The eye level being parallel with the surface level. Is it just me, or again, Discord? Are you not hearing my responses to this man spurging through? Are you just not hearing the responses? Sorry, is it just him spurging through the responses? Discord, I'm asking Discord if they can hear my responses or just you spurging. I'm asking Discord if they can hear me. Obviously not. We've just got complete audio chaos. So what? I won't get to respond. It's just the spurging followed by you unimpeded. No, let's just have constant audio chaos then. That's fun.
This is what queefing sounds like, Kikuchi. Now listen, if you're 500...
No, I'm not going to listen. I'll just tell my audience. The altitude angles from surface level. It's the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. Now, obviously, if they want to feel that just by impeding me responding to them that that's the win, they can take of it. Maybe they can blame a mute button and say, no, but for the fact that you wouldn't let me talk at the same time as you, you wouldn't have won with a horizontal planar measurement from surface level. Just getting spurged through in Discord. All that's actually happening is Discord now no longer can hear the discussion. They can just hear my opponent talking non-stop through every response. That's all that's happening. So, in conclusion, why would we need to know our height? Well, because we'd established the, quote, curve, eye level. And there he is again, spurging through the conclusion that's devastating with his own words. Oh, he doesn't like the, quote, eye level parallel with surface level, because that makes this a flat Earth measurement when we correct for the height of eye. The height, that's vertical altitude of the house, is also a flat Earth measurement perpendicular to Spurgville. Yeah, all you're doing is censoring how badly you don't want the Discord server to know you've lost Curved. That's all you're doing. It sounds terrible. The audience knows how badly lost you have because you're doing this. If you had won, you'd tolerate a single answer. You can't cope with a single word I say in reply.
You haven't tolerated me. You haven't coped with me. You haven't let me speak unimpeded. Fuck you.
Right, quote, eye level, at the top of the house. You asked me about how to establish a horizontal plane from the altitude on top of a house. You then went on to explain, while you now project that which you've just claimed, I'm not hearing you out. I can hear you still, you Spurgo. This is the demonstration to the audience of how badly they've lost. They can't even cope with the reply, and they project that inability to cope with a single reply straight onto me. Well, you haven't listened to me. Yeah, I'm quoting back what you said. Like eye level, height of a house, establishing a horizontal plane, and we're still hearing you. Yeah, this is projection, Curved. You're projecting your inability to cope with a reply onto me while you spurg through me.
You're rambling. The horizontal is not the surface of the earth. Enough said. That's the point.
My question, I suppose, to you, Curved, would be, why are we establishing a horizontal at all?
Oh dear.
No response. The reason we're horizontal is because that's how Earth's measured, diagrammatically on screen now. The horizon forming a parallel plane with azimuthal direction, flat and horizontal. That's how Earth is functional. That's how Earth is measured. This is a polar axis elevation angle measurement. From within a ball, admittedly. No, nobody's actually in a ball when we measure Earth from the surface level. With parallel, quote, eye level. Level, for the eye, means no part higher or lower than the other. Establishing a horizontal plane of reference that's parallel with the surface level. Because that's what we're measuring, an altitude or elevation angle. Meaning it's specifically tied to the surface and forming part of a straight line that we call an angle. Earth is measured flat with altitude angles. Simple.
I agree.
We've done a full hour and 3/4. Any last comments? Feel free. Not, I'll promote Gem Panda server one last time. No, hopefully one of my mods can post a link to the Debate Flat Earth and More Discord server so you can partake in such fun times as spurging through with a globe Earth assertion that ignores all flat Earth prerequisites and measurements in questions posed to you. Fun, fun, fun. Hopefully one of my mods will post a link to that particular server. Thank Gem Panda, the server operator, when you arrive. If you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering Streams, then stay tuned as there will be an after show to follow.
Didn't hear the full ending. I had to jump off. I had a bit of work going on, but yeah, whoever he was, what's it called? Earth. Yeah. They're using horizontal all the time. They're constantly telling us they need a tangent and a horizontal and an angle. It's so funny.
Yeah, I'll go up a house. How do I get the horizontal? So why do you need horizontal? What use is that to you if you think you're on a ball?
What was he trying to do? He was telling you you can acquire an angle from up a house on a roof.
His question was, what's the tool we use?
All these questions. Do you want to know the tool? What, how do I get this horizontal? What tool's being used for it's like Elder Bear. I told him tide gauge was being used, and he just kept re-asking me. It's a tide gauge.
When they get to the point that you've got a flat Earth proof and you're demonstrating how it's being measured flat with sea level, they just re-ask the question again.
Yeah, that's why I shut up in them, because I cannot keep going around in circles with you asking the same question. We've already established. I'm already making my statement of fact perfectly clear. What tool did they use? What tool? Yeah, fucking tide gauge. I've told you twice.
My prediction that it would get calmer and calmer and calmer as there's less places to hide and go, hide from flat Earth measurements, that is definitely padding out. The more time we spend in the service, the less chaotic it becomes.
Yeah.
Where are we now?
I noticed that with Brenda. Hey, Neil.
Where are we now?
Flip side.
Okay. How should I handle this? This fucking guy, I had enough of him. Like, he'll talk to me like I'm a fucking... I just told him off. I just said, look, Hal, stop talking to me like I'm an idiot. He hands me a fucking vacuum. I never seen this thing before, so I don't know where the fucking cord is to plug in. So Neil. So I said, Hal, first of all, stop talking to me like I'm a fucking asshole. I'm tired of it. Number one, I've not used this tool. Just tell me where the fucking thing is, and I'll plug it in. I just had to walk out of the fucking house because he annoyed the shit out of me. I let shit like that go when I was younger. I'm fucking 61 years old. I'm not going to have anybody talk to me that way. I don't give a fuck.
Just let it go,
Talk to me like a gentleman. That's it.
Just let it go. Just think about the money and just do it anyway.
Nathan, I did let it go. If I don't address it now, it's going to continue. Fucking, he has me questioning my own fucking ability, this guy. Like, I'll give you, for instance, we went here to do a sheetrock repair. All you fucking have to do is cut the sheetrock back to where the stud is and cut a new piece. He's like, no, don't do it that way. He puts new pieces of wood there. Extra work. It's like, just, you want me to repair this? I'll repair it. That's fine, but I just can't fucking take the shit no more. Fucking get on my mind.
What tool do you use, Neil?
Fucking really bothering me.
What tool do you use, Neil? We want another tool.
Yeah, that's another thing. It gets on because I don't use a level sometimes on a 4-inch cut. I mean, I use my eyeball with that.
Edibear's a good tool.
He's a tool, all right.
On a slightly different
note. Nathan, what you're saying is just freaking eat shit and think about the money. Got you.
Yeah. It's a short-term thing, right?
No, this might be a full-time thing. That's why I'm freaking got to get shit straight now. If I don't know what a fucking tool is, like, he'll make a big fucking deal because I call now it's a hawk. They call it a hawk to hold the taping compound. I call it a tray. We call it a fucking tray in New York. Give me the tray. What? That's a hawk. You don't know what a hawk? I don't fucking need shit like that.
It's like me, though. I've got a bit of I'm working on a system. There's a job we've got to do. The condenser's got a gas leak on it. We've got to repair it quickly. I've never done one on this particular piece of equipment. I've done them on others, but this is a bit different. So I phoned a couple of lads up to see, because it's a 2-3-man job anyway. One guy's given me one opinion how he does it, and the other guy who's actually meeting me on site tomorrow to do it does it a totally different way. And I had some ideas of what I'd do, but the guy who's coming with me, I'm just going to say, well, you do it your way. I'll just follow suit and we'll work together on it, and I'll just do what needs doing. So, you know what I mean? Sometimes you just got to do that, haven't you? Just say, well, no, you want to do it. You're paying me, or you're guiding me. We'll do it that way.
On a slightly different note, would you agree, those of you in Discord, that the sound quality has improved? I spent a couple of hours this morning figuring out how to make Discord sound better.
You can hear you, can't
No, it sounds wonderful. Sounds
just
good.
got to sort the volume out, Nathan.
No, much louder in there and clearer. So there was a echo cancellation function that meant that if somebody wanted to interrupt me, it would immediately cut my line to almost zero in Discord. So it's almost incentivized to interrupt me. Whereas you probably noticed today, when there's an attempt to Fundy mute, admittedly it works the other way. You can still hear a bit more. You can hear more bleed into my show. Like it does make their voice stronger too on my end. But it means that instead of just cutting to 0 when somebody decides they're going to interrupt me, and Discord seeing that as echo, now with a different system being used in the processing on Discord, I come through even if you are trying to rumpus me. So yes, you'll hear 2 people at once in Discord now when somebody starts talking through me, but you can still hear me. You just hear 2 people at once. Whereas previously, when the person started interrupting, I basically faded to nothing.
Well, that was no good, was it? This sounds a lot better. I mean, at least you're still there.
Yeah, somebody was recording in Discord and then published it. And I went and had a listen. I'm like, oh my God, is that how it works? That's how I'm sounding in Discord. I'll be making a point, and the minute the Fundy mute button comes out, you literally cannot hear the conclusion. So it's like it never happened. So when they ignore you, you're like, it's not that they've ignored you because they don't want to hear it and they're talking through it, but everyone can still hear that they're talking through it. It just doesn't get delivered because suddenly their interruption takes precedent and it hasn't been delivered. Whereas today, as you could probably hear, there was a little bit more control because when it starts, the people in the panel go, we can definitely tell that there's 2 people talking now. The one that was originally talking and the one that's now interrupting. Whereas previously, from the perception of Discord, it's one person's talking, somebody interrupts, but then there's only that person talking. The interrupter suddenly takes over the conversation. That seems reasonable. So nobody mentions it. When in reality, what's happening is the conclusion's been cut off and never gets delivered. Whereas now, like I say, if somebody now starts talking through me in Discord, you'll just hear 2 voices at the same time. So there's a fair chance that if you can follow along with two conversations simultaneously, the person rumpusing doesn't necessarily meet their ends of, I can just stop this being delivered to the Discord server. It still gets delivered just with them talking through it.
Yeah, well, that's how it should be, yeah, definitely. How long's that been going on then?
Probably forever. Like I say, it was only because somebody happened to record it. So what I did today was I tried to do it on my own, which I started a new Discord account and then logged in on my iPad, but I have to be voice verified. So I'm sure tomorrow when I try and fiddle with it again, I can actually do that. But without being voice verified, I relied on Zerk or whatever he's called and another guy called he's in there now, Forthright. And both of them are actually. Thank you very much, lads. Really appreciate your help this morning.
No worries, Nathan.
But yeah.
Anytime.
It's because I didn't care. I was like, I don't care. It's just a peanut gallery. As long as they sound good on the recording, who cares?
Nathan, did you hear how ecstatic Brenda was when you give her those couple of wins? You should just treat them like they're in nursery and give them the gold stickers to stick on the jumpers.
I tell you what, though.
What I can't believe is how hollow that they're happy to accept a victory of. Well, if you say I win, you're like, so number one, you've elevated me to a position where I decide whether this is a win, lose or draw based on my concession. That's why I asked her, what have you won? Oh, the contentment. What, that I said you won. So that is basically you admitting that you seek my approval. How sad.
I think you're right, though. I mean, I came in halfway through that, I think. I was a bit late, but I know you've got issues with Brenda and what she's said in the past and how the type of person she is. But listening to that as just a first-time outsider, it was quite relaxed. It was like she was almost listening to you and some sort of penny was dropping, to tell you the truth. That's how I was sort of taking it. And that was funny when you said, well, I'll give you the win. What have you won? Well, I've won the argument. And what have you won? What does it give you? Well, satisfaction. I mean, yeah, but like you say, it's getting quieter and quieter and they're just getting more relaxed. Well, some of them are.
Yeah, it's like, what are you going to do? You're going to walk into the next room and go, hey, room, I had Nathan tell me that I'm a winner. You're like, really? Is that of value?
Yeah, Nathan said I've won, therefore globe.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. I mean, if you want to accept that measurements are a begging the question fallacy and that's a win, then you're so dumb that you literally just want somebody to tell you that you're a winner. It is that mentality in a school where everyone's a winner, everyone gets a medal. But what about the guy that didn't get past the start line? Well, he still gets a medal. He's still a winner. Like, what?
Yeah, it's a sick world we live in. Freaking concession prize.
I kind of wanted to hear from Robert again about his P waves and S waves on basketballs.
It was good, that song.
Len.
Oh, yeah, I was thinking calling you Ken then. Sorry, Len. Yeah, it's a good one, that. They love them basketballs, don't they? They fucking love them basketballs. Basketballs and racetracks. Anything other than
I can balance my my spirit level on a basketball. So good.
Look, if you were at the top of a tower block with a basketball and a spirit level, how would you establish a horizontal plane, Craig? Go.
As long as the bubble's in the middle of my spirit level, I'll be fine.
So you admit it's a globe. I win.
Yeah, you're right. It's a globe.
I had someone say that to me, but they was using the Eiffel Tower, asking me, well, if I can go to the top of the Eiffel Tower and measure an elevation angle. I said, well, that's fantastic. You carry on doing that. You won't be measuring any curvature, though. You measure as many elevation angles as you like.
Just because you've got a flat line, where does it reference to? What you're not going to find your way around somewhere if you're not referencing the place that you want to find your way around.
Yeah,
or I've got a straight line. You don't even know. Yeah, if it's not referenced, I don't get it.
It's crazy.
Just because we've referenced Earth as a horizontal plane for this measurement doesn't mean Earth's flat.
Yeah, I'm going to climb the Eiffel Tower. I'm going to climb the Eiffel Tower, and I'm going to show you I can still measure an elevation angle using a horizontal base or a horizontal reference. So there, shove that up your ass.
What he's saying,
great.
You know, when you see them men surveying in the street and he gets his little thing and he sends his mate down the road to stand further down the road, he looks at his little beady thing to make sure he's in line with that thing. It doesn't matter that he's measuring a straight, flat line. It's curved, right?
Yeah.
That's how ridiculous what they're saying.
Yeah, they're just measuring elevation angles and claiming they're measuring curves. But Sogbuster does it all the time, he's told us. He's always measuring elevation angles, curves.
Apparently there's been some internal feuding over that, right? People are not happy. Buck Sodbuster ruined McToon's lie, and people aren't happy about it.
What was that?
Well, McToon came in and gave a completely contrapositive answer to McToon's suggestion that surface level angles have nothing to do with the surface. Buck comes in and says, well, this is connected to the surface at a point, completely contradicting Toon's lie. Well, this is, you know, it hasn't just fell by the wayside. People have noticed and started having a poke at both of them. So it's not going to go away in a hurry. McToon's lie, I mean, I laboured the fact that he's a liar, and you just think, well, that's no one's going to care. Well, they did. People cared. They're like, hang on, you can't both be telling the truth. You've got contrapositive answers. So which one of you is lying? Well, Toon's lying, and that was laboured, but...
Have to try and trim that out, maybe get Buster saying what he's saying and Toon saying what he's saying, and let's get the lie out there.
I could, but I don't care. The problem is,
I
assessed it for what's his name as well, the pastor, Duffy. I'm like, if I trimmed out that section and demonstrably showed that he's lying, that he's making shit up about me, would that change any of our opinion about him when we already know he's an outright liar? Like, what would it change? No. Again, with Toon, we know he's just a weasel. Oh, right, it's the globe elevation angles. Okay, so when you suggest these non-global, flat, linear, straight lines are global measurements. You're happy for them to be measurements. When we get down to the nitty-gritty of defining them, he doesn't want to hear the definition. When it gets to the point where it's been forced into the conversation through soundboard clips, he says they've got nothing to do with the surface. Now, that would have been okay for your average, for the lowest common denominator, the most stupid person watching. They'd have accepted his position. Until Buck came along and ruined it all, which is hilarious. You know what I mean?
Classic, that, isn't it?
Yeah.
Absolute classic. I bet they've had work. I bet they've all had to get together and have a little globe meeting about this and how they're going to handle it. I think there was a bit of that yesterday, wasn't there? He was coming back on Sogbuster to try and justify what Toon did say or didn't say, and try and change things. I didn't hear it all because I was in and out of jobs. But
well, that made it. I think that's probably why. That's probably why there's been fallout, because by doing that, by coming on yesterday and trying to say, "Well, you just don't understand," when it's a simple, both positions can't be true simultaneously. So coming on and trying to justify it in Toon's favour is more telling than if he'd have just kept his mouth shut. He's like, he's laboured the point. You're like, oh dear, Buck, why? You could have just shut up and then it'd have probably got forgotten about.
Yeah, he's highlighted it. He knows it's a problem.
I mean, it isn't. Toon saying elevation angle has got nothing to do with the surface. Who gives a shit? It's like, you're not the arbiter of what an elevation angle is. When he measured it from the surface of Antarctica, allegedly, it is what it is. It's a surface level measurement of an angle. That just is what it is. Same with azimuth. It's like, it is what it is. It doesn't matter if Toon says it's a global measurement. It isn't. And it is specifically to the surface. So it doesn't matter if he says it isn't. Who cares?
Well, that was the geometric proof. That's what John was pointing out. You're offering geometric proof, which is what he asked for, and he's saying he wants geometric proof of the geometric proof. You offered him azimuth. That's what he was measuring in Antarctica. We all know what azimuth is. It can clearly be defined. It can clearly be explained. That's what it is, and that's what you was measuring to from a horizontal. There's your geometric proof that you measured Earth flat to. But as long as he can keep saying, "Oh, I want the geometric proof. Send me the geometric proof. I need the geometric proof." Well, you've had it. You provided it.
Yeah, they don't like their own measurements being shoved back up them, basically.
No, but that was interesting. I know you've been saying it for a while, but they demonstrated with Brenda today where you just said, well, there you go, then there's a victory. And I don't think she knew, or he knew what to do with that. It was like, oh, right, I've won then. What do I do now? I don't need to argue. Nathan's given me the win. It was a bit like, it was a little bit out of sorts for her, I think. She didn't know quite how to handle that. Which I think is a really good. I think that was really good. Maybe do a bit more of that. Like Len says, we'll get some Globey faction stickers.
Yeah, exactly.
Gold stars.
What harm does it do? If I say, okay, if you suggest that the horizontal baseline or the horizontal datum is the same as if it was a curved straight line, then okay, that's a win. And they go, yeah, I convinced Nathan that a straight line could be represented the same as if it was curved. Now, again, as I said at the time, I'm only appealing to the dumbest person in the audience most of the time. It needs to be simple enough for the person in the audience to go, so their argument is that straight lines are curved. Yeah, that is their argument. At which point you go, have it. Okay, you say straight lines are curved. Okay, have it. No problem. If that's what you need to carry on believing in a ball, then have it. They're not. That's the violation of the measurements. Saying a straight line curves. That's fundamentally how it all falls apart. But if you want to say, no, so that it doesn't fall apart, this straight line does curve. Well, no, if you put it into your model, it's an equatorial plane. It can't curve. Or it's a radius value. It can't curve. But if you just want to tell yourself, no, it's an arc radius. You're like, okay, have it. Dumbass.
But that was funny when she was like, well, Are you saying you don't measure from the equatorial plane on a flat Earth, Nathan? It's putting the equatorial plane from inside a globe on you.
How can you have a curve if you have nothing to measure from?
But just sorry, mate. Just like I keep forgetting everyone's names. Sorry,
Craig.
Yeah, it's gone. Sorry, Gary. Yeah, I think she was actually cottoning on to this. I don't think she was aware. You've been saying it for how long about, you're inside the globe, you're not inside the globe. They're thinking, she was coming, unless she was just playing stupid as usual, that, well, what about your equatorial plane, Nathan? It was funny.
Yeah, what they're essentially saying is, don't use our use of flat Earth to say Earth's flat. That's essentially what they're saying. They don't say it in that order because it would sound terrible. But that is essentially what they're saying. They're saying, don't use our transposition of flat Earth measurements that are inside a ball on an equatorial plane. And if you do, how does your equator work? Your equator's wrong. Yeah. You're like, what? Really? Okay, fine, it's wrong then. Like, you're trapped in the north. You're like, okay, so you're saying the south doesn't work. Okay. South's still flat. Directions are still flat.
Yeah. Absolutely. When you just sit back and listen to what they're saying and the conversation back and forth, it's unbelievable the lengths they go to. But yeah, it's just as long as you can get them, because that's what you do with Brendan, like you've just explained. If you can say, right, okay, then we've come to this point now where are you telling me that in order for you to win this argument, you want level to be curved? And if they say yeah, then that's fine. Like, get them to a point where they have to sort of admit that. And an audience is hearing them say, yeah, in order for me to win this argument, that's not an argument, I am telling you, yes, level must be curved. And that just sounds absolutely insane. Just going to go on pause for 2 minutes.
That would be an interesting 180, though, to start, just start using Glover's stuff on Glover's. Fine. Levels curved. You win. What do you think you won? You know what I mean?
Do I need to round out this show? Has everyone stopped talking? I've just had a phone call. Is anybody going to talk, or I'll have to round out the show?
No. I tried. I was like thinking in my head, and then the kids started talking, of course. But no, I was in my head thinking, like, what if, you know, like I was thinking about how she reacted to the claimed victory, the idea of victory is all that she wanted. And I was.
It is that hollow, but it always was.
To figure out why.
It always was that hollow. That is to say, when these opponents come, they just want a little bit of pain relief, and a little bit of a victory in a debate is enough for them to go, yeah, I was right all along. You're like, that's all you need, right? You just need that little bit of pain relief. Now, false pain relief, like a placebo in medical terms, might work initially until someone points out it's a placebo. Then you get angry. You know what I mean? Well, I thought it was a painkiller. Now it's a sugar pill. Well, my headache went away. Yeah, I know, it works like that, eh? Well, the same thing is applied to them. Well, he said that you won. Well, what did he say you won with? Well, I told him that a measurement was a begging the question fallacy, and he said I'd won. You go, okay, and that gave you pain relief? Yeah, definitely. It was really nice. I felt this rush of endorphins. It was wonderful.
Yeah, she did though. I felt it when you was doing it. I could feel it through. I could just sense that she's thinking, I've got to win against Nick. I guarantee you, she'll have gone off and she'll be telling people about this. I got to win off Nathan. If she'll mention it to 2 or 3 people at least, I'm telling you.
Yeah, and that will
What win did they get?
a slightly less intense endorphin rush each time she conveys that message to another person, because that's in their mind what is required to overcome a flatty. If we all towed the line with consensus, in their minds that would make them happy. Like if everybody just didn't ever mention flat Earth again, then they could carry along in blissful ignorance. But they don't realise that isn't the case either. They've fallen down the hill. They'll never. You can't unsee. You can't unscramble scrambled eggs.
I bet it's funny though. Because what point did she win on the begging the question fallacy? I bet tomorrow she'll be telling him, people will be coming in using the same argument, saying, give me a win, Nathan, give me a win. Using exactly the same terminology as Brenda used.
Can you tell me I win when I say a distance is actually begging the question? And I'll say, yeah, okay. Yeah, distance isn't real, it's just begging the question. Surveyors get paid to beg the question, that's right, yeah.
And it's the same thing we as parents do when we have 3-year-olds or 5-year-olds or 7-year-olds or 12-year-olds. When you just don't want to hear them talk anymore, you just say, okay, that's it. You win. And they walk away and they go, yeah, I won. But they're children. They don't know any better. These are adults. That's what's amazing to me.
Yeah, it's funny because Nathan's been saying this for a while. It is what it is. Everybody knows Earth Special Flat. That's what we're talking about. And they just want this win. And I need to tell somebody I've won. And he's proved it really well today with Brenda. Good show.
And Nathan when you were engaging curved on his graph.
It's called placation or to placate. And when you say these are grown adults, yes, most of them are of adult age, but mentally, when discussing this subject, they regress to their former 12-year-old self, both in terms of their position when they put an argument, so-called, to another person, but also in their mental, cognitive state. They also regress to that 12-year-old. That's why they all behave the way they do. Their behaviour is akin to how a 12-year-old behaves. And that's where they've remained. They've remained in that place. That dweeb that was bullied at school, they've remained that perpetual 12-year-old. So that's essentially what you're dealing with. So when I placate them, they accept the placation like a 12-year-old boy would accept the placation. Don't they? I won.
Yep. Exactly. And also, when you were entertaining the nonsense out of Curved when he wanted you to explain horizontal, how'd you get your horizontal if you're standing on the top of a building? And that went on and on and on. You finally ended it, Nathan, by just saying, why do you keep referring to horizontal if you live on a globe?
Yeah, why'd you need horizontal?
Dead silent. That was beautiful.
Yeah, why do you want horizontal at all? Exactly. What is it that you guys
need? They need vertical.
Say again?
They need vertical. It's because they need vertical. They need vertical to be in and out, not up and down.
Yeah, the entire globe paradigm is a convolution between two different principles, coincidentally on screen now, azimuth and altitude. That's it. Turning north into an altitude measurement. That is all they have done. That's it.
Basically, yeah.
Really basic. I think it's at the point now where we can explain this to people who are about 80 IQ, maybe not below. Like, if you're retarded, you wouldn't understand this. But, you know, plus 80 IQ can now understand this. It is that simple at this point.
Yep.
As well as, like, giving them the win because they want the win. It's like with that little bit of a combo with me and Elbet. What he wanted was to go back and forth and get me in a position where I might be getting a little bit, maybe said the wrong thing or slipped a little bit. Not the fact that I've already pointed out that we're using sea level for the elevation profiles. I've already just stated that's what's in place. That's what we use. Ends there. He wants to go on, what tool, this and that. So I'll make a slip up so he can then think, well, I got one bit confused and he said this and he said that and he was tangled up and I won that because I came across more in a certain way. Nothing to do with the actual evidence that I was presenting.
No. Don't. You're demeaning yourself unnecessarily. You absolutely won on argumentation, not on demeanour. No, I'm not going to accept that. You won at the point that you took his single point on a vertical datum, that's the average being measured of the sea level, to a point that it's referenced with horizontality for the reference of deviation in the vertical. That's a elevation profile. Elevation being the vertical deviation from the horizontal, which cannot be a single point. The moment you said elevation profile, he lost. He then said, well, what's the tool? You're like, okay, that's notwithstanding the fact that it must be horizontal then. And he just didn't want to know. Now, whether or not you held him to task on that is neither here nor there. That was the point that you won by argumentation, not by demeanour, not by just being confident with what you said. His argument was this is a single point because you can only reference one station and it's measuring the up and down of the sea. So you go, well, this does sound like it's only to do with horizontal if we ignore what it's called, sea level, right up until the point that it's used in practical application for an elevation profile. That's you winning. Now, at that point, all they can do is either concede that there's going to be a horizontal reference to make these vertical measurements with, in which case they've lost, or deny that there's horizontal, in which case they can argue with us laughing at them that it isn't horizontal, because it is. Or the third option, which is the one he took, is tacitly accept the horizontal, but don't make it obvious that that's where he's lost by asking for something else ancillary to it, aka a red herring fallacy. Well, what tool are we measuring this horizontal flat earth only measurement with? Because then nobody gets the horizontal flat earth only measurement with bit, just the what tool do you, the individual, know which one? Notwithstanding that it must be flat and that's what we're going to be measuring with the tool when you get to it. Because then you can argue about the tool rather than the prerequisite flatness that you've made clear with the elevation profile. So that's why I stepped in. And if anybody turns around and goes, unjustified, you're like, no. He's whistling past the win when he says, how are we going to measure it? What, the flatness? The horizontal bit? So we've definitely got a horizontal bit then. That is the end of the discussion. It was legitimately where the discussion came to an end. And, but for the fact that he was attempting to introduce a subvertive measure, that's what tool, we'd be just arguing or talking about how flat Earth was being measured with elevation profiles, wouldn't we?
Yeah, the thing that really gets me is they accept vertical, but they deny horizontal. That bothers me.
Yeah, that's a funny one. When, like you say, the axiomatic.
I mean, I think it bothers most of us.
Yeah, the orientation, whether it's vertical or horizontal, is always with respect to the plane of reference. It may be measured in the vertical, it may be measured in the horizontal, but everything is with respect to the plane of reference. You know, the plane that we reference. How do they not get that?
Well, it's like we said last year. These words they're using, the 30 words we put together, 30 words not allowed to be used when explaining how Earth curve is measured: sea level, horizon, horizontal, parallel, plumb, perpendicular, elevation, angles, triangles, sea sextants, theodolite, spirit level, altitude, vertical, tangent, straight line, up, down, plane, north, south, east, west, azimuth, linear, and flat. They're the 30 words, and that's that. And you can't use these words unless you're explaining flat. And they're using them all the time. You know, they're using vertical, horizontal, parallel, plumb. They definitely use, they're using altitude all the time. Tangent, they're using tangent all the time. Plane, they're using north, south, east, and west. Azimuth, linear, they're using linear for the miles. So these are the words that they're using all the time. So they're just using flat Earth measuring words. They've been doing it for some time now.
Anytime that they reference it back to reality, they will need a plane of reference. That's just how it is. Anything they say, whether it's motion, shape, direction, length, dimension, all of it requires a plane of reference.
Yeah, because that's how it works in this place where we all live. So I'm trying to explain to Oliver. We're using sea level. We've got an average of the level. Some idiot in the background was trying to come up with tide levels, proving a curve. Different tides, proving a curve. But we're utilizing what we have of this Earth, which is an average levelness. And then we think, right, but this is what we've got to work with. This is it. This is what we're going to utilize. So planar surface, and we're going to take this forward, and we can measure heights of hills and mountains, depth below. We can now we can create maps and navigate. You know, we've just had to use sea level. That's what was in front of us, and that's what we've utilized. It's not a tool, and a bear. Sea level is not a tool. We're actually utilizing the levelness of the place where we live. That's my little rant over.
Yes.
Yes. But them tide gauges, yeah, they are measuring, they're scattered about on cliffs, walls, and, you know, I don't know what linear distance they are apart. But, you know, it'll be just averaging a level between distances along, you know, coastal areas. Yeah, you might have them spread out 3 or 4 miles along cliff edges, and you're going to reference the levelness of the levelness and get an average levelness of the level.
As far as my understanding is with these tide gauges, we've got the one station in Cornwall that covers the entirety of the UK, and in America or North America, you've got the one in Quebec that is for all of North America, Canada, and Mexico. They don't, within the description, it mentions they only use the one, so it rules out any inconsistencies of different tides at different locations.
Right. I thought, I might have read something previous. I understand that now, Len. or Graham. Only joking. Yeah, I thought they'd have smaller ones at some stage along cliff edges, but I understand what you're saying. We watched the video that time, didn't we, that I put forth? And that's what the bear was asking me, what's used? Well, the tide gauge is used. Well, where is it? Well, it's in Cornwall, mate. That's where it is.
Well, the funny thing, I get tickled too, is that we're making a claim with our geometric proof, right? But they're the ones that make the claim using our geometric proof. You know what I mean? It's like they get so convoluted in that they think they're asked for geometric proof of geometric proof. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, no, I caught up on that, John. I was saying it to Nathan before, like, that's why I did a quick search on that show, and the geometric proof is anything that's, you know, it's acceptable, you know, it's true, and it's being used in, you know, the definitions agreed upon and correct, which is...
No, they want geometric proof for your geometric proof geometrically.
Yes, that's a pretty good summary.
Yeah. So, and that's what Toon was receiving, his geometric proof from Nathan of Toon's azimuth measurements in wherever he was when he did it. And that was the geometric proof. But he wanted geometric proof of that geometric proof. Geometric.
Yes, the globe.
But he wanted to say that your lack of geometric proof was geometric proof of his claim that geometric proof proves a ball. It was really convoluted.
Yeah. But he's that much of a bloody idiot. He thinks if I just keep asking these flat earthers for and some people will fall for it. Well, how can I send him some proof then? How can I send him azimuth? You measured azimuth wherever he was to. You provided us with the geometric proof yourself. You idiot. You are our geometric proof to us.
Right. Well, he's using a geometric proof to make a claim, and then claiming that his claim is backed up by this geometric proof that requires Earth to, you know, that shows Earth is flat. It is like, if you try to put it together in your head, you'll go retarded.
Yeah, you know? It is insane. Insane. It is like dealing with narcissists, really, if you've ever dealt with one.
Yeah, I'd say 12-year-olds can seem quite self-centered and narcissistic, self-involved, selfish. But I stand by this. I think they've reverted to a cognitive state of a 12-year-old, because that's where their mental processing sits when they go back to this place where they learn about space and fantasized about space and first fell in love with the heliocentric model. That would have been about 12 years old, wouldn't it? So, yeah, it can seem like they're all narcs, but I genuinely think it's a regression in cognition to a 12-year-old state.
Sorry, but you can talk to 12-year-olds and you can explain things to them, and eventually they will come to an understanding. And then, yeah, that's what 12-year-olds do. They question things, but they'll usually figure shit out, whereas they have no intention of even considering the thoughts in their head.
Well, as long as you have a group of 12-year-olds, unless they recognize you as the authority to give them the understanding, that group of 12-year-olds will resist. They use consensus to back up their childish understanding. It's a reinforcement.
Gangs, basically.
I mean, back to Toon, Ollie, I posted something wherever he posted what was it? The triangle thing from whoever it was. Nathan that was just a diagram and someone saying some words, and that was his geometric proof. But Nathan's, all that show, he had the Books of Busters nightmare above his head with the radius value and the angle from a flat horizontal plane. Same thing that Toon was offering as his geometric proof. Nathan had it on screen all day long. we've got to say these things. They've got to keep asking for geometric proof, geometric proof. Well, like John said, your geometric proof of a globe is geometric proof of a flat Earth. That's
yeah, like I don't know how else to describe. Like, say if you make the claim that Earth is flat, your geometric proof would be the measurement, right?
Yeah,
we measure it as such, so that's how we know Earth is flat. There we go. There's the claim with the support. I mean, it's kind of axiomatic. I don't even know if you could call it a claim, but if you want to try to force it into that kind of logic, you know, the measurement is just what the measurement is. It is planar in nature.
Yeah, but John,
if they want,
I mean,
go ahead.
Just saying, John, if I climb the Eiffel Tower and I can still measure an elevation angle, then the Earth must be a globe.
John's right. It's trying to force something into a logical consistency that doesn't need to be there. If you describe a torque setting, and then you go and grab a wrench, and then you go and torque a nut to a particular torque setting, and then say, well, if I've made a torque, what are you doing? You put a number on the torque wrench and you tightened it. Why are you suddenly trying to turn this into a logical consistency argument? It's not an argument. You just put a nut on the car and twisted it until it clicked. That's it. There's nothing to justify with logic. It's just you've measured it to be a particular torque setting when you tighten the bolt. Why are you now trying to tell me about a logical consistency about the torque setting?
But what does that number mean? That number one, what does it mean? On the torque setting.
Give it me in a logical consistency. Have you got a legitimate torque setting proof for your torque setting? Because I want it in a torque setting.
Yeah. Yeah, you give me the torque setting, but I want proof of the torque setting of the torque setting.
Yeah, give it me in a torque. Is this actually proof that we've got a torque setting?
Are you qualified to talk about torque settings?
Have you made any of these torque setting measurements? Exactly. That's what we're doing. It's ludicrous.
Yeah, I want proof of the torque. Sorry, mate, go on.
Have you ever made a torque bar? Have you built one yourself? Do you know how it works?
Yeah.
You don't know anything about torque wrenches, do you?
You've never used one, Nathan, so torque settings are irrelevant. They don't exist.
Come on, the best thing today was Gem Panda's got pictures and Rob Noxious has flight paths. That's it.
Yes, go back to that in a minute, but I'm just saying, I think we did point out, and I think we're highlighting it more with them and correcting them on when they use definitions. Definitions aren't measured. We're pointing out the things that they say in the stating aren't measured. They're using other terminology rather than measurements. Trying to skip past that measurement, which we know they've been doing, but I think that's being highlighted a lot more at the moment. Yes, we use definitions, we use citations, but it all comes down to a measurement at the end of the day. And that's what I was trying to say to Edinburgh. Like, we are using the surface of Earth, which is level. It's just was level.
Yeah, the measurement, though, right, has to reference reality. You take a conceptual unit like, say, horizontal and vertical, and you apply those to an aspect of reality like plumb and level. And then you can make measurements from that or with that because it's referencing reality. They want to separate the reference and put it somewhere that it's unreferenceable. I don't know, it's like a level of madness.
Well, that's where you've got to go.
They let me jump in 2 seconds. They've been tricked too by the intellectuals, by the scholastics. They've been tricked by Richard Feynman and Neil deGrasse Tyson and any one of these retards who has taken a balloon and drawn on it with a Sharpie what they tell them are 3 straight lines on a balloon, and telling them that those are 90-degree angles, and telling them that those curved lines they just drew on that balloon are 90 degrees. They're not. They believed that. And I blame those guys for doing that, and they should be chastised for it.
Yeah, but even, I know what you're saying, mate, but once you get into like drawing fucking three lines on a ball balloon, we're no longer talking about the geometry of Earth. We've drifted off into La La Land, and we're not going to La La Land. We're going to stick to geometry. Geometric proof.
I don't have to prove La La Land to know it exists. I just know, okay?
Well, I report from La La Land all the time. I live in Narnia, but they won't accept that.
And Spurgeville is right next to Floatyville, where you can have hyperbolic and spherical trigonometry and all of those things that don't exist and are contrapositive to each other. They contradict each other. Here's my question: if they're going to live on a ball and want to live on a ball, then they need to, like you had said earlier, Nathan, and One Deck, then quit using the geometry, quit using the words. You've got your Floatyville non-Euclidean geometry. Reference that then.
Yeah,
you can't reference that.
Not without a horizontal plane, you can't.
Well, it's conversion, isn't it? All surveying is flat. And if you're going to suggest non-Euclidean or geodesics or geodesic surveying, then you're using after-the-fact calculations from the flat Earth measurements that all surveying relies upon. So when you say that you're doing anything other than a Euclidean measurement, then you can't measure it that way locally. That's why they all say locally. Because the ball only exists non-locally, that is to say, it's, like we all know, calculated into existence. My favourite part of today, John, by far, was when I said, you can't be in space you've never been, how high have you been? And they're like, I've seen it on TV, I've seen hundreds of photos. And I went, yeah, I've seen hundreds of photos of Narnia. And they're like, well, nobody's pretending that's real with live stream footage. And you piped up and went, actually, I'm the Narnia correspondent. Live from Narnia.
Oh, I missed that.
It was epic because it's useful to have somebody, your wingman, basically. John was my wingman for a few moments when he's like, well, actually, I'm joining us live from, because it requires somebody to take that step to lie. Now, it's done tongue in cheek, which is why he's got away with it without being called a liar on the spot, because he's lying. But that's what's required. But to suggest that, well, because I've got a TV feed that's got the word live on it, means it's come from space, it's just as easy as John saying, and I'm live from Narnia. That is just how easy it is, isn't it? Now, before John did that, I was going to go to, well, one of the feeds that I've seen of the show called Narnia had the word live written in the bottom hand corner. Again, I've just got to lie, but it's far easier for John to do it. And just say, oh yeah, I'm live from Narnia right now. Like the spacemen just have to lie. Yeah, I'm out in the second law of thermodynamics violation. Yeah, I'm on the ISS. Well, now we know they're lying. They're one of the few people that we know are lying. So to contrast that,
was he a delay on his mic from Narnia? Oh no.
What, when it came through the wardrobe? There was a slight time dilation problem via the wardrobe. Yes, that's correct.
Oh God,
that's why I constantly.
You do realise that's a perfect parallel with Narnia and space. So there is literally a time dilation problem with Narnia. That is to say, you go in, and the difference is akin to them describing travelling at the speed of light. Yeah, you'd age slower than the people on the ground. That's the claim. Well, that's the same in the wardrobe, isn't it? Literally, it's exactly the same. You go in the wardrobe, you slowly age up to your 30s from your young teenage years, and when you come back out again, you're a teenager. Because time was moving at a different rate in Narnia. Literally.
Yeah, just a child's fantasy story.
What C.S. Lewis cleverly incorporated quite a few elements of Christianity, a religion, and heliocentrism, a religion, into his story. And I don't think it was unintentional. I think he was highly educated in things like bent geodesics, space-time, and he incorporated those out-of-the-box concepts, mathematical in reality, not in existence, and just turn them into his story of Narnia. So when we parallel Narnia with space, it is almost a perfect parallel.
Did we do that on purpose, or did we just mention that? I mean, you're saying that now, but I don't think that Narnia was brought up because of that, was it? At the time, it was just like, oh, it's
absolutely. That was absolutely why Narnia was used as a direct comparison to suggesting that you're travelling into a place that isn't real.
Ah, right.
Space.
I didn't know that. I just thought it was like a.
It's definitely been used to parallel space.
Ah, right. First time I've heard that one, Nathan.
That's not. I can't take any credit for that. That's all down to the author. That's down to. I mean, I can use the genius of the author that comes up with that story, so I can use it as an easy metaphor. But for the fact that we had the authorship of the story in the first place, I wouldn't be using it as a parallel. So all credit to C.S. Lewis, as opposed to my utilising his genius in that regard. But it is genius to parallel the world that doesn't exist beyond the wardrobe with the world that exists beyond the air that you're breathing.
Yeah, you're going into a different area that doesn't exist.
Please tell me, please tell me you did not know that. Are you serious?
Well, not everyone knows every bit of rhetoric.
No, I didn't.
What the heck did you think Narnia meant?
No, I didn't know that Nathan just said about was it the Einstein, Nathan, or something you said there?
Time dilation. Yeah, they never got old.
Well, I knew that in the story, but I'm only just putting this together now in my head. I didn't know. I've never related the two until now. I've used Narnia examples all the time, but I've always when I've said, oh right, let's talk about Narnia, I'm just saying that when I'm saying it to a Glober, I'm just saying, yeah, Narnia is not real. I'm just seeing it that way. I didn't think of the time dilation thing. No, that's just a penny's just dropped to a horizontal plane on that one, Neil.
Yeah, it's easy to not recognise that there's so many parallels between the story of The Lion, the Witch, and Narnia and space. It's easy to miss, but there's loads of them. But as I say, that's down to the genius of the writing.
Yeah.
Yeah, amen to that, because C.S. Lewis would have known that the vain imaginations that are mentioned so many times, and to avoid your vain imaginations, he would use that as a counter to reality. It was genius. Great author and great reference.
Funny thing is, though, I was never into the space thing as a 12-year-old, but probably I was more like, oh, Lion, Witch, and the Wardrobe, I'm into this. That little fantasy. Watching that, I didn't watch space rockets and fantasize about going to space, but like I was more like, God, yeah, if you only could walk through a wardrobe door and go into this other world, that's what sort of got me thinking, oh, that'd be great, as a youngster.
Well, pseudo-Riemannian space-time geometry is in effect as of 1915, and The Lion, the Witch and the Wardrobe was written about 35 years later, so enough time for it to reach the, if you want to call him that, common man. That's C.S. Lewis in this regard, so that it can be utilised and, in essence, parodied. That's what I would suggest he's doing. He's parodying it.
Interesting.
And he might have been a little bit prophetic too, knowing that the space age was still a couple of decades away. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Narnia was published during the 50s.
Yeah, 1950.
His series of books through 56, something like that.
Yeah, 1950 was when The Lion, the Witch and the Wardrobe came out.
God, when you say
That's
that,
amazing.
like, you think, God, what a genius back in that time. Like, I've loved that story. I've read the book. I've been to watch it in a theatre. So yeah, but I never knew that. What you're talking about now, this time dilation thing.
Well, just but you recognise it now. You know the story. When they come out of the wardrobe at the end of the story, they're children again. So their story ends with them being basically crowned, and they're on the throne and sort of in their middle age as kings and queens and princes. And then when they find the wardrobe in their later years, oh yes, we came here through a wardrobe. I almost forgot. Should we see what's on the other side? And then they go back through and they're teenagers again.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's amazing. And then the continuation of it with Werner von Braun and Walt Disney and what they did to revert back to placating to children, and or not even placating to them, just introducing a new concept, a new reality, a brand new vision, a whole new world, a new land to explore in outer space. And with Disney and von Braun, the damage this is what we're getting now. We have to do damage control of what they did back in the 1960s and 70s. Amazing.
Right, who's the other one that was writing A Journey to the Moon and things like that? What was that writer called? The guy that later worked...
H.G. Wells.
Well, yeah, him. H.G. Wells. This is where all of this stuff's culminating, all about the same sort of time, sort of early 1900s. Early to mid 1900s. That's where this is all sort of taking shape. So in terms of heliocentrism being reified in sincerity, like people actually believing that they're on a ball, I would say that that's only been the case for about 100 years.
Was H.G. Wells the one that's pretty much conceptualized satellites as well?
Yes, he not conceptualized it, he invented them.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he was a Freemason. I don't know if that means anything to the whole situation.
Absolutely. Let me just... dun, dun, dun!
Nice.
When you say 100 years, it's not a long time. 100 years, is it really?
No. It's enough. It's enough for people to die out, though. It's enough for a generation that knew it to be as it previously was to be gone. And from then till now, it would seem that there's been a constant cycle of bring flat Earth into the general zeitgeist to mock it and ridicule it and push it back out again 10 years later as ludicrous.
Yep.
That's been a constant cycle ever since.
Yeah, just bring it into conspiracy theory, like Neil pointed out months ago. And that's where you'll end up if you're a conspiracy theorist, and it's just absolutely ludicrous. And anybody thinks you live on a flat Earth's fucking an idiot. Yeah, just bring that in and out and keep it in that, keep it there. It's very clever though how they've done that.
Yeah, the other clever part of that you got all of it except one section, which is make it about Earth being or Earth not being a ball. Whenever you talk about the Earth and its measurements, talk about whether it does or does not have curvature. Don't talk about the measurements that you'll use to infer and suggest curvature. Just argue for whether or not there is any, constantly. Because then it's only about if there is or if there is not curvature.
I just wanted to add a cherry on top because I totally agree. This goes back to the beginning of the 20th century with those writers, which also lines up perfectly with this meta concept that it's all relative, right? You know, from Mr. Einstein.
Correct.
That's true. That relative word has just done more damage than almost any other word in the.
Well, it allows you to detach yourself from the measurements. That's in essence what it's being utilised for. And therefore detach yourself from reality and put yourself into a reification of conventions made in mathematics as though they are real. And for that 100-year period, that is where people have, in sincerity, utilised the reified version of ball Earth mathematics with us in the maths inside a ball and taken it to the next step where we're using things like Haversine and conversions of scale by way of Venus transit to give us a system that we can, in earnest, reify into existence as though we do actually stand on the outside edge of that protractor that's moving around the sun from a centre point that we're no longer in. So if you want to suggest what's happened in the last 100 years, you go, well, in the last 100 years, it was reified in earnest from being a system that mathematically explained the movement of the stars from within a ball to us sincerely suggesting that we're on that ball. That's what's happened in the last 100 years. Prior to that, you just had men exploiting the church extrapolations in mathematics to better explain the sky, to lord it over the common man, like they had, like the fart sniffers do today, right? We've got extended exemplary knowledge, therefore we're special, right? The men of power did that beyond 100 years, and in the last 100 years, it's been passed on to the dweeby common man to do. So now the common man does the dirty work for him. It's not like you can hold some guy in a priesthood or in a position of power in government to task on his suggestion that we're on a ball flying around the sun. It's now been passed down to be the responsibility of the lowest common denominator. Now the dweebs take ownership of that rhetoric, and they fight for it instead. Well, should it all fall apart, who gets blamed? Well, your average common man that believed in it. Did they not understand that it's just a mathematical system? Is the disclaimer of the man in power today, because it's been passed down to the dweebs, hasn't it?
Yep.
What's the relevance of relativity in practical reality? Is it just cardinal directions? Everything's relative to north?
Yeah, you can describe how it's relative to a convolution between azimuth and altitude. If north becomes up on a ball after you paint the map with a Haversine conversion and ignore the centre point that it functionally works on, it's just relative. Well, relative to what? Well, relative to the conversion to the centre point if you're describing heliocentric motion. In other words, it's justifiably reifiable. If you use the word relativity, you just strap that on the end. Well, it's all relative.
What's this compass they're trying to bring into the situation, which is always used horizontally? What was that? What was the name of that one again?
It's the same principle as used by the mapping company when he suggests that the levelled tool has the movement in the vertical when describing a horizontal concept of direction. So in actual terms, you've got one direction, right, north, and then you can describe degrees from north in an azimuthal description. That just means around a centre point, like in a circle. So all descriptions of any other direction are just conventions derived from the original direction. Okay, that's horizontal as a convention to use for direction. So that's there's nothing else to explain from that. But then if you take a tool that employs one of the methods for establishing that direction, one is the North Star and one is a magnetic field line. Well, the magnetic field lines do have a vertical aspect to them. Like they can come up and over you, like if you look at the iron filings when you pour them on a piece of paper and look at what a magnetic line does. Well, you can describe a verticality to that. Now, there's a suggestion that certain types of compass, I think he called it an inclination compass. I've not looked into this, but I can understand the principle that's being employed when you describe it with respect to the magnetic field lines.
Inclination, yes.
The inclination compass, are looking at the magnetic field lines and therefore can, in that particular tool, measure a certain aspect used to derive the concept of directions in the horizontal, and those are the field lines. That tool can demonstrate a verticality of the field line used to derive the concept in the horizontal. Therefore, what? Azimuth becomes horizontal? No.
Just another calculation.
No, just another measurement, but a measurement from a tool that can demonstrate the verticality aspect of a magnetic field line. That's it. But the concept derived from the magnetic field lines that's useful to us is the horizontal directionality called azimuth, not the vertical. There's no practical use for the verticality of a magnetic field line. We're not deriving altitude or altitude angles from it. We're not using it in any practical way, but a certain tool can show that it does exist. Whoopie-doo.
And that's sort of the theodolite. The theodolite measures vertical angles or horizontal angles, and the horizontal angles that it measures is azimuth. That's all it's doing.
Yeah, I mean, we're appealing to the conventions after the fact. So the measurement would be to level the compass and get north. That's your measurement. It's a planar horizontal directionality that you're ascribing to this measurement. Ergo, the measurement is with respect to a planar description of Earth when measured. Ergo, a flat Earth measurement. What's that I hear? If I go to a certain point, a certain compass can show a vertical aspect. Okay, and what's that used for? Well, nothing. The only derivative of this particular system is a horizontal orientation. That's what it's used for. That's what azimuth is.
Yep. That's what the, like I just said, that's what is termed a horizontal angle using the satellite is an azimuth measurement. Inclination compass.
Here you go. I'm just reading up on it. An inclination compass or dip circle measures the vertical angle or dip angle between Earth's magnetic field and the horizontal plane.
Oh, bloody hell. And they're appealing for this.
I read that out last week. Where you guys been?
I've just never looked it up. Because half the time I don't care, Neil. I mean, number one, I'm lazy. Right? If I don't have to look something up, I won't. You know what I mean? And in this instance, it's just intriguing to see what they're appealing to. But when you understand the convention that's derived and its practical uses, in this case, what fucking way are we going? We're going that way. Nobody's ever pointing upwards or downwards, right? When you understand that, who gives a shit what the tool does? It's back the same thing when somebody said, not someone, Wayne, or as his pseudonym is, Dwayne Cunningham, specifically says that the horizontal orientation of the compass needle can wobble. Yeah, and it's got to be fucking levelled for it to be useful when establishing what north is in the horizontal, because that's what way we're going to be travelling. We're going to be travelling horizontally because that's what we fucking do. Now, again, this seems really basic when I put it in these terms, which is why I'm probably hear me smiling. You just think, what way am I going today? And then point in the direction you're going. And then you can literally, in that simplistic direction pointing, you can go, well, Earth's flat then. Well, it is if you're travelling anywhere, if you're trying to find your bearings, if you're getting a directionality, if you're travelling east, then that is fundamentally flat. Just giving someone directions, and let's dumb it down one step. This is sub 80 IQ. If I say turn left, that's planar, isn't it?
Yep.
Right.
It's azimuth, yeah.
Well, it's not even azimuth. Just if I orientate you in the same direction as me, and I say to you, travel down the street and turn left. That is a planar description to orientate you when describing where to go to a third party or secondary party. You're describing turning in a horizontal direction when you say left. Because that's how we travel. So in the most simplistic, basic terms, every directionality, every instruction, every single time you got in a car, you were orientated in the horizontal. It's so fucking obvious when you think about it, that in order to conceptualize being orientated with respect to a ball is nigh on impossible, because it fundamentally does not match what you do in reality. And it can't. When you try and make it back engineerable with respect to a ball, you're inside the fucking thing.
It's good you ended on there, because like you've been saying that today, and I don't think what we know and what we taught, I think a lot of these ballers don't understand that that's what's being said. And we've been over videos months ago, yeah, from just people talking about latitude and longitude, now it's measured, and they're showing us they're inside a ball. Yeah, a lot of these globers that we're talking to on these servers are not aware of this.
No, the whole inner ball, on a ball thing came up about 3 years ago. The consequences in terms of Earth is just measured flat, probably 2 years ago. That rubbing it in their face from about a year ago. Well, if we're rubbing this in their face because it's measured flat anyway, therefore nobody's of any consequence and the entire discussion's moot. Moot.
I find it quite fantastic how you can just demolish any point or argument through knowing the fundamentals of baseline, like not having to look into that tool. You can be confident enough that you know how you understand how it works and what it utilizes. So you can be as lazy as you want when you know that information. You don't have to research because it all comes down to the bloody flat baseline and the principles.
Exactly. Do I need to know what tool you need to level a baseline Well, there's a dozen that I could have labelled, but rather than giving curved his tool, his question included being halfway up a hill. Now, that seems really innocuous, doesn't it? Halfway up? Yeah, well, that's benign. No, it isn't. It fundamentally requires a flat earth. Because it's got the word up. Halfway up. Halfway between what and what? A measured distance from a flat earth, parallel planes, to be halfway up in the vertical, axiomatically tied to the horizontal. Everything they'll ever offer, even that seems relatively benign on the surface, is always tied to a flat earth. If it ever has any semblance of suggestion of earth measurement attached to it, it will require a flat earth in every instance. In this case, that's the most benign example I've had so far. Well, if I'm halfway up a hill, how do I find my plane with a tool? Well, you're halfway up a flat earth measurement between the top and the bottom. It's a vertical description. Halfway up. Up requires a plane.
You know what they were fishing there for, though? You know what they were looking for you to do
I actually don't. Not caring means I don't need to... I haven't thought about it. No, I don't. What was their gotcha?
They were fishing for plum. They were fishing for a plum that they can say is tied to the centre of the earth. I think that's the way they were trying to take it.
I didn't realise that. I mean, at one point, just to move the conversation on, I said we're using a sextant. Let's find out how high we are off the house. But that was only because I wanted to ask how high we were off the house. And I'm like, that tool requires me ask this question, so I'll use that tool. Because it, in one sense, moves the conversation on because it's answering him. But in the other, it just means I can start asking him about heights.
But like you just said, they don't offer anything. Somebody just said offering. They don't offer anything. They just ask questions and then argue about, can I get an elevation angle from a certain height above sea level if I climb the Eiffel Tower?
And therefore I'm on a ball.
That's all it's...
Because therefore I'm on a ball.
That's all they're doing.
Well, no, because therefore if I can get this person to say that the tool used to get the altitude perpendicular to a plane, to establish a plane for an elevation angle, is a vertical tool, then I can have it point to the centre of a ball, and that can be the win. So had they have got their gotcha now that I know what it is, thanks to Len's sharp nature, we know that had we have got to that point where they go, well, you're establishing horizontal from the vertical, therefore the vertical can point to the centre of Earth, at which point you go, okay, have it. In order to get a flat Earth measurement and a flat Earth altitude perpendicular to sea level for our height off surface level for the elevation perpendicular on the top of a building to establish a plane, we need a plumb bob that points to the middle of a presupposed spherical Earth. Therefore, they win. I'd have given him it. I'd have just given him it. Like I gave it to Brenda, I'd have been like, if this is what you need to be the win, then fine.
Yeah, but then they've jumped up to the Eiffel Tower, measured an elevation angle, and then they get into the verticals and said it's pointing to the centre of a sphere, which the measurements of the sphere are from sea level.
Yeah. Exactly.
Is vertical with respect to a curve, though?
No, but they can have it tangential and then later move it tangentially as it is at this stage, assumed with the plumb moving to the centre of Earth from a tangent plane touching the surface. That's where Buck fucked McToon over. He had he was too keen to get to the tangent plane touching the surface of a ball, when McToon's saying this flat Earth elevation angle's got nothing to do with the surface. Like Toon was, itching to say, no, it's touching the ball at a point. I don't know if they'll ever live that down.
Can you build a real measurement off imagination?
No.
Verticals measure it.
Yeah, so they'll accept the flat Earth measurement so long as I say it's tangential to a ball, I'm assuming. That's what Brenda did. Oh, yeah, okay, we've got to get a perpendicularity for the altitude perpendicular to sea level, but that's because it's a tangential plane. So I'll accept that there's a plane that's definitely being measured, so long as I assume there's a ball dangling below that I can later transpose this plane into so that it works inside the ball.
But see, the vertical can't be with respect to an imaginary plane.
No, it's going to be, well, in that case it is. They make the plane, the surface plane that's being measured, imaginary, because that's not the surface of their ball. That's normally where we get to that stage, and I'll say, well, if you're saying that this tangential plane, as you are now suggesting, obviously you're saying it's incongruent when you say it, But when they say it, I say, okay, so we're not measuring the ball then. The surface that we're measuring isn't the ball surface. And because it's a tangential plane that they don't want to be real, the answer is yes. No, or no, we're not measuring the ball surface. In which case, we're not measuring the ball surface. It's a rock and hard place, isn't it?
Right. Yeah, but the appeal to vertical, right? That's what they want to keep. They want to keep vertical because they want to claim all their measurements are going to the center of the sphere. But the vertical can't be with respect to imagination.
Exactly. The measurement is with respect to a plane. Exactly. They call it tangential so that they can have a tacit acceptance of the reality that a plane must be measured. And a plane is measured. It's only the ball dangling below that's actually the imaginary bit that isn't being measured. But so long as it's being begged the question of, then they're a happy bunny at the end of it. The 12-year-old fart sniffer can go about his day knowing, well, below this flat plane we're measuring, there's definitely still a ball there.
But they want to say that that flat plane is incongruent with the surface of Earth, the thing that we're referencing for surface level.
Exactly. They're saying the imaginary bit that we're not measuring is the real surface, and the plane that we are measuring is the imaginary surface that we're not measuring. Correct.
Then they don't have vertical. They lose vertical in that. Because you can't reference vertical to imagination. They're cutting their nose off to spot their face, basically.
Yeah, and in this convoluted rhetoric, that's where you need to start passing this down to the dweebs to take responsibility. And rely on the consensus being sub 100 IQ. That's it. Then it works.
I mean, this tangent line, we've been over it. Tangent lines aren't tangible, are they? You can use them in calculus or you can draw them on a piece of paper. There's no actual tangent lines in reality that is being used for anything.
No, but we're measuring planes and you can associate the one with the other. You can make a plane that we're measuring a tangential plane, which then makes it, as you've just correctly identified, something that can be decried as imaginary. So suddenly the ball that's assumed below a plane we are definitely measuring is an imaginary concept of a tangential plane that doesn't really exist. Oh, that must mean the ball that we assume dangles below the bit we're measuring, I mean, we're not really measuring, it's only imaginary, is the real world that we didn't measure. Yeah, that's how the trick works.
Yeah, but in so doing, you surrender vertical. So you lose vertical with that.
Yeah. You need it tied axiomatically at the hip to the vertical. And if you're doing this at any point on a suggested presupposed ball Earth tangential to it, then you don't have up, you only have out. And that won't give you 90 degrees to anything. So, correct. The assumption violates the principle they're trying to employ. Correct. When they decry the horizontality of this plane, because it's with respect to a ball, then they don't have up. They just have out.
But they'll never have a ball Earth because obviously everything's measured from sea level.
Yeah. The ultimate win is to just take them straight to sea level because that's the main measurement of everything. When you actually talk about Earth and its measurements, the geography of Earth fundamentally relies on those measurements of sea level. And that's what everything is referenced to. It is the master reference for Earth measurements.
Yeah. So that's the starting point for everything. So let's start at the beginning, shall we? Where did the measurements first come from? Sea level.
Yes. All the measurements are referenced to sea level. Sea level is then turned into a source through calculation called mean sea level, which is our source for the entirety of Earth.
Which is totally unnecessary. If you compare the difference in the vertical to the difference in the horizontal when referencing Earth, obviously, it is margin of error stuff. You don't need a mean sea level.
No, I mean, that's just for... It's interesting to see, it's just a measurement of are the levels dropping or is global sea level rising? Are the levels what the levels are. It's just a graph. It's just some data, information, collective information of the what the levelness of the levelness, which is level. Yeah?
That's not what I mean.
And that's the starting point.
Let me just
for
explain
all
what I mean.
measurements.
Hold on, you've missed what I mean. What I mean by that is, imagine how far across the United States are. And then imagine, by comparison, the difference in the sea level was. So let's say you took the measurement of the difference of the sea level from the maximum it ever rises to the minimum it ever falls to. And then you laid that measurement, I know it's vertical, but you laid it horizontally next to the width of the United States. Do you think, how big would that map have to be for you to actually see any difference whatsoever by comparison when you compare that vertical difference to the horizontal? It's nothing. It's tiny. It's beyond margin of error stuff. It's so minuscule as to be utterly insignificant.
It's also why we can describe the Earth as flat, because when you're going to conceptualize it that way, the vertical changes in the horizontal topography are so imperceptible. If you could shrink the Earth down to the size of a wall.
Basketball?
No, a bedside table, a circular bedside table.
No, basketball.
You wouldn't be able to fill any bumps in it. It would be as smooth as flat.
Exactly. So perfect. So when Neil deGrasse Tyson gets a load of flatties all excited about him saying that the world's chubbier below and by perception it's flat, all that description came with him explaining that if you had the Earth, suggested to be spherical in his example, at the scale of a bowling ball, then the highest mountain compared to the lowest valley would be imperceivable to your touch at that scale. Now, that's comparing the highest mountain with the lowest valley. Now, by comparison to that, think about the differential between the highest tide and the lowest tide. It's nothing.
Yes.
It's irrelevant.
Exactly.
But yeah, I've been trying to create some visual representations of like the UK and the US using those measuring stations and the distances. I think the distance from Cornwall to the top of the UK is like 800 and something kilometres, and North America, Canada, and
kilometres,
Mexico, it's like
just let me get to the end.
That's about 4,500. Sorry?
What he's saying is, if you take 800,000 metres and compare it to 20 metres differential, you can't even see it when you put the two scales next to each other. The vastness of difference between the top of England, bottom of England to top of Scotland, and then the difference between the height of the tide and the lowest point that it reaches. You can't even show the difference when you put the two next to each other. When you compare the vertical to the horizontal, there is basically no fucking difference.
Well, the interesting thing I got from the elevation profiles from drawing the line from Cornwall to the tippy top of Scotland, it went off the coast before it got to Wales, then north of Wales through the coast before it got back to like Blackpool or something. And on the elevation profile, it had a line indicating sea level and the distance below, so the sea level was still there. But just for like how they like to go on about tangent planes and all this kind of shit, the one from Quebec would be absolutely ridiculous for the distance that it's used. But I know you don't exactly like that, the should be curvature kind of argument.
No, you're right with your sea level, and Nathan's right with it's irrelevant. But but they seem to want to jump on. Well, there's different level. That's where my bloody sea level poem come from with my friend John. Who's not into this, and I was just talking about it, and I've told you the story 10,000 times. In his mind, and he's just a normal everyday Joe, not into this, not interested in this argument or discussion. But in his brain, he's been brainwashed to say, well, you know, these tides and these different levels of level, therefore globe. That's why I wrote the sea level poem. But they do jump on this. Well, tides and different levels. That for some reason that they jump on that for some reason, but it's irrelevant. It's level. The guy was doing it to Gay, wasn't it? When I was talking to Edinburgh, he was about, well, tides, on deck, you're incorrect. Tides, different tides and different heights of tides. Yeah, level, it's all bloody level. That's me done with a rant.
Levels deviating from levels at the rate of level means curve.
Yeah, but you know, these are some of the still things that we're not really jumping on it, but it's like we're moving forward all the time, and there's still some little areas where we need to just say, well, no, like we've just described in this, when we start talking about the mean sea level and tides, it's irrelevant. It's level. End of story. Don't get into conversations about that. It's pathetic. The deGrasse Tyson snooker ball example was example to that. Yeah, it's level, and that is the starting point for all Earth measurements.
On a slightly aside note, did anybody else pick up on how terrified of John McToon was?
Yes. He called him a drunk, didn't he, or something? Or he kept telling him to butt out and not get involved.
Yeah. A few people messaged me about it as well. They're like, wow, I didn't know Toon was so terrified of John, and things of that nature. There was also people commenting underneath the video to that effect as well. But to the point where several people have noted it. You're like, oh, okay. Because admittedly,
terrified.
I'm trying to...
He's scared shitter-affracted.
That
Not
answer...
terrified, petrified.
Yeah, well, to the point where it's oozing out of Toon to the point where people on the sidelines are really noticing.
Listen, Refracted's my friend, and he's in this arena, and I'm fucking terrified of him.
No, I didn't miss that.
I didn't pick up on it either at the time. It was only when people pointed it out and I went back and listened, because I'm hyper-focused on getting my point through to the audience. So when there's a bit of subterfuge between John and Toon, I just want to get back on track. I'm not really paying attention to the wider implications. It's only when someone goes, oh, he really doesn't like Toon. He really doesn't like John, does he? He's scared of him. Why is he so scared of him? You're like, well, because he knows it's flat as well. He knows it's measured flat. He knows Toon's been measuring it that way.
He's probably realised the time John went in with him in Alba Ruhif and just conceded everything to them and give them everything on a flat horizontal plate. That afterwards, the afterthought, they thought, fucking hell, he's got a point here. It can concede to everything, and we're going to have to rely on playing our measurements in every instance of whatever we say. And that's what's been exampled now with Nathan going into these servers, which I think is brilliant at the moment, Nathan. We need to find some more, because more people are listening to this, and the way you're delivering this is absolutely fantastic in the cool, calm manner that you're doing it. All right, it gets a bit high-righted down again. Brenda was a great example today, and giving her the win. That was fantastic. Just, you know, and in the cushion example is great when you give them that. We need to find some more servers, and the more people listen to this. Well, mate, sorry.
Sneaking back into the geography ones. Just change your username and icon, maybe.
No, there must be some more, though. There must be some more, like Globe servers, like Worldwide Debate. There's got to be. Got to be. They can't just be politics, Worldwide Debate, and Earth Awakenings, and whatever else the other one was. There's got to be others. But Nathan's going in there now, demonstrating that, well, whatever you say to me, you're going to be giving me flat Earth on a pillar. That's what you're doing. And the flat earthers that were rebelling against this and didn't like it are going to think, God, this is perfectly correct. And Nathan's demonstrating it. Great promotion for the book. Yeah, because that's what Nathan's promoting in the book. And it's fantastic. We need to get into more of these servers. I don't know any myself, but we need to find some. Just ask people, can we come in?
Maybe. Once the book comes out, my main focus will be getting onto people's YouTube channels. That'll be my main focus. So, at the moment, this is a little treat because I haven't heard from my publisher in about a month. So,
where is he now?
He's probably on holiday.
I'm getting a bit pissed. He can't go on a bloody month's holiday. Come on, we need to get him.
The point is, while this little interlude, I'll go into servers, and I've got plenty to already go into, which I'm grateful for. I'm glad I've got a bit of a relationship with all these people that I can just pop into their servers. And to be fair, most of them are more than tolerant of me. And obviously, I'm causing a ruckus. Now, you could say that's not your fault, but just by me being there, it is my presence causing the chaos. So therefore, I can only be grateful to the people who run those servers for tolerating that chaos. Now, chaos is good for business. It gets more eyes on their server, so there's a symbiosis to the relationship. But by the same token, when they say, oh, well, you need us. Well, I don't need you. But while I'm in an interim period waiting to go out and tour a book and promote it, I still want to keep my audience engaged. And at the moment, they're baying for blood. They want the demonstration of, well, it being measured flat ends the argument. Well, let's see that then. No, okay. That's what they're getting. But soon it'll be, hopefully, me in front of other people. So this might be a short-lived tour de Discord, if you want to call it that. And if it goes on longer, I've got enough servers. There's still a couple that I've not been back into recently, like Jenna's server. I kind of put my head in there, and there's no one in, so I don't go in. But there will be a point that I'll end up in there or wherever. But I'm very grateful that I've got somewhere that I can call a home from home. At the moment, Flipside Discord server's fantastic. Today I got to use it in the beginning of the Uncut and After show. There's like 45 minutes of me mucking around doing tech stuff on this specific recording, when a couple of random participants of that server have just helped me out figuring out why it sounds crappy from the perspective of someone in Discord. And I already feel like there's been improvements made. When there was rumpusing in the Discord server, I'm pretty confident that the people in the Discord server could still hear me when Curved was talking through me. Now, I'll have to confirm that. I don't know if anybody else was in that server to confirm it, but regardless, I'm pretty confident by the way he was reacting while we were talking through each other, as opposed to previously when it just turns me off and they're just talking. Yes, they're talking through me, but as far as the rest of the participants of the server is concerned, they're just hearing one voice, so it's just one person talking. The fact that it's cut me off, and therefore the conclusion doesn't get aired to the Discord server, seems reasonable if only one voice is heard. Whereas, yes, it's audio chaos and it's difficult to decipher what's being said if two people are talking, but at least there's a recognition now that two people are talking because someone's decided to rumpus a conclusion. So when I say he's rumpusing the conclusion, he's spurg muting me, eventually someone goes, yes, and I can hear that happening. So I got to appeal to the moderator today, and it almost immediately had an effect. Why? Because they could actually hear me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Admittedly,
well,
hear me
Divergent
through the
Droid's
spur
great.
mutes, but...
Hats off to Divergent Droid for the. He's brilliant. Love him.
I'm glad, like I say, I'm glad I've got a server. The fact that I could do technical things and figure out how to get Discord to work properly. Imagine trying to do that if I was in one of the other servers and I'm trying to do that. It'd just be immediately someone would pile in and they'd be interested in talking about the subject matter. When I went into Gems, I just sat here giggling with my wife for about an hour and a half. So I got it all working the way I wanted to. And admittedly, I knew that it would be, at some point, a test of the new settings. But when they were all just moaning about me poisoning the well, I said to my wife, I'm going to do stuff with the kids. I'm going to get myself a cup of coffee. I'm going to get the room set up. She's working in here. The kids are doing their stuff. And while they're doing it, there's people talking about them, specifically Edinburgh, about their home education status and whether we're homeschooling or unschooling and how you could class that as a private education of sorts because we send them out to tutors, things like that, right? And I've got Clover pricking her ears up while she's listening to this being discussed. And me and my wife every now and again laughing about the things that they're saying, specifically about me, while they're saying while they're not addressing me. So I said to her, the minute someone actually addresses me, like says something to me rather than about me, I want to know if I'm in the kitchen or with one of the kids or I'm not in the room. Give me a shout and I'll run back in and respond to someone addressing me. But for the most part, I was just sat here and my wife and I were just sitting here laughing our tits off while they go through the arguments relatively concisely. Explain where my position stands. Don't get me wrong, at the end they have to misrepresent their own argument that they've suggested overcomes it. In the case of Edinburgh, it's suggesting that the altitude angle always needs a correction, therefore ball. You know what I mean? Things like that. But while they're going through what I do as a YouTuber, how my YouTube gets broadcast, Fundy muting, obfuscation, flat earth measurements, all of that sort of stuff is all being unpacked without me having to say a single word. It was a really eye-opening session, and I was only in Gem Panda's Discord server because I thought I'll get engaged pretty quickly now that I've got these settings pegged, or as far as I'm concerned, I think I've got them pegged. We'll see how it goes in somewhere that's definitely going to want to overtalk me. So I picked Gem Panda's server, and like I say, it was probably 2 hours of them literally just sitting there poisoning the well amongst themselves with nobody willing to actually engage me. It was hilarious.
Knowing you was there,
they're talking specifically about me because I'm sat right there, but no one's got the balls to actually engage with me. Now, the second somebody actually plucked up the courage after about 2 hours to engage with me, immediately they went mental. Now, by pure coincidence, I was actually getting coffee, and I'm like, okay, well, you can have your meltdown, and I'll go and make my coffee then. And they just carried on, and then they're suddenly all 3 or 4 people are suddenly having meltdowns because I've engaged them for about 13, 14 seconds. Something like that.
Bloody hell. They know you're there. They're just talking about you and your wife and your kids and homeschooling and all that. Trying to get you to take the bait. But like you say, no, you want to talk to me, address me. Hi, Nathan. How you doing? We've got some globe earth proof for you. Because when we climb up Eiffel Tower and take an elevation angle measurement from horizontal globe.
Well, what they want it to be is Nathan isn't a good person, therefore the earth isn't flat.
Say that again, John. Sorry, I missed you there, mate.
They want it to be Nathan isn't a good person, he's not trustworthy, therefore the earth isn't flat.
I don't like saying this because we've come away from talking about debunking the globe, and I don't think it's debunking the globe, but obviously we're on the front foot with how Earth is measured flat from sea level, but that's why I put Edinburgh on his toes today, because the first thing I was saying to him was, tell us about your globe measurements, and he dodged that question. He would not answer that question if you remember. I think he said it's irrelevant whether he thinks it's a globe or flat, because he won't start talking about any so-called curve measurements of Earth and how it was measured and who measured it using what equipment. They won't go there, and they never talk about that. And I tried to get him to talk about that, and he wouldn't. He wanted to talk about tools that measure mean sea level.
Right. It is denying that plane, therefore it's a ball. That's how their belief works. They deny what's known through measurement. They deny that, then they can put statements of fact and if statements.
But the way, I'm between a rock and a hard place, because we've sort of come to an agreement that we're not going to be debunking a globe, or we're going on the front foot forward, telling you how it's measured flat. But now I don't know, for some reason, I'm wanting to ask them for their globe earth proof measurements, which I feel like I'm stepping back doing that a little bit. But I want to hear them I want to hear them mention horizontal and elevation angle. I want to hear them now at this point. I don't know why this is coming to my head now, but I'm wanting it. But then I think I'm going into debunk the globe mode a little bit, so stay away from that. So I'm just sort of.
When you ask them for global measurements, presupposing that these measurements can exist, you're just wanting some numbers, basically. Is that right?
Well, I'm noticing that they never ever mention the anything to do with globe measurements, and all they're mentioning is elevation angles, horizontal, the 30 words, blah de blah de blah. And we've been on the front foot for a while now, mentioning sea level, elevation angles, celestial navigation, altitude, straight and level flight. You know the score. So I'm going to say now, well, yeah, I can do that. We can do that. Now, we're sick of hearing you guys talking about climbing the Eiffel Tower with your sextant and measuring an elevation angle. We're sick of hearing you guys talk about the Adelites, measuring azimuth and zenith angles. We're sick of hearing you talking about measuring Earth flat. What we want to hear you talk about is measuring Earth curved. Now, I'm
correct you now, I go there. Have you not heard the likes of McToon going on about his global elevation angles and global sea level?
The global elevation angles that have got nothing to do with the surface, unless it's global.
Well, that's just the level of cope now. They're just putting global in front of practical. I can't think of the bloody word.
Yeah, flat Earth measurements.
Yeah, but they're saying global elevation angle, so they're presuming the globe's an Earth. How was the globe Earth measured?
With elevation angle.
I want to, like we're pointing out the words they're using when Nathan's in there. He's saying, well, yeah, south, yeah, that's a horizontal direction. Altitude off sea level, height, yeah, north, east, west. We know this crack with all that. We're not letting them. They're saying the odd word, but I want them to really give them the mic for a few minutes and explain how their supposed curve was measured. I know they're going to fail, and I know they're going to use horizontal, and I know they're probably going to use elevation angles, but I want to hear them do it more.
Yeah, so I was about to say, you can't have global measurements. That's like a oxymoron. There's no such thing. All measurements are with reference to a plane. They just are.
So at the moment, they're, if you've noticed, the last, I don't know how many months, you can call it a year, that they never do this. They never attempt to explain in detail about the curvature measurement, which they haven't got to give you. They'll just argue about dip correction, an elevation angle from up the Eiffel Tower, and what level is. That's what they're doing.
Well, that's the first step. The first step in creating a globe is you have to deny what you know. You have to challenge what you know, and however you do it, whatever logic you use, as fallacious as it must be, has to conclude with therefore it's not flat.
Yeah. The flat Earth measurements I'm using to calculate a globe into existence mean that it's not flat.
I don't understand why they struggle so much with dip angle correction. It simply just brings the observer's eye down to sea level or ground level.
Sea level?
It's not that they can't cope with it, it's just there's weasel room in there. There's enough ambiguity to suggest that there's a spherical correction being taken place. It's just there's The room for ambiguity is what they're trying to exploit, as opposed to not coping with the explanation. What is a height of eye correction? Well, a measurement of a flat Earth for the height of the eye perpendicular to sea level, and then a correction for an angle that is from the eye level, reference to the point where the surface meets the sky. Now, because you're above the surface, the point where the surface meets the sky is below you, and therefore requires a small, very almost all insignificant correction to be more accurate. Well, as you point out, are you correcting to? Well, you're correcting to the surface level for the elevation angle. That's why you make height of eye or dip correction. But in that rather lengthy explanation is the ambiguity to suggest that the correction's being made because you're above a ball. That's it. Very basic.
Right. And the way that's done is through getting a flat earther to claim something that's not true.
Yep.
We've kind of fallen out of that.
Horizon rises to eye level. This is seeded into the PSYOP version of Flat Earth. The horizon rises to eye level. Incorrect. Eye level is parallel with surface level, and if you are above the surface and using the horizon to establish level, then fundamentally you are using a position below your eye level to establish level. Ergo, a correction is required. Now, this is thwarted by saying, well, not if we're in a dinghy. But even in today's show, that was the misrepresentation I said that we were chuckling about, the wife and I, that is. Edebear needs there to always be a correction for there to always be the global wiggle room. The minute you're in a dinghy doing it at 0, there's no correction, and you've just got a horizontal plane for the horizontal part of the angle, like on screen now. Well, there's no wiggle room for a ball to be introduced if you don't have that correction, is there?
Right. And the ambiguity, right, is between the plane you're referencing and the measurement as you can depict it. Right. So you have the actual plane you're dealing with shown in orthographic view as a measurement, and then the plane of reference that you're referencing with your eye. Between those two, the way you see things and how you depict it or to share information, that's where they grab their ambiguity from.
Yep. And the
but
globe
it's what I'm saying, like,
given that the globe is calculated into existence with these measurements, they work perfectly or can be back engineered to the angles like on screen. If you're inside a spherical ball, antipodal north and south systems wedged one on top of the other antipodal, you can be described at the center point with the angles being measured off the plane functional in a ball. The problem is that in the last 100 years, we've taken the reification one step further and put us on the ball. Then you need ambiguity, because then it does not back engineer into the angle acquisition of the stars, the sun, the moon, the equatorial minimums. None of it works anymore when you're on a ball. So you need justification within the ambiguity to suggest that the reification of the ball you were in but now on still works when every measurement on the surface is flat. So you need ambiguity and wiggle room to infer there's some sort of sphericity. And it's back to, I think it was you, one deck, or someone on the panel was saying that their mate accepted that because there's a bit of wiggle room in the mean sea level, well, that differential of levels deviating from levels at the rate of level means there's a ball. Well, this is the same. There's a horizontal level of the eye parallel with the horizontal level of the surface that needs you to correct to the horizontal level to acquire a horizontal baseline for an angle in the vertical with respect to the horizontal. Therefore, there's a ball in the correction. No, but it's just complicated enough that anybody sub 100 IQ won't notice that there's a bit of smoke and mirrors going on when you incorporate a dip angle into a ball correction. That's it. It's just for the less intelligent to go, oh, because I don't understand this, therefore default position ball.
mean,
Right.
I understand that.
And
sorry, John.
And I was just going to say, and then when you have somebody like me saying that when you take a sextant from elevation with a mariner's sextant, you do not have a horizontal plane at the point of measurement. It isn't until the correction is applied that you do. That
Yeah, but listen,
all Edinburgh is hearing is the horizon is an eye level, therefore it's a sphere.
Yes, he's burning a straw man. The straw man is the horizon rises to eye level. When John points out, no, you've got to correct to it if you're above the level of the ground, obviously you're at altitude, measured from sea level, perpendicular to it. But that, if you're using it, the horizon in this case with the horizon mirror, requires a minor correction at altitude. Therefore, there's an incorrect perception of the psyop straw man of the horizon rising. Well, all Edibear's doing is attaching himself to the discrepancy, making it John's personally, and then introducing the ambiguity of ball reference where there isn't one, and blaming it on John. That's moderately clever, I suppose, so long as he just continually ignores that there's no correction at zero if you're on the sea level in a dinghy, which is all he's ever done. He just continually obfuscates and ignores that. And it's like when you mute somebody, as long as you don't hear it, it doesn't have to be referenced. As long as he doesn't respond to it, it didn't exist. Well, yeah, it did exist. But he needs the wiggle room. He doesn't need to not understand how level the angle is. He definitely knows how level the angle is. It's not that he doesn't need to know that we've got 0 degrees for a baseline. He definitely knows it. It does not like he's going to obfuscate what sea level is. He's not stupid. He just knows that this is where the ambiguity lines. So therefore he can blur them. That's it. And not only can he blur them, he can blame it on somebody who's brought clarity to the straw man. John said, no, sextants aren't fundamentally level. They're mariner's sextant, not bubble sextants. So yeah, you've got to correct to the level that's below you. Your parallel eye level isn't meeting the horizon. It's below you. Well, that's absolutely correct.
Yeah, but Nathan, I've got something in my head here, and I don't know if I'm fucking. So yeah, so all what you're saying there is right, and we need wiggle room, but all their wiggle room is us and them talking about angles and reductions of height above sea level, right? They never, and this is what I'm saying. I know what John's saying, and I agree. I'm not trying to debunk a globe in this, but I think we need to do something, because it was perfect example today. Can't remember the guy when you said to him, "Tell us exactly why you wanted to measure horizontal and not curvature." And the room went sad. The moment you ask him for the curvature measurements, there's no wiggle room for them. Do you understand?
I think what you're describing, right, is you lead off with how it's measured and how we know. And then when they try to attack that position, you're saying give the tacit acceptance of what maybe, okay, we'll say that this isn't true. Why are you doing this then? Is that what you're saying?
Well, yeah, that's what happened today. Yeah, I'm pointing out that all the discussion is we are on the front foot, and when they mention how they're measuring her flat and handed it to Nathan or any of us on a white pillow, we're using it against him. But all this, the wiggle room is always to do, their wiggle room has got nothing to do with curvature. It's always to do with horizontal, flat sea level measurements. That's the wrangle-tangle where we are at the moment. They're never talking about curvature. Now, we know there's no curvature, and there's no curvature measurements. Now, I want to force this measurement upon them a bit more. And Nathan did it today. And the guy went totally silent. The guy did not know what to do. They can handle about. They can argue about dip correction and getting an elevation angle from a curve, but they can never give you a curvature measurement of Earth. And I want to put that on them now a bit more.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's understandable, but you want to make sure the default is set. If you're going to be in a discussion with someone, you have to set the parameters of what's known first. And then if you want to ask them something like that, that's entirely, It hasn't changed the default. You know what I mean? Like, once the default is set as measurement, then they're kind of in a whole lot of trouble when you ask them that.
Well, they're never giving us a measurement. They're only ever saying, "Well, I can obtain an elevation angle. And it's nothing to do with the surface of Earth. I can climb up the Eiffel Tower and obtain an elevation angle." Yeah. Sea levels to a point. They talk. They're never mentioning curvature. I want them to talk about curvature. They need to be talking about curvature.
Why?
Well, yeah. If there was a debate to be had, they would, but there's not.
Yeah, that's the trap, getting you to suggest that they need to be talking about curvature. Why?
It's easy, just ask them to measure. How do they know it's curved?
No, I know what you're saying, and this is when I started talking about this 15 minutes ago, and this is why I highlighted. Yeah, I mean, for some reason it's in my mind, and I feel like we are sort of going. It's not like I'm only just debunking a globe, but we are pointing out the facts of the matter. But all they're talking about is flat Earth measurements, and we're getting into a wrangled angle about what's your flat Earth measurement, Glober, and our flat Earth measurement, which is great. But why aren't they? I want someone put on the spot talking about how Earth curves measured. I might actually I'm going to do it myself.
That'll never happen because they're the heliocentric's own high priests in today's culture and society. Neil deGrasse Tyson and the rest of these heliocentric knobs have all told them it's way too complicated for them to understand. When Neil deGrasse Tyson says something like that, he's not talking to us. He's talking to his minions. He's telling them, no, it's way too complicated. Non-Euclidean geometry and hyperbolic spherical geometry in outer space, it's way too complicated for any of you to understand. We have people who know that. You don't. I mean, that's what I hear from when they say things like that. I'm with you, One Deck, and all of you guys. I would love to hear them explain how their curvature is measured. But and if you're to go with Nathan's thesis that they don't have an IQ over 80, there's no way they're even going to attempt to grasp, even looking into the two contradictory non-Euclidean geometries that govern outer space. It's never going to happen. It's never going to happen.
Can I give you a knob upgrade? It doesn't have the right timbre, the punctuation of it doesn't lope very well. Rather than calling them knobs, it's a British turn of phrase, bell end. These bell ends.
Okay.
Yeah, bell end.
I like new words.
But if you want to do their geometry, right, if you want to go to their non-Euclidean geometry, first you take the celestial sphere as you standing on a curve inside a ball from a point source derivative function, right? Then you turn that into asymptotically flat, assuming that the curve is connecting with your plane of reference. Your celestial sphere is touching the true horizon, and then all calculations are done from that.
But half of them don't know that. I mean, I don't think Brenda knew it today. I don't think she knows that they actually have to measure, for the celestial sphere and the equatorial plane inside the globe to actually, on a planar horizontal plane, measuring angles to come up with a globe. But they don't know this.
I think you're right, because every time they reference the equatorial plane, we see it as the globe cut in half. There are two equatorial planes. Once you cut a globe in half, there's two of them there. Not one, there's two of them there. I don't think they get it themselves. I agree with you. I don't think they know their own. But we've said this for years. They don't know their own models that they've been taught.
I don't think the penny's dropped about this equatorial plane and being inside. I think they just think Nathan saying, "Oh, you're in hell," and I don't think they actually realise what he's saying, and it's their claim that you have to be inside a ball. I don't think they know this seriously.
I agree with you. I agree.
I think they're under the misapprehension that you can do a measurement without referencing something that you experience, right? So they're taking the measurement but referencing the inside of a sphere. They think that's okay.
I don't think they know that that's what's actually happening.
That's what they're doing. They don't understand it, but that's what they're doing.
What they don't understand is they've been taught two different things. They have been taught geometry. They've been taught triangulation. They've been taught measurements, linear measurements, how the crow flies. They've been taught that. Then they were introduced to heliocentrism, and whether it's through literature or movies or now social media, those two compete with each other. So their brains can't separate those two. Do you follow?
Right, because each individual person has their own way of coming. Well, it's like they invent their own. They tell themselves, like Thunderfoot said, you tell yourself whatever you have to tell yourself, that measurement you just took from the surface is actually inside the sphere. Whatever you got to tell yourself to believe that, that's what you do.
It's taken from inside a sphere, an imaginary sphere, which has never been measured.
An imaginary sphere that they had to warp the measurements to make it into a sphere. That's, because like 20 degrees above the horizontal or the horizon, which is horizontal, but 20 degrees above that, you're not able to get a good elevation angle measurement on celestial objects. So they warp it and say it's celestial refraction to create the dome that they turn into a sphere. Ain't that slick?
It's so deep, isn't it? Like to keep hold of the globe, that the hashtag distance, linear distance they will go to keep the globe alive. All this,
it comes from arguing with us. It comes from arguing with flat earthers. That's how they form these ideas, or people that oppose their position. Because when we give it to them, they're like, well, if that's true, then this must be true. And that absurdity is taken as fact because, we're trying to highlight how absurd it is, but they take it as fact,
What it goes back to are these influences that we talked about at the beginning of this after show, is the influences, whether it was books or stories or television or movies, all of it. That is an influence that there's never been a flat earth movie. There will never be a flat earth movie. Only now are we starting to see flat earth books come to fruition. But there were plenty at the end of the 20th century, at the beginning of the 20th century. There were plenty of books that were written. Lady Blount, Edgar Allan Poe was a flat earther. He knew that the earth was flat. Those voices have always been suppressed. They've always been suppressed and silenced for the heliocentric story. They wanted the story over the truth. This goes back to the beginning. This goes back to the Garden of Eden. They always want the story over the truth.
Absolutely. Heliocentrism puts you in a position of where you are the authority, and your belief has something to do with how reality presents itself. Right?
Very good. And they have consensus.
Yeah. And then it becomes, your truth, as if it belongs to you. You know what I mean?
Yep. Very well said. Very well said.
The thing with consensus, you just need enough people to agree that unicorns are real.
Well, if unicorns in some way gave them authority over reality, right? The existence of unicorns in some way eroded God's authority so that they could put themselves in the position of authority, they would believe in them.
Yeah, and somebody earlier was talking about everybody gets a prize, everybody gets a trophy, everybody gets to say that they're correct. Well, the same thing is we've seen this manifest too in the 21st century with safe spaces on universities. Well, I don't feel safe anymore. This person makes me feel uncomfortable. So they manifest physical safe places that they can go so that their feelings aren't hurt. Well, this is out of control. This is dystopian. This is pre-apocalyptic. It's insanity.
It's segregation. It's kind of like reversing how people think. Like, instead of people being upset that they're being forced to separate, now you have people demanding the separation.
That's a frightening thought.
Yeah, you just got to, how you word it is everything to how somebody opposes it, you know?
Yeah, but if they won't believe in the definitions, how are you ever going to convince somebody? I was rolling on the floor. They don't like measurements, and now they don't like definitions. If you don't like measurements and definitions, what kind of talentless buckethead retard are you walking around the padded wall room? Good Lord.
I mean, you can sort of argue with a definition, but you can't argue with a measurement that's measured in physical reality. Like, like we said before, like from what have we had to use on this earth for all measurements going forward is something that we call mean sea level. It is the 0 degree baseline for all elevation profiles on mapping and navigation. Now, keep going on about that and saying it, but it is the fact of the matter. That is the starting point. So if we're going to start discussing the shape of the Earth, what is the starting point for all measurements? Sea level. Is it level? Yeah, it's got an average levelness. It's level. Yeah, you can't really notice the difference between the levelness over 15 years, like Nathan pointed out before. It's irrelevant, but it is level. That's why it's called sea level. And when you look at maps and elevation profiles, it's a horizontal 0 degree baseline. That's the starting point. So, sorry, mate.
If I turn that level into a point, then I can say it has nothing to do with the surface, right?
Yeah, but I mean, level isn't a point, is it? I mean, you might have the tide gauge in Cornwall measuring 1 point of a level and another, but the distance between Cornwall and the other one in, I don't know, I'm just making it up because I don't know, New York or Amsterdam. So you've got Cornwall, Amsterdam. There's a linear distance between them 2 points, which is horizontal, measuring 2 points of levelness across a linear distance.
Yeah, but it's just about compartmentalizing the information, right? If you can convince yourself that level is only a point on a tool, then you can assume that level's curving because you're not having to deal with the having to be multiple points for it to be a level.
Yeah, that's insane.
Now, if you get the points thing, then it justifies the tangential plane that touches at the point.
Yeah, we're not using tangents. We have got the tide gauges, distances, linear distances apart from each other. One might be in Cornwall in the south, which is a horizontal direction. One might be up in Scotland, which is a north direction, and they'll be taking points of levelness, and between them points of levelness will be a distance of a horizontal, 700 miles, say, which is linear, and they'll get an average levelness of the sea to then say, well, we can do some mapping now, and we can get the heights of the aircraft above this point, this levelness, sorry, not point. So it is level. And that's just so easy to understand.
0 on what they claim they have a model, which they don't. But in 0 on a globe is not a rate of change that is not zero, now it becomes planar.
Yeah, but there is no globe, because obviously we've only got the starting point of all measurements, which is level, sea level. There's no globe.
I mean, that's the trick, though. They just say on a globe in there. That's really all it is. They say on a globe, this flat plane will do X.
But that's it. That's the trick. On the globe, there is no. The globe has never been measured, because we measure everything from the mean sea level. And the tools that I use to measure the average of the levelness are called tide gauges. You can start talking about hashtag satellites at this point, and lasers coming down on a Cartesian grid system if you wanted to, because that's how the other explain it. But the initial go on.
If that's the case, then what's the elevation of Polaris when it's at the horizon? Yeah, that one was funny, because, to get the elevation, you need a plane of reference, right? So, but then he's like trying to say that because the calculation you would apply in terrestrial objects doesn't apply to celestial ones, therefore it's not flat, even though they accept there is no way to measure the distance to these celestial objects. They are undefined in the mathematics.
Yeah, but I mean, that's just another red herring, getting a distance to us. We're not interested in whatever the distance is. We can measure them elevation angles from sea level. That's the starting point. I mean, if you want to start talking about the Earth measurements, where does it start? Where does it start? Where do all the measurements start?
Everything's with reference to sea level.
Yeah. So we've got sea level. That is a physical reality of our experience where we live. It's the sea. It's physical. You can go and it's tangible, and it's level. It's got an average level measurement, which is measured from tools called tide gauges, and that's the starting point of all measurements. And that is where the story ends.
I liked McToon the other day when he went to Euclidean planar geometry to get his spherical proof. You like that?
Oh, was that I know there was referencing some page or something reference. Was it to do with triangulation? I can't remember.
No, it would have to do with tangency.
All right.
Right. CG would be the plane that the angle is taken from. CB would be the sphere underneath it that is touching it at a point, and how you calculate an angle, right?
Well, that's not in reference. Yeah, but that's not in reference to the Earth, is it?
You're highlighting Toon's lie again.
Yeah, but I was going a little bit further to say that he went to Euclidean's planar geometry.
Yeah, he has no option though, does he? To go to non-Euclidean is to go to non-local, and if you're actually appealing to a measurement you've made, how are you going to blag that it's non-local? You can't. You've got no choice, right? If you're measuring it, it's Euclidean.
But it's planar geometry.
Yeah.
Planar geometry. So he's trying to say that the plane we're referencing is a sphere.
No. They're saying the plane they're referencing to create their sphere means it's not planar.
Yes. Yeah, that's correct. That is what he would say.
Wow. Say that again slowly.
It's the plane they're measuring to suggest sphericity means it's not planar.
Wow.
It's back to that's why I use the torque wrench. Well, because you haven't justified the torque wrench nature of this torque wrench, it's not a torque wrench. No, but we're using a torque wrench. Well, it doesn't mean torque wrenches exist.
Yeah, it's weird. I mean, when you wrap your head around it, if you try to break it down to where it's like a syllogism or it's, a steel man of their position, it always comes back to these planar measurements somehow prove or disprove the Earth is flat or a sphere.
Yeah.
It will always be
The
that.
logical syllogism for them is, if I measure Earth flat and create a mathematical sphere with those flat measurements, the Earth's surface is not flat.
Yeah. Yeah, that basically sums it up, yeah. I've used the flat Earth measurements to create a globe. Therefore, the mathematical globe I've just created means that the Earth, where I took the flat Earth measurements, isn't actually flat.
Correct. That's what they're suggesting. Now, the problem is we cut through that immediately when we go, when you start your logical syllogism and say, if I measure Earth flat, I go, stop. That's it, done. They go, no. It must be put into a logical consistency. No, it doesn't. You just talked it down to a certain spec and you walk away with your wrench in hand. No, that doesn't prove wrenches. No, once you've measured it flat, that's the end of the discussion. But that's why it's been kept away from geography and mathematics and put into science and sociology. It's the study of people, how they behave, whether they're credible, and conspiracies and whether or not the Earth's a ball.
Yep.
Yeah, but they want to put everything through an if and then statement and a how and why question. And not everything can be done that way. But they desperately need to do it.
Because if you have a conditional statement being used in your own measurements, then you can utilize that flat Earth measurement to your sphere Earth ends and have it retain its if status for when someone suggests that just means it's flat. No, it was in an if statement. Now that you're appealing to it, now the worst of that at the moment is while you're appealing to it with the measurements I've just given you, it's an if statement. Back to rock and hard place. So if the measurements you've just appealed to are now in an if statement, then either you can't use them to suggest your ball, or you accept that they're flat. In which case there's no need for any logical consistency. It's measured flat.
Yeah, it's like all you can do past the measurement is try to debunk a fact with an if statement, and that's like the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah, so that's what they want to do. You've got the flat Earth measurements, and then they want to start arguing about, can I get an elevation angle from the Eiffel Tower? It's over. It's over in 2 seconds. The discussion from sea level, it's over.
So let's formulate that. If I measure a planar angle from the top of a skyscraper, therefore that angle has nothing to do with Earth.
Unless unless the angle's been derived from a zenith and we ignore 90 and suggest it moves to the centre of a ball, when we ignore that it's no longer up and is actually in and doesn't afford us the axiom, then it proves a ball.
Which there's no measurement of, because all measurements come from sea level.
No wonder people get confused by this and just give up and go with consensus. They have convoluted it so much.
Yeah, it's been given such a cognitive expense that when the dweebs, the fart sniffers, understand, I don't know, let's just say it's 1 or 2% of heliocentrism, that is enough to exceed average Joe's understanding of heliocentrism and give a lowest social status dweeb the feeling of superiority over next man. Like at some stage in their delusional fantasy land, they'll be sat in a bar and there'll be a stunned silence as somebody goes, well, I don't know how the world moves around the sun. And then a guy in a Batman t-shirt rips off his shirt to reveal his Batman logo and goes, I do know how that works, and starts talking about it. The women all swoon, they all fall on him. Suddenly it's a menage a trois with blondes. And the dweeb's right in the centre, going, yes, I do know how orbital motion works. Let me tell you about this exciting thing called gravity.
Yeah, but I've tried that a few times in the pub when I've ripped my trousers off and got my sextant out, and nobody listens to me.
I may not have a solid grasp of all of the mathematics of gravity as, say, a baller who's really into it does. I'm not going to say I'm an expert on that, but conceptually, I think I may be a subject matter expert on how to come to that conclusion.
Yeah, I feel the same.
But gravity, like, well, we could talk about Newtonian gravity, which is downward vector to the horizontal, but we've got no ball to start with, have we? Let's get this straight. Yeah? The Earth is measured from sea level. There's no globe. There's no globe measurements. It's all starts at sea level. That's the starting point.
Newton knew that. All of his mathematics were done with respect to an inertial plane.
Oh dear.
But they haven't got a globe because they've got nothing to measure it to or from.
Yeah, it's calculated only calculated, never measured.
You have to presume a circle of 360 degrees and then measure an angle from a curve and then do some mathematical wizardry to say, well, if it was a sphere and I've measured these two angles off a curved surface, then the circumference would be 25,000 miles.
Just while I've got you here,
which is
in a box, were you in Gem Pandas today?
Yes, I was.
Did you notice that I was heard when I was being rumpus by Curved specifically? Could you still hear me talking?
Yes, and quite clearly. It was excellent. It was superb.
That was worth 2 hours. I'm delighted. At the beginning of this recording, you've got maybe the last 45 minutes after I've done a bit of research and looked into trying to get an account set up to go in on a separate account into Discord so I can monitor it and record it. Well, by the time I've got to sort of 90% through that process, I just thought I'll just start recording so I can get an idea of if this has worked or not. And then I ended up chatting to Zark and Forthright for about 40 minutes before then going, right, well, I think I've established that this is now better. I'll go into a different server to try it out. That's when I went into Gem Pandas. But it literally was about a couple of hours of work to figure out why it sounded so awful in a recording that happened to be presented to me on a search for my own name. Showed up somebody who'd recorded one of the Discord sessions from Discord, and I'm just switched off the minute somebody starts interrupting. I can't be heard anymore. So that has now been, I assume, based on your reaction now, resolved. And it seemed to be the case just by the way they were reacting to me. Like, it's more uncomfortable if you can hear two people talking at once, but if your interruption essentially cuts me off, then it's far more comfortable to carry on rumpusing me indefinitely, because you don't want to hear what I've said. But if I'm talking and you're talking, there's a good chance that somebody in the server will go, this is just audio chaos.
Yeah, but I bet, Nathan, you would probably be the only person who would notice that, because if we're listening to it, we might just think you've gone silent anyway.
Yeah.
Where you thought, I was talking at this point. Why am I being heard? We just think you've gone quiet. So
Exactly.
There's only you that would have noticed that.
Exactly. So if there's a couple of them spurging through me, so one starts interrupting and then another one starts interrupting me as well, so there's two of them effectively talking at once. What I noticed in the guy's recording was, hang on a second, it's not that that's how Discord works, because I can hear both of these people spurging at the same time, while you can't hear me and I know I'm talking. So you're like, well, there's the setting that just needs to be adjusted to make sure that that's no longer the case.
Yeah, well spotted. I mean, like I say, only you could have picked that up. None of us would have picked that up.
Are you saying there's a possibility that they may, at some point in time, start making it to where the moment they start talking, no matter how it's perceived to everyone there at the time, the way it's recorded, is you are immediately cut out in favor?
Yeah. That's what bugged me.
Absolutely.
So what went through my mind is, as much as it's irritating that people are recording my hard work for 6 hours straight, like Icy Spin does, this wasn't actually Icy Spin, it was someone else doing the same thing. It's like, okay, I'm not going to go around copyright striking people for nicking hours and hours of my work. when it's a few hundred views. Who cares, right? But by the same token, if somebody does come near me in that show, the quality, not only the fact that I can be interrupted immediately, the quality of me, the sound quality of my voice is awful. Like, well, this doesn't present me very well when I'm being recorded from someone else in Discord. So I'm like, well, at the very least, I want the pirates' material to represent me in at least a reasonable or half-decent fashion.
Yeah, there's a few servers, like, I'm sure Worldwide Debates do it, where they stream it or record it, then upload that later. I'm sure there's a few that do it.
Exactly. I just want, a fair crack in terms of how I'm represented in those recordings. And if it's set up such that the moment I'm interrupted, I'm no longer heard at all, then it's like I'm not speaking. And no
wonder.
If the scenario is reversed, so someone else is talking and I start interrupting them, what you hear, or what I heard in that guy's recording, is a little murmury sound in the background of me, and that's about it.
Yeah.
Well, I'd say you made a pretty good adjustment, Nathan. I know a number of us were suppressed in that room. I couldn't interact. I was suppressed. And I went into their messaging, and it appears they have some sort of code amongst their mods that either, I'm an idiot in regards to Discord. I'm lucky when I'm here, so I don't know what they're doing. But this was the second. I was suppressed in the last one last week too. Live stream, worldwide live stream. I couldn't interact. So
of course
they're doing something.
But listen, what you're saying is chaos must all be skewed in their favour. And if you're there, there's a potential for chaos that might be skewed in my favour. It happened the other day, and One Deck picked up on it. I'll come back to you in a second, One Deck. There was a woman in there that's essentially parroting, a bit, admittedly in a bit of a fart-sniffing way, her exemplary understanding of the derivation of flat Earth measurements into heliocentric conversions on planes in balls. And she's going through it in quite concise detail. That is to say, not necessarily supporting me, but she understands the rhetoric. And immediately they're talking straight through her and shutting her down. So as soon as they spotted that she's going to be putting a contrapositive opinion, there's 3 or 4 people spurging through the top of her. But again, you can hear her, you know what I mean? Even though there's 3 people talking through her, she still gets to make her point heard, just admittedly with a bit of audio chaos over the top of it. Contrary to me, where, like I say, the second somebody interrupts, I'm completely cut off. That was the end of my discussion point in Discord. So I'm glad that that's been remedied. It took, like I say, it was a couple of hours of well worth the work.
What did I have to do with that, Nathan? Sorry?
You pointed out that the woman who came in that was talking about the derivation of angles to create equatorial planes was immediately rumpused by 3 people once she was recognised to be on the side of a flat Earth, if you will.
That's right, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so if they know that's why you're getting the spurging. And this spurg word might be relevant to let's spurg. If we spurg, they get cut out. So let's spurg.
Oh, that's been that way for about 8 years. Their only defense mechanism is talk while I'm talking in the conclusion, and then the Discord server doesn't get to hear the conclusion, and therefore there's been no conclusion made.
Yeah, it's just spurgs the new rumpus.
I think
yeah, she's all right.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just saying that lady who was on, she's been on a couple of times. She sounds like she knows her stuff, like, so surprised she's not been to visit us. Like, she sounds like she's on the same sort of page.
Probably doesn't even know we exist. She probably doesn't even know we exist.
I'm pretty sure she said she doesn't listen to Nathan.
Yeah, there you go.
Was surprising.
She did.
She could be in a...
She recognised that there was a certain celebrity status, if you will, but acknowledged, I don't know who this guy is, to be cucking for him, because she was accused of cucking for me. And she's like, look, I don't even know who he is. I reckon, she said it with a way that let me know she's recognising that I'm there with a moderate degree of status. But she's not like, well, I'm not this guy's fan, I'm not here to defend him. That was kind of her demeanour.
Right, but she could have been a professor of heliocentrism giving the same rhetoric. You know what I mean?
It could have been. I did at one point. I did suspect that. I'm like, she's giving the heliocentric rhetoric quite accurately, and obviously it has flat Earth in there that are prerequisite, but she's not highlighting them. She's not concluding. Therefore, this planar measurement of an angle in a ball is a planar measurement that's coming from the surface to have it work in a ball. She's not drawing those conclusions. She's just describing angular acquisition from an equatorial plane, which, when you term it that way, is 100% heliocentric favoured. Now, most of the time, the most advanced flatties have just got a good understanding of how heliocentrism works, and they lose track of the actual focus, that's flat Earth, and just become heliocentric fart-sniffing experts.
Yeah, well, Neil...
The thing is, though, by repeating the rhetoric correctly, she could be a heliocentrist in contradiction with those people.
Yeah, they just don't recognise that she's actually on their side while she explains how to work the flat Earth measurements inside the ball. But she could have absolutely been pro-heliocentrism. And at one point while we were having the discussion, I did kind of ponder that. I'm like, as much as she's giving this rhetoric, she's not drawing the flat Earth conclusion. So I don't actually know if she's friend or foe. But she knows her stuff.
Yeah. But Neil wasn't on with her at first. He was like, didn't like the sound of her. He thought she was up to something. And then I think you said something, Nathan, about this lady knows exactly what she's on about. You're absolutely correct when you're describing this. And then Neil was like, yeah. I thought she was on that side at first. So she was a bit confusing.
Well, the thing is, the globe has flat Earth prerequisites in it, and she's describing them. So I can obviously lean into the fact that she's got flat Earth prerequisites in her heliocentric rhetoric. And somebody, if she was introduced as having a degree of importance as a heliocentric protagonist, then she could go through this and they'd all be umming and ahhing and comprehending and understanding the derivations of flat Earth measurements. But in the way she's delivering her rhetoric, she's delivering it in a way that doesn't highlight that it's by prerequisite of flat Earth measurements. It's just being described from like on these diagrams on screen, like within the convention of heliocentrism, is how she was accurately describing it, just without saying, but that means we need to measure these angles off a flat Earth. She's not highlighting that bit.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, she's just telling
like she was trying to get. It's like she was trying to get them in line with the correct rhetoric, because they were going off the script, denying the planar measurements. You know what I mean? It's like, no, you can't do that. Trying to reel them back in. But, she could have been a flat earther, too.
Yeah, but a bit like Eda Bear and Bev. Both basically the same person. But they're in the same boat, right? They understand how these concepts work. So at the beginning of today's recording, we've got Eda Bear and Bev being challenged as being flat earthers that want to say that they're on a ball, and Bev's being asked about the concept and convention of being heliocentric or being spherical, and he won't say that Earth is a ball. He's saying things like "'tis ball, 'tis globe." That was it, "'tis globe." And as he describes things like equatorial minimums, I'm like, you understand how this works, and I would suggest that he's cucking to the societal norms so he can fit in. Pathetic, doesn't want to stand out, doesn't want to be an alpha, wants to blend in as a beta, just with a higher degree of understanding, but can't quite bring himself to just lie and say, yeah, the surface is ball-shaped. He wouldn't do it. So they go, okay, so your advanced understanding lets you understand how flat Earth gets measured like this woman to derive heliocentric concepts that work when you describe the movement of the stars when measuring them planar and converting them into heliocentric orbital motion inside a ball. When you understand that, you can, as Bev did, go, "'tis globe." You're like, what the best explanation we have to date? "'Tis globe." You're like, yeah, but with flat Earth measurements in tow.
Yeah, but Eddie Bear was the same, wasn't he? Before we got into the Wrangle Dangle of sea level, I was challenging to give me some, like I was explaining before, let's talk about Earth curvature. Well, I don't want to talk about that one deck. I said, well, you believe you live on a globe, don't you? Well, no, I'm not. I've not said he wouldn't commit to anything about globe or flat of the Earth shape.
Right, because you're getting into, what the question you're asking is. He's trying to make things ambiguous. He's arguing for ignorance, not for clarity.
Yep, exactly. And that's what Beb's doing. And that elder bear just demonstrated it today with me. Where he didn't want to. He didn't commit to saying, "I believe I live on a globe," because that's what I put to him, and he wouldn't commit to that.
All they need with the consensus in tow, all they need is an ambiguity that they can cling to, and then they can keep their faith intact. But they need the ambiguity. Without it, if it's known, which it is, that crushes them. That's why they can't address stuff like that.
Yep. I think sea level is a bit of a killer myself, because I mean you don't have to talk about satellites or sextants or getting an elevation angle from the top of the Eiffel Tower or Blackpool Tower or anything like that. You just start at the baseline of the sea level. It all ends there. Can't deny it.
My apprentice, well, he's an electrical apprentice, but he was working for me. He came over and I was teasing him, and I was like, "You're a damn flat earther telling me that horizontal line is level." So that's flat earthers say. So you're a flat earther? He's like, no. No. I said, "Is that line flat?" "Yes." "Stupid flat earther." And I almost had him in tears. He didn't want to say that the level line was curving.
You're evil, mate. Evil. Not level, evil.
I've done the same thing with some very good friends and family with the point south thing, and just said, just point south, point north. Well, you're a flat earther. Oh my God, you would have thought I cut their what's off.
Really?
Well,
hold on. Just tell me more. So, in the real world, talking to a normie and saying, "Oh, just point south," they've had a visceral reaction to that.
Yes, absolutely. Point south, point north. I talk to a lot of people on a daily basis, and biblical cosmology. I'm more interested in saving souls than I am on this particular topic, but it will come up from time to time, and it's very simple. And then I will be accused of being a flat earther, and I say, "Well, we're all flat earthers, and you're a flat earther." "Well, no, I'm not." "Well, point south."
Yeah, reverse it on them. Reverse it on them. Make them.
Yeah.
Make them.
I said you didn't.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah, you didn't. You didn't point up and you didn't point down. So you are linearly, directionally, functionally a flat earther. Welcome. No, the brain.
Yeah, this is the example I give when and I've said it on the show a few times. Like, well, you've never measured a flat one deck. Well, I have actually. I've got a map. I've got an OS map of the Lake District, and I've got a compass, and I've done my trig points. Yeah, I've measured the trig points on the map, which has been measured from sea level in a linear direction, and I can travel north, and I can travel south, east, and west, and I'm going to use my compass in a horizontal flashing parallel to surface level, and I'm going to navigate this area. So yeah, I have measured and navigated the Earth flat. I can put my hand on my heart and say I've done that. So I have measured Earth flat myself.
Well, if you've ever used a blueprint at work, right? Say you work with your hands and you have a blueprint. You measure Earth flat to build the structure to correlate to the blueprints, right?
Correct.
When you draw a level line, it better not curve. Because somebody's going to get fired.
When you apply the blueprint to the ground that you'll be working with, it'll be divvied out in square footage or square miles. It's all flat, every measurement. When it comes to money, it's all flat. When you're selling land, it's flat. When you're navigating or negotiating the terrain, it's flat. When you're measuring the distances, it's flat. When you're measuring the altitudes, it's flat. When you're sailing, when you're flying, it's flat. Anything of any practical use with respect to the surface, it's always flat.
Yeah, and we can demonstrate that. It's all right, Toon saying, but it's all right, Toon saying, send me the geometric evidence. Like I said about the compass, I'm just going to, I've just said it once, but you can give somebody a compass and a map, give it to a glober, give them some distances on the OS map. So say you're going to walk south, 2 miles south, and then you're going to turn around and come back north, and tell me at what point did you hold your compass vertically? They won't have done that because they will have travelled in a north-south direction horizontally. Sorry, go on.
And you can give them a visual with your magic NASA data transfer information machine that everybody has, your phone, especially on iPhones. There's a built-in compass app on those phones. And I can say, just take out your compass on your iPhone. Okay, well, you got to hold it flat to get the direction of north, south, east, and west. I can show it to you right here. Now, just tilt it up. The first time I did this myself, and if you've never done it, do it. The whole thing goes spastic. It just jumps all over the place as soon as you raise it from horizontal to vertical. It doesn't work. It doesn't work.
Yeah, and that's the most basic. That's the most basic proof of having measured and navigated Earth flat yourself, a compass and an OS map. Dead simple.
There you go.
Compass might cost you $5, OS map $5. It'll cost you 12 quid, and you can go and measure Earth flat.
Right, but there's something funny about taking what we know, right, and putting it on them, like saying, point south for me. If they don't point into the earth, right, you call them a flat earther if they point at the horizon. Hey, south, you're a stupid flat earther pointing in a horizontal direction. What do you think, there's flat? No, south is below your feet, buddy.
That's it exactly. That's it exactly.
It makes something visceral in them, like really just primal. Want to, makes them feel weak and stupid. I guess that kid almost cried on me.
But look at Wayne. I started the comments off with Wayne from the mapping company. Telling him that his compass video was it's a horizontal direction, and he goes into the magnetic field lines, and then deletes all my messages off the fucking app. And I wasn't being rude to him, and I sent him some citations and definitions of what horizontal is and how the compass works. And I got a perma block from that site. That then jogged Nathan's memory. He might pick up on this, to the Molten Iron Core, which he added to the book. But these are the things you've got to go to, these magnetic fields. But at the end of the day, you're not using the magnetic fields. You've got the compass in a horizontal manner. You've got it parallel to the surface of Earth. You're traveling horizontally in a linear distance from A to B. In simple as that.
Yeah, and comprehension of that
is simple.
Can be quite upsetting, I think, because of the simplicity, as John just said. Like you said, he almost had a boy crying over this. You go, yeah, because when you break it down in terms of just the very basics of negotiating the surface, it's intrinsic. Everybody understands it implicitly. Like, almost instinctually, you understand how flat Earth is to get around. And when someone points out something that's reliant on Earth being flat, in this case, the directions on a compass or azimuth, by definition, by description, by leveling the tool, by using the tool with the map, every which way you dice it, it is and can only be flat. Which, when you recognise the simplicity of that fact, you suddenly feel stupid. Like somebody swindled you and got away with it. And people will brace against that. It's easier to con somebody than to convince them they've been conned. But at the point that they recognise it, It's upsetting. And there's a good chance that they'll get angry at the person that's pointing out the scam to them.
Yeah, that's why I made them seem like they were the ones trying to scam me in their minds. Right. So then I become the heliocentrist and they're the flat earther. They cannot stand that.
Yeah, it's just strange at the moment because we're just highlighting the facts of the matter, what Nathan's just described. We can physically give you, we can give you a physical test with a compass and a map, and you'll prove to yourself that you're navigating the Earth flat. And when you set out your route on the map and do your trig points and find out your directions, and if you're going up a hill, you know, what's the height of the hill above sea level, and then, you know, rise over run on the OS map in the Lake District when you're climbing Helvellyn or Skiddaw or Scarfell Pike, any of these Wainwright mountains or hills, you will be navigating the surface of Earth flat. That's demonstratable. You know, you can demonstrate this to anybody. All you need is a compass, £5 compass and a £5 map, £10, and there's a flat Earth. Go and do it. Anyone can do it. Everyone does do it. They're not navigating the globe when they do it. They're navigating it horizontally in, you know, on a flat Earth. Simple.
No, one deck. That's not what you're doing.
Go on, then.
Hey Neil, get somebody to draw out a level line at work, and when they do, tell them you're not some stupid ass flat earther. Where's the curve?
Yeah, see, we're gonna level this floor out, but how are you accounting for the curvature? So you make that.
What's even funnier than that is these people still think that the Golden Gate Bridge, that they were accounting for curvature. That's like the 2015 argument.
We had that today. So somebody asked me about why their level was different to the level over somewhere else. And I'm like, well, to describe a difference in the levels, if you're suggesting there's an angle, your plane of reference is different to another plane of reference, then you need an overall reference to describe the differential of those two angles with, in this case, sea level. So again, it's back to, you know, it becomes more appropriate the more we say it, that the Johnism, levels deviating from level to the rate of level. That's how we ended up on a hill.
It's so stupid. You know what I mean? It's stupid, but that's the axiom that they're going with.
I still think we're going through a bit of stupidness ourselves, and I don't know what it is yet. Even though we think we've got to the end of the stupidness and we've got this covered, there's still some stupidness that we're allowing to happen.
Yeah. One deck. Listen, they were asking me for measurements today, like they had me in a gotcha. Bev and freaking Ed Bear. Like they had me. I was laughing. I had to go to work, right? But you got to be kidding me. You're asking me for measurements like you got me? What's happening is everybody recognized the measurements, but they're not accepting what it means.
Well, I don't know. They're all measuring elevation angles from the top of the Eiffel Tower, but it's got nothing to do with the surface. You know, you can measure latitude coordinates, but it's got nothing to do with the surface. And these are just all angle measurements or elevation angle measurements.
One deck. What's the measurements, one deck? Yeah. Now, Jem, leave them alone. What's the measurements, Neil? What's the measurements, one deck?
The measurements. All the measurements are from the starting point called sea level. That's where it all starts. That's the starting point.
Yeah, I heard somebody say no to that today.
I don't like saying starting points because it's not a point level, but that's the start of the measurements from sea level.
You can get sea level on a ball.
Oh, I got that sea level. Yeah. I mean, everything that gets measured on this Earth had to be developed around the fact that most of the Earth is covered with flat level water. That's what we've had to work with from day one. And it's called sea level. Sorry, I mean sea level. The average level base, just in case we need to measure above the surface of this place, heights put into place, above and below the 0 degree base, elevation now in place, cartography, navigation, guiding the human race. Sea level. Sorry, I mean sea level. The standard basis for aviation travel. Straight and level flight, that's right. Referencing altitude day and night. Sea level. Sorry, I mean sea level. One continuous body of water seeking level throughout our world. Sea level. Sorry, I mean sea level. Our master measuring reference for everyone and everything on Earth. There you go.
Awesome.
That is freaking
Beautiful.
ace.
Beautiful.
That is ace. But here's the thing, One Deck. You'll say that, and they'll say, I got, like when Nathan asked Toon, what did he measure? He said he measured with globe measurements. I took globe measurements. Therefore, globe measurements.
Yeah,
I mean, what the hell is that?
Well, no, that's when you
globe, but
that's when you cue the guy from Goonies. What's he called again? Sloth. The globe is level.
It's the globe.
You have to say the globe.
You either get it or you don't get it. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, we've said it before. You have to put the word globe in there. Well, yeah, I got it from the globe. The globe. There is no globe from sea level. Only a mathematical
There is
imaginary.
no globe.
Exactly. There's no globe. So stop. Why do you keep saying globe when you haven't got one? You need one, but you haven't got one. So
But
we're not going to.
That is annoying when they say that's annoying when they say that their observations tell them it's a globe. I mean, come on, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, they're just using observation so they can loosely tie it to science.
Oh, it was funny the other
like
day.
Brenda tried to do, like Brenda did today.
I went into. I told you, Neil, I went into worldwide debates, but there was a couple of things going on. I did have a bit of a thingy with Sogbuster and some other idiot about sea level, which didn't end well for them, even though they'd probably say otherwise. But it was funny. Jin was in there, and he had a glober telling him that he has got this. I don't know what the camera. He's got some super duper camera now, and he's going to be taking a flight. Yeah, just going to highlight the word flight. He's telling Jin he's going to take a flight and he is going to get some photography out of the plane window of the curvature of Earth. Now, at no point did anybody highlight that, I did. I stepped in. But before I did, nobody... The main thing was, coming from Jin and somebody else, was, well... about the windows in the aeroplane and
no
curve. Yeah,
no freaking way.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
And we'd love to see these photographs. We'd love to see them. So I jumped in and said, what altitude will you be flying at above sea level? You know what I mean?
Game, set, match. When you bring up altitude, it's game, set, match.
No, but the windows are curved, Neil. So any photography that will be taken won't actually be the curve of Earth. It'll just be down to the windows at that altitude above sea level.
But the minute you try to bring up anything that has to do with reality, it's game, set, match. Because we experience a planar geometry.
That's correct.
So Yeah,
we don't
many.
we don't experience it. We measure it. We measure it as well.
Yeah, but that's what I was trying to say today. Everything that we say is backed up by reality. We could put a measurement, and we could get that in reality. They can't do any of that.
Well, they do. They do, because their reality is sea level. That's their reality.
Well, yeah,
Everybody
it
can go
becomes
and
a flat
witness.
Earth reality.
Yeah, well, that is reality because it's tangible. You can go to sea level. It's a thing you can observe, and it's measured for an average level, and that's what's used for the starting. I'm not going to say point again.
Yeah, but they're not doing that. They're not doing that. One deck. What's his name? Gem Panda today was talking about observations. I know what he's talking about. He's talking about star observations. Observations up in the air. Observations of a building that's missing a few floors.
It's not a measurement. I never talk about observation. Observations are observations. Yeah, it's optical phenomena. We're talking about physical measurement of the Earth from sea level. I keep going on about this.
I get you. But even our freaking
talking about sea level.
Yeah, but I heard him. Yeah, but what I'm saying is all our observations are from a flat plane. None of their observations are from a freaking ball. What's wrong with these people?
Well, no. Well, you can't live on a ball if you're measuring all measurements from a level plane called sea level. Impossible. Because it's level. There's no ball.
Yeah, well, Rob Knox said it today. He said, we measure it flat, and then we put it on a ball. And if you can't hear that, yeah, but I'm saying if you can't, I know that's how they do it. I understand that. We all went over it a million times. But hearing him say it, it just made me laugh.
Yeah.
Do you hear what you're saying?
You got no. So the starting reference is sea level. That's where everything starts.
Hey, so I wound up straightening out with this guy because I was pissed off. But wound up picking up a carpet job in the same place.
Neil, I'm sorry to interrupt, but mean sea level would be your source, because you're right, it is where everything begins.
Yeah, well, yeah, that is the source, not my source. It's where we've had to start. Well, it was the starting point of all measurements. They didn't start the measurements from the top of Everest, did they? Started from mean sea level. And it's level, not curved, as I was telling Elder there before.
Mean sea level is calculated from multiple sea levels that are measured. A source is kind of a bigger deal than its reference, right? You understand what I'm saying?
No, don't get you there, mate. Sorry.
You pull a reference from a source.
The reference plane is mean sea level. The source is the sea level. You're measuring the sea level. That's what you're measuring. The variation that gives you the mean gives you the overall reference. That's mean sea level. But what John's saying is the important bit is the bit that's actually measured. What's that? Well, the sea level is what's measured.
Yeah, that's my point.
Right, that is important, but the mean sea level is your source. That is from that measurement. All other measurements will be derived. So it becomes your source.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The starting, I don't like the word point, but yeah, the source is better terminology because I don't like using the word point when I'm talking about level references. It's not a point. It's the source is a better word. That's exactly what I'm saying. Yeah, sea level is the starting point for all measurements going forward on Earth. Not the top of Everest, not the top of Helvellyn, not down a ditch. We've got a level reference frame called sea level, shown on all maps. It's used for navigation and mapping across the world. Just read the poem out I read. Describes it all very clearly. Yeah. So sea level, that's the starting point. That's the starting point and the end point of the discussion.
Yeah, and it becomes your source because of that. Because the source is the beginning. It's alpha and omega kind of thing.
Yeah, it's the beginning and the end of the discussion. That's why I was trying to keep Elder Bear on there today, which I did. But he just wanted to fucking start talking about shite. And I'm glad Nathan steps in really and just put an end to that. It was over the moment we measured sea level and elevation profiles in the horizontal. Simple as that.
I'm still trying to get over how people ever thought it was a good argument to say, use planar geometry to prove that a plane exists. That, like, somebody like McToon, I can't believe he even says that with the amount of confidence he says it to is just, it's mind-boggling. It's Dunning-Kruger to the nth degree.
Yeah, and a lot of them have to do that now, and I think that's deliberate. To know they're saying something that's just contradictable to the end of the earth, pardon the pun. But if they say it with a certain amount of confidence, then they can convince themselves that it's maybe true, or convince an audience or something.
McToon had a stream after that, and he only briefly mentioned the interaction. It was like a couple of seconds and just wandered on from that. He couldn't say anything about it, really, to be honest.
But his spurting breakdown was when he started hitting buttons on his keyboard. I'd say if you'd had a camera in that room, he would have been cussing and flipping out. You know what I mean? But he just put himself on mute and started doing that.
Yeah. I mean, he's been wanting that moment for a long time. He's had his countdown button to debate Nathan. Not that there's a debate when it comes to actual measurements from sea level, but to do that and act pathetic. And Nathan wasn't doing any of that. Nathan was quite letting him speak and listening to what he had to say, and then responding about his azimuth and Antarctica, and he's measured Earth flat. And like you say, he just acted like a 12-year-old child, hitting his little buttons, causing chaos.
Yeah. I can't believe I can't believe he had the audacity to say that all Nathan was doing was playing out of context clips.
That was hilarious.
I was like, what?
It's just projection with these guys, though, isn't it?
Yeah. That's what he was trying to do, for another audience. He's recording that probably and say, look, Nathan was interrupting. No, not that we did. You can't tell it's a clip from whenever ago. That he went into this server and Nathan was just constantly interrupting him, but it was his keyboard that was interrupting him. He made it that way himself.
Boy.
Yeah, that's why I was glad Nathan kept on pointing out that he was hitting buttons on his little keyboard. That wasn't actually Nathan speaking. That was McToon doing it.
Yeah, and he's very clear. He's very clear on Nathan's show that was happening because Nathan kept pausing and stopping and saying, he's doing it again. He's hitting his buttons, a little fit, because he can't handle the flat Earth measurements that he's measured azimuth, horizontally, in wherever he was, proving flat Earth, and he's got to hit the buttons. That's all he's got.
And then Nathan plays one clip of McToon contradicting the position he just put forward, right? And he says that's out of context. Oh my God. I was just like, the audacity of that. It's just
hey, John, one deck, how you doing, man?
Hey, mate, who's that?
Not much. That was crazy. That was a day or two ago with that soundboard by McGoon, and that was insane. Just, I mean, and then the whole thing about Nathan getting an invite, and it wasn't even really an invite. That was just really weird how they go off like that. Really strange.
They've got absolutely nothing.
Yeah, that's why they do it, right?
Yeah, you've got to say you can measure an elevation angle from the curved Earth, which was measured from sea level. But you've got to say.
Dude, it's like, it reminds me of like somebody that's getting bullied, going by the bully and whispering to where nobody else can hear them into a recording of "you're a butthole," right? And then claiming that he called the bully a butthole.
Toon's probably gone away thinking he's had some sort of victory. Well, Nathan couldn't provide the geometric evidence that he gave me the geometric evidence for.
Do you think he's going to reset his timer now?
Time, you say?
Because that wasn't a debate. He said it. He said, this isn't a debate. We all agreed that it wasn't Earth is measured flat. It's not a
right?
debate.
So victory.
I mean, he was telling, he actually got muted himself, Toon, by whoever it was, whether it was Panda or whoever, because he was just being ridiculous. Somebody actually muted him on his side.
Yeah, but they didn't mute him when he was making a valid point or objecting to something that was false. They muted him when he was spurting. I'm just saying that because these jerks will try to say that, see, we muted Toon as well. But the reasons for the mute are very different.
Yeah. But I watched that back, and Nathan's very clear in what he's saying. He's give the geometric proofs of his azimuth measurements. That was the geometric proof. We all know what azimuth measurements are. You can just have a little look at that. It will require a horizontal base. No, there's no disputing what an azimuth measurement is. And Toon did demonstrate an azimuth measurement in wherever he was when he did that.
Right, but then they turned the geometric proof into a claim and asked for the proof of the claim. Stupid.
Yeah, that's it. They just go into this spastic mode, whatever you want to call it. Like you just give you a geometric proof, and now you're asking for geometric proof of the geometric proof. And then you claim you're going to post geometric proof, which is just a diagram, when in the other sentence you were saying a diagram's not geometric proof. We need some geometric proof. But your geometric proof is out of a book of whoever it was talking about. Who was it? Euclid or whatever it was, section 18, chapter, whatever it was. That's their geometric proof, and it's just words out of a book where Nathan had the radius and the 90-degree angle measurements above his head all day long. There's no difference to that. So, yeah, mate.
Well, recently I'm seeing posts or comments on videos of Nathan's where they claim that the shortest distance between 2 points is a curve. And that to me is insane right there. There's no way in geometry can you justify that. And you have these guys
No, not
who
in
do
geometry,
it.
no.
Post.
No, I mean, I think you can read these things, can't you? In sort of, on calculus or whatever you want to call it. I don't know. You can read these terminologies when you're working on computer screens and doing different stuff like that. But we're not talking about that, are we? We're talking about measuring the Earth from sea level.
Yeah, I just don't understand the idea of like taking two curved lines, let's just say, or two straight lines, and then picking a point, any point on either one, and then connecting them and saying the shortest distance between those 2 points and be a curve. I'm like, there's just no way. That's impossible. That's not reality. You know, I mean.
Well, I say I don't know. I don't know the ins and outs of it, but I think this sort of terminology and the phrases you're using are used in some sort of computer program or calculus, or I might be getting that wrong, but it's not used in actually physical reality of Earth measurements, because it's not used in that application. It's used in some other, I don't know what application it is, but we're not interested in that because what we're talking about is actually measuring Earth itself, not from a computer program.
Whatever it is, it's delusional.
Yeah,
the quickest path between 2 points is only a straight line. It can only be a straight line.
Yeah, but then you get into the wrangle and dangle, and this is what I'm saying. Like this is the wrangle dangle they want to get into about this, but this is just like somebody's made up something like spherical geometry or some other nonsense, and we can talk about that all day long. But in physical reality, on the Earth that we live upon, we've got maps, we've got coordinates, and it's all measured from the physical sea level. Sorry, I mean sea level. That's the reality of it. That's the reality.
Correct. And the reason they're using the shortest distance between 2 points is a curve is because that's all they have. That's the definition of a sphere is perpetual curvature in all directions from any 2 points located on that sphere. They have to use that. But like One Deck just so eloquently said, it's not reality.
No, it's not. I mean, if a surveyor's measuring the Earth and he's got 2 points, he's just going to measure the distance between them 2 points, linear distance between them 2 points. He's not going to start saying, well, it's a curve. Unless he's got some sort of curve to measure.
I'm sorry, One Deck.
Sorry, mate, go on.
Say again, measured.
No, it's my fault. Totally my fault. I just wanted to reiterate something or add on to what Fisherman said earlier about math and reality. It's like saying I've got 5 apples. One Deck over here steals 7 apples from me. How many apples do I have left? Well, in math, you could say -2, right? But in reality, that can't happen. You'd have 0 apples because he stole 5, not 7, because I only have 5. That's what's going on here is that they're using math to create a different reality.
Yeah, that's what they have to do. They can't use reality. They've got to use tangent lines, which are not tangible. You can't touch a tangent line or use one in reality. You can use one in calculus or some sort of computer program.
Wait, a seesaw. Isn't that a tangent line?
How would you know the distance between the 2 points if you were using an arc?
You need a horizontal.
Could use
You need a horizontal. You need a horizontal baseline.
Hey, you'd have to flatten the curve.
You wouldn't be able to know.
Which is a baseline, yeah.
Well, what I was saying, you wouldn't be able to know the distance between the 2 points if you didn't use a straight line. So the arc required the straight line to make the arc.
What arc?
Yes, correct.
In the position that the closest between 2 points is a curve. How do you know that? What's the distance between the 2 points? You know what I mean? Like, It's stupid on its face.
Yeah, you're just talking nonsense. That's what they want you doing, talking about nonsense and about the shortest distance is between 2 points as a curve. And we're talking about Earth measurements. That's what we're talking about, not calculus or some program or computer program or spherical nonsense geometry.
I'm not talking about nonsense. I'm saying
no, not you, John. I wasn't saying that to you.
Oh yeah, I know, but the assertion that the closest distance between 2 points is an arc is to make the distance unknowable because you placed an arc there now. So you don't know the distance between the points anymore because you don't have a line which to give that distance.
I mean, I don't know really what you're talking about. All from what you know, if you've got a horizontal line with 2 points, yeah, you'll have a distance between them 2 points. If you then sort of curve that line down into an arc, them 2 points will become closer. But that's got nothing to do with measuring Earth.
Oh yeah, no, I completely agree. I was just talking about geometric concepts.
No, but that's what I'm saying. You can get 2 points on a horizontal, say 1 mile apart, linear, yeah. And then if you get them 2 points, you've drawn. This is on a computer screen, by the way. It's got nothing to do with measuring Earth. So you've got on a computer, you can draw a line with 2 points, and you can measure it, say 12 centimeters. And then if you drag them 2 points down and make that line curved, them 2 points now will be closer to each other in a linear fashion.
Right, yeah, you see what I'm saying? Now it's kind of funny just to hear people make it, because what they're doing is they're trying to mix up intrinsic and extrinsic geometries and create, because the closest distance between 2 points on a sphere is a curved line.
Yeah, it's a geodesic.
Because it's on the sphere. Pardon me. But we don't experience intrinsic geometry. We measure straight lines.
They don't either. They accept that we measure locally flat.
It's because we do. All surveying is flat. So after the fact, you can create a system that gives you coordinates, and those coordinates can be projected from within a ball onto a map that you create on that ball. Therefore, the coordinates on the arc of the protractors can still be described. You just have distortions. So then you describe the shortest distance being a geodesic, and then apologise for the distortions.
Yeah, exactly.
I have no idea how Nathan can repeat what I'm saying, but say it more clearly.
That's all I do. Listen to what you say and then condense it down by about half.
Yeah, that's what they're trying to do all the time, and they bring this like bullshit into it about computer programs. They're never actually talking about physical, actual measurements of Earth. Start talking about like you say, and all that crap.
Well, what they do with the ray tracing programs, right, is they'll give you the horizontal view, right, and then they'll go to the side view where there's an arc there, right. They won't tell you that arc is built upon planar coordinate systems. They leave that part out.
Guys, I just want to say one thing about all this. I've been listening to Nathan for ages, since, I don't know, back when we had that numpty Ranty doing his observations, and we had Stephen Warrior on usually. Those are good days there, But it's amazing how things have changed since that time. I mean, it's amazing because now everything Nathan does, they have to be on the offense, on the defensive side of things. You have to all pretend that they're navigators of the sea, or pretend that they're engineers, or pretend they're surveyors, because Nathan's throwing all this stuff at them. it's great. It's awesome what he's doing. So awesome job to all of you and him.
It's funny how Bev hasn't mentioned anything about his surveying recently. He declared he was representing all surveyors before. That was when you first started going into these other servers again, Nathan.
Well, if he talks about surveying, he can only be mentioning, like, you know, total stations, the lights, measuring horizontal and vertical angles.
I'm pretty sure he said something like he got his bronze surveying certificate.
Ask Bev about spherical excess. Ask him how
That's a Red Dwarf
works.
reference. His bronze surveying certificate, like Rimmer with his silver swimming certificate. He's got all these badges on his uniform and his official dress uniform. And Lister says to him, "What's BCC SSC?" He says, "Bronze swimming certificate and silver swimming certificate."
I missed that part. That's funny.
They need to give out a breathing certificate for some of these ballers because it's amazing that they're able to do that with any regularity.
Hey, kudos to Nathan for taking on like 20 people at once and winning.
What did I win? I mean, I can't really put it to Brenda and then not have the same thing applied to me. What did I win exactly?
You won the... So, like, it's not a debate anymore, and these guys all just break down and go crazy on you.
No, he won flattest faction.
Flattest faction? That's the only time you can... The only time you can really win is when you give up on caring about winning. That's the really ironic thing about it. At the point that you go, well, I have no bearing on this, I'm inconsequential to this, it doesn't matter if I win. Suddenly everyone's like, you're winning loads! You're like, yeah, as soon as it don't fucking matter. It was measured flat anyway.
What else you could do, though? You could give yourself a little gold star and stick it on your
get a gold star. Wonderful. But it's sincere. It's at the point that you go, you're inconsequential to this, I'm inconsequential to this. Me getting a gotcha that you've used flat earth measurements just means foundationally that we're all using flat earth measurements anyway. So it really doesn't matter if we're arguing about it. In fact, by arguing about it, we're perpetuating the idea that there's an argument. So if anything, it's kind of depressing. It's a bittersweet victory, because I know that by doing it, I'm leaning into the idea that there is actually a debate to have. Now, I get that over a month ago, I'm like not in the slightest bit interested in going into servers and debating, because there is no debate. So I feel like by going into the servers, I become hypocritical. It's like, how can you say there's no debate and then go into debate servers and argue with people? You're like, yeah, you're right. I'm just a hypocrite. I'm just doing it for clicks. And that is literally the only reason, because it just becomes a folly. It's completely moot whether or not I convince any of the people in that panel that they're using the flat earth measurements that they are using anyway. Because me there or not, they'd still use the flat earth measurements. Now, me being there might mean that they have to, like Toon did, call them global elevation angles. You're like, okay, what does this achieve? You know, calling a flat earth measurement a globe measurement for cope. But would it matter? Would it change what his angles were? No. Would it change his azimuth? No. Would it change that that's the system we'll have to use whether we like it or not? No. So why are we doing this again? There isn't really a reason when you break it down like that. So what did I win? Nothing. You get to say that you won. That's about it.
Elder Bev is always following you around everywhere you go. There he is. He's got Nathan derangement syndrome.
Anti-fluff groupie roll call.
Yeah, I don't know why. He said yesterday that he got an IMDb page. Did you hear him say that?
Yeah.
And then he didn't want to talk about it. So it's like, so you're an actor?
He'll have had a walk on or something at best.
Regardless,
he's
an actor. What he's saying is, I've got an IMDb page after he did an Irish impression that was excellent, I might add. And I'm like, that is a talented impression of an Irishman. Like, better than I could ever pull off. And then he was like, yeah, it is. I've got an IMDb page. And then he very quickly regretted saying it. I'm like, oh yeah, what's your IMDb page? Now, obviously, he's not going to dox himself. But by the same token, it's like, you let that slip, though, haven't you? That you're basically an actor.
That is
Very
red flag number one for me when somebody's got an IMDb page. God,
Yeah.
that's a
Why
red
is he
flag.
Why is he on Discord doing this little stuff here when he can be out making money being a voice actor?
Maybe this is his current bit. Who knows? Crisis actor,
Isn't
maybe.
that a red herring? That's a
It's
red
his
herring,
gig.
though, right?
It's his gig.
Yeah, this is his gig. Exactly. Maybe he's getting paid for it.
Hold on
Who
a
knows?
minute. Just because someone's an actor has no bearing on whether the words that come out of their mouth are true or not.
Oh, of course not.
Hey, man.
I mean, wasn't Nathan into acting at one time, like on college or something? I forget. I'm sorry. And then he decided that
Yeah,
wasn't
that's
going
what
to
I
work or
studied.
something. Or
I did performing arts, lighting, sound, circus skills, you name it.
Yeah. But all that helped you to today. You know,
Yeah,
all that.
Absolutely. If it wasn't for those fire breathing lessons, I don't know where I'd be.
Yes.
Come on, Nathan. You got some God-given gifts. Come on now.
I mean, I can juggle.
Plus, you say victory.
Somebody asked me the other day, we were at the university, we take our kids to various different university events. It's weird when you homeschool, you can go in and have university lectures for your kids. Like, you sat in the theatre, and you've got a stage, and there's a professor in front of you, and he's talking about vision and eyeballs, and he's doing a full-on, fairly comprehensive lecture about the eyeball for my kids. Now, don't get me wrong, the youngest one's totally disinterested, but the oldest one was writing notes. You're like, how many school kids would appreciate that were they to not be in school, they could actually go to the university for free and have lectures there? Who would have thunk it? Anyway, while we were there, they had an event on one day. This is a different time, but a different time at the same university, University of Warwick. Is it Warwick University we go to, Baller? What's the university we go to? Is it Warwick? Warwick. They had an event on, and they had all these circus skills stuff there. And there's one guy doing his balancing and his unicycling, and he's like, I can teach you how to juggle. So I'm like, I can already juggle. And I picked up some balls and started throwing them. But then he passed me the batons. And I used to do a full-on performance with a guy called Ray in Stratford with flaming batons. We used to sell them. And we'd juggle them back and forth and, put the hat out and earn some money, right? I picked up these batons and I couldn't fucking do it. I just lost that skill. And I tried to do it and I just couldn't quite get the swing to work. I'm like, what's wrong with me? And it's probably because it's been about 20 years since I did it. But in the same way as I looked at the unicycle and I thought, if I get on that, is there a chance I might actually break my spine? Where formerly I could stay up on a unicycle. And I thought, don't find out. Don't try. If you can't throw these batons and catch them, you definitely can't do the unicycle anymore. So I looked at it and thought, I'm just going to have to accept that after 20 years of not doing it, I probably can't do it now. I mean, I might have been able to. I might have gone up and done it for a minute or two and then broke my spine. You know what I mean? But even the balls, I was using the balls and I could probably get 5 balls in the air and keep them there for 2 or 3 minutes. I was struggling to do 3. I'm like, my God, if you don't keep this up, you do genuinely lose it as a skill. Same with probably all of it. I probably couldn't do fire breathing again. I'd probably end up fucking myself up. Or sword swallowing, not that I ever actually did that. You know what sword swallowers moan about? What would you say if you're a sword swallower and you're going to the doctor? What do you think they'd mostly be in the doctors for? It's pretty obvious.
Getting cut?
Sore throat.
Yeah, sore throat.
Sore throat?
It's a legitimate thing. Most people don't know this, right? Sword swallowing. People think there's some sort of magic trick to it. Wrong. It is absolutely legitimate. When people shove a sword down them, they are genuinely shoving a sword down their throat. People don't realise. If you took an X-ray of a guy who just swallowed a sword, what you would see on the X-ray is a frickin' sword inside them down to their stomach. Not a lot of people know that.
How about shoving swords up the other way? Is that something people do?
I don't think they go up that way. I don't think it's long enough.
Okay. I think Elderbab should start that then.
Trying to think of some other circus skills.
Yeah, that's a good example, though, Nathan, because there are true sword swallowers, and then there are those stage magicians who can get a piece of equipment that will create the same, say it with me, boys and girls, illusion of swallowing a sword. So there are two. One is real, one is not.
Yeah. There's legitimate...
Wait for connection.
Say again, Neil? Say again, Neil?
I'm sorry, I'm off mode.
Can't think of any other circus skills I learned. Oh, plate spinning. To learn that as well. Diabolo. Juggling. Fire breathing. Sword swallowing. Trapeze. What others? There was loads of them.
Yeah, and in big circus news here in the United States, Bello Knock is returning to the center ring for Ringling Brothers. That's big news. It's only big news probably to me because Bello and I shared a stage for 7 years, when he was 12 years old until he was 18, 19, or whatever the math is there. Yeah, great fun, great friends, great learning lessons together. And now he's in his mid-50s, and Ringling's bringing him back to the center ring. So, yeah, thanks for bringing up circus. That's my wheelhouse.
Yeah, I know. That's why I brought it up, to be honest.
Yeah, a lot of disciplines. I mean, and all that stuff. You know, if you're going to do something and do it well, you've got to learn the craft, learn the trade, learn the skill, and rehearse it. You know how you get to Carnegie Hall? Practice, practice, practice.
It's one of those things that only transferred into the...
Say practice makes, right?
Perfect. The only thing that transferred...
No, better.
What?
In music, you never say that. Practice always makes better, never perfect.
Fair enough. The only transferable thing from that particular time, other than running a show, is the trapeze or high wire, whatever you want to call it. The thing that they strap you into and then basically dangle you off the stage with. A great big counterweight and a great big wire, and they just dangle you on a harness. Well, that sort of harness work directly translates to what NASA do. That's all they're doing. It's just work in a harness. Well, I call it trapeze, just so the average Dumbo can understand what I'm talking about. If you say trapeze, most people know what that means. But it isn't. It's wire work. But if you say wire work, people might not necessarily know what you're talking about. But it's just being in a harness on a wire.
Amen. And another discipline of the performing arts and the circus genre is silks and ropes, where people can manipulate the silks that are on a vertical downward vector from an elevated position, and then perform acrobatics within those ropes and or silks. Yeah, same kind of principle. But they have to learn how to do it. They have to learn how to do it and make it look exceptional. Make it look so easy that anybody could do it.
And I want you to be my acrobat.
Along with wire work, the other transferable skill, there's another one, it was painting backdrops. Fucking tedious work. Giant canvases that go at the back of the stage, right? Backdrops. And most people are completely blissfully unaware of their existence. It's only if you're watching something like The Wizard of Oz and you go, look, do you see this line? That's the stage. See this yellow brick road going into the background? That's painted on a canvas. Now, in more recent times, they do it on glass and they put it in front of the camera. And that's how you end up with the Detroit police station ending up looking like it's a 50-story building in RoboCop, right? There's just a glass slide that they put in front of the camera. Same with things like Charlie Chaplin. They do it with a slide so that it looks like he's falling off the edge of a building when really there's just a slide or a painting, a still painting in front of the camera. That's how they do it these days in more modern
Nathan,
times.
You know, you give these freaking people ammunition, right?
Every time you talk about being an actor and what you're trained in, you give them ammunition.
Why?
And I know you lean into it because then they turn around and say, it's just an act. He knows it's a globe. He's got the perfect globe proof. Now, some people are stupid and they don't put two and two together. But yeah, they do that. Nathan, when I first came on the scene and was just, in the chat, they immediately came and told me that you're an actor and he's got the perfect globe proof and you stay away from this guy.
If he wasn't straightforward and upfront about it, though, then they would have ammunition with kick behind it. Being upfront with it takes all the bluster from them.
I'm saying for the people that may be coming in new to this. See, you couldn't deceive me because I got that discernment. But some people are just naive. They're just stupid and they'll buy something like that.
Well, that's on them then, Neil. That's not on Nathan. I mean, when I found Nathan, I didn't know he was an actor. I didn't know he was anybody other than I knew he was hugely talented. And at the time I had come in to meet Nathan and be introduced to the whole panel and everybody. The thing that separated Nathan from, like QE or somebody else was, I just retired from this whole business. I've been on both sides of the audition table, both sides of it. And I instantly said, I'd hire this guy in a New York second. To either host the show, be a comedian, I'd hire him in New York second. Certain people have certain undeniable skills that you recognize immediately. Now, how they apply those skills in the real world is dependent upon what they're saying, what they're doing, what they're promoting, how they're influencing other people. And this was perfect for me. So actor to actor, producer to producer,
Fisherman.
I recognize his talent immediately. What?
Fisherman, who's that? We couldn't think of the name of the person you're always talking to on your show.
Who, Margaret?
Margaret, that's it.
Yeah. The cookie jar. Yeah, okay.
I used to think you were talking to your wife.
How fast is a New York minute or New York second? I'm just curious about that. Is it faster than an LA minute? Or
next? I'm just having fun with you. I'm just having fun.
I know. Me too.
It's a New York minute. Isn't that an Eagle song?
By the way, the Knicks suck. But congrats to you for their win. That was awesome for them.
I don't know. You seen all that talent Nathan has? You know who taught him everything he knows, right?
While you had your last couple of conversations, I went off on a little bit of a tangent because something sparked something in my brain. So I've done a little AI search on when did the UK government get people who fight against disinformation on the internet. And they've been doing it since January 2018 in the UK. And then I went on to go through, do the UK government hire actors to fight against disinfo on the internet? And it says yes. The UK government has paid social media influencers, YouTubers, content creators through specialised media agencies to counter foreign disinformation, blah, 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 blah. There's a few different bits on it, but for domestic YouTube initiatives, the UK government has launched central content channels utilising influencers and everyday citizens to reach voters directly, debunk conspiracy theories, and counter-inflammatory content. But yeah, the conspiracies, and this seems to claim that, yes, the UK government has hired actors to counter conspiracy theories. I'm just being a little conspiratard here. But there's no way the government would pay you, Nathan, and you were doing it way before 2018, so I think you're safe on that.
Yeah, I would personally add that's probably the second wave now, because the younger generation, doesn't watch TV or anything. So, their eyeballs are stuck on these influencers on the phone. So they have to go after them. And without even being speculative or conspiratorial, I mean, out of the blue, this guy, Mr. Beast, goes to Antarctica to prove the Earth's not flat. I mean, how ridiculous was that, right? To do a quick circle back, though, to Fisherman, you were saying what separates Nathan. I also want to add what separates Nathan is his vast skill set in using the microphones and all that technology. Because I had a few minutes yesterday around the time QE starts, and I jumped in to hear that show. That dude spent an hour trying to figure out his audio. I was cracking up. He couldn't get his volume equal to his team's volume. They all sounded at like volume 0. He's at volume 100. Then he makes some switch on the software, and now he sounds like he's talking through a tin can, and they all sound fine. It was just a comedy of errors.
Yeah, point well taken. That's another red flag for content providers who, if this is going to be their source of income, they don't pay any attention to the technical side of it. That you're just shooting yourself in your head. That's ridiculous. Yeah, another outstanding benefit of listening to someone who knows what they're doing.
If you're going to do a trade, you need to know how to do the trade.
Hey, are we still blowing smoke up Nathan's ass? Because I was going to blow some, but that's still political.
We can stop.
Oh, no. But I was going to say the thing that really got my attention about Nathan is he's producing the show, he's starring in the show, and he's controlling the flow of conversation and keeping long, protected silences out, stuff like that. Like, there's no way I could do all those multi-functions at once. There's no way.
You're missing
Writer,
one
director,
thing.
producer, performer. That's it.
He's also getting victory royales on Fortnite.
Did you say while he's playing Fortnite?
I was going to say he's also getting victory royales on Fortnite. He didn't bite whatsoever. He might not be there.
I was going to say I'd put my middle son up against him on Fortnite.
I got the Fortnite reference. I get it. Yeah, that's what they've been reduced to. But you're playing Fortnite. You're playing Fortnite. Oh, okay.
As well as demolishing them.
Yeah, you're playing a first-person shooter where you have to put yourself in the position, or a third-person shooter where you have to put yourself in the position behind someone who's actively killing all the other people while destroying you in a conversation where you're trying to assert nonsense. Yeah, that's exactly what he's doing.
That was good, John.
Yeah, that's pretty appropriate.
Really, I mean, it should be on to bigger fish. At this point,
what?
The priesthood is eventually going to have to step into this. You know what I mean?
Well, the other day worldwide where McToon was like begged to come in for all he offered nothing, and they also dragged in Will Duffy.
Oh, is that true? At the beginning of this recording, I speculated that he was compelled as opposed to pressured. Oh, I was totally wrong then.
I'm pretty sure it was Rob Noxious pestering him.
I called that wrong. I assumed he was.
No, hold on. Rob Noxious, they were putting pressure on him to engage with you, Nathan.
I thought it was self-induced pressure, and it was him just being...
No, everybody's been asking him. Everybody's been calling him out. They're not listening to that ticket no more because you've made yourself available on all different platforms that he frequents. So he had nowhere to go, Nathan. He had to come on.
That's what I mean by
He
being
gives such a
compelled.
horrible performance.
So it's a mixture of both then. So I wasn't wrong, but I wasn't fully right.
Exactly. It's a mixture of both. You're right.
And the bottom line is he fears you, literally. I know you were saying he fears John, and I agree with that, but Nathan, he fears you. And that's why he jumps on these channels when you're doing the show, and he won't mic up at all.
Yeah, but I understand what you're saying, but you're not hearing what Nathan's saying. Every time John went to say something, he got very nervous and wanted to label John as a drunk. That's what I was trying to tell Refracted. You're the drunk of the group, Refracted. You're the alcoholic drunk, just because you're slow in getting your thoughts together, you know? And you're very melodical with the way you speak. You're a drunk. So right away, poison in the well, character assassination, and he does not want to hear from you because you back up everything Nathan's saying.
I'm a drunk, therefore the earth's not flat, right?
Yeah, exactly. Therefore, whatever you say is nothing. You're a drunk. And that's why you don't want to hear from you. That's why every time you went to say something, he piped up.
Wait, John's a drunk? Since when?
Since when what?
Yeah, that was.
You said John's a drunk.
Yeah, that's their thing. They say John's a drunk. I've heard McToon say it until a month ago.
I didn't know that.
He's the drunk. Me and one decade of yes men.
Elder told McToon I was the organ grinder.
Yeah, there it is. you pay Nathan to do these things. He's got you under a spell. That's correct.
Don't forget our pig farmer. He's pretty important too.
There you go.
Hey, we're all just prisoners of the North, right?
Yes, exactly. We're all trapped in the North.
Well, I'm actually in the West, but okay, that's cool.
But yeah, I kind of think McToon's always been lurking in these servers so he can potentially farm if Nathan slips up or says something stupid, or try and come up with workarounds for what he's saying without being in conversation. But it seems his only workaround is putting global in front of flat earth measurements, like global elevation angles and global sea level. So he's got absolutely nothing.
Yeah, it's total.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was just going to say it's total cowardice. And I don't know if you guys remember a few months back, I had mentioned that somebody here had given Toon like one of our pre-shows or after shows or something. I'm not a regular Toon watcher, but that night I happened to jump on his show, and as soon as John spoke up on the recording, he was going after, the whole drunk angle back then. So,
yep.
McGoon wanted to debate me years ago too. I was on his, I was on somewhere out there, and then he's all, "Why don't you come to my channel and debate me?" And I was like, whatever.
What's the point of contention?
Well, see, the thing with McToon is I went on his channel and embarrassed him. That's why he hates me.
Exactly. You're on track now. But here's one thing. when I first heard him say that, it kind of like it shocked me a little. I was like, I never even thought of John being a drunk. Where's he getting this from? So I figured he had some freaking recording of you maybe popping on 24/7. He doesn't have none of that. He just labeled you the drunk of the crew. Go figure.
I haven't drunk alcohol since 2003? No, 2006.
I haven't drunk alcohol since last night. What the hell is he talking about?
No, I'm just saying, I guess you could have classified me as a drunk in the past, back when I was, in my early 20s. So maybe that's what he's talking about?
It's because when you're saying something, you're very careful with your words, all right? You take your time, And he considers that to be a drunk guy. The fact is that what you say cripples his whole belief system. I mean, that's what it is.
No, exactly.
Thinking
And a lot
about
of
what
times
you're
jumping on here first thing in the morning, kind of just waking up kind of thing, right? So,
well, I'm just a little bit confused. So, if you think about what you're going to say, and you're careful in how you say it, therefore
You're a drunk. Yeah, you're a drunk.
I've never experienced any drunk people that acted that way.
Well, exactly. Well, in that case,
one time.
Hold on. In that case, Danny Faulkner must be a lush.
Well, the word drunk and the word deliberate do start with the same letter. So, in the heliocentric world of imagination, it could be the same interpretation. Drunk, deliberate, any other D words? What a bunch of retards.
Right, fisherman.
Still funny though, because like in the context of this conversation, it doesn't matter. I'm sorry.
Well, John, I never thought you were drunk. I thought you were deliberate and very, what's the word, succinct.
Me either.
And I like that.
Exactly.
I never even would think that.
The relevance of whether I'm a drunk or not has no bearing.
That's what I was just going to say. Say you are a drunk, John, but everything you say is correct. Because you're a drunk, it's not correct?
But the problem was he had a bad mic for years, right? So maybe they thought the bad mic was him being drunk. I don't know.
But it doesn't matter. Even if he was. If what he's saying is correct, it don't mean shit if he's drunk.
Of course. Exactly. Yep.
Right. Yeah, your sobriety has no impact on the truth of the statement.
The old poisoning the well foul.
The old foo.
Yeah, like he wants to claim he's got a degree as a scientist. Think about what he just said, because there is no course study, major, minor, anything that says scientist.
That was so funny, I hung up.
Yeah,
5 degrees.
I was laughing
but
my
I
ass
don't
off
brag
about
about
it.
Nathan, I have a science degree, Nathan. What has flat Earth? What have you guys produced? Nothing. Jen Panda was appealing. Jen Panda was appealing to authority today. He was in a bunch of fallacies today.
He was appealing to what we produced. Well, if you want to make us the measurements, then your globe would be by us.
He didn't want to talk about measurements. Anything but measurements. That was his exact words. He actually yelled at Elder Bear for bringing up the measurements again. Why do you keep bringing up measurements? Now I got to hear this.
Anything but the relevant information for the topic being discussed. Anything but that.
That's correct.
I don't know. I doubt any of them will ever change over. They're kind of sunken cost themselves into the, they'll never publicly change their position because they have they made it so socially unacceptable, right? That they could never become a flat earther publicly. They would just have to disappear, right? So I could see why you would want to talk about anything but the relevant data.
And avoid guys like you and Nathan at all costs. Come up with every excuse in the book, run some silly countdown, claiming the opposite, all kinds of nonsense.
Well, the penny will eventually drop for these guys when they start seeing these measurements, the directionality of where they live, start to appear in their real world experiences. And you know what? They're never going to have peace. They're never going to have inner peace. They're never going to be able to sleep at night with true joy and contentment, thinking that they live on a ball ever. That whole scenario is built on chaos and confusion and overcomplicated mathematical equations, and it's all built on that. Think about what we're all doing here. We're all bringing things down to the lowest common denominator, the simplest. It doesn't get any simpler than directionality and elevations and how we measure things. That's as simple as it gets. I'll pass this on. Plus, I'm losing power on my phone. Something awful. I told you guys yesterday I was going fishing yesterday, and I did. So my fishing buddy and I trailered the boat, and we were going to go to one lake. Well, the lake didn't pan out. We didn't find what we were going to get. We were catching fish we didn't want to catch. So we trailered the boat back up and went to a different lake. Now, when we go there, and I'm not talking flat earth with my fishing buddy. I'm just saying, are we heading north? Or are we heading south or east or west? He said, well, I think we'll go west. Now, there's an inner peace that comes knowing what I know. Now, when we get to this lake, as we pull in, there's not even a public access. There's just an open space where you can back a trailer in. On the other side of the road is a lake that is elevated at least 10 to maybe 15 feet above the lake that we're dropping the boat into. And I pointed it out to him. I said, look at this. This lake is a good 10, 15, 20 feet above this lake. He said, yeah, isn't that something? I said, there's no spillway? He said, well, there's a creek that runs into it, when the water levels are high, that's it. But you could physically stand on the road, and that flat lake up there was 20 feet higher than the flat lake that was 20 feet below. And on our way to there was road construction. And during the road construction, guess what they were doing? They were leveling the road. And each one of these things that I see just brings me inner peace. I don't have to go screaming and yelling and politicking and preaching and teaching. I don't have to do any of that. I have inner peace knowing what I know. And that's, to me, it doesn't get much better than that. And knowing that its roots, its foundation is in the first book of the Bible, that's the kind of joy that and understanding that you just can't get from anything else. So thanks for indulging me, man. I greatly appreciate it. And as always, I appreciate each and every one of you guys. And I always meet somebody new, and it's like Neil always says, without discernment, you're not going to know who's telling the truth and who's not. So God bless you all, and I thank you just a ton. And Nathan, thank you so much.
Take it easy.
Amen.
Dude.
I think he stepped away for a moment, but he probably heard it.
I think I told you guys. Just quickly recapping, I stumbled upon Nathan through Eddie Bravo, and I'll be forever grateful. I caught that YouTube clip however many years ago, where he was kind of extolling the virtues of Nathan. So that was it.
Same here.
I think I first came across Nathan when he went on, might have been Globebusters or something, and he just made them come across as tits. And I was like, who the fuck is this guy?
You were? Come across as what? Sorry, I just came back in.
I think it was through Globebusters, and you just made them all look like absolute tits, and you weren't certain things that you couldn't prove. from me coming from them and them just making up all kinds of nonsense and having no backing for anything, then discovering yourself, it was a no-brainer.
Yeah, that came up the other day. Somebody was asking me why I didn't support Witsit. I'm like, because he's a bullshitter. Like, everything I've hated about this community ever since I've got here is the general demeanour of the bullshitter to deceive somebody who's coming out of a con. If you ever watch a guy called Atomic Shrimp, he scam baits. And some of the scam baiting emails that he goes through are a scammer's attempt to latch onto somebody who's already been scammed. That is to say, they suggest that they are the support group for the victims of scams, and there's a fund waiting to reimburse them with the money they've lost to scammers. And it's just an extension of the same scam, and pooling from a group of people that they know have been scammed already and are therefore obviously susceptible to scams. So when I see somebody like Witsit or Globebusters in this instance, right, taking on a community that have been made aware of Flat Earth, let's just put it that way, through the PSYOP version of a horizon that rises to Y level and there's no curvature and see too far, all these PSYOP-y Flat Earth bullshit narratives that we're now well aware of. When you see someone coming into that, green and ignorant, and you start telling them about free fucking energy and Tesla, it just makes me want to puke. You know what I mean? Now, the fact is that throughout the history of Flat Earth, people like that are the ones that get the most attention for a couple of reasons. Because they can be painted as scammers by the opposing side, not normally by their own, that's me, but by the opposing side. Look, this guy's a grifter, and here's a demonstrable way that I can prove it. He's claiming he'll give you free energy, it'll never come, and when the opponent who's suggesting Earth's a ball says that, that has some impact with average 80 IQ moron normie, doesn't it? Oh well, he's a bad man, Witsit bad, definitely a scammer, therefore not flat? Yeah, well that's the logic that they're actually using. Witsit scammer, therefore not flat. Simple. That's what the end result of the whole process achieves when you stand back from them. And from the point of view of someone like Witsit, they just see the engagement that they get when they offer free energy, and go, wow, that got a much bigger result. That got far higher numbers. So they lean into it. Why? Because the money's getting the better of them every single time, isn't it? They're only going where the numbers go, and the numbers in that case are going towards the conspiratorial bullshit scammy narratives. Now, in my humble opinion, that's all engineered algorithmically to occur. It's part of the process that we've all been through. And we've all been through the mix because we're all, in my opinion, conspiratard, pot-smoking hippies, the people who've come to the subject. Now, a lot of them will deviate one way or the other, flurf or anti-flat earth, but they're all essentially coming from the same dweeby pot, aren't they? When you really boil it down, when I say on one side you've got fart-sniffing hippies and the other you've got unfuckable golem dweebs, well, actually, there's a good chance that both of those, in a Venn diagram, there's a fair proportion that cross over of one another. Do you know what I mean? You know what I mean by Venn diagram? Like, yeah. Like the circles?
100%. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a fair old crossover. Right, they're the people who slip down the hill who've come from the same exact intrigue in 9/11 being an inside job, or trees being frickin' silicon, or Mandela effect, or clone centres, or... Oh, that reminds me. What did I see coming on a 10-year cycle yesterday on my shorts doom scrolling? Reptilians. I couldn't fucking believe it. I watched it and I was like, here we go again. It's straight through the same mill, right on schedule, 10 years later. Reptilians, and they had the same old shit. It was the exact same piss, and it weren't even in a different bottle. It was in the same bottle, with them having the squarey, blocky transmissions from TV stations, the eyelids that are slit, that are blinking both ways. Girls, don't make me come in there and beat you. No, be quiet, seriously.
I understand that was a joke, by the way. I understand that myself.
No, they think I'm joking. No, be seriously. Be quiet. What do you mean, wait, what? I'm not actually going to beat you. Yeah. It's all a psyop. The whole thing was a scam. We were led here like frickin' lambs. And I can laugh about it now because it's been a slow dawning. It dawns on you that you're just a slab of meat being put through the system. You're being led certain ways because of your propensity, if that's the right word, towards certain subject matters. You are of a kind, and they want that kind here, and we're all here to be mocked and ridiculed. That's our lot in life. That's why we're here. But we're due to have faded, all of us, to have faded out and fizzled out on the 10-year cycle, so the next batch can come in and start talking about Mandela effect and reptilians.
I think we were here for that purpose if we stuck to the stereotypes and a certain dogmas and things that we can't prove. But you've pretty much cracked the matrix and kept it down to the fundamental measurements, which maybe they weren't expecting anyone would get.
I think that's the only reason that we have an existence to begin with. So there's a symbiosis between us being here and the fact that it's measured flat anyway. So there's an essential coexistence that must exist, and it exists in a place that doesn't have any harmony to it. What I mean by that is there's a cognitive dissonance, and my poor sister getting dragged into these examples. When she was learning how to navigate a boat, she learned how to measure Earth flat. When I then, years later, reiterated it back to her, she's nodding along because she fundamentally understood how flat Earth was measured. Now, while she understood that, she could and did hold the heliocentric inconsistency as a normie because she hasn't, like the people we oppose, heavily invested in heliocentric rhetoric. She became a manager, she had a family, she did normie stuff, like most normies do. Most normies don't invest in heliocentrism. They defer to the consensus, first and foremost, and then rely on, you could even quote it from some people, smarter people than I have figured this stuff out, and it's a ball. That's as far as they'll go, yeah? So those people can have the mild cognitive dissonance where what they learn in practical application, that's navigation for my sister, can be flat, first and foremost, and specifically and measured, and coincide in a cognitively non-harmonic dissonant state with a ball belief that you just accept because you were taught it at such an early age that it's become foundational to how you see the world, and it's occasionally tickled when you go into the cinema and see something with a globe in it, or occasionally see a news report that there's something to be terrified about coming from the sky. Yeah? So based on that, you go, okay, that has a non-harmony that's kept science and the stuff you learnt in 5th grade separate from the geography of the measurements, even if you're applying them. So that is good enough. It doesn't have to be harmonious. It just has to work. Well, there's a problem because the people who slip down one hill or the other, that's, well, hang on, if we're just measuring Earth flat, you need that person who slips off and starts to concern themselves with it to follow themselves down a well-beaten path. And we've experienced it. We've lived that path. But there's no such thing as coincidence in this regard. It's engineered to be the way it is, and it seems to tick over on a cycle. So when you know that, you go, well, from that perspective, we as a community, if you suggest that I've built a community, right, because I'm hearing praise for me and what I've done, and it's lovely, but by the same token, you go, if you accept that that is the case, that really is all that there is. There's just a community of people who generally understand the pinnacle of human understanding for the light movement of the sky came about 500 years ago, turned into a model the church used to better make predictions about certain events like Easter, was kept on a shelf for other people of power to come and pull from and then exert their authority over the masses with, and then it was passed down to the masses for them to, in the dweeby heliocentric fart-sniffing way that we experience, be lorded over people who are engineered to brace against it. That's what we currently have and have experienced for about 10 years. Like I say, I think we buck the trend because typically the endurance level of most people is too low to have dweebs and fart sniffers who are at the bottom of the barrel chastising them because they've got a little bit of confidence, like they've had their brave pills that day. And normally where they're societal's bottom, the passive hippies and pot-smoking conspiratards can't tolerate it for that long. They don't have the endurance. Now, I'm an exception to the rule, because I'm just fucking stubborn, and I'm a fighter, right? My wife will testify to this. I've been through enough court cases, and although they've come up recently because of Buck, I wouldn't necessarily have brought this into conversation. But I'm the aggressor. I'm normally the one. In fact, I don't think I've ever been sued, have I, hun? I'm always the aggressor when I'm going through court cases. I'm always the one suing somebody. You know what I mean? I'm the aggressor. So that type of personality is going to be there for the long haul. And I'm not money orientated. That's another thing. They can force you out through poverty over the 10-year span, right? Now, thanks to my grandma telling me money was the root of all evil, a misquote, I've kind of shied away from money. Now, I've got a wife who manages my finances. She deals with my accountant. I've got an accountant. I don't ever look at my bank balance. You know, occasionally I'll get a text telling me I've been a bad boy. That's about it, right? I'm not money motivated. I'm motivated by my beautiful wife, my beautiful children. I say as they're making loads of noise. What time is it? Just talking about the noisy kids. Can't expect them to be quiet. I mean, I've been recording for 9 hours, so they can do what they like while I'm on mic. Anyway, we've just been through. We've got the endurance, and the generation that we represent in this particular wave of flat earthing over that 10-year cycle is expected to have dissipated entirely by this point. And there's certain punctuation marks that were supposed to mark the end of that ripple reaching the shore, if you will, by metaphor. Like things like TFE were supposed to be the final nail in the coffin. And there's mini cycles within it. Within the first year, this will jog some memories, there was a guy called Tiger Dan, and he represented a mini version of that cycle. Gather up a load of fart-sniffing, pot-smoking hippies, offer them the idea that Earth is flat with a few crummy examples, bring them to the azimuthal equidistant North Pole-centric globe projection, debunk it, and disband the group that's watching. That's what happened with Tiger Dan, but over a 12-month period. And then that cycle expanded and continued through various waves that swelled with flat Earth enthusiasm and was dispelled by fart-sniffing dweebs who were the bottom of the barrel socially. A humiliation beyond humiliation when some fucking nasally dweebs telling you you're a dipshit, swearing at you and talking through you. Most people have just disbanded, haven't they? They're all fucked off. And then that reinforces the dweebs. Yeah, we're winning. Look, they've all run away. We're so strong. And you're like, me, the whole time, although I've kind of known it under the surface, I haven't paid it that much attention because I didn't care enough to care about these people. But on reflection, when you reach the end of it's just measured flat, you do start looking at the people around you and going, look at you, you're just some fucking dweeb. You would have had the shit kicked out of you at school, and I know you would have. I saw your type and your type and your type. We all have. But when you're in the middle of a so-called debate, it all seems so important that you don't stop, stand back and go, let's just have a look who I'm dealing with here. Hang on a second. Who the fuck is this bottom of the barrel dweeb? I can even mark it, right, in the debates. There's a certain debate that was called something about the cool kids or something. It was about a couple of 2 or 3 months ago. And we're all basically discussing who are the people we're dealing with. And we kind of look at them and assess them and go, these people are just little 12-year-old overgrown fart-sniffing dweebs who've invested heavily in something pretty tedious. Heliocentrism's fucking boring, isn't it? You know what I mean? If you watch Joe Rogan and you go, well, let's have a look. How much does he actually focus on stuff like heliocentrism? It's very small. Yeah, okay, he has Neil deGrasse Tyson on. But you go, in terms of what he's covering as a whole, and that if you say that he is a good marker for the populace and what they're interested in, being the most popular YouTuber or podcaster, you go, he represents what is popular and what people are interested in. And a tiny percentage of that is heliocentric stuff. Most people find it boring, because it is, right? It's intentionally made boring, slightly cognitively expensive, back to my sister, to put off people like my sister from drawing too much interest in it. You know, get on with making the factory run, or the company make money, or your kids to be in existence, or whatever it is that your place is in society. Do that. Don't worry about the heliocentrism. We're smart. We've got that bit covered for you. Don't worry your precious little head about it. It's a ball and you know it. You were told when you were young. You had your mobile. You had your teddy bear ball. On you go. Go and make the factory work. Don't worry about anything else. Make sure that you work up that ladder till you're about 65, 70, and then hopefully drop dead. That's the idea for you in life. Don't worry about what the frickin' sky is. Look, I'm smart and I've got this already. Now, bottom of the barrel people who've got too much time on their hands, because they're generally not interacting with girls very much, will find their way to other subjects, like heliocentrism, and then you get someone who invests a little bit of time trying to wrap their head about something like gravity, and suddenly they think that they're king of the frickin' hill, but they've got nobody to lord it over. So, have those people lord it over hippies, and tell them that they're stupid because they don't understand some semi-complex aspect of derived heliocentric orbital motion. And even saying it, I'm like, oh, this is so fucking boring. You know what I mean? It's just so freaking dweeby. It is though, isn't it? And I can relate. I had a telescope. I was into that shit. I did it all, like all the dweebs that oppose us. So like, yeah, okay, I did invest a small amount of time in learning this shit because I did all the fascination for it. I liked space. I wanted to fly like Superman. I wanted to be Batman when I was 12. You know, it's just, that's what boys do, right? So I get it. But being empathetical with our opponents it just makes me laugh now, because it means that I've assessed them for what they are. And there aren't that many exceptions out there. How many cool glurfs are there? I mean, name 3 genuinely, legitimately cool glurfs.
Not possible.
Virus was pretty cool.
Who was Virus? That does ring a bell. He just merges into someone like
Virus.
Yeah, he just merges with someone like the guy at the moon. I keep meaning to call him Roblox. It's Rob Noxious, right? To me, Virus, Rob Noxious, they just both merge into the same person.
Virus gave you. Why'd you go and make me prove a flat Earth, huh?
Yeah, but that's no better than the Raster, who threatened to kill me today.
Better in a Rasta voice.
Did you hear him today? He threatened to kill me.
I didn't hear that. I didn't get to rewind it, so.
Let me just tell my wife.
I heard him say, "I'll kill you." I don't know if he was trying to say metaphorically or whatnot, but
that's what he said afterwards. He said, "I don't actually mean I'd kill you." I'm like, I don't want to hear any death threats describing how I'm going to be killed, metaphorical or otherwise. That's not a reasonable metaphor. Like, if I just choke you, I don't know why we got this in the metaphor. Like, unless you're actually trying to intimidate me with death threats, why would you do that?
No, just a little bit of light choking.
Just a little bit of light death in the metaphor. Like, no, I don't want to do this. And that's why socially it's unacceptable. Now, there's borders where, like, you've got to involve your kids to a certain degree in your life, and therefore people say, well, because I've seen you involving your kids in your life, I'm going to too. And, like, there's a point where people have to accept that there's going to be a social interaction with other people's children. So there's therefore a slightly blurred, slightly grey area, again, that scumbags like to exploit, don't they? Same with, that's why I got annoyed. I hate when I have to empathise with someone like Brenda. That same blurry line was being exploited by Gagushi today, right? And it pissed me off royally. It's like, you don't fucking need to do this to her. Now, whether or not I agree with what he's saying in the example, I think it was something like, in terms of belief, just because you believe it don't make it true, she's transgender, therefore I'm going to take this straight to her believing she's a man when she's actually a woman, or a woman when she's actually a man. It's just so cheap a win, and so unnecessary, and it uses that same little grey blur of a line that allows people to attack my kids, suggest I beat them, things like that. It's the same, would you not agree, it's the same grey area that was being exploited against my opponent. Now, it doesn't mean I give the tiniest of fuck about her. I'd rather see her with her neck slit, and I mean it sincerely. She's tried to have my kids removed from me. So yeah, I'd rather stamp on her face in all sincerity. People would have to be holding me back if I was in her presence, because I'd want to kill her. Because that's how you feel when somebody suggests that your kids should be taken away. You get very passionate very quickly. Therefore, you can justify the outrage. Now, if someone was to say, well, you've just described killing her, I'd be like, yeah, there's a term for this in legal terminology. It's called a crime of passion. You catch your lover in bed with another man, and you end up killing him with passion and blood that hasn't been preemptive. You've not decided you're going to walk into that room, find something horrifying, and then pull your gun and end the man's life. But that crime of passion would be something that the law would take into consideration. Similar events are around people defending their children. You find your I don't want to say this to my kids in earshot, but an R.A. you-know-what-E of a child being encountered by a father, the same thing would be a defence in a law court if you ended up killing the person that was doing that to your child. Do you see what I mean? It would be so enraging. Therefore, you know, those sorts of moments take over people quite frequently. So it's normal. Like, and when this is why they this is why they exploit this blurred line, because I know why they suggest I beat my kids, because it's in that grey area that when you're exploiting it, you know that it will make the person you're trying to poke and their blood boil very quickly. Now with Brenda, that's what was happening. Someone saying, I know how I can exploit something so personal to you that you'll get so furious immediately that you'll want to slit my throat for it. And I want to exploit that. And you go, with someone like Brenda, why? Of all of them, I see her as some of the lowest hanging fruit in terms of her debatability. Not that she's stupid, she's just not very good. So therefore, she's easy to overcome and defeat. Therefore, today even, I'm not even like, have the win, because it's so inconsequential, right? Now, there's other people you'd put much higher up the pecking order, like Rumpus. All he's got is tactics and knowledge. So he's formidable. But, you know, then it was sport. Everybody used to love watching Rumpus. Now, obviously, for me, wanting to educate the people, there's a line that you draw that you go, no, when this person's caught out overtly lying, doubling down on a lie when it's exposed, and then tripling down on it in spite of threats of being removed permanently, you go, this person's so untrustworthy, so deceitful, so snake-like, that they can offer no benefit to anybody who's in their vicinity, regardless of how high value the entertainment is seen when there's chaos going on, and the general demeanour is that I can cause chaos and then introduce a fact of heliocentrism somebody didn't know to seemingly get the upper hand. People love that. In other words, he had the knowledge to his fingertips. You see what I mean? So that's a completely other end of the spectrum to someone like Brenda. Therefore, it's so unnecessary to try and exploit that blurred line. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get you.
So that's what happened. Did you hear that, Adam? Were you there when that happened?
Yeah, I'm hearing you. I'm with you.
No, were you there when that was happening?
Oh, when you gave Brenda the win?
No, when Gagushi started to exploit her transgenderism for no necessity.
No, I don't think. No, I wasn't there.
Yeah, we're talking about space being a belief. And, you know, the win's already in the bag. It's just having fun, just going through the motions, right? And then out of nowhere, when it's being described as a belief and transgender Brenda's using the example, Gagushi jumps in and uses her transgender nature against her in terms of what she believes. And it's like
going for the low-hanging fruit.
Not just let's below hanging. It's like I would, if I did that, and that sounds so hypocritical, I'd say I deserve to do that. She suggested my kids should be taken away. Therefore, I'm going to kick her in the balls, metaphorically speaking. But I'm not doing that. And he had absolutely no call to do that. And it suddenly cheapens every win in the mind's eye of your average Joe. Doesn't matter on their political viewpoint either. They're like, why did you do that? You didn't need to do that. Is it because of suddenly they start looking at you and going, oh, so if you've got a problem with transgenders then? In other words, they look at it in a derogatory way against you. Like if you were being racist and they're like, oh, are you a Nazi then? Are you some neo-Nazi? It's suddenly it doesn't win you the win. It gets everybody putting their eyes on you instead. You know.
It paints you in a certain color.
Yeah, well, when you're anonymous, you don't care. So today, same thing, same blurred line. What's his name? Edebez doing that with my kids. Same exact usual shit. And somebody on the sidelines, I think it was Gagushi again, says don't do that with his kids. So you're like, okay, so you know what the line is and how blurry it is, and you know that it's worthy of somebody stepping in to say don't do that, but then you're going to exploit it yourself for no good reason. I mean, why am I even surprised? People project out their own insecurities and fears half the time, don't they? That's how it works. When John was talking about it earlier with McToon, he's like, McToon accused you of using an out-of-context, trimmed-up clip when he'd spent about 20 minutes straight pressing soundboard buttons. You're like, yeah, that's his own fear of his own inferiority or ineptitude. That's not the right word. Inadequacy. That's the one. Right on cue, John. We're talking about you. Yeah, it's him projecting his own inadequacy onto me when he says Nathan's just playing trimmed up out of context clips, precisely what he's been doing.
It's a hard line sometimes, and you got to think like Kikuchi himself. He's been around the block. He's there as a mod and everything, I'm sure. But I'm sure he knows Brenda. She comes around again and again. And I'm sure that it was a little bit of that animosity that kind of just made him curt immediately.
Well, the in context, out of context thing, I don't even think he knows what context means if he doesn't understand that you playing something of him directly refuting what he's claiming in the moment is out of context. He's insane.
Yeah, but that's leaned into by his compadres. So I think it was Rob Noxious said, "Oh, it's Battle of the Soundboards." And you're like, so you recognise that the obfuscation tactic by Toon is to play in soundboard clips, but when, as you say, a direct address to a contradiction that Bucks assisted in. To be honest, I didn't need to play that clip really at that point, and I mean, I'm glad I did. And it annoys me a little bit that it's then demeaned to the opponent's neutral outcome as being Battle of the Soundboards. But ultimately, Buck had already done the hard work to expose McToon as a liar. And it's been recognised. And people are mumbling and muttering about it because most people, again, right on that 80 IQ limit when people can recognise a contradiction. If one's saying yes and the other's saying no, they can't both be right. Yeah, that's right. Thanks, Buck. We'll always be congratulating for exposing Toon as a liar every time he's on the scene. Oh, hi, Buck. Well done for exposing Toon as a liar. Really appreciate it.
Well, so just imagine if you built up inside your mind, right, this person as being the ultimate pinnacle of what your point of view or perspective, right? He's the arbiter of that in your mind. And then you come in there and give a performance like McToon. Of course, it's going to cause waves. You know what I mean? Like even somebody with a below 80 IQ is going to hear that and go, wow, he lost bad.
He lost bad enough that he only briefly mentioned it in his next stream for like 5 seconds.
Well, they've been leaning into the antithesis of what I'm currently leaning into. So Rob Noxious said this a few times, which is words to the effect of, it doesn't matter what you say because we all know it's a ball anyway. And you go, okay, so what that essentially means is, because the consensus, because it's obviously not true, it's measured flat, believe that they're on a ball in unison, regardless of whether there's a win, lose or draw in this scenario, I will always walk away knowing that it's a ball anyway. You go, okay, well, that sort of cognitive dissonance is tolerable if you haven't fallen down this hill and ended up in a discussion like you are now about flat earth measurements. When you're at that point, you're then in very severe cognitive dissonance. You're only in the cognitive pain, looking for pain relief by exercising the will. Well, there's still a debate, right? Because we're debating about it. That in itself offers pain relief to the baller because they're leaning into none of this is consequential because the consensus will still know it's a ball anyway. Even if you seemingly get a win and show how I've used flat earth measurements, I can walk away knowing that it's flat measurements, but it's still a ball because everybody around me still thinks it's a ball, right? Therefore, this is not of consequence. It doesn't matter. Now, I'm actually, in terms of the mindset, the same as that currently, but just for the antithesis in terms of the reasoning. I'm going, well, it doesn't matter if you walk away from this telling me that, aha, I say I won and you agreed. It's a ball. In fact, I got you to say, quote, it's a ball, end quote, therefore it's a ball. And you go, okay. But in my mind, I'm like, this is utterly inconsequential. This is so unimportant to how it's actually being measured. And every single, like this on screen, doesn't ever seem to matter what I look down at when I look at the reference. They're all referencing a flat earth. So it's like, well, it doesn't matter if we win, lose or draw here. Who cares? Oh yeah, you say I'm a scumbag grifter. Okay. Does that change these measurements or what? And it never does.
No, I wrote it down. In the span of 2 weeks, you've had Buck go, what's the point when trying to debate you? And then you had him expose McToon as lying about his measurements. And then you had Brenda declare victory and not know what the hell she was even debating.
Yeah, and it becomes just nothing but a folly, an amusement for an audience. And while I'm seemingly getting plenty of comments that people are liking what's happening at the moment, you're like, I don't know how long it's going to last. You're like, I know that this little tawdry Discord will end as soon as my book comes out. And that is imminent. It can't be any more than a couple of weeks.
But they're trying everything. And it's like they're going through the whole gamut. And even just in every Discord every day that you've been doing, they do another gamut. They run the whole 9. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I've recognised this at the start of the tour very quickly. When I say that they're going to tucker themselves out, what I mean by that is bullshitting with something that is designed to be more cognitively expensive than most people can comprehend, average Joe. That's heliocentrism. Arguing, especially against the simplistic aspect of the whole process, that's the measurements in the first instance, they don't require much processing. I had somebody make a comment about this, actually. I was just reading this a minute ago. Somebody made a comment about it. I'll go and see if I can find it. Here we go. It's that guy that left the link of Toon contradicting himself that I played that ended up being claimed to be Battle of the Sound boards. RYOJR7. It says unbearable, full stop. Some years ago, Glurfs could, in some ways, still, quote, get away with it, end quote. Because there was just too much to untangle, full stop. But now, question mark, ever since, quote, Earth is measured flat, end quote, the discussion has reached a point of such refinement on the FE side that Glurfs are being reduced more and more to a bumbling state of incoherence, spouting the most nonsensical red herrings and straw men they can think of. They can't cope with horizontal measurements. Full stop. Stupidity, ignorance, disingenuousness, fear, trolling, whatever. They just can't. It's unbelievable. Exclamation mark. Their zealotry is now so glaring that you can't just let them be happy, quote, winning the argument out of pure pity. Did I say that right? Their zealotry is now so glaring that you can't just let them be happy winning, in quotes, the argument out of pure pity. He's referencing Brenda today.
Thank you, but you can. I think that he means can.
Yeah, I think that's just a typo. I know what he means. But yeah, he's saying even when you give him a pity win, you know, it's become sad. You know, there's no getting around it because it's the first principle of all of the arguments. First step in heliocentrism is measure Earth flat. There's nothing really else to say. So my argument becomes so concise that it's a doddle. People are like, oh, well done, you took on 20 people at once. Like, it really was nothing. I say this on the show, they came to me, might as well go on camera and say it before I round out, because kids are going to have to be sent off to bed soon. They just come to you with a flat Earth measurement on a pillow, and they go, here, have azimuth. Here, have horizontal distance. Here, have altitude from sea level. You're like, what? How is that hard? How many people do you need to come to you with flat Earth measurements for it to, why is it that that's the case, that they just keep coming at you with them? Like, okay, I'll take this flat Earth measurement off you.
With them.
Say again.
They even red herring with flat Earth measurements. You know what I mean? Like, they just keep throwing evidence of a, flat Earth at you in the form of a red herring. Instead of coming to a conclusion, they'll just throw another flat Earth evidence at you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's like,
funny.
Instead of them dragging red herring across the deer's path or the fox's path, they drag a fox. So you're like, aren't you supposed to be teaching it not to follow this separate scent, rather than showing it the very thing that we're actually chasing? Like, where I say they're handing me a flat Earth measurement on a pillow, they're then going, well, let me bat that flat Earth measurement I've just given you on a pillow out of your hands with this flat Earth measurement.
Yeah, it's like, we're going to stuff all these flat Earth measurements right in your face until you accept it's a ball.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, if I describe this angle deviating from this other angle, you're like, okay. If I give you this altitude versus that altitude with this flat distance, in this flat direction, how does this work? Well, let me just unpack that. So you've given me a flat Earth distance. Stop! Ignore that bit. Only focus on the red herring bit afterwards. Okay, well, the red herring bit afterwards requires an altitude from sea. Stop! Don't use the measurement bit of that red herring. Only focus on the instrument focused on the measurement for the red herring. Okay, well, the instrument's level to a plane of reference. Stop! Don't use the plane of reference the instrument's reference to. Just talk about whether or not you've used that instrument up a fucking hill on top of your roof.
Yeah, man.
But to get on top, you would need a plane of reference.
No, stop! Don't talk about top being with respect to a plane. Just get up on that fucking roof and tell me how you're level to a plane. Because it's a ball. You admitted it, right? You did say it was a ball. I heard you concede in the silence. That means you said Earth's a ball.
That's right. That's what they're going for. They're just like dumbfounded silence and somehow like backing their, you know what I mean?
It's been hilarious. It's been a very amusing couple of weeks. I mean, I only started doing it because I thought, I haven't heard from Chuck for a while. I better do something to keep people's amusement levels high because, I'm like, hey, it'll come out in 2 weeks. And you're like, you can do that for about 2 or 3 turns. Then you've got to do something to actually distract somebody from the fact that it hasn't come out yet. So I'm like, well, what can I do? Fuck it, I'll go on a Discord tour of all the servers. Why not? And then the book will come out. And it'll be like, surprise! As if you weren't expecting it. The book!
You know how you, always describe what we were doing as the tip of the spear? Kind of just showing off how sharp it is now. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a good analogy. Exactly. If you sharpen up a spear to the point where, like, it's cutting freaking air molecules as you walk past it, you're like, holy shit, that's sharp. And you go, look, right, there's no point in using this tool. It is absolutely cutting edge. It's as sharp as it can be. Nothing's ever going to get sharper. It just is. It's stupid to even think otherwise. And people go, yeah, it is, you're right. And I can see that. It is incredibly sharp. You go, yeah, so what's the point in like taking it off the stand and waving it around? Because instantly people are like disintegrated in bits. Everybody's got decapitated and they're all sliced in half. There's guts everywhere. There's blood everywhere. Let's just not even do it. It's not even worth it. There's just no point. And everyone goes, yeah, but wouldn't it be wicked to watch you wave it around for half an hour? You go, oh, okay. So you start waving it around, and yeah, shock and awe. There's guts and blood, and people going mental. There's crying, people rolling around on the floor, people having mental breakdowns. Yeah, you're like, well, I mean, we didn't know that was going to happen, but it does kind of feel mean because we knew exactly what would happen, and there it is happening. You know, it was sincere though. I mean, people can't really deny that the end of the debate did come when we said it came. And if they're like, no, I don't believe you, you're like, well, we went in all the servers that were out there on the circuit, and just everywhere we went, we kept getting handed flat Earth measurements. What do you want me to say? You know, what, that I didn't go out onto the neutral platforms? No, the timers all got reset. I went out, did the neutral platform bullshit, and yeah, they all handed me flat Earth measurements repeatedly. It was hilarious. You know, people went and had spaz breakdowns. They were all rolling around the floor, literally going mental, tearing their hair out, going bonkers. It was absolutely hilarious. You know, at the end, we had to give them some pity victories. Go ahead.
They were. That's exactly what they were, acting like children in the way that they were like reacting to the words that came out of their mouths.
Yeah.
You know, they were. I haven't seen adults act like that unless it's politics, really. That's the only other time you'll get that kind of insanity.
Yeah. And when I've seen, that's again another thing that sparked me off to look at Discord today and do the sound check thing. When I was watching people debating politics in the shorts videos, often there's 2 or 3 people talking at once, and you can still make out what they're saying, and they have to react to the other person because they've still got open ears when they're talking. Like, it's not, they can't impede the words going in when they talk through them. Therefore, there's a natural expectance that things get addressed. So to me, it's been puzzling why certain things, when they're fundy muted, that is to say they're talked through, that they're not getting recognised by the people in the Discord server. And but for the fact that somebody had recorded it and broadcast it, I'd have never known that it isn't being heard at all. You know, you can hear 2 or 3 people spurging through the top of me effectively being muted in the Discord server. I'm so delighted that's been resolved with one session, or seemingly resolved after one go, just changing a few settings and doing a few sound checks. Because today seemed like they had a far more, I don't want to say subservient, but that is kind of the right word, a more, let's call it malleable demeanour. Like that it was more glaring when I was being interrupted because I was still talking when they were talking along with me, and it makes everybody in the server more uncomfortable than if somebody who's interrupting suddenly is the only one being heard. Do you know what I mean? Or there's a faint whisper of somebody in the background.
Right. We maybe the way to counteract that from now on is have somebody from the G Plus panel go and sit in Discord for the pre-show. If somebody will volunteer for it, I'll do it if I can, if I'm around. But maybe have Neil, if he's capable of doing it at the time, go in and listen to back and forth between you and some of the ballers. That way he can come in and tell you if it's happening again.
Yeah, absolutely. That's definitely something, if it continues, like if this becomes a regular thing. Because I think it will. It'll be periodically. People will say, oh, can you just go into X and batter this person? Like, what, you want me to grab that spear? Yeah, just go in and mangle them. You're like, oh, okay, why not? It's only for the fun of it.
Well, yeah, that's really what you're doing now. I mean, we've refined our understanding so much that it's no longer debatable. We know that. They don't know that. We know that. Right? So, yeah, it's hard to put it in an analogy. The sharper spear. I don't even know how to put that into that analogy. It's so sharp now that it's cleaving like multiple heads off at once, and it's taking their breath away.
Yeah, it does feel cruel, you know, because today I said it to a couple of them, like, if you want this belief, have it. Just have it, right? That is still the pinnacle of understanding the lights in the sky. Doesn't mean we're on a ball, doesn't mean we're in a ball, doesn't mean anything. But if you try and if you start thinking about how insignificant you are as a result of not knowing that that is the world in a very literal way, it's like, so what? Just like have a bit of humility and let it wash over you in a positive way rather than bracing against your stupidity. It's like you can see both situations as one or the other. And I think the lack of humility leads our opponents to go, no, I can't be wrong about this. And a lot of that is actually bolstered by their own behaviour. They're terrified of what they'd receive if they were at the hands of their own treatment. Most of them are scared of their own monster. I don't want to say scared of their own reflection because it makes it sound like they're just scared of themselves. That's not what I mean. When they project out, that's a better way of describing it. So someone like Buck, talking about various different things he's doxed me with, and then saying that he doesn't want to get doxed, is him being scared of the monster he actually is. Like, if somebody was to be to him as he is to people he's around, he would absolutely shit his pants. And has therefore put up walls, borders, anonymity with aliases in order to protect himself from the monster he thinks everyone around him is, because he sees everyone else as a projection of himself. That's what people do. They project out their own fears and insecurities onto others. So I'm going to put this wall up because you might be the monster that I am. You know what I mean?
Yes, Nathan.
Anyway.
I'm sorry. It's hard to think about it like that. Like I'm trying to take it in, but I don't know if I fully can grasp it. It's pretty complex understanding of how the mind works, you know?
Sometimes when people are ignorant of things, they will demand in the most vehement and aggressive way that an opponent explains that thing. Yeah? Therefore, their ignorance and inability is projected onto the person. It might come with an insult. You don't understand how this works. Now, the smartest people only ask questions that they do know the answers to. But those people tend to be calmer because they already know the outcome should they ask that question. Therefore, they can lead the conversation in a given direction. But the stupid people will project their ignorance onto their opponent. Well, you explain how this works. You don't even understand how that works. You've never gone out and got this measurement, etc., etc. Well, normally, they're projecting. You've never done. Okay, what are we talking about here? Space? Have you been to space? No, that's the underlying desire, the fantasy bit. Flying like Superman or Batman. That's what they want to do. Well, they're never going to be Superman or Batman, are they? But that's what they're fighting for. That's the basic bottom line of it, isn't it? "12-year-olds. They're all Sheldons. All of them. And all the characters that surround him.
The other day when McToon had his stream after he'd spoke to you, he was actually wearing a Bazinga t-shirt.
What's Bazinga?
It's Sheldon's catchphrase.
Oh, okay. I've obviously not watched enough Big Bang.
Unfortunately, I did when I was a student.
I like Big Bang too.
My wife recently watched Young Sheldon, so therefore I've been Sheldon adjacent. So I didn't actually watch The Big Bang Theory at all. I've watched loads of clips of it since they've hacked it up and put it on shorts, but my wife did watch Young Sheldon, which I later found out is a spin-off, and the same character is the Sheldon character in Big Bang.
That show
Yeah.
was just a glorified dweeb fest that you described so well, Nathan.
I mean, I'm sure I have watched an episode of Big Bang, and it's the same with things like Seinfeld. So after the Seinfeld craze, people would harp on about how wonderful it was, and then I went and watched it, and I got through about one episode. I went, this is shite. It's just not funny. Same with Sheldon. It's a Big Bang Theory. I watched it and was like, this is shite. It's just not amusing.
Yeah, no, that's how I felt, and now trying to process everything you described with the pot smoking hippies and the dweeb globers. I'm thinking to myself, that show was like a glorification of all those dweeb globers, right? That was the best of the best. Sheldon was the brightest or whatever.
Yeah, and it was seeded with heliocentric rhetoric. So what Sheldon is learning about in his youth is Einstein's field equations. That's it. String theory. That's it. That's what he's talking about all the time.
Big Bang, in the Big Bang, they even had an episode where they're pinged a bloody laser off the moon, allegedly.
It's almost like a practical joke played on the world at this point, isn't it?
Yeah. I was just going to say that show was just pure propaganda. I never watched it nor enjoyed it, but everybody around me, raved about it, and I just kind of shook my head.
I skip out on that kind of shite on account of the fact that I don't have TV. So ever since I left home really early, I left home at 16, and I couldn't afford TV. So I just never had a TV license. And periodically, I've had satellite TV for a year and then got rid of it when I've been rich. But for the most part, I've mostly been poor. So it's just no TV. We don't have TV now. And periodically throughout the year, my wife will get Netflix. But that's about it. But generally speaking...
But one of your favorite shows, though, was Red Dwarf when you were younger.
Well, that's from when I was a kid, though. So my folks had TV in the 80s and 90s. They had cable TV up the wazoo, satellite TV. There was, TV household. Everybody had their own TV. Everyone was sat in front of it. So I kind of braced against that when I left home. Because I thought it was all bollocks.
But was Red Dwarf propaganda or entertainment?
Yeah, absolutely. That's based on a brief history of time. So where we were discussing earlier how the earlier propagandas from the guys of the 50s, it's all Einsteinian. Well, more recently, a brief history of time is the essence of Red Dwarf. White holes, time holes, multi-dimensional theory, the full shebang.
Oh, I love the multi-dimensional idea, right? Where they show a line graph and then they apply a vector to it and say because this vector is, they make time the vertical, space the horizontal, and then these infinite vectors from it. Right?
Yeah, well, they had a literal
new dimension.
Yeah, they travelled through, in Red Dwarf at least, they travelled through a time hole. So it's like a whole swirling bunch of bent geodesics. Like with, when you see the rug that's been twisted with stuff, bending a literal piece of cloth. Well, they had that in a three-dimensional graphic swirling around, which was them travelling through a time hole.
Yeah. Well, see,
that was another thing they had.
Propaganda.
In that same episode, in A Brief History of Time, they have something called the Big Crunch, where time starts to run back on itself. They had that. So in that very episode, that episode was called Backwards. They go through a time hole, and time starts running backwards. It's lifted straight from the heliocentric modern rhetoric from A Brief History of Time. So it's absolutely propaganda.
I don't know. Propaganda implies that it's done with intention to deceive, doesn't it?
Well, yes and no. It might be the case that somebody who's... Well, the two directors, Rob Grant and Doug Naylor, specifically and explicitly said they based it on A Brief History of Time in interview. But that doesn't mean that they were coerced by government to do it. But it does mean that for the fact that it was essentially based on the rhetoric, it probably would have never made it to air. But because it supports modern heliocentrism, it has made it to air and was, like we're talking about with Sheldon or whatever it's called, Big Bang Theory. That's even overt. It's right in the title. You know what I mean? But this was British, a bit more subtle. A red dwarf's a planet, isn't it? It's a dead star.
But do we have examples of a TV show that is propagating the understanding of Earth being flat, being canceled just because of the flat Earth it uses?
What was that example? I don't know what you mean. What are you talking about?
Right, there isn't an example of it, is what I'm saying.
You're saying there isn't? Okay.
So it may just be that these people don't know. They believe what this guy says as fact without doing their own research or investigation, and they're propagating it, but not with the intention to deceive. It's just their own ignorance.
Yes.
That's the propaganda.
Yeah. I'm suggesting that it makes its way through the system semi-organically. Now, I'm not saying there's a comparison where there's a flat Earth storyline that hasn't made it to fruition, but I'm saying it's bumped up the time slots and promoted, and the funding's put into getting it made as a consequence of it being sympathetic to the current rhetoric.
See, that's the point. I don't know if I can agree with totally. Maybe I will. I don't. I think you might be jumping some squares to come to that conclusion.
Just say it. Just say, "Shut up, you fat sniffing, pot smoking hippie dickhead." You freaking conspiratard.
It's easy to see intention in ignorance. Malice from stupidity. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Because what you're calling ignorance, correctly labelled, is expressed through the individual, unbeknownst to them, as knowledge, exemplary knowledge of this stuff that can be woven into a script. How clever. What did we just describe it as? Ignorance? Yeah, how ironic. Now, the fact that I see connections that may not be there, I'm saying, well, of course it got through to the airways because it's sympathising with heliocentrism. Maybe not. A TV producer might have just seen a few of the comedy gags about dicks and farts and gone, yeah, definitely, that'll be great on BBC Two.
What you were saying, John, reminds me of Hanlon's razor. You guys familiar with that one?
Yeah, the simplest explanation. He's right.
Well, no,
I'm just being a tard.
No, that would be Occam's razor. But Hanlon's razor is like a little different, and it just says, never attribute to malice that which is adequately explained by stupidity.
Yeah. In other words, ignorance. So they're not maliciously trying to brainwash people into heliocentrism when they could continually, after their education, perpetuate it through the means of humour and sitcom. It just means that that's a natural progression. If you've learned that stuff, you incorporate it. Why would they do it with malice aforethought? It's ignorance of the actual world we live in, but demonstrated through just what they perceive to be intelligence. Therefore, Hamlin's razor don't attribute to malice what can be explained with stupidity or ignorance, as John put it.
Exactly.
Yeah, so Occam's razor is the simplest explanation, and Hamlin's razor is don't attribute to malice. Gotcha.
Yep, and it's Hanlon, 2 N's.
Hanlon's. Okay, got it. Very good. Every day's a school day. Absolutely right. I wouldn't call the producers, actors, screenplay writers, any of the people involved with Red Dwarf malicious. I wouldn't call any of them liars, and therefore, when I call it propaganda, I'm leaning into my own conspiratorial nature when I do that, aren't I? And I will happily admit that. Right, John's
I'd
vanished.
say we all.
Yes,
right, because while the people that make it might be completely ignorant, our conspiratorial minds keep rising up the ladder. Well, who approved it, right? Who's the ultimate boss to let the show be made and all that kind of stuff. And then that's when our brains get wild with ideas,
Yeah, in our minds, we want to find a scapegoat and say this man is a Freemason, and because he's 33 degrees up the ladder, he will have been told at some point by someone in the lodge that Earth's flat, and explained why we've got perspective and how the world was deceived into being a sphere, and the whole religious rhetoric of heliocentrism will have been explained to him. Therefore, malicious intent. Stone him! He was approving this. He brainwashed me. He is to blame. Yeah, we're just conspiratards. We leave ourselves open as easy targets when we do that. And notice how it's not me anymore, it's we. Push the shout on you. We should not do this. No, I am. I'm a total conspiratard. I know it. You know it. We all know it.
Speaking of conspiracies, is anybody else experiencing brownouts at this time?
No, we have electricity.
My brother is. And I guess I would be if I was on data.
Are you guys dealing with some kind of heat wave or something by you?
Well, I mean, it's hot, but it's not. It's in the 80s. It's not something you couldn't tolerate. It's just odd. My power is cut off several times today for very short bursts. So everything has to restart up. It keeps happening.
Well, that's not good.
Yeah, I didn't know if it was like a system-wide thing or if it was localized to this area. So I guess it's just localized.
I'm sure I'm not that far away from you.
As boring as it sounds, somebody sent me a link, and it was to this site that was referencing geodesics, or however you say it, and it was as a suggestion of ball proof when suggesting Earth's measured as a geodesic. Now, it isn't, but the site was quite interesting. It was, I say quite interesting, sorry to try that again. It was quite interesting. It talked all about how Earth was measured with electricity substations.
So, Earth is a geodesic, which...
No, it had like one sentence in the website somewhere about the application thereafter of geodesic measurements. It was referenced in there, like it always is at paragraph 57. But for the majority, they were just describing, what's it called? Something like DI, or it was the index of the journey when describing network distance. The ND. The network distance is when you calculate the addition of the topographical deviations from the crow's flight distance. Ergo, there's a measurement employed when doing these surveys for things like ranger stations, electricity substations, things like that. And they're comparing the network distance to the flat, horizontal, measured actual distance as named by these people, ArcGIS. And the actual distance, as they describe it, this is one of the quotes, was something like, the distance that a crow would fly or an aeroplane would travel is the straight line distance. So it has a particular name when you're doing these surveys. So when you're describing the network distance, you do a calculation to get an average in a certain type of terrain so that you can roughly say, when I know the straight line, quote unquote, distance, as it's called in this particular type of surveying and assessment. I wouldn't call it a survey. They're assessing these things for particular bodies, like the electricity company. Well, how big of a difference is there when this substation's 20 miles away from that substation, or as they would call it, 4 cells. So they've got them separated out in these areas that are called cells, and they want to know, if I drive it versus if I go in a helicopter, what's the difference, and how do I calculate it without actually going out and surveying it? How do I come up with a calculation to calculate the network distance versus the actual distance? So they're into clarifying what these terms actually mean. So actual distance is the as the crow flies distance, the Euclidean measured distance, the flat horizontal distance. And these are all the terms that they're using so that they can come up with a calculation to derive this network distance. So you can compare, as an example, how long an ambulance would take to drive versus how long an air ambulance would take to fly over the as it is straight line Euclidean flat distance that they measure. So all of the measurements, when they say locally flat in the measurements, you're like, now that expands out massively when you look at big infrastructures like electricity. One of the other examples was ranger stations, things like that.
Yeah, that locally is just a get out word for what you experience, right? Like what is measured. That's all it is. But so they're saying the actual distance is the linear distance as the crow flies, and the other distance is the topographical changes and how that affects your travel.
Yes, precisely. I'll dig it out. If you give me 10 seconds, I'll just see if I can find it again.
And they were clear that they were using the flat horizontal linear distance for actual.
Yeah,
I love it.
Yeah. Here we go.
But because you didn't say Earth was flat, because they didn't say Earth was flat, they got away with it.
I'll just pull out some random sections. So this is to calculate straight line distance. That's what it's titled. ArcGIS 3.4, other versions, help, archive. Available with spatial analysis license. Where's the juicy bits? Here we go. Straight line Euclidean distance is the distance that typically comes to mind when you think of distance analysis. Full stop. It is the shortest distance between 2 points. Full stop. Straight line distance is the distance that you measure with a ruler on a paper map. Straight line distance does not account for the surface between the 2 points. It is the distance a bird or aeroplane would travel between the 2 points when flying above the surface. Distance accumulation is the primary tool for calculating straight line distance. In its simplest form, you only need to specify the source locations for each non-source cell. The tool will calculate the straight line distance to the closest source location, and then it shows you these cells being connected with a straight line. It's really basic. A straight line distance can be altered when a barrier is present. Another way straight line distance can be altered is when incorporating the actual distance encountered when accounting for the ups and downs in the surface. And then that's got a link, a hyperlink to take you somewhere else on the site on surface. Let's just see if there's anything else on this bit. Determining how far away something is. That's the title. Determining how far away something is a form. Another is basic element of calculating a distance. Let's try that again. Determining how far away one thing is from another is the basic element of calculating distance. It is the straight line or Euclidean distance between 2 points. For additional information, see calculate straight line distance. And then it's got a diagram with all these cells linked up. It says straight line distance is calculated from each cell to the closest electrical substation, purple points. The distance is measured in linear units. It's just so basic, but it's just saying we measure it all flat.
Yeah, even what they're describing as topographical, first they need to know the linear distance before they can describe, the curves and everything else that you're going to run into, the topography.
Yeah, well, they've got a diagram of that, actually. Actually, let's just take a screenshot of this. I'll stick this in Master B. So what you've just said, literally as you said it, I scrolled down to this. Yes, save to photos. I'll just stick this in Master B. Media.
It's funny because, ballers appeal to hills and stuff like that, but hills are with respect to plane of reference, like you have to
Right, can
You should have that deviation.
Can you see that?
Yeah.
I'll present it. I've actually got it put in. I've still got it open. You see that? That's the diagram they give. So they give it as specifically 2D distance, and then the surface distance is essentially the rise of the hill with respect to the 2D distance. And it says straight line distance versus surface distance.
Yeah, the surface distance would be the topography, the 2D distance would be GP to GP.
Exactly. That as the crow flies, the short straight line Euclidean distance, the plane would fly between the shortest distance between 2 points. The 2D distance. In other words, and this is, it's not mucking about when it talks about electrical substations and ranger stations and ambulance stations. It's talking about, sort of megabucks infrastructures and systems. Do you know what I mean? It's not like it's some Tupney Halfpenny outfit that's doing a survey for somebody who's building an extension. Do you know what I mean?
You know what that looks like is an elevation profile.
That's what it is.
Which is just right.
Yeah, that's basically what they're describing. I mean, the reason they're doing it is for the purposes of extracting, I said it a minute ago, network distance. But yeah, how do you extract it? Well, first you need the actual distance. That's the flat Earth measurement of distance. And then you need to know how much the land deviates from it. Well, like in rise over run. Yeah, that's how you'll get it. The surveyed information of the rise of the land and the topographical deviations of the road network, so you can assess them to get an average in certain terrain. And then you can offer it in a formula. And that's a lot of the site is explaining how they come up with formulas, because they're trying to obviously apply them to certain infrastructures. And you're like, yeah, they want this information. It's logistical information, basically. It's tedious as shit, really. But when you actually break down it, and it's stuff that people are paying money for, and it's not, like I say, a Tupney Halfpenny outfit in that regard, there's going to be big bucks that are being spent on this shit, tedious though it may be. And it's all flat. They're just doing their due. And somebody might turn around like Jen Panda did today and say, well, are any of those people that are measuring this straight line 2D surface distance saying after they've measured the 2D surface distance, that means Earth's flat? Because if they're not saying it as a eureka moment when they make the measurement of the 2D distance, they're ballers. Those people believe it's a ball. So therefore, the consensus rules. That person who measured that flat Euclidean distance in 2-dimensional terms, straight and linear, is a ball believer. That's the standard at the moment. It's hilarious, isn't it? But they can't, in sincerity, lean into consensus anymore. It's not enough. Otherwise, they definitely wouldn't be disclaiming it to me.
Right. The consensus viewpoint is, if it's obviously wrong, then it's just wrong.
Yeah. Saying, I don't care because everybody around me still believes it's a ball, that makes it a ball because of consensus reality. Like, we haven't got a consensus reality. That's not how reality works. You know now that it's measured flat. Everyone around us, anybody in spitting distance of us, knows it's measured flat. Now, Jen Panda was hilarious today because he was saying, I don't want you to talk about measurements. I didn't mention the measurements. Why would we need to talk about them? You're like, holy shit, you have no idea how telling it is when you do things like that. None of them do. You're like, you don't realise what's oozing out of you currently, do you? Because you're not looking in a mirror when you do this. When you say, I don't want to talk about the measurements. I haven't brought them up, so why should we have to talk about them? You're like, fucking hell, really? You're that scared of the measurements? Yeah, because they're all flat.
He does realize that he's running a server where the topic is the nature of our surface, and measurements being the only relevant data would make him sound like a crazy man to anybody with any sense.
You obviously weren't there. That's exactly how he sounded. And it's not because he sounded like he was going nuts. He's under massive cognitively dissonant strain. And it's these people are showing the signs of their breaking points. Now, up until now, most of these people have been able to project that fear and that ignorance onto their opponents, so that we have to worry about whether or not we're right. It's essentially a burden of proof reversal fallacy on a massive scale, so that they can offload their dissonant pain onto the flatty hippies. Now it's reached the point where when that snaps, it doesn't snap with tranquility and peace for our opponents. It snaps into a mental breakdown. Now, I have said this for about 5 years. There will reach a point where it becomes too cognitively painful, and there will be some of them that end up going nuts over this. Like, they'll have a literal mental breakdown. And I hate to say it, but Jem does seem on the verge of that, in sincerity. Like, he's on the verge of a mental breakdown. He's having to scream to keep the demons away, and the demons at the moment are flat earth measurements. He's screaming for them to be kept away from him.
I was just going to add, I think that burden of proof reversal fallacy was kind of, we saw that in motion this morning when Elder Bear went after One Deck for his tool that he uses to measure the Earth flat.
Yeah, you've got to justify this, and you're like, we measure all of these conventions and systems planar. You need it to be planar, and you're asking your opponent to do a planar measurement in certain circumstances. And rather than acknowledge what you asked your opponent to do, measure the Earth planar, you're asking him what tool. So you can go, gotcha, you don't know what tool.
Yeah, that was confusing me. Like when they were saying that about measurement, like where's your measurements? Like, why do I have to? I'm using your measurements against you, and you want me to go make measurements? Why would I need to do that? You've already introduced the evidence. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they hate that.
Yeah, and I hate to say it because it comes from Witsit, but falsification is independent of replacement, right? So, if you guys can falsify what they're saying, game over.
Got that from QE.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Well, this is slightly different because we're using their evidence to not only falsify their claim, but prove our position. You know what I mean? It's like we are replacing it. You know what I mean? So they can't even claim that we're not. That's why.
Sorry. No, I was just going to say I was just going to say I agree with you. Totally agree with you. I guess not even that we're replacing it per se, but we're bringing it back to the base argument of measured flat, right? So I guess in one perspective, you could argue we are replacing it, but like we're just trying to bring it back to the core argument, I don't
know if you call it replacement. So what we're doing when we point out that their model's measured flat also is simply pointing out where their requirements lie. But it's rather than saying falsification, we're actually leaning into their model. We're saying your model requires Earth to be measured flat. So that fucks them up royally because they don't know how to deal with it. When we go, well, you require it to be flat. Here's an example. They slap it out your hand with a different flat Earth measurement. Like, don't talk about the altitude of the satellites when I talk about satellite TV. Nobody mentioned the altitude of the satellites. We don't need to be getting onto the sea level. Okay, fine. We measure the dish with an angle with respect to the plane. Don't talk about the angle of the dish. Nobody needs to talk about the angle of the dish. You know what I mean? And so it goes on, because they can't cope with the fact that everything they're reliant on requires Earth to be measured flat. So we're not falsifying the globe. We're explaining how the globe works with flat Earth measurements. And rather than replacing it, we're saying we don't need to take ownership of it. Just because I can detail how a globe requires an equatorial plane be measured with a flat Earth doesn't mean I take ownership of the equatorial plane. That's where people like Bev and Edderbear get fucked up, because they don't know how to cope with that. Well, you've described a flat Earth, North Pole-centric system with an equatorial minimum. Well, how do you explain the South? Don't have to. I wasn't explaining that. It's not my model. That's the globe with its flat Earth measurements. Well, you need to now take ownership of that. That's yours, that is. No, it isn't. And every time anybody who's opposing me ever measures anything ever, I'll be pointing out how flat they require it to be. It doesn't suddenly make it mine. It's got the Simon-Dan syndrome. Well, you and your reference frames are ruined then, if they don't work. No, they're Globe Earth reference frames, you dumbass. Well, you've taken ownership of them. You're talking about them. No, I can talk about how shit Fords are. Doesn't mean I drive a Ford.
Yeah, it's hard to put this in an analogy how bad it is for them, isn't it?
Well, we've only got that as a system. I used to say that I admired the heliocentric system because back then I recognised that it was the pinnacle of explanation of the lights in the sky. I couldn't quite fathom the internal structure relying on flat Earth prerequisite measurements back then, but I knew that it was the pinnacle. I knew there was nothing better. I'd seen the alternatives. I'd seen the so-called evolution into that system and how it improved upon the previous systems. So, if you want to describe the cutting edge of measuring the lights in the sky with a system derived from the flat planar angular acquisition that we have to track them with, then heliocentric motion as an out-of-the-box way of deriving something that in reality violates its own baseline, but to have the courage to think outside the box in such a bizarre way. I mean, were they whipped to come up with it? I don't know. It's pretty out of the box, though. It's pretty out there, isn't it? When you understand it.
It's pretty in the ball.
Yeah, it's pretty in the ball. Out the box, in the ball. I love it. Yes, it's pretty in the ball. It's pretty weird. Looking at this diagram now, you and I and everybody in the panel know exactly how this diagram functions. For those of you in Discord, it's just a tangential plane with an equatorial angle, with a ball wrapped around a centre point that you're supposed to suggest that you're transposable in when you've got a plane with a direction of up that's suggested to be out, all the usual shite. Well, the understanding is that it's got to functionally back engineer into the angle in the side of this diagram, which is a glorified protractor. So the understanding of that means that you understand how complex it is to put yourself into a central ball position to make this move around the sun, to give you a better explanation of epicycles and term them planetary retrograde motion. You're like, okay, well, I've got that. I understand that. I know I'm not in the ball. I know I'm not on a tangent plane. And I know that the angle that only functions with this diagrammatically comes from this centre point, measured from a plane. So there's all the elements of understanding where this fails, where it works, why it fails, why it works. Now, would I have ever come up with such ridiculous, frankly, out-of-the-box thinking to better explain the light movements in retrograde? No, I could never have come up with something like this. It's so fucking wacky. Doesn't mean I can't comprehend it. Doesn't mean I can't appreciate where the measurements come from now, the flat Earth that's required to produce it. But for certain people, they want to reify it and retain the single point of up, north, and east on this diagram. They want to only be on the tangential plane that they assume with a dingleberry, measuring flat Earth measurements and saying, that's okay, it's only local.
Right, but if you want to take that drawing that's on screen, you won't have a reference unless you're inside the ball.
Correct.
So the understanding of the system requires you're inside a ball.
Yep.
Which you know for a fact is not true.
Yep. In order for me to be heliocentric, that is to say, for me to understand and reify, that is to make real that which is not, make concrete that which is not, I have to know I'm inside a ball moving around the sun. So when you get to that stage, you go, I cannot be inside this diagram. That's an impossibility. I'm never going to be at the core for the motion of the mathematics of moving around the sun to work. That is a literal impossibility. Now, mathematically, you can. You can mathematically put yourself inside the ball and move this dude in this diagram. You can move him around the sun. That's what you're doing, isn't it? I love these diagrams.
Right, but you would have to be inside the sun in order to describe that angular change.
Correct. Relatively speaking, as we're back here now, to describe it from the sun's vantage point, sun-centric, you'd have to be, by equivalent to this diagram, inside the sun to describe it from the sun's position. Yeah, you'd have to be inside the sun. I've never thought about it in that way, but that's bang on. You're on the same plane, bifurcating the sun also.
Yeah.
That's a mind trip.
Yeah, it's the solar system, the plane of the solar system, they say. It's from the sun-centric point inside the sun.
Exactly. All of the models prior to that were designed from this vantage point that we see on these diagrams that I typically use. But in reality, sun-centric, that's what it means. Heliocentric, sun at centre. But the system is on the solar plane and is described through the bifurcated sun on that plane at its centre point. So the mathematics of the solar system is from inside the sun. It's the centre point.
Which is also not referenceable.
No. It's only ever existed in maths. It's just mathematical. So you can't do this. Not only can you not be inside a ball, you can't be inside the sun. But that is literally how the maths is described.
Yeah. Yeah, that's how you would have to reference it if you were going to try to apply it. And that's, I guess, just when you've given up on anything to do with reality at that point, and you're just looking for a calculation to justify your worldview.
Or better explain the movements. If you actually look at its history, you can sympathise at the very worst with the people who are trying to come up with this explanation. Now, when they came up with it, you would expect that they'd understand also that they're not inside the sun, describing the system, relatively speaking, from that position. They would understand that they're not when they came up with the mathematics. But they go, from this position, the description of that movement does functionally give us an explanation for retrograde motion, if they're planetary, and we describe it from that position. The motion is justifiable.
Right, but you have to make so many presuppositions and assumptions before you get to that point that all are built using the Earth as a plane of reference.
Yeah.
It's mind-boggling to think that it would, but I mean, that is how it was done. It was basically...
Exactly. That's what Copernicus and Kepler had to work with. So you go, well, did they not know that they got flat Earth elevation angles in the tracking information of these lights? Well, of course they did. That's what they're working with. That's what it's all based on. So it's not like they couldn't know. Now, ignorance is bliss when you're further down the line being told it as a third party. But to come up with it, you can't not know what your measurements are, can you? It's not like you can put a blindfold on to the flat Earth bit of their system. That's what they're using. You know what I mean?
Re-engineering the flat Earth into a sun-centric system. Is that the only way you can come up with that?
Well, you use your zenith, which is 90 degrees to the plane of reference.
Yeah.
And you use all angles up to, is it 75 degrees from that zenith? And then you do that in multiple places. That'll give you the continuation of the sphere past the dome. The dome has to be created from multiple points as well, but without using celestial refraction, you'll never get a dome. Because you have to warp those lower measurements to conform to a sphere.
Which is ironic, because the warping is as a consequence of the limited angular resolution as it reaches that, is it a 15-degree window? What did you say, 75?
I think it's 25 degrees.
I was going to say, I thought it was more. I thought it was 20. I've heard also some people say they don't account beyond 10. Some people say 20. But there's that window as it reaches the horizon where, like you say, you've got to fudge the numbers.
Yeah, so if you didn't distort the measurements, you wouldn't have a celestial sphere to begin with.
Right.
So who distorted those measurements initially is what I want.
Wouldn't it have been Ptolemy? Wouldn't it be a Ptolemaic distortion?
I don't know. I've never seen citation that specifically addressed who created celestial refraction. Have you?
No, I couldn't answer. I'm assuming based on the chronology of the ball creation. But I don't know the answer.
I'm going to look into that. Yeah, I'm going to look into that. That's because that might be the source of the deception. Isn't that?
I've just looked into when perspective was first used in art. I should have searched something else, but it's saying 1415 for that, for when people understood perspective.
Well, that's in the timeline of where these people started creating these heliocentric derivations. Right in the ballpark.
Right, so...
Did you question?
Go on. What's your question?
I'm sorry, I was just going to ask, did you question about the term celestial refraction? Was that what you said?
I don't know if it would have been termed that, but yeah, John's essentially asking about at what point do they take the lingering light beyond 20 degrees, let's just say, and distort it to create a hemispherical view, to create the celestial sphere with. Well, who distorted those last 20 degrees or 25 degrees, whatever it is?
Yeah, I mean, I just ran it through AI really quick using the term celestial refraction. They came up with a key figure, Barnaba Oriani from 1787, claims that Oriani proved mathematically the astronomical refraction behaves in a stable and predictable way for objects more than about 10 to 15 degrees above the horizon. This result is often referred to as Oriani's theorem, and it gives astronomers confidence that their positional measurements of stars and planets could be corrected accurately for atmospheric effects.
Nah, that's too recent. So it's going to be someone prior to that. So he's essentially confirming that which is already in use, according to that narrative, and the date's too recent.
Gotcha.
Yeah, having the claimed mathematical proof of something isn't the same as saying something exists. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the creation of the celestial sphere does require that last derivative value from Polaris to be bent, doesn't it? So at some stage, creating that system, somebody bent those numbers. That's just it. Saying after the fact, oh, we knew that was right, which is what's happening in 17 whatever with this guy, Barnabas whatever. But it's already in existence as a system that's being utilised. But who's bending it down to the plane of reference? Who's doing that? And it's going to be long before heliocentrism. So you're going to be talking 1200s, 1300s in that sort of range.
I just rephrased that question that I searched a little while. Sorry, John. I just rephrased that question. I put when was perspective first understood? And it's in the modern mathematical rules of linear perspective were devised around 1450 by Italian architect Filippo Brunelleschi and codified in 1435 by Leon such and such.
Yeah, this is more like it. This is closer to the ballpark. So people gaining an understanding of perspective. But that almost works against the person that's manipulated it into the celestial sphere, as opposed to somebody that's gained an understanding of how, hashtag shit shrinks.
Well, wouldn't it be when the celestial sphere was created is when that distortion took place?
Yes.
Wouldn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
You could understand shit shrinks to be able to reverse engineer it into something else.
Yeah, that's a good point. These things are all happening around this sort of period, but at this period we've already got Ptolemy's system in effect, haven't we? When people are allegedly gaining an understanding of perspective. But I would infer that means that they're gaining an understanding of terrestrial perspective, as opposed to a manipulation of the behaviour of the lights to fudge them into a spherical system called the celestial sphere. Still think even then, even with this understanding and perspective, it's going to be much, much earlier than that.
The 6th century BC, an ancient Greek philosopher named Anaximander is where he came up with celestial globes.
So according
and
to the history book,
Thales
6th
of
century.
Miletus and Hipparchus.
Hipparchus.
Yeah, I reworded the request as well, and it has for Greek philosophers, the idea of a sphere surrounding Earth was formalized by thinkers like Eudoxus of Cnidus, 4th century BCE, who used concentric spheres to explain planetary motion.
I don't buy this. This is too far back. I doubt we'd find primary sources for any of this. The primary sources for this sort of shit will go back a couple of hundred years. They say it's 6th century. I just don't fucking buy it. I just
no. We're talking about BC.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just doubt there's anything that would even come close to resembling a primary source to back this up. So this just sounds like modern day rhetoric. The Greeks all knew it, right?
Yep, Eratosthenes and all that good stuff.
Yeah. But I have heard Hipparchus or whatever he was called. I've heard him come up a few times. Well, when I've been doing primary source research, I've seen his name. What was the other one?
That would explain the claim that the Greeks knew it was a sphere. They're not saying it as the Earth. They're saying it as the universe was spherical.
I also, my problem is that conspirator. I'm going to get accused of it straight away. There does seem to be some fudging of the date numbers. Like there's been a removal. Not a removal, sorry, an introduction of maybe about 800 to 1,000 years.
Yeah, where I'm at, I'm kind of convinced, and call this a conspirator, but the Age of Enlightenment, I think that was just fart-sniffing philosophers working out how to solidify the new world in people's minds, how to reverse engineer and come up with characters through history to back things up with.
Right.
No evidence, but I'm saying it.
And I totally get where you could draw those lines. I don't mind having a chit chat about conspiracy stuff at this point. It's like, why not? But yeah, I could totally buy that. There's due to the lack of primary source research, but lack of evidence isn't an affirmation of this stuff. But you do find your mind wandering into these sorts of speculations. Is that the point that... Because at some point they did, as far as I'm concerned, if you don't have primary sources for it, you've just fucking made it up. Unless you can demonstrate it coming from that time period with a trail to it, then, it doesn't mean anything anymore, does it? It is just a story.
Do we have depictions from Greece, whether in stone or other form, that shows a celestial sphere? And one example would be the guy that held the world on his back.
Atlas.
Right. Is there any Greek sculptures that shows the world as a sphere or the universe as a sphere?
Well, I would say to play the conspiratard role, I would say yes. But the question is, are they legitimate?
Yep. Perfect answer. Exactly the answer I'd have given. Yes. But how do you know the legitimacy of that? Well, again, and are statues or tablets classified as a primary source? It's not
they can be.
Well, maybe in certain circumstances, if there's a trail that lead to them, like there's a documented history from that tablet of people talking about them in other references.
But the statues could just be artistic impression.
Right, but the artistic impression would mean that the impression had to be given. So if that statue is dated by carbon dating to that era of history, that means that that impression was given at that time for that artist to form that work of art.
Yeah, therefore a primary source. Yeah, I'll give you that. Absolutely.
Well, can I play conspiratard for another minute? Have you ever seen the research on the flaws in carbon dating and how it's like not 100% reliable and all that?
Yes.
I'm a total skeptic with carbon dating. Like, it's like, how do you verify that it's accurate? You've got to have had it like for 1,000 years, so you know that it's accurate for 1,000 years, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, exactly. I remember I looked into this probably almost 20 years ago, and there was some guy who went on an American morning show. I think it was Good Morning America or something. And he just absolutely destroyed the, I'm no expert, but it's some kind of half-life decay, maybe of the carbon
dating.
itself.
Pardon me.
Yeah.
Pardon me. It's not carbon dating that was debunked. It was radiometric dating of like uranium and greater isotopes. Like you're talking about like uranium becoming lead, you know.
Oh, is that what that?
And that, right, that doesn't really hold weight because you have you have father and sister elements, and then you also have just lead is a possibility in of itself without any energy input to change its molecular status. So, but as far as carbon dating, I think that one is pretty much confirmed up to 6,000 years.
That's super interesting. I didn't know that.
Neither did I.
I still don't buy it.
Yeah, I don't buy that.
Well, you're perfectly within your rights to be skeptical, and you apply whatever standard you feel appropriate when you research it. In this case, primary source and carbon dating, which is the half-lives, right? That's what carbon dating also relies upon, doesn't it?
But yeah, when they find something in the ground, they carbon date it by whatever bones or other materials are surrounding it, which isn't necessarily
carbon.
No, you can do it with the carbon in the material itself, like they did with the Turin shroud.
But you can't do that with stone or anything, though, can you?
No, that's a different standard.
You can at the point that it's been affected. Like when you chisel it out, right? You've introduced where carbon can decay more rapidly by changing that rock. So,
but there's too many variables over a time period. Sandstorms, this, that, there could be so many counters that caused it to decay in whichever way it did, varying on location, etc., etc.
But those factors can only speed up the amount of time, right? And you can't assume that the entire past was nothing but a sandstorm.
Right,
the
so
amount
what you're
of
saying is
changes that you're going to run into are going to be so incredibly insignificant in the overall scheme of it that it won't even matter.
So you're saying that when you do this process, if there were inaccuracies in that regard, they would only shorten the time. Therefore, your inaccuracy would be to say it's slightly more recently rather than slightly more later in history.
Yeah, well, yeah, it would show it as being possibly newer. You know, but there was things, but it would be so insignificant it wouldn't change your time frame significantly.
Right. Interesting.
Could I ask if something like a great flood potentially worldwide could impact that?
Yes, but like I said again, that would be depending upon the scale of time you're looking at. It's going to, you know, that's what's going to determine. And that seems to be, you know what I mean? That seems to be where our cutoff is. It seems to be a great flood or something that's happened, maybe creation itself. But that's why we can only go back like 8,000, 7,000, 8,000 years.
Also,
I'm wrong.
There might have been silicon trees, Atlantis, and people have got two sets of eyeballs that they blink in different directions called reptilians.
Right.
Jenna Bush. George Bush.
If you don't
She's
want to
real
look
tough.
at any evidence, you could assert that, yes.
Wasn't it David Icke that came up with the whole reptilian thing?
No, he said that the reptilians were in the moon.
I thought he was going on about saying the royal family bloodline and that were all reptilians.
Yeah, from the lunar spaceship that they were all residing in.
All right, I didn't realise there was a Scientology twist to it, like.
Well, heliocentric twist, absolutely. Yeah. The thing I will never, ever deviate from when describing David Icke in any circumstance was that he, like Lord Stephen Christ, suggested he was the Son of God. And he did it on Wogan.
Interesting.
Look up David Icke on Wogan and just listen to him basically saying he's Jesus. There's no other way of putting it.
Is this him fresh out of being a goalkeeper and taking his role as conspirator?
Yep, that's correct. He did it. His outing was on Wogan. And he immediately got ridiculed, but overnight fame from declaring himself the second coming of Jesus.
Although it seems as though he was just put there on a pedestal from the start, doesn't it?
Yeah, he was there as the 1980s equivalent of your average conspiratard in our community. Put on a pedestal to go, look how crazy and bonkers this guy is.
We only had 2 channels back then.
Yeah, and he was on the main one. He was on BBC One, prime time, 7 p.m, on Wogan, saying he was the second coming of Jesus.
I thought you guys meant on YouTube or something. I didn't realize on the TV.
No, this was on TV in the 80s. On like Terence said, Len.
It reminds me of a YouTube guy from 2016 who claimed he was Lucifer and he was a flat earther and he had this whole thing going with blood over intent. You guys ever catch that one back then?
Nothing's sticking out at the moment.
He was another crazy one.
Yeah, the same thing happened with concave earthers. Some guy comes out, starts talking about what seems like flat earthy stuff. Turns out to be a concaver, declares himself the second coming, that's Lord Stephen Christ, and then ends up getting locked up for threatening President Obama with death threats. Bonkers, eh?
Oh, God. That's why you got to have so much fun out here. Holy cow.
You're like, yeah, I love it. It's nice out here, isn't it? Totally bonkers.
Oh, yeah. You can't make it up.
I agree.
Seriously.
I think the contrapositive's actually true, though. It was specifically made up by somebody with a motive, and they are the hidden hand that control us all that I'm going to blame for being so stupid.
Yeah, you couldn't do that.
Yeah, it's not that I was stupid. There's a hidden hand that was out to deceive me, and they had nefarious intent, and they conned me. Therefore, I'm not stupid. Probably the Freemasons, or the reptilians, or something like that. The Illuminati. Just blame somebody.
Well, you want to take back your high intelligence, no matter how you slice it. That's the first thing, because that's part of the trick, right? Is, oh, you're a regular genius there, and I'm stupid. Where your high intelligence works with everybody. That's a big trick. That
normally gets delivered.
There's so many tricks.
It gets delivered in the line, I used to be like you.
Yeah, I used to be like you. I like that one. That's a good one. What's another good one?
Now,
yeah, we all used to be ballers.
Before extreme enlightenment, of course, which you are now beneath. But that's what
really appreciate.
That is what we're bracing against on our own side, by the way. As much as we're laughing about it, that little back and forth about extreme enlightenment and I used to be where you are is the reason that I'm despised in the flat Earth community. Because that is precisely what our flat Earth brethren want. They want to be able to lord it over next man in the fart-sniffing superiority position of understanding heliocentrism. They've basically become the people they've braced against.
Correct. I agree 100%. Yeah. Wouldn't argue that at all. I say that all the time, right? It's like, make sure you don't have no baller left in you.
Yeah, well, you hear people asking, flatties asking ballers. So what I mean by that is your average fart-sniffing dweeb hippie that I described him as, right, has learned a bit about heliocentrism. And then when a normie that believes it's a ball comes into their arena, they ask them things like, do you even know what Earth's radius is? And you're like, you're a flat earther asking a normie who believes in a ball if he understands certain aspects of heliocentric rhetoric, so that you, the flatty, can lord your heliocentric understanding over the normal guy. Now you go, well, that is basically what the dweebs you fight against do. That's why they became that dweeb, so that they could, in the lowest possible social stature position, seem intelligent. Now you're doing it to average normie as a flurf. Sickening, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, spot on.
It's a case of we know your religion better than you, yet you believe it.
Yeah. I know this better than you. I know how the sun-centric system works better than you. Therefore, I'm more intelligent than you. I used to be ignorant of the heliocentric system. Now I know all about... Do you even know how far the moon is? I'm a flat earther and I know how far you claim the moon is.
But in a sense, to reverse engineer the heliocentric model back to the flat Earth model, do you not need to know these things, in a sense?
I didn't hear a word of that. The children are making a lot of noise. Sorry. What did you say?
Do you not need to know some of these things, in a sense, to be able to reverse engineer them back into a flat Earth?
Yes and no. The argument for average Joe, like when we appeal to the lowest common denominator, understanding that Earth is measured flat in all circumstances, having that as an understanding foregoes the need to learn heliocentrism. However, if you intend to enter into debate with a potentially competent heliocentric opponent, then you would need to know their argument, in quotes, as well as they do, if you're going to seem competent in a debate. Now, from my perspective, I go, well, there is no debate, so what's the point in engaging in that unless you want to show off your heliocentric prowess and basically, for the sport of it, demonstrate your intellectual superiority, which to me just seems like, you know, people could look at you if you did that too much and go, you smug bastard, you're no better than your opponent. But if you want to get into debates, then yeah, in any debate, if there's a perception of one or there actually is something contentious that's, you know, subject to opinion rather than facts and measurements, then in any so-called debate, you need to know your opponent's position as well as your own in order to win.
Yeah, there was a bit of that going on in, I'm forgetting his name, Dave, the black fella, British guy.
Allegedly Dave.
Yeah, that's the one. Someone posted a video on Master B of him and a few other flirts debating some university graduates or something, and it was all just that kind of fart sniffing.
Yeah, I mean, that's what flat Earth is, and that's how it's taught, and unless you're doing it day in, day out for 10 years like we have, you probably would never get to the position where you recognise that it's all a folly, it was being measured flat anyway. You know, that positioning does take such a long time to understand. And I think, you know, we can all appreciate that we used to be where these people were before we, you know, basically knew better and therefore were better than them.
Do you get on with that allegedly Dave fella? Have you ever spoken to him?
Yeah, I interviewed him and I pissed him off royally because I made the mistake of pandering to him when he was talking about Mandela effect. And then after I'd interviewed him, I basically debunked his position on one particular aspect of it. And he wasn't very happy about it. So I pissed him off royally.
All right. So because you made him look like a tit, he'll say it as a burnt bridge.
Probably. What I should have done was add the balls to actually say it while he was with me, whereas I pandered to him and then did it after the fact, which is just weaselly.
Well, it might not have clicked with you there at the moment. It might be just upon reflection or review.
No, it definitely did. Well, it was from an experience that I knew. It's not like you can suddenly make up an experience that you've had if you're in that. But I'll have to explain. So, one of my first jobs, it wasn't my first, it was probably my third or fourth, but one of my early proper jobs that you could call like a career almost, was working in a hi-fi shop in the town I'm in now. And what they did was they'd ask or invite somebody to pick out their favourite DVD, and then they'd say, well, how can a stereo cost £100? And you'd take them downstairs, and there'd be a projector, a line doubler, a laser disc player, a massive stereo, loads of amps, and you'd play them a disc that they picked. And frequently at the time, people would pick the Criterion edition of Star Wars. And one of the things that the customers would note is he got a silver leg? Like, yeah, I bet you didn't see that on your forehead VCR you said they wouldn't see any difference on. Yeah, there is a difference. It's miles better. That's the kind of thing you notice when you've got a really good quality Laserdisc and you've spent £100 on the hi-fi. But that was classed as a Mandela effect.
I remember all that crap, like, ridiculous. I think some people were tying it to the Muse and CERN and stuff like that.
Yeah. I mean, it's riddled. It's got all sorts of logical inconsistencies that just don't work.
To me, CERN, if anything, it creates lower high pressure because it's causing a big magnetic pulse when they're firing all this energy through it. So at best, conspiracy tied head on, it could modify weather.
I would just add, nobody can tell me otherwise. It's Berenstein Bears, not Berenstain Bears. I'm sorry.
Go.
We're British. We've never heard of them until the Mandela.
I grew up with them, and had to look at these little book orders when I was in elementary school. They'd give these little kind of pamphlets, 2 or 3 pages. You'd circle the books you'd want and all that stuff. And I had to see it, once a month, or I don't even remember, every week maybe. I don't know, but hey, I'll go to my grave. That was Berenstein Bears. I don't know what the heck's going on. I'm a conspiratard, right? But that's all I'm saying.
Could be copyright laws. It could be someone putting it out under a slightly different name and stealing it. Could be many things, but I know nothing of the subject of whatever bears.
Get up. Get up.
I should really round out soon. Been running for 10 and a half hours. It's quite a long record.
I didn't want to keep on Mandela effects. I'm sorry.
That's right.
A computer holding out fine these days, Nathan?
Well, last time I did a 10-hour stream, the hard drive failed. And it was because I was doing it in the heat wave. Whereas today, it is hot today, but it's just not as hot as that. So I'd imagine it's all right. Well, I'm playing a game now anyway, and if it crashes, it crashes. I've got it set up such that it should retain the recording, although it does go to that hard drive. Should be right.
I saw a video on Jim Carrey and like clips through his movies through the years. And like he mentions like 8 or 9 Mandela effects that are now wrong. And I put down on the chat, I said, either we're in another dimension or Jim Carrey is the root of all Mandela effects.
They do say he's Illuminati.
I've heard lots of
I
stuff.
love Mandela effect as a claim. The evidence for a claim is that the evidence contradicts it.
Yeah, that's pretty stupid. How would you know? It's a suggestion that a timeline.
Well, you know it because your memory is perfect.
Yeah. The idea is that some people have remembered the inconsistency when there's been a timeline change. I'm like, man, this is riddled with logical inconsistency.
Did anyone see the Living Single, I think it was, clip? It was an old sitcom, and it had, or no, it was maybe Fresh Prince, or it was a black sitcom. Anyway, sorry.
In living color.
No. And it was this is the version I remember, and they're watching the episode, and he says the line one way that kind of makes makes sense. And then this is the version that they're playing on Hulu or whatever, and it's like a completely different take than the one that would have broadcasted on TV. So I mean, it's not that hard to make me remember difference, you know?
Yeah, but that is a literal difference.
But it's a trick of it.
That's a trick of the memory hole, if you will. Right? It doesn't. If you've got 2 different versions of something.
I don't know, man. I don't know why they would make it. Why they would put it like broadcast it over streaming with a different take than the one that is on the DVD or the broadcast.
Well, there's cases
right,
like
well,
that.
if you think about it.
Sorry, John, go ahead.
Is the thing is it's always introduced to you with the idea of what is wrong is right, and then you look at what is right as wrong. That is how the trick usually runs.
The whole effect concept is backwards engineered, right? Because in 2026, we can do a lot of manipulation of information, data, pictures, movies, right? I've also heard for these streaming sites, I don't know the exact scene or whatever show you're talking about, but I have read for these streaming sites, they do slight modifications for some of their shows for, things like social issues that might not be so appropriate. Now, I don't know how that plays into like an entirely different take on a scene or something. But that could be part of it, maybe.
Well, there's certain movie titles that get changed depending on region they're released. So there might be dialogue within that gets changed for regions as well. It's potential. Or overdubbed.
That's right, but
who knows?
The incorrect memory is always introduced as the correct memory. And then the false memory is introduced as what it was changed to.
Yeah, so the false version is, no, I am your father. And that's suddenly radical because it isn't the version that you're told is the correct version. Luke, I am your father, is sold to you as the correct version. Therefore, when you hear the actual version, no, I am your father, you're led to believe that that's the wrong version. The actual version's wrong. What? But that is that's what he actually said. Well, no, I remember it being Luke, I am your father. Now, the fact that there's a million parodies that all get it wrong could definitely assist in you remembering it wrong. Most people at best will have gone and, if they saw it at the cinema at all, gone and watched it once, been caught up in the electricity of watching something at the theatre, and then come away with a memory of what happened, the events. And then from that point forward, the reinforcement is the parodies and the clip shows and the cartoons and everything that isn't it. And if every one of them says the claim to be correct version, in this case, Luke, I am your father, then that is, in your mind, remembered as the correct version. And then when shock and horror, the correct version turns out to be something else, that's the wrong version? No. What the hell?
Right. Yeah, but that's part of the trick of Mandela effect. And it's not like I'm saying that these people are looking to deceive you. They have deceived themselves and now are looking to propagate that deception.
You can apply this directly to Flat Earth from Globe.
I was getting ready to try to make that connection. Damn it.
I think that'll be used in the future as a justification. So, but it won't get blamed on Mandela effect. It'll get blamed on AI.
No, but John, try and get your point out there, mate. I know where you were going with that.
Right. In the same way you deny the evidence to assert the opposite, they're doing that with the globe. You know, they're denying the measurements to assert the contradiction. You know, it's interesting how the mind works.
That's a great point. I do promise you guys it was Berenstein Bears, though.
He definitely didn't have a silver leg.
That's right.
You know, like those facts are so non-important to me that I could easily believe either one were true, because I don't think I really, in all honesty, didn't pay that much attention to that.
I'm the same, John.
And I'm saying,
I've never heard of the Berenstein Bears, and I don't like Star Wars, so it could be either fucking colour for me.
right, it's always a very ambiguous, off, you know, just really mild thing that's changed. It's never who's the president, you know, and yesterday it was something else. You know what I mean? It's always just like little tiny things that you could have got wrong. If you're honest with yourself, you could just be wrong.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong in saying that. But you know, Luke, I am your father. I know everything you were saying, Nathan, about reinforcing it. But I mean, that was my core memory. John, do you have that core memory or no?
No, because it doesn't make sense in the conversation they were having. Why would he bring up his name? He already knows his name. He's definitely addressing him. Why would he state his name in response?
Exactly. It would be sloppy script writing to have him address him by name at that moment. Because it'd almost be like he's condescending to him. No, Luke. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, good points. Good points. You definitely swung me to the reality side this afternoon with that, because you brought up a good point, Nathan, not only with the reinforcement from the cartoons and the clips and all that stuff, but yeah, I guess it wouldn't even make sense.
It makes sense as a summary. That is to say, when you describe this, if you're using it as a spoiler, right? In fact, it's probably where the term spoiler frickin' originates. When someone wants to spoil a frickin' movie, right? So, how was Return of the Jedi? Oh, well, it turns out that Darth Vader is Luke's father. He tells him at the end, right? As a plot point, as a summary, you've got the guy's name being described in the summary of the character arc and the literal familial relationship that they have together. But you can summarize that in a one-liner when you say, well, how did that happen? As the response would come from the person you're spoiling the movie for. And the guy says, oh, he told him. He says, Luke, I'm your father. So that kind of cements it in the summary version of the plot as opposed to the dialogue. As a plot, as a summary of the plot, it makes perfect sense to say it that way. But in script, it doesn't. It sounds awful. If you substituted that dialogue with the word Luke in it, it would sound awful.
Luke, Obi-Wan never did tell you who your father was.
Yeah, that makes perfect
told me
sense.
enough.
Exactly. Makes perfect sense when he's referencing somebody who's not there by name. Doesn't it? Then the name makes perfect sense. To use the name, I mean, Obi-Wan.
Right. Yeah, it doesn't make sense when you're talking to the person. I can't think of a time that I'm not trying to get someone's attention or addressing them in a crowd that I use their name.
Yeah, normally it would be considered rude. If you were and you're using their name, you'd normally be contextually talking about them in the third person when they're with you, which would be considered rude. But yeah, when you're introducing somebody into the discussion that two people are having as a third party and they're with you, like John discussed the other day, isn't that right, John? And then you're introducing them into the discussion, which is different, as opposed to getting your hand cut off.
Right. But that's to bring them in. Once they're in, you don't keep calling me John. I don't keep calling you Nathan every time I address you after I've made it clear that I am addressing you. You know what I mean? It just wouldn't... Yeah. It's creepy sounding.
Yeah, after the first time. That guy that we were talking about yesterday, the real offended, he came up in my shorts feed today, and the same thing happened again. So if he was view botting, he's now stopped. Because he had a video that was about a black conspiratorial subject specifically. See if I can find it. And the view count on it was like 20 views. I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah, I saw one of his streams the other day and VBot was not activated. I think there was maybe about, it was said there was 200 odd people in there.
Yeah, so it's petering out, which is the amount you'd expect after a big amount of hype. You know, people will still come to the stream as the view botting ends. But this particular one is Stanley exposed the real Wakanda. And I looked at it earlier and it had 20 views. Now it's got 127. But obviously, despite being 100 more views, that's a far cry from 500,000, isn't it? 127 views. As opposed to 127,000. Which is what you'd expect.
Yeah, that's a significant difference, yes.
Yeah, if you're getting 500,000 views on your live stream, I'd expect your shorts video to have 127,000 views or something of that sort of ballpark. You know what I mean?
Yeah, if you've organically reached that algorithmic peak, it's going to maintain as long as you produce good content.
It's one of those. Back in the day, like 10 years ago when I started, being a salesman, I wanted to keep a close eye on the stats. And when you're a new YouTuber, so many people try and exploit you for money. And one of the things that they get is people who've got view farms. Now, I've seen documentaries on these places. They've literally got tens of thousands of iPhones all wired up on these racks. And they're controlled by a whole team of little Eastern dudes and dudettes that are just controlling hundreds of views all at once. And they have to literally farm the views. Each iPhone has literally got your video playing on it. but it's playing to nobody. It's playing in a draw, effectively, to nobody. Now, for me, it's like I really do want to keep a close eye on my stats. So, again, in this very recording, at the beginning of this recording, you've got Elder Bear saying Nathan's doing the shorts because that's what makes him the money. It's like, no. The reason I'm doing a lot of shorts is because they've cut the view count from my live streams. So where I was getting 1,000, now I'm getting 600 or 700. Well, because I keep a close eye on my stats, when something like that happens, I go, shit, I better do some work, extra work, so that I can keep the general overall view count for a 20-day, 28-day period at about the same level. But you can only react to those stats if they're real. Now, some people might turn around and go, oh, you definitely didn't get 700 views on that live stream. It was probably more like 7,000. Like, maybe. But I can only assume that they're not conning their advertising fundies, or whatever you call them, the people funding them with advertising revenue. You can only assume that they're not conning them when they give them the numbers. They might be, but I doubt someone like Google would do that. So you just go, no, these are just, they have to be, taken on faith as being real. But if you've manipulated them, that's view-botted your own bloody view count, then they're useless. How are you supposed to react to the stats? They don't mean anything. So I still think I say it. I don't know if I say it so often. I say subscribe if you've not done so already, right, in the intro. Why do I say that? Because people can subscriber bot you. They can make a new account, it's dead easy, and then just go and subscribe to you again. And I don't want people to do that. If I'm doing something that's bad and people don't like it, and they say, I'm going to unsubscribe from you, I then have to react to that number if statistics are going in the wrong direction. I'll have to do something to push the amount of subscribers up, if I can tally the total. But if I'm encouraging people to make 3 new accounts and just subscribe to me for no reason, it's like, why? None of those are all, they're all just dead accounts then, aren't they? They don't mean anything. I'm sure there's dead accounts anyway, but as I've seen people literally be unsubscribed from the channel that are interested in watching and then moaning that they've been unsubscribed, I can actually only assume the opposite, which is my subscriber base is highly refined and engage with my content on occasion, because the dead accounts have been pruned out. But still, it's useful. Go on.
There's also like algorithmic black holes, like in the sense of if videos keep going on your feeds and you don't click on them, then it shows you them less and less.
Yep.
And if you're busy for a while, or you've got a new girlfriend, or doing this or doing that, and you don't follow something for a while, it could just slip away. Then out of sight, out of mind.
Yeah, exactly. So I talked about Atomic Shrimp. I was watching him for years, and then suddenly I just slipped off the algorithmic feed, and suddenly I'm not getting any videos from him. Why? Well, because I've taken more of an interest in shorts, and he's making long-form videos. And then, just by accident, a couple of days, a week, however long ago, I accidentally, whilst swiping up, pressed on one of his videos. I went, oh yeah, Atomic Shrimp, this guy's ace. And then I watched his video. Now, nothing but Atomic Shrimp videos in the feed.
Hold on a sec. But what if you have a belief that consensus forms reality, and you drive up a false idea of support through botting?
Then that will temporarily result in more people watching you. So there's the a crowd will draw a bigger crowd kind of effect. But that will only be sustained as long as you keep U-botting. Because if you're drawing a crowd because you've got 300 people alleged to be watching you, so you gain a crowd of 200 extra people, then that is legitimately 200 people that are interested in watching you, which is in and of itself a fairly big crowd. But the minute you stop, it then looks the opposite way to that same person. Oh, this person that was getting 500 people watching has now only got 150. So this is obviously a crap show. I won't watch it. And that means the numbers quickly dwindle in the opposite direction. Also,
but if you're only trying to push that narrative forward for that moment, and that's the only time it's important to you. And you view bot it just to make a point on that video.
Yeah, you can do that. Absolutely. And YouTube even encourage that. So YouTube offer you the facility as a producer to advertise your video legitimately via YouTube rather than viewbotting. McToon did it. So when McToon was running his own channel before he was given the charity channel from Conspiracy Cats, his previous channel that was going fucking nowhere, he paid to have his video on 5G conspiratards, like 5G idiots debunked or something. He paid to have it reach the top of the lists. So he's paying YouTube to put it up as an ad. So it appears at the top of the feeds, and underneath it says ad. So you can pay legitimately rather than having some farm out in the Far East farming your views. The other problem, algorithmically speaking, is like I just described me accidentally pressing on an atomic shrimp video. And because I sat and watched it, it's now presenting all the stuff I watched 6 years ago to me again. And I'm watching them again. And YouTube presumably know that that will be the case. It's just a habit of people who watch videos on YouTube, and they understand that. If your video is view-botted, then algorithmically, the YouTube algorithm recognises that every one of those iPhones in those drawers in Taiwan watched your video, so they'll want to watch something else from you. So they present it to that phone and the account on it. And who's watching that phone? Oh, nobody. So what do you think the algorithm sees? I've offered this. It's called an impression. It means that they've offered it as a thumbnail in front of you. It's reached your eyeballs of a consumer, and they didn't press on it. Well, as soon as it reaches the eyeballs of somebody that doesn't press on it, it goes against you. So if you've view-botted and paid for 1,000 people to watch it in draws, and then that algorithm presents that video for the next encounter that they go live to that same view-bot draw, but because there's no money exchange hands, it doesn't get viewed, then the algorithm goes, nobody's interested in this, it was a flash in the pan, I won't promote it to anybody. In fact, I'll promote it to less people. So it works against you.
Yeah, man.
Just not a good idea, and it's just dishonest. I don't mind so much paying YouTube. So as much as it's Toon that was the example, and I took the piss out of him for it, to be fair, it doesn't, I'm not against that. If like you said, if you've got a particular thing that you want to reach a lot of people, what's his name? The Rocket Man guy, old gay guy with a wig. What's his name? Elton John. He did it. He had a little documentary made about himself, about Touched by Gold, and he offered it up as an ad. So it reached everybody. I don't like Elton John. I mean, I like one song, Rocket Man, that's about it. But other than that, I don't like Elton John. I'm not a fan. Right? But suddenly I'm being presented with a video in my stream for something that I've never showed an interest in, unrelated to anything else I'm interested in, being offered as an ad. So vanity leads certain individuals to say, well, I don't want my video to do terribly when I've commissioned it, so I'm going to pay for it to go out to as many people as possible. Now, that's just vanity, isn't it? But more power to you. If you were desperate to make everybody watch your video and you pay YouTube to advertise it, fair enough.
Well, it's either vanity or having the budget to promote yourself. I'll say that from like a band point of view. I didn't pay for any adverts or anything, but I'd do the work and send out press releases and shit like that. But I never paid to get my content put out in front of anyone or on top of anyone else. But if the bands had budgets, that could have potentially been beneficial.
I didn't either when I was doing hi-fi. I always endlessly got approached by the mags and rags and people who wanted to flog you advertising. Now, I would say, look, I'll come out and I'll provide you with the equipment so that it can be put in front of a reviewer and they can do a review on it. And they'd do a review and it would be good, bad, or indifferent. But then suddenly you're, for free, getting a double-page spread with an article written by somebody at the magazine. Wonderful. Now, that took, to achieve, effort. You had to build up a relationship with the editor. You had to go in and smooze them, buy them fucking coffee, take them out to lunch, all that bullshit. That costs money. And then when you go, will you review my new item? They go, oh yeah, of course, drop it round. So then you've got to hand deliver the fucking thing, right? Pain in the arse. Now, you can forego all of that by just paying for an advert. I'll just drop money on it. And most of the other people would. They'd drop thousands in advertising into What Hi-Fi or Hi-Fi World or Hi-Fi Choice or whatever. And those people, when it came to getting a review, had built no relationship with the reviewer. So they got shit reviews. You're like, which is better? A paid advertisement that doesn't necessarily have any influence over the reader because they're all going to the articles, or a good review? Both probably cost the same amount of money. Like, one involves a person building a relationship and paying for a few coffees and a few lunches, which is all it really took. And the other just involves dumping money on the company for an advert. Which is better? The latter. Like you said, press releases. By press release, you mean target-specific marketing sent out to a particular individual that you think will benefit. That takes somebody at the end of a keyboard thinking about it, writing a press release, sending it to a specific email, figuring out if there's a gatekeeper between you and the person that you need to reach. All that shite takes effort. On the other hand, you stick an advert in Mixmag, right? You know what I mean? And then you spent $1,000.
Yeah. But yeah, doing that, I put on hundreds of bands over the years, so I built a network of like a lot of other people in bands promoted in their cities and towns. So that's how I got about, but it was a lot of hard work and networking for many years to get that database to be able to and do shit.
Yeah, but the thing about that,
what you're describing though is not like. Remember Whitsitt saying the work, like when he was talking about networking and getting into these spots that he's in.
Yes.
Like, so Whitsitt was not wrong when he said that.
No. And I want to do it. Same goes for David Weiss. It's just when doing those sorts of things, in my humble opinion, you have to offer value. You have to offer something of value. Now, if your value is your bullshit about free energy, then I spit on you. It's like, no, that's just scummy. Selling false hope. You're just a grifter. That is the definition of a grifter, if you're just out on the circuit. Now, could I have done the same thing between back then and now and just promoted me? That's the product. I'm your product. Talk to me. Yeah, but I see that as a bit shit. I much prefer the Dave Weiss approach. Say again.
The show is your main product right now.
Yeah.
The book will be complimentary, right?
Yeah, but I like the book's a thing. The show, you're right, I could have marketed it as a show and gone around. I just didn't see it as a high enough value prospect. Like, a book, in my opinion, is the pinnacle of that. The app is similar for Dave Weiss. It's a thing, an actual thing that's quantifiable and is easy to discuss and say, this is the thing. You know what I mean? You can have your little spot. It's like having... Yeah, that's what the book is.
Your show has a definite start time. It has a definite, duration. Sometimes it goes longer, sometimes not. But you can quantify it that way. I think you sell yourself short by not saying that is marketable.
I think it definitely is. You're right, and you're probably correct. I've sold myself short in that regard, and it's a confidence thing. I am now at the point where, in terms of my own demeanour and understanding of the subject, I'm confident enough to be in those positions. What I didn't want to happen is what happened to Dave Weiss with Jesse Lee Peterson, specifically, where you sat down, you're talking to the guy, and he says to you, do you know for sure and without a doubt that Earth is flat? Now, I didn't know that when that question was delivered that was the thing that I was essentially scared of happening. But not being in a position to say, down the barrel of a camera, to the person sat opposite, yes, I know for sure and without a doubt, Earth is measured flat. I wanted to be able to have that air of confidence when I went out and toured something. So just having a worthy product, which Flat Earth Debate absolutely is, I agree, wasn't the reason why I held back. Now, it's my desire to have total, confidence in what I state about the subject when promoting the product. So I appreciate that 99% of what I'll do when moving forward with the book and promoting it won't be about the book. It'll be about what I've learned over the last 12 years. But 3 years ago, maybe I could have gone out and done as good a job as I would have hoped. But I might have been caught out with certain things. Something might have caught me by surprise. Today, I'm confident that if you put me in front of absolutely anybody, the most hostile of people, in fact, put me in front of 50 hostiles, and I'll still be able to hold my own. It's become inconsequential. So that's the point that I want. Total confidence. If I'm going to be in front of someone like Jesse Lee Peterson, and he's like, "Hey, Beta, do you know for sure and without a doubt Earth's flat?" Yes, I do. But how do you know? Because that's how it's measured. Cutting the conversation down to its absolute bare bones in 3 sentences.
Oh, yeah. And there's no response to that will make any sense.
Yep. I don't think I'd have been able to do that. I think the limit on it is about 3 years. That is to say, when you say, you're selling yourself short, you could have been out promoting the show for 3 years. I'd say, yeah, you're right. I didn't need to hesitate looking back. But I don't think that's a waste of time, because the last 3 years have been spent making the book. Literally, it's been 3 years. So you go, okay, wow. At any point, the book could have come out, but it wouldn't have been as good a product as it will be now that it's finished. So you go, it's not the end of the world that I didn't get to promote my show for 3 years. It's just a bit of a bummer. I'm just a bit poorer than I could have been. So what?
No, I think that's right, because it's only reasonable to, after you learn something, to put it through a vetting process. And that's what this show basically is. We take information and vet it and take what's factual from it, you know? And we've just kind of gotten down to the bare bones of what is necessary to make this claim.
Yes. Unfortunately, as much as Dave Weiss might not like it, he is not a subject matter expert when it comes to Flat Earth. He's a jack of all trades. He's got a reasonable grounding in his understanding. He's got a scripted rhetoric that he's stuck to for a bit longer than he probably should have. But I wouldn't necessarily call him a subject matter expert. There are massive holes in his understanding. He's got stuff wrong. You know, he'll say 10 to the 17 Tor and things like that. You know, he just gets stuff wrong, which means he's not an expert. If you go to a garage and they plug the wrong wire into the wrong hole and the car suddenly got electrical inconsistency that it didn't have before, then you've been dealing with a non-expert. Right? Now, as much as Dave Weiss legitimately had a reason to go out and promote his app and purvey himself as the subject matter expert, like Flat Earth Dave, was, in my humble opinion, a bad move, because it's meant that he's suffered a degree of humiliation that's affected his credibility in the subject arena. Now, let's say I never break through to the other side, I never reach a popular show, nobody of any note wants me on. So what? When it comes to me discussing it with anybody, even if they're not necessarily of influential note, I, in a humble way, can say, well, I do know what I'm talking about. I am proud to say, a subject matter expert. Like, Ed the Bear's been trying to hold that against me recently. Oh, you say you're a subject matter expert. Yes, I am. Absolutely, without question. Well, to be able to say that and not feel like, oh, I need to be embarrassed about saying it, or I should have a bit more humour. No, I'm not going to be humble about it. I've been doing it for 12 years, every day. Everyone on my panel's a subject matter expert. So, you know, I'm not going to decry that, but I want to go out on the road with the ability to say that and state that hand on heart and have it mean something.
It's kind of funny, though, like, being a subject matter expert in Flat Earth means that you are and have an exemplary understanding of heliocentrism as well.
Exactly.
They incorporated it so much into the rhetoric that even if you try to remain to the periphery, just to the facts, you're going to be introduced to these concepts because they try to convolute them as much as possible.
Right. But with that, I'm going to say a huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's after show possible. Massive thank you to all of you for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley and I'll see you all in the next video.
Millimeter, it be accurately measured. It's measured flat, direction up and down. Flat level we at, flight over ground. Descending from that breeze, heading in degrees. Horizontal, flat, EST. Now you know it's flat below ground. Measured flat.